Wu Shaochen was ruthlessly fired by his boss, and with 3 months' salary in his pocket, he stood on the street, unsure of what to do next. Just as he was at his wit's end, an advertisement for a game called Oracle blew onto his face. The game, claiming 100 realism, instantly caught his attention. After much hesitation, Wu Shaochen decided to take a leap of faith. He spent all his savings on a game helmet, hoping for a chance to turn his life around. As he put on the helmet and entered the game world, he was awestruck by the breathtaking scenes before him. Massive armies of mythical beasts clashed with human warriors in epic battles, creating a grand and magnificent spectacle. A system notification sounded, and Wu Shaochen realized this was no ordinary game. It could scan a player's entire body and even draw blood samples for DNA binding. This level of technology was beyond his wildest imagination, making him wonder if this was a game or another reality. Just as Wu Shaochen was pondering, the system generated a unique ability for him, Source of Venom. Though it seemed ordinary, it held limitless potential. Delighted, Wu Shaochen felt like he was on the verge of soaring to new heights. However, when he left the novice village and found even the weakest white rabbits hard to defeat, Wu Shaochen realized the game's brutal nature. With only 50 health points against a rabbit's 100, he stood little chance. Complaints from other players filled the air, with some even being killed by the rabbits multiple times. Seeing the crowded novice village and the overpopulated plains, Wu Shaochen decided to take a different approach. He pondered on how to utilize his unique ability to survive in this terrifyingly realistic game world. Maybe I should explore elsewhere, he thought to himself. As Wu Shaochen made his way through the crowded area, he found it impossible to make any progress. The place was swarming with players, most of whom were chaotically gathered around the rabbit respawn points, ready to pounce at the slightest movement. However, he noticed a few well-coordinated teams, strategically positioned near the respawn points with clear roles. Some teams took turns landing the final blow, while others had designated members to weaken the rabbits before another player finished them off, concentrating all resources on one person. This organized approach was undoubtedly more efficient than the random chaos of the rest. This must be the power of guilds, Wu Shaochen thought to himself, feeling increasingly anxious. He hadn't even touched a single rabbit fur yet, and at this rate, he would fall far behind. But he was reluctant to compete with others, fearing he wouldn't win and knowing that even if he occasionally did, it would be inefficient. Should I head to the level 2 monster area? The thought crossed his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to move on. Might as well check it out. It's better than standing here doing nothing. Monsters level 5 and below won't attack unless provoked, so it should be fine. Just then, a few players waiting for the rabbits to respawn noticed Wu Shaochen heading alone toward the level 2 monster area. Hey, look at that guy. Is he going to the level 2 monster area? A short young man said. Seems like it. Probably can't compete here, and wants to try his luck inside. Ha! He'll be in for a rude awakening. Another person chimed in. I had the same idea at first, but seeing the level 2 monster's stats made me scurry back. A slightly chubby young man added. Chubby? You've been there? Are the monsters really that tough? The short young man asked curiously. Yeah, not something current players can handle unless you go in with a group, but that's not worth it. Better stick to the rabbits, Chubby replied with a shudder. Wu Shaochen walked for a while, and finally saw a different scene. A group of goats was leisurely grazing, and there were no other players around. He approached and quickly used his insight skill. Goat. Level 2. Health. 300. Physical attack. 21. Physical defense. 8. Speed. 7. Skill. Headbutt. The goat lowers its head and rams its target with its horns, dealing 120 physical attack damage. Cooldown. 5 seconds. Looking at the goat's stats, Wu Shaochen's lips twitched. This is a level 2 monster? What were you thinking, Oracle? With these stats, who can handle this at this stage? He suddenly remembered his own talent. He needed to kill monsters 5 levels above him to gain 1 point of poison damage. He had imagined becoming a high-level player quickly, winning the admiration of beautiful women, and reaching the pinnacle of life. Now, it seemed he was too optimistic. Unwilling to give up, Wu Shaochen continued forward and came to a fork in the path. Ahead was a bamboo forest, with a forest to the left and what seemed to be a beach to the right. I didn't expect there to be a sea in the game, he thought, choosing to go right. Even if I don't fight monsters, it would be nice to see the sea. Before long, a beach appeared before him, with the vast ocean stretching out in the distance. Wu Shaochen took a deep breath, spreading his arms to feel the sea breeze. Is this really a game? It feels like a real place. In the real world, such fresh air is long gone. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a crab the size of a wash basin emerge from the sand, brandishing its giant claws as it scuttled toward him. Wu Shaochen quickly used insight, and then fled faster than he would from a rabbit. Giant crab. Level 4. Health. 800. Physical attack. 45. Physical defense. 15. Speed. 8. Skill. Double claw strike swings both claws to deal 2 consecutive hits, each dealing 70 physical damage. Cooldown. 10 seconds. After running a good distance, Wu Shaochen looked back at the crab and couldn't help but complain. What kind of game is this supposed to be? This crab can easily kill someone. How is anyone supposed to survive? Just as he was about to leave, a huge turtle slowly crawled across the beach. Out of curiosity, Wu Shaochen used insight again. Sea turtle. Level 5. Health 1800. Physical attack 50. Physical defense 40. Speed 3. Skill. Thorn shield blocks the next attack and reflects 50 of the damage back to the attacker. Cooldown 10 seconds. Looking at the turtle's stats, most people would turn and run without hesitation. But Wu Shaochen's eyes lit up with a strange glint. Although the turtle's stats were insurmountable for a level 0 player, Wu Shaochen's poison damage was not affected by attack power. More importantly, the turtle's speed was only 3, making it easy for him to kite it. Even if the turtle hit him, with its 50 attack points minus his 6 defense points, it would only deal 44 damage, not enough to kill him. And the turtle's only skill was useless against Wu Shaochen, since he couldn't break its defense anyway. Wu Shaochen quickly calculated. His poison damage was 60 points per minute, and the turtle couldn't heal. It would take 30 minutes to poison it to death. This was far more efficient than competing for rabbits. Most crucially, he was currently level 0, and the turtle being 5 levels higher would trigger his talent trait. Let's do this, Wu Shaochen decided, walking up to the turtle and striking its shell with his wooden sword. The turtle reacted quickly, biting Wu Shaochen, but he was prepared and immediately ran a safe distance away, taunting the slow-moving turtle. Come on, catch me if you can. And so, Wu Shaochen began a drawn-out battle. He carefully timed his attacks, reapplying poison just before it wore off and then retreating to safety. The 60-second poison duration was enough for him to fully heal before each reapplication. This tedious but effective strategy was currently the best way for Wu Shaochen to level up. For a full half hour, Wu Shaochen relentlessly attacked, and with the final strike, he watched in excitement as the heavily wounded turtle slowly succumbed. As the last drop of its health vanished, the massive creature finally collapsed in defeat. The system notification chimed in. Ding, you have slain the turtle. Gained 15 experience points. Bonus for killing a creature 5 levels higher. 7 additional experience points. Poison damage increased by 1 point per second, dealing 2 true damage per second. Yes, Wu Shaochen shouted in excitement upon hearing the system prompt. Gain 22 experience points in one go. That's way faster than hunting rabbits at the village entrance. The best part is that my talent upgraded this will cut the time to kill turtles in half. He quickly approached the turtle's corpse and found 2 copper coins and a piece of equipment. Excitedly, he picked them up, thinking, an equipment drop. Even with the 50 drop rate increase for killing higher level creatures, getting gear from the first kill is pure luck. The equipment turned out to be a pair of shoes. Canvas shoes. Quality, basic. Movement speed 3. Physical defense 2. Requirements, none. Not bad, just what I needed, Wu Shaochen said, promptly putting them on. He felt a slight increase in his walking speed. His speed now stood at 8 points, and his defense at 8 points. Feeling satisfied, he continued his hunt for the next turtle. After wandering for a while, he finally spotted a turtle basking on the beach. Wu Shaochen approached and struck it with his sword, then quickly turned to run, but not before getting bitten. In the early stages, it's hard to avoid damage without superior attack and movement speed. The turtle, marked by white symbols above its head, struggled to chase Wu Shaochen. This time, it took only 15 minutes for the turtle to fall. Wu Shaochen swiftly picked up another 2 copper coins and continued his hunt. Wu Shaochen kept killing turtles, and thanks to his upgraded talent, the time needed for each kill decreased. 10 minutes for the third turtle, 7.5 minutes for the fourth, and only 6 minutes for the fifth. The system notification rang out again. Ding, you have slain the turtle. Gain 22 experience points. Experience is full. Congratulations on leveling up. Health 20, mana 10. Gained 5 free attribute points. Finally leveled up. My pace is pretty fast, Wu Shaochen thought. He hesitated a bit before allocating all his new attribute points to agility. After leveling up and assigning the points, his stats changed. Health increased from 50 to 70, mana from 50 to 60, agility from 5 to 10, and movement speed from 8 to 13. Other attributes remained the same. His experience bar now read 10300. Leveling up from 1 to 2 required 300 experience points, which meant just a dozen more turtles. Wu Shaochen began contemplating his next move. Should he continue hunting turtles, or try his luck with level 6 creatures elsewhere? Although turtles offered steady progress, they no longer triggered his talent's special effects. It's a pity you don't lose levels when you die in the newbie village. Otherwise, I'd let these turtles kill me to reset my level and keep exploiting my talent, Wu Shaochen muttered. Eventually, he decided to explore other areas. With his movement speed now at 13, he was likely faster than many creatures and might find something suitable for his talent. If not, he could always return to hunt turtles without losing much time. With this plan in mind, Wu Shaochen turned back. He had reached the edge of the area, with only the sea ahead. Returning to the fork in the path, he chose to head left into the forest. The bamboo grove ahead had poor visibility, making it easy to get ambushed by aggressive level 5 creatures. The forest had better visibility since the trees were spaced far apart. Cautiously moving forward, he suddenly saw a pitch-black wild boar emerge from behind a tree. Its tusks glinted menacingly as it fixed its gaze on Wu Shaochen and charged at him with incredible speed. Damn, no fair play. Wu Shaochen exclaimed in shock. Just as the boar was about to hit him, he sidestepped narrowly. The boar grazed his clothes and crashed into a tree, stars of dizziness appearing above its head. Wu Shaochen patted his chest in relief. Good thing I put all those points into agility. Otherwise, I'd never have dodged that. He quickly cast an insight spell on the boar. Wild boar. Level 6. Health 2000. Physical attack 70. Physical defense 30. Speed 11. Skill. Savage charge charges in a straight line at high speed, dealing 150 physical damage and stunning targets for 1 second. Cooldown 10 seconds. Wu Shaochen grimaced. This is a level 6 creature? Oracle really doesn't pull any punches. If I hadn't dodged that, I'd be back in town for sure. He debated whether to challenge the boar. Despite the risk, it wasn't impossible. The boar's attack was 70, and he had 70 health and 8 defense, enough to withstand a hit. His speed was also higher, allowing him to maintain distance. The issue was the boar's skill. A single hit could send him back to town. He wasn't confident he could dodge every time, especially during critical moments. After weighing his options, Wu Shaochen made up his mind. Screw it. I'm going for it. My poison talent deals 6 damage per second now. It should only take about 5 minutes to kill this boar. It's worth the risk. With determination, he charged at the boar. It had just used its skill and was on cooldown for 10 seconds, giving him a window of opportunity. He struck the boar's back, but it retaliated with its tusks, forcing him to retreat. Suddenly, Wu Shaochen realized a critical issue. His health regeneration couldn't keep up. Leaving combat required 10 seconds, meaning he could only regain 50 health in 50 seconds. To withstand the boar's attacks, he needed his health above 63. Waiting for his health to recover before attacking would leave the boar without poison for 13 seconds, during which it would regenerate 60 health. This would significantly prolong the fight. Sigh. As expected, level 6 creatures aren't easy to kill, Wu Shaochen sighed. But since I've started, I might as well see it through. And with renewed resolve, he prepared for the arduous battle ahead. Fearing the wild boar's brutal charge, Wu Shaochen led it around some large trees. Sure enough, after a few seconds, the boar, frustrated by its inability to catch the tiny human, stopped. It pawed the ground with its front hooves, and then charged at Wu Shaochen. Keeping a close eye on the boar, Wu Shaochen swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the deadly attack. Phew! That was close. He exhaled deeply, his heart still pounding. However, he quickly realized that it wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. The boar had a clear tell before attacking it would paw the ground twice. As long as he wasn't directly in front of it and moved quickly enough, it was relatively easy to evade. After all, a high-damage move with displacement and stun would be too hard to handle without a wind-up, Wu Shaochen thought with relief. The boar quickly stopped after charging past Wu Shaochen, paused for a second, and then turned to continue its pursuit. Wu Shaochen rubbed his chin, a glint of determination in his eyes, and continued to lead the boar in circles. When the boar used its skill again, he easily dodged and quickly slashed its rear before retreating. By the time the boar turned around, Wu Shaochen had already opened up a 2 body-length distance. Looks like it works, Wu Shaochen thought happily. This way, he didn't have to worry about the boar healing when the poison wore off, as each application of poison would reset the timer. He also didn't need to fear a sudden skill attack when closing in for the final blow. Repeating this process, the boar was soon left with only a sliver of health. Just as Wu Shaochen was about to finish it off, another boar suddenly burst out from a nearby bush, charging at him without hesitation. Damn it, you've got to be kidding me. Wu Shaochen narrowly dodged, his heart racing again. He knew there were plenty of boars in the area, so he had been cautious not to stray too far while kiting the boar. He hadn't expected another one to show up. Aggressive monsters are such a pain, he muttered. Wu Shaochen frowned. Logic told him to retreat, as being hit by either boar would spell his end. But looking at the nearly dead boar, he was reluctant to leave without finishing it off. Licking his dry lips, Wu Shaochen's eyes sharpened. Time to dance on the edge of a knife, he resolved. His talent meant that such thrilling encounters would be common in the future, so he might as well get used to it now. With 2 boars on his tail, It was impossible to close in for the final blow without getting gored by both. Wu Shaoqin patiently waited for an opportunity. Suddenly, the weakened boar pawed the ground and charged at him. Wu Shaoqin calmly dodged, but just as he was about to strike, the other boar also used its skill, forcing him to dodge again. Damn, they're even coordinating. Wu Shaoqin cursed. The poison on the weakened boar was about to wear off, and if he didn't act soon, it would start healing. Analyzing the situation, Wu Shaoqin thought, my agility is 13, the boar's is 11, and our attack speeds are the same. If I hit it once, it can hit me back almost instantly. There's no time to create any distance. He continued to ponder. What if I dodge their attacks and then counterattack? But he quickly dismissed the idea. With my current speed, I can't cover enough distance in 1 second to safely attack and retreat. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if I don't create distance? His eyes lit up. If I dodge to the side of the weakened boar when they attack, I can avoid the full health boar's attack and only take a hit from the weakened one. Then I can strike back and retreat, taking just 1 hit. Putting his plan into action, Wu Shaoqin slowly approached the 2 boars, his heart pounding. Although theoretically possible, the maneuver required precise execution. Any mistake would result in a costly return to the spawn point. As he entered the boar's attack range, their tusks lunged at him. Now, Wu Shaoqin sidestepped to the weakened boar's side. Its tusk grazed him, while the full health boar's attack missed. Wu Shaoqin quickly struck back and retreated. Before the boars could attack again, he had opened a body-length distance, narrowly avoiding their second strike. Phew, that was close, Wu Shaoqin panted. This game is intense, nearly gave me a heart attack. But the mechanics are impressive. I need to practice more to get better. Now, he just had to wait for the weakened boar to die from the poison while avoiding simultaneous attacks. Soon, the weakened boar fell, and a system notification chimed. Ding, you have killed a wild boar, gaining 20 experience points. Bonus 10 experience points for killing a creature 5 levels above you. Ding, talent trait activated. Poison damage increased by 1 point. Finally got one down, that was tough. Wu Shaoqin sighed with relief. He noticed the boar's corpse had a tusk beside it along with some copper coins. Dodging the other boar, he quickly picked up the 2 copper coins and the tusk. Tusk, a material. Might be useful for villagers or sellable to the general store for 1 copper coin. The system prompted. Just this? I thought it was something valuable, Wu Shaoqin scoffed but still put it in his bag. A copper coin is still a coin. Money is hard to come by in this game. So far, he had only 12 copper coins. Killing monsters 5 levels above him only yielded 2 coins each. Watching groups of players hunt rabbits for half a day without a single coin drop showed just how low the drop rate was in this game. After quickly dealing with the remaining boar, Wu Shaoqin began searching for more. He lured them to the same spot to avoid encountering multiple boars again. Thanks to his talent, his speed in killing boars increased. Finally, after slaying the 8th boar, the game generously dropped a piece of equipment. Boar hide armor common. HP 40. Physical defense 2. Requirement: none. Wu Shaoqin quickly replaced his cloth armor. His HP increased to 110, and his physical defense to 9. This added a bit more survivability. Just a couple more, and he'll level up, Wu Shaoqin encouraged himself. His poison talent had now stacked to 14 points, showcasing its terrifying potential. With 14 points of damage per second, that translated to 840 true damage per minute. A boar with 2000 HP would now die in just over 2 minutes, needing only 3 hits from him. Soon, he killed 2 more boars. The long-awaited level-up glow enveloped him, and the system notification followed. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. HP 20, MP 10, 5 free attribute points available for allocation. Wu Shaoqin immediately allocated all 5 points to agility, updating his stats. Name: Qinfeng. Level 2. HP: 90-40 total displayed directly in the future. MP: 70. Physical attack: 102. Magic attack: 10. Physical defense: 54. Magic defense: 5. Movement speed: 153. Experience: 10,500. Strength: 5. Intelligence: 5. Constitution: 5. Vitality: 5. Spirit: 5. Agility: 15. Skills: Insight can view information on monsters up to 10 levels higher than own level. Talent: Source of poison. Basic attacks or melee skills inflict a poison that deals 16 true damage per second. Stackable once. Lasts 60 seconds. Prevents healing while active. Trait: Killing a target 5 levels higher than self increases poison damage by 1 point. Killing a boss of the same realm increases poison stack limit by 1, can only trigger once per realm boss. Equipment: Wooden sword starter gear. Physical attack 2. Boar hide armor common gear. HP 40. Physical defense 2. Canvas shoes common gear. Movement speed 3. Physical defense 2. Wu Shaochen had just leveled up but found himself in the awkward situation of not being able to upgrade his talents. He even regretted leveling up too quickly, thinking that those still hunting rabbits might gang up on him if they found out. He decided to explore the level 7 monster area and planned to return to hunting wild boars if he couldn't handle it. With this in mind, Wu Shaochen ventured deeper into the boar forest. The forest was vast, and it took him quite some time to navigate through it. Along the way, he easily outran the wild boars he encountered, thanks to his 18 points in speed, which far outpaced the boar's mere 11 points. After exiting the forest, Wu Shaochen found himself on an open plain. His attention was immediately drawn to a pack of gray wolves roaming the grassland. Wow, so many, he thought, feeling a bit overwhelmed. However, since he was already there, he decided to check their attributes. Finding the nearest wolf, Wu Shaochen used his insight skill. Fortunately, the casting distance was long enough that he didn't have to enter their aggro range. Gray wolf. Level 9. Health 4000. Attack 115. Defense 55. Speed 20. Skill. Bite opens its jaws to bite the target, dealing 150 physical damage with a 50 chance to cause bleeding, losing 5 health per second for 10 seconds. After reading the attributes, Wu Shaochen couldn't help but curse the game's designers. Although the game was controlled by an AI and had no real designers, he didn't dare curse the AI directly and instead vented his frustration on the imaginary designers. Are you kidding me? These are normal monster stats? This is more like a boss. Suddenly, he noticed these were level 9 monsters. So the level 7 and 8 monsters are probably along that middle path, he thought. Better check that out. These wolves are too tough. With that, Wu Shaochen decisively turned around, admitting defeat. Returning to the boar forest, he continued walking. A glint of gold caught his eye, piquing his curiosity. He headed towards the source of the golden light and, after passing through some underbrush, came face-to-face with a gigantic wild boar, at least twice the size of the ones he had encountered before. The giant boar stood on a circle of golden light, a sign of a boss in the game. Wow, a boss! Wu Shaochen exclaimed, immediately using insight to check its attributes. Boar King Bronze Tier Boss. Level 6. Health 50,000. Attack 250. Defense 120. Speed 30. Skill 1. Savage Charge charges forward at high speed, dealing 150 physical damage to targets in its path and stunning them for 1 second. Cooldown 10 seconds. Skill 2. Frenzy. When the Boar King stands on its hind legs, it increases its attack power and speed by 50 for 30 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes. Skill 3. Regeneration. When the Boar King's health drops below 10, it doubles its defense and restores its health to 30 over 10 seconds. During this time, it cannot move or attack. Cooldown 5 minutes. After reading the attributes, Wu Shaochen couldn't help but marvel that this was a real boss. Despite its daunting stats and skills, he realized that his poison ability might be the key to defeating it. He mentally labeled the Boar King as his, remembering that one of his talents allowed him to stack poison layers by killing bosses of equal or higher level, with each layer doubling his damage. However, Wu Shaochen knew now was not the time to challenge it. He needed to gain a few more levels, at least enough to outspeed the boss and survive a hit. He marked the boss's location and left, intending to check out the level 7 monsters. Back at the fork in the road, Wu Shaochen chose the middle path leading to the bamboo forest. Upon entering, he immediately felt the damp, dark environment with poor lighting. Proceeding cautiously, he saw green snakes crawling on the bamboo, flicking their tongues at him, sending a shiver down his spine. He used insight to check the green snake's attributes. Green snake. Level 3. Health 550. Attack 32. Defense 12. Speed 7. Skill Venom. A 50 chance to poison the target upon attack, causing 2 health loss per second for 30 seconds. So, this is where the level 3 monsters are, Wu Shaochen thought. No wonder I didn't encounter them before. These snakes must be a nightmare for many players. They'd rather fight crabs than deal with this venom. But then, remembering his talent, he corrected himself. Wait, venom is a good thing. How can I say it's disgusting? Continuing on, he exited the bamboo forest and entered a thicket. The trees here were small but dense, different from the previous forest. The light remained dim, and after walking for a while, he finally saw some monstrous giant spiders crawling on the trees and the ground. Suppressing his disgust, Wu Shaochen used insight again. Giant spider. Level 7. Health 2500. Attack 90. Defense 40. Speed 13. Skill Web throws a web in a 2-meter range, trapping the target. Trap targets cannot attack or move for 3 seconds. Cooldown 20 seconds. Damn, I can't fight these, Wu Shaochen grumbled. I shouldn't have come this way. These monsters are all counters to me. Frustrated, he decided to temporarily abandon upgrading his talents and return to hunting wild boars. I'll level up a few times, then come back and take down that boar king, he set his goal. Thus, Wu Shaochen returned to the boar forest and resumed his wild boar hunting. With his current poison damage of 16 points per second, he could take down a wild boar in about 2 minutes. Each boar granted 28 experience points, 20 base experience plus 8 bonus points for being 2 levels higher, meaning he needed to kill 18 more boars to reach level 3. While Wu Shaochen fought alone in the boar forest, the plains outside the newbie village were still crowded with countless players vying for the limited rabbits. Despite the vast expanse of the plains and the considerable number of rabbits respawning, they were still in short supply. Among the crowd, a group of over 10 people formed a circle, strategically surrounding several rabbit spawn points. They would weaken the rabbits and then let a haughty young man in the center deliver the final blow. After the young man killed another rabbit, a golden light flashed under his feet, indicating he had leveled up. Congratulations on leveling up, young Master Huang. The surrounding people cheered. Young Master Huang must be the first player to level up in our newbie village. I've been watching the area, and no one else has flashed the level up light. One person flattered. Huang Xiao nodded in satisfaction and allocated all his free attribute points to strength. With an attack power of 22 points, he smiled and said, with 22 attack points, killing these rabbits is a breeze now. Should we check out the level 2 area? No, young Master Huang, someone quickly advised. Our people have been to the level 2 area, and those goats are fierce. We can't handle them yet. Unless a few of us reach level 1 and put all points into Constitution to tank, we won't stand a chance. Damn, this game is so hard, and you can't even spend money to progress. It's frustrating, Huang Xiao complained. After some thought, he asked, has anyone in our group found any equipment? Gather all the gear and give it to me. I want to gear up and get to the level 2 area as soon as possible. I'm sick of these rabbits. None of us have found any equipment yet, someone responded. The drop rate in this game is ridiculously low. Despite our numbers, we haven't seen a single piece of gear. No one has listed any equipment on the auction house either. Damn it. Huang Xiao cursed then ordered. Keep an eye on the auction house. If anyone lists equipment, buy it immediately. Yes, sir. The group responded in unison. Shaochen Wu was harvesting wild boars at a rate of 1 every 2 minutes. Each boar dropped at least 2 copper coins and a tusk, which was fairly decent. His movements were smooth and efficient, like a precision harvesting machine. That's the 13th one. Shaochen muttered to himself after poisoning another boar to death. He walked over to the corpse to collect his loot. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Hey, another piece of gear. Excited, he picked up the gear next to the corpse and examined it carefully. A pig-slaying knife, white quality, physical attack 12, no additional requirements. His excitement quickly faded. Really? This doesn't seem useful. A few more attack points or a few less don't make a difference. I can't break through their defense anyway. Looking at the ugly pig-slaying knife in his hand, Shaochen grimaced. Ugly thing. Doesn't even look better than the beginner's wooden sword. He didn't bother equipping it, and instead considered other options. Maybe I should list it on the auction house and see if anyone wants it. The Oracle auction system was quite convenient. Players could open the auction interface to browse items and search by category. They could purchase items directly without returning to town, and they could also list items for sale, choosing between cash transactions or in-game currency. Successful cash transactions would automatically transfer the amount to the linked bank account. Shaochen opened the auction interface but found it empty. He was momentarily puzzled. Why isn't anyone selling anything? How much should I list this pig-slaying knife for? There's no reference price. After some thought, he muttered. How about listing it for 500 bucks? It's the only piece of gear in the auction house. It should sell for 500, right? Given how low the drop rate is in this game, desperately needing cash, he chose the cash transaction option. When selecting the auction method, Shaochen noticed he could choose between a fixed price or a bidding mode. Since I don't know the market price, why not just go with the bidding mode? That seems good. For once, he had something nice to say. However, when he saw the fees 10 for fixed price and 15 for bidding, couldn't help but complain. That's a ripoff. Reluctantly, he consoled himself. Well, it is what it is. They're the developers after all. Finally, Shaochen chose to list it anonymously, in bidding mode, for a duration of 10 minutes. After confirming, he went back to slaying boars. Meanwhile, discussions about the newly listed gear were buzzing all over the newbie village. On the rabbit meadow at the village entrance, a boy excitedly ran to Huang Xiao. Huang Xiao, Huang Xiao, there's a weapon in the auction house with 12 physical attack. Huang Xiao immediately responded. What are you waiting for? Buy it. Is it in-game currency? The boy explained, no, it's a cash transaction, but it's set to bidding mode. Bidding time is 10 minutes. Huang Xiao calmly said, if it's cash, then it doesn't matter. Just make sure to win it. Any problem that can be solved with money isn't a problem. Elsewhere, 5 young men were methodically killing rabbits. Suddenly, one of them frowned and said, Junlin, there's gear in the auction house. The handsome man called Junlin looked puzzled. Oh, based on our observations, rabbits in the newbie village shouldn't drop gear. Did someone kill a level 2 goat? Another young man replied, that's unlikely. Even with our strength, we can't handle those goats yet. Maybe when we all reach level 1. It must be crazy luck from killing rabbits. Junlin pondered for a moment and said, can we contact the seller? Maybe we can pay extra for information. The young man shook his head. No, the listing is anonymous. Junlin said seriously. All right then, there's nothing we can do. If necessary, make sure to win the bid. Even though it's a white quality item, 12 attack is very useful early on. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man approached a tall, elegant woman wearing a white veil and said softly, Miss, there's gear in the auction house. The woman's eyes lit up. She opened the auction house and saw the only item listed. She nodded. A white quality item with 12 attack. It seems gear has a significant boost in this game. Let's see if we can win it. Excitement about the white quality item spread throughout Newbie Village 8365, causing quite a stir. Holy crap, someone listed gear in the auction house. Finally, some gear. Damn, this game's drop rate is ridiculous. I've been playing for over an hour and haven't seen a single piece of gear. I thought this game didn't drop gear. A basic white quality item with 12 attack? That would double my attack power. Wake up, look at the current price. It's already over 10,000. It's just a white item. Rich people really don't care about money. Holy crap, you're right. I'd better keep grinding. Maybe the next rabbit will drop gear for me. 10,000 bucks could last me for months. The middle-aged man returned to the elegant woman and said softly, Miss, the price is now 12,000. Should we keep bidding? The woman calmly replied, bid up to 15,000. Anything higher isn't worth it. Everyone should be able to get gear soon. On Junlin's side, a young man reported, Junlin, a lot of people are eyeing this item. The price has already surged to 15,000, way beyond its actual value. Junlin analyzed, that's normal. It's the first piece of gear and a weapon, no less. It's crucial early on, especially given the game's low drop rate. Otherwise, a white quality item wouldn't fetch such a high price. Add another 2,000. If it goes beyond that, let it go. Soon, we'll be able to farm plenty of gear ourselves. Once Xiaobei and Linzi reach level 1, we can start on the goats. Back with Huang Xiao, the boy asked, Huang Xiao, should we keep bidding? Huang Xiao scoffed, keep going. I've got money to burn. Do these people really think they can outbid me? To him, it didn't matter if it was worth it. He just enjoyed the thrill of being better than others. Meanwhile, Shaochen Wu, the cause of all this commotion, was obliviously continuing his boar-killing spree with his rogue tactics. He grumbled, if only the poison did a bit more damage, I could kill them in 2 hits instead of 3. Annoying. Blame that stupid spider and its useless skill. I can't even farm talents properly. This is the 18th one. Killing this will level me up, Shaochen muttered as he led the boar around, watching its health drop slowly. With his speed of 18, killing boars was now effortless. Soon, the boar fell. The system notification chimed. Ding, you have leveled up, health 20, mana 10, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Please allocate them wisely. Reaching level 3, Shaochen added all 5 points to agility again. His agility reached 20, speed 23, health 150, mana 80, with everything else unchanged. Experience, 141000. Level 4 requires 1000 experience points. Each level 3 boar gives 26 experience points, so I need to kill 38 more to level up, Shaochen complained. Just then, the system chimed again. Ding, your item listed in the auction house has been purchased. Transaction amount, 20,000 yuan. After deducting a 3,000 yuan fee, 17,000 yuan has been transferred to your linked bank account. What? 20,000 yuan? Shaochen was stunned. He quickly checked the transaction record to confirm the amount, then checked his bank balance. Seeing 17,700 yuan, he swallowed hard and pinched himself to make sure he wasn't dreaming. A goofy grin spread across Shaochen's face. Just this piece of junk fetched almost half a year's salary. Who'd believe it? Damn, there are a lot of rich people in this game. His mood soared, and even the wild boars ahead seemed friendlier. With just this one item, I've already recouped the cost of the game helmet and made an extra 7,000 yuan. No more worrying about sleeping under a bridge. Time to keep farming boars. They're basically money bags. After spending over an hour, Wu Shaochen managed to kill 38 wild boars, leveling up to level 4. The system notification sounded, and he gained 20 health points and 10 mana points. Without hesitation, he allocated all his attribute points to agility. During this long hunting session, Wu Shaochen finally got another piece of equipment, a wild boar hide helmet. He carefully checked its attributes, 30 health, 3 defense, with no requirements to equip. Recalling the information he had received from the oracle, He knew that in the equipment classification, clothes, pants, belts, and helmets were considered defensive gear, mainly adding health and defense, while weapons, rings, bracelets, and necklaces were offensive gear, primarily adding attack and critical hit attributes. Shoes mainly increase speed. Of course, this classification was not absolute. Although these pieces of equipment could fetch a significant amount of money at auction, Wu Shaochen decided to arm himself first, thinking of the formidable Wild Boar King. His goal was clear: take down the Wild Boar King as soon as possible, which would be a truly lucrative endeavor. After putting on the newly acquired helmet, Wu Shaochen's attributes significantly improved. His health reached 200 points, defense increased to 12 points, and agility to 25 points. With the bonus from his shoes, his movement speed reached 28 points. He calculated that if he leveled up once more, his speed would surpass the Wild Boar King's, making it feasible to challenge it. As Wu Shaochen pondered whether to challenge the wild wolves, he suddenly remembered the importance of talents. As a key to reaching the pinnacle of his life, he couldn't miss any opportunity to grind for talents. However, after careful consideration, he shook his head. The wild wolf skills had 150 attack, dealing 172 points of damage, which, even after deducting his defense, would still result in 160 points of damage, plus 50 points of bleeding effect, enough to kill him. Reluctantly, Wu Shaochen continued hunting wild boars. He glanced at his experience points, 42,000. Fighting level 6 wild boars at level 4 gave a 20 experience bonus, with each wild boar providing 24 experience points. This meant he needed to kill 84 more wild boars to level up. He set a goal for himself: to obtain 2 more pieces of defensive gear before leveling up, then he could consider challenging the wild wolves. Meanwhile, several groups of players had gathered in the level 2 goat area. Among them, the Junlin team was fighting methodically. Nan Feng retreated to heal, Hao Ran stepped up, and the others continued their attacks. With their coordinated efforts, the goat soon fell. Junlin, it dropped equipment, Hao Ran exclaimed excitedly, holding a newly dropped helmet. Junlin breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we got a piece of equipment. This was the 30th goat they had killed. As veterans in various online games, they had never been so embarrassed. The difficulty of this game made them question their abilities. Why are the attributes so poor? Hao Ran looked at the helmet in disappointment. What are the attributes? Junlin asked. 10 health, 1 defense, Hao Ran replied helplessly. Junlin calmly said, it seems helmets have lower attributes. Since it adds health and defense, Hao Ran, you should equip it. Let's keep going. As long as we can get equipment, we'll eventually have everything we need. In contrast, other teams were struggling much more. Their skills and awareness were clearly inferior to Junlin's team, making it difficult to handle level 2 goats, often resulting in deaths. Back to Wu Shaochen. He spent another hour killing 32 wild boars and finally got another piece of equipment, a wild boar belt. Its attributes were 30 health, 3 defense, also with no requirements to equip. After putting on the belt, Wu Shaochen's health reached 230 points, and his defense increased to 15 points. Not bad, he muttered to himself. One more piece of defensive gear, and I'll go after the wild wolves. He glanced at the 3 bottles of red potions in his backpack, small potions that restored 10 health per second for 10 seconds. Wu Shaochen calculated that if necessary, he would use some potions to grind a few more talent points. He knew that after reaching level 5, he would have to find level 10 monsters to grind talents, which would be even more challenging. The higher the monster's level, the greater the attribute gap between levels. With this in mind, Wu Shaochen continued grinding. After nearly another hour, he killed 28 more wild boars and finally got another piece of equipment. However, when he picked it up, he was a bit frustrated. It was another wild boar hide armor. Sigh, I'll just put it up for auction, Wu Shaochen sighed but quickly cheered up. But thinking about the significant amount of money coming in, I'm feeling much better. He quickly listed the wild boar hide armor on the auction house, using a bidding mode with a 10-minute timer and choosing anonymous auction to avoid private message harassment. Wu Shaochen understood the importance of silent wealth accumulation. As the wild boar hide armor went up for auction, the entire novice village buzzed with excitement, with various factions participating in the bidding. At this moment, Junlin was staring at the wild boar hide armor in the auction house, frowning. What's wrong, Junlin? Is there a problem with this equipment? Hao Ran asked. Junlin didn't answer directly but instead asked, what are the attributes of your helmet? 10 health, 1 defense, Hao Ran replied. Junlin then turned to Xiaobei. Xiaobei, what are the attributes of the shoes we just got? 1 speed, 1 defense, Xiaobei answered. With Xiaobei's response, the others also realized something. As top players in the online gaming community, their understanding of the game was far beyond average. Junlin analyzed seriously, our equipment attributes are all 2 points, but the auction house equipment has 6 points, including the previous boar-slaying knife, equivalent to 6 strength points. These 2 pieces of equipment must have been dropped by the same type of monster, likely by the same person. This kind of attribute equipment couldn't have been dropped by rabbits. According to our calculations, it's likely dropped by level 6 monsters. Are you kidding me? Level 6 monsters? Howran exclaimed in disbelief. We're struggling with level 2 monsters, and you're telling me someone can kill level 6 monsters? Lindsay also chimed in. Yeah, unless they're hacking, how could anyone kill level 6 monsters? Given this game's difficulty, level 6 monsters could probably kill us easily. Nan Feng calmly analyzed. This game likely doesn't have hacks. Xiaobei, go check if there are any wild boar monsters and see their level and attributes. Given the equipment name, it should be dropped by wild boars, likely in the forest to the left of the fork ahead. Elsewhere, a woman in white instructed the middle-aged man behind her, Uncle Lu. Can you help me find wild boar monsters and check their attributes? Soon, Xiaobei returned, his face serious as he shared the wild boar attributes he had found with the group. Damn, 2000 health, 70 attack, 30 defense. You're telling me someone can kill that with our current capabilities? Howran exclaimed in disbelief. Junlin also fell silent. Such an attribute gap was beyond what skill and awareness could compensate for. Forget it, let's not think about it, Junlin finally said. Since we're in the same novice village, we'll meet eventually. When that time comes, we'll see what cards they have. If this equipment is really dropped by level 6 monsters, we can't fight them yet. Let's see if we can get this equipment. A 6-point attribute boost is significant. Elsewhere, the woman in white looked at the wild boar attributes shared by the middle-aged man and said after a long silence, try to get this equipment. At this moment, Huang Xiao, who had raised the bid to 20,000, looked around smugly, seeing no one else competing. No one else bidding at just 20,000? Bunch of paupers. As the bidding time neared its end, Huang Xiao calmly waited for the transaction notification. However, in the last second, 2 bids appeared simultaneously. One for 25,000 and another for 30,000. In the end, the player who bid 30,000 won the equipment. Damn! Outsmarted. Huang Xiao shouted in frustration, holding the wild boar hide armor. Howran admired Junlin. You're so smart, Junlin, predicting that someone would think like us. I was about to bid 21,000. If I did, we might not have gotten this equipment. Meanwhile, the woman in white heard the system notification. Ding, auction failed. The amount has been refunded to your linked bank account. She frowned, thinking her last second bid of 5,000 would secure the win, only to be outpredicted. Ding. A system notification interrupted Wu Shaochen's thoughts. His auction item had sold successfully, and after deducting the fees, 25,500 yuan had been transferred to his bank account. Holy crap! Why did the price go up? Wu Shaochen exclaimed as he clicked on the transaction record. This didn't make sense. The second item shouldn't be worth more than the first, especially since the first one was a weapon. He had originally planned to set the price at 15,000 yuan, but luckily, he hadn't done that. Checking his bank balance, the number 43,200 yuan made Wu Shaochen burst into a silly grin. He had never seen so much money in his life. It felt like a dream. Just as he was lost in his happy thoughts, a sudden bang sent him flying, crashing heavily into a tree. Stars danced in his vision, and he felt dizzy for a moment. Damn, you sneak attacked me. Wu Shaochen cursed loudly. He suddenly remembered he was fighting monsters and had let his guard down while daydreaming about money. After fighting so many wild boars, he finally experienced their brutal charge firsthand. While he was still dizzy, the wild boar charged at him again. Fortunately, Wu Shaochen's health was now at 230. If this had happened when he was level 3, he would have been sent back to town. Although dying in the newbie village didn't cause level loss, it did result in equipment loss. In Oracle, death always meant losing equipment, and now that his gear was so valuable, losing even one piece would be heartbreaking. Wu Shaochen turned and slashed at the wild boar, cursing as he ran. Damn, that hurts. Even at 5 pain sensitivity, it feels like getting hit in the kidneys. He glared at the relentless boar. You're dead meat. Under the combined assault of Wu Shaochen's poison and relentless attacks, the wild boar finally collapsed after 2 minutes, dropping 2 copper coins, a tusk, and a piece of equipment. Hey, that equipment dropped pretty quickly this time. Looks like compensation, Wu Shaochen muttered as he picked up the item. It was a pair of wild boar skin pants, white quality, with 40 health and 2 defense, and no wearing requirements. He quickly put them on and opened his character interface to check his stats. Stats list omitted, same as the original. Looking at his stats, Wu Shaochen frowned. These stats still weren't enough to fight wild wolves, but with all his defensive gear on, the only way to improve was to level up. However, that would be pointless. He started calculating again. Wild wolves had 4,000 health points, and his poison damage was now at 16 points. It would take 5 applications of poison to kill a wild wolf, meaning he'd have to get hit 5 times. If it were just normal attacks, he would only take 98 points of damage after deducting defense, and with his current recovery rate of 2 points per second, he would heal up in 50 seconds. But skills would deal 155 points of damage, and the bleeding effect was the real problem. During bleeding, he wouldn't be considered out of combat, and would have to wait 10 seconds after the bleeding stopped to start regenerating. This left only 40 seconds of recovery time, which would only restore 80 health points. He'd have to use potions. Looking at the 6 small health potions in his inventory, Wu Shaochen made up his mind. Let's do this. Worst case, I'll drink potions. If I can kill one, that's one more talent point. With his decision made, Wu Shaochen headed for the wild wolf area. He quickly passed through the wild boar forest and arrived at the wild wolf plains. Seeing the packs of wolves made him a bit nervous. Luring monsters was a skill in itself. Not knowing the aggro range of the monsters, it was hard to lure just one. Fortunately, Wu Shaochen was now faster than the wolves. If he lured too many, he could always run back to the wild boar forest, and the monsters wouldn't chase him beyond their territory. Carefully approaching the nearest group of wolves, Wu Shaochen tried to lure one out. But as soon as he entered their aggro range, 4 or 5 wolves pounced on him. Damn it! So many! Wu Shaochen turned and ran until he reached the wild boar forest. Only then did the wolves slowly return to their original spots. After several attempts over about 10 minutes, he finally managed to lure a lone, clueless wolf away from the pack. With a sinister smile, Wu Shaochen slashed at the approaching wolf. Perhaps angered by his grin, the wolf bit him immediately. The system notified him, "Ding, you have been affected by bleeding, losing 5 health points per second for 10 seconds. God damn it." Wu Shaochen almost swore out loud. What rotten luck to get hit with a bleed effect right away. He quickly ran in circles, keeping the wolf at bay while he reluctantly drank a health potion. With their low drop rate, each potion used felt like a loss. Timing it right, he struck the wolf again just as the poison was about to wear off. The wolf clawed back, but luckily, it wasn't a skill attack. Wu Shaochen felt relieved. Unfortunately, on his third attack, he was bitten again, triggering another bleeding effect. Isn't the bleed chance supposed to be 50? Why does it happen every time? He growled, drinking another health potion. Using 2 potions on one wolf was not cost-effective. Fourth attack, normal hit, no problem. Fifth attack, another bite, but no bleed. Even if the last hit caused bleeding, he wouldn't need a potion. He could just wait it out before luring the next wolf. Soon, the first wild wolf fell. The system notified him, "Ding, you have gained 40 experience points for killing a wild wolf. Level 5 bonus, 20 extra experience points. Ding, talent triggered, poison damage increased by 1 point." Hearing the long-awaited notification, Wu Shaochen felt it was all worth it, despite using 2 health potions. Looting the wolf's corpse, he found it had dropped 4 copper coins and a wolf claw, similar to the wild boar tusk. He made a mental note to check if there were any quests for these items when he returned to the village. The wolves gave a lot of experience. Killing 6 more would level him up, which meant he could only improve his talent 6 more times. So annoying. Why is the experience so high? Wu Shaochen grumbled. He resumed luring wolves. This time it was quicker, as the spot where he had lured the first wolf had created a gap in the pack, making it easier to lure another one. With his talent at 17 points, he only needed 4 attacks to kill a wolf, saving 1 hit. Unfortunately, his luck didn't improve. Out of 4 attacks, 3 were skill hits, and 2 caused bleeding. He reluctantly drank 2 more health potions, cursing the wolves. The wolf fell, and his talent increased to 18 points. With only 2 health potions left in his inventory, Wu Shaochen decided not to push his luck. If he encountered multiple skill and bleeding attacks, he'd be in trouble. Despite the low odds, his bad luck made it seem likely. He felt the game's AI was out to get him. Forget it. I'll go back to the village to buy more potions, he decided. Fighting wild boars no longer interested him. He wanted to farm wolves. Looking at the over 200 copper coins in his inventory, Wu Shaochen thought, once I buy more potions, I'll farm here to my heart's content. Money makes the world go round. On his way back, Wu Shaochen pondered for a moment and decided to keep a low profile. He removed his high-level gear, donned the beginner's cloth armor, and armed himself with a wooden sword before heading towards the village. Although he wasn't sure about other players' equipment, his efficiency in defeating higher-level monsters ensured his gains far surpassed the average. Returning to the goat area, the sight confirmed his suspicions. Countless players were grouped in 3s and 5s, attacking goats, all clad in the same beginner's cloth armor and wielding wooden swords. Occasionally, a few players with different gear could be seen, but they were a rare sight. Wu Shaochen felt relieved for his foresight. Wearing his high-level equipment would have certainly attracted unwanted attention. He quickly walked through the goat area, unaware that a woman wearing a white face veil was thoughtfully watching him leave. This person's speed seems unusual, she mused. Even with all points in agility, at level 2, he shouldn't be that fast. What's wrong, miss? Is there something odd about that person? Uncle Lu asked, following her gaze, but the figure had already disappeared. It's nothing. The woman shook her head. Perhaps I'm just being too sensitive. Wu Shaochen soon arrived back in the village. It was almost deserted, as most players were out hunting monsters. He decided to see if there were any quests he could take on. He walked straight to an old man with white hair standing at the village entrance, guessing he might be the village chief. "Hello, village chief. Is there anything I can help you with?" Wu Shaochen asked politely. "Adventurer, you're too weak to help me right now," the village chief replied. "Why don't you go and see if Granny Lu in the north of the village needs any assistance?" With no other option, Wu Shaochen headed north. He soon spotted an elderly woman sitting in a chair, basking in the sun, and approached her. "Hello, Granny Lu. Is there anything I can help you with?" "Oh, hello, adventurer," the old woman said. "I do have a problem. Recently, rabbits have been overrunning the village outskirts, eating all my carrots. Could you help me get rid of those pesky rabbits?" A system prompt immediately followed. "Ding! Granny Lu has given you a quest. Kill rabbits on the plains and bring back 10 rabbit furs. Reward, 10 EXP, 10 copper coins. Do you accept?" Wu Shaochen thought to himself, "That's it." Compared to killing wolves, the reward seemed insignificant. He declined without hesitation, quickly walking away under Granny Lu's disappointed gaze. He continued wandering around the newbie village and noticed a farmer sitting at his doorstep with a worried expression. Sensing a potential quest, Wu Shaochen approached him. "Hello, sir. Is there anything I can help you with?" The farmer's eyes lit up. "Hello, adventurer. I've been having some trouble lately. Wild boars have been appearing in the forest, ruining my crops. Could you help me get rid of them?" Another system prompt sounded. "Ding! The farmer has given you a quest. Kill wild boars in the forest and bring back 50 boar tusks. Reward, 500 EXP, 200 copper coins. Do you accept?" With over 100 boar tusks in his inventory, Wu Shaochen accepted the quest without hesitation. However, just as he was about to submit the quest, he realized a crucial issue. Submitting it now would level him up, which would hinder his talent grinding. He quickly stashed the boar tusks back in his inventory, inwardly cursing the old man for trying to rob him of his talent. Since the quest had no time limit, he decided to return and submit it only when he could no longer grind talents in the newbie village. That way, he could complete all the quests at once, prioritizing copper coins over experience points. With that in mind, Wu Shaochen headed for the pharmacy. Other quests could wait. Grinding talents was his top priority. At the pharmacy, he checked the item list and found that red potions were priced at 20 copper coins each. His face darkened. The price was 10 times higher than he had expected. He had thought his 200 copper coins would buy him over 100 bottles, but it was only enough for 10. Robbery. Sheer robbery. Wu Shaochen grumbled through clenched teeth, but ultimately bought 10 bottles. With only 16 copper coins left in his inventory, he felt a pang of heartache. Each coin had been painstakingly collected. He then went to the general store and sold the extra 81 boar tusks. The quest required 50, and he had 131. So he sold the surplus since the same quest could only be completed once unless it was a chain quest. After earning 81 copper coins, he returned to the pharmacy to buy 4 more red potions, then headed out of the village. As he walked, Wu Shaochen opened the chat channel for the first time. He had been so busy killing monsters that he hadn't checked it, feeling almost disconnected from the game's social aspect. It was high time to see what everyone was talking about. Currently, only the regional and private chat channels were available. He opened the regional chat, which was buzzing with activity. Looking for a team to hunt goats, preferably level 1 or higher with full strength or vitality build. Need 2 full strength DPS for goat hunting. Anyone willing to help me hunt goats? Just reached level 1. Damn, I got killed again. Good thing you don't lose levels before level 10. Or I'd be back to hunting rabbits. These goats hit too hard. Seeing the chat filled with discussions about goat hunting, Wu Shaochen couldn't help but shake his head. Thanks to his talent for taking on higher level monsters, he didn't have to compete for kills like everyone else. I heard a few level 2 pros went to fight level 3 monsters, but came back soon after. Are level 3 monsters that scary? Absolutely. I checked the green snake stats, and its poison is nasty. Without potions, it's impossible to grind. The shop prices are outrageous, so the pros probably gave up on the green snake. At that moment, Junlin and his team, who had just returned from the bamboo forest, looked grim. Let's go back to hunting goats. Forget about the green snake. We'll aim for level 4 crabs after leveling up and getting better gear, Junlin suggested. Yeah, fighting the green snake isn't worth it. It consumes too many potions, Nanfeng agreed. Ugh, but this way, we'll fall further behind that guy, Howard sighed. Our talents shine in the late game, so there's no need to compete with him now, Junlin reassured. His talent is probably most useful in the early stages. By the time we reach the end game, surpassing him won't be hard given our skills. Wu Shaochen soon returned to the wolf area. Looking at the 16 potions in his bag, he felt a surge of confidence. After a few minutes of luring out a wolf, he engaged in battle without hesitation. Ding! The system notification chimed. Wu Shaochen had killed a wild wolf and gained 40 experience points. Due to the level difference, he received an extra 20 points. Immediately, his talent trait activated, increasing his poison damage by 1 point. Then, the level up notification followed as expected. The system voice rang out again. Congratulations! You have leveled up, health 20, mana 10, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Please allocate them wisely. Wu Shaochen quickly consumed 7 potions and killed 5 more wild wolves. The level up notification appeared again, but he looked troubled. Sigh. I can't farm my talent anymore. He allocated all his attribute points to agility, and his stats changed accordingly. Level: LV4 LV5. Health: 270 290. Mana: 9100. Agility: 2530. Movement speed: 2833. Poison damage: 23. Wu Shaochen approached the wolf corpses and picked up 4 copper coins and wolf claws. To his surprise, he discovered a piece of jewelry he had never seen before. Wolf Fong necklace, common quality. Physical attack 10. Critical hit rate 1. Requirement: none. Wu Shaochen blinked and thought, this is a pretty good piece of equipment, definitely top tier for a common item. The 1 critical hit rate is quite remarkable. He pondered for a moment, but this isn't useful for me. Poison damage can't crit. Early attack gear isn't very useful for me. Equipment with skills will be more valuable later on. Since it's not useful, I'll sell it. Making some money sounds great. He quickly listed the item anonymously, set the auction to last 10 minutes, and confirmed. Soon, the regional chat exploded. Holy crap! Check the auction house. An observant player shouted in the chat upon noticing the new listing. Wow! A necklace that adds 10 attack and 1 crit rate. I just got a weapon from a goat that only adds 4 attack. Why is there such a huge difference between common items? Yeah, the armor I got can't compare to the boar hide armor listed earlier. Was it dropped by a high-level monster? Hey, seller, can you tell us where you got that necklace? I want to camp there. Same here. I need that item. Huang Xiao's eyes were glued to the necklace in the auction house. Last time, he got sniped at the last second, and he was still bitter about it. For someone who invested all his points into attack, this necklace was a massive upgrade, even more so than the weapon he bought for 20,000. The 1 crit rate was especially enticing, a game changer from nothing to something. On the other side, Junlin looked at the necklace in the auction house, his eyes burning with desire. Junlin, this gear suits your talent perfectly, Nanfeng said seriously. They all knew Junlin's talent. Increased critical hit damage by 100. This meant that while others had double damage on crits, he had triple. But without crits, his talent was useless. We can't let this item go, Junlin said firmly. Similarly, a masked woman also showed a strong determination to obtain the necklace. As soon as the item was listed, the price skyrocketed, clearly indicating high demand. However, in this newbie village, there were only 3 major factions. This time, Wu Shaochen kept a close watch on the auction. While the previous surprises were thrilling, he wanted to see how high the bidding would go. In less than 5 minutes, the price had already surpassed 20,000, and Wu Shaochen was overjoyed. As the timer approached 9 minutes, the price settled at 30,000. Fewer bids were coming in, not because people couldn't afford it, but because they felt it wasn't worth it. Huang Xiao, no one's bidding anymore. This necklace is definitely yours this time, a young man said. No, remember what happened last time? Someone will definitely snipe it at the last second. Increase the bid to 50,000 in the final second. I want to ensure those snipers get nothing, Huang Xiao said with a smirk. As the timer hit the final second, multiple bids appeared simultaneously, with the winning bid reaching 60,000. Damn it, playing dirty. Huang Xiao was so furious he nearly lashed out at his subordinate. It wasn't the money he lost, but the psychological battle. Seeing the failed bid notification, the masked woman sighed. She had bid 50,000, thinking it was the item's maximum value. She couldn't understand why someone would pay 60,000 for a common item. Everything has a limit, right? No matter how good the stats, it's still a piece of gear that would be obsolete in a day or two. Uncle Liu, am I missing something about this game? The woman asked the middle-aged man beside her. Miss, I've never played games before. Do you know why your father had me enter this game? Uncle Liu asked. Is it because my father plans to invest in the game? Because you have the sharpest eye for opportunities, and he's counting on you to see if it's worth investing, the woman asked. Yes, miss, you're very perceptive. Would you like to hear my understanding of this game? Uncle Liu said. The woman nodded. Uncle Liu said gravely, I believe this isn't just a game but humanity's second world, a spiritual world. It will eventually encompass all of humanity's spiritual life. I plan to recommend to your father that we transfer most of our real-world assets into the game. The woman's eyes widened, and after a long pause, she said, I understand what to do now. Elsewhere, Junlin equipped the necklace, a smile playing on his lips. 60,000, Junlin. Are you sure a common item is worth it? Howren asked, pained by the cost. It's worth it. Jewelry has a low drop rate, and a piece that adds crit is rare. This item will likely carry me through the newbie village. The investment will pay off many times over later. This game is unlike any other. It's our chance, and we must seize it, Junlin said seriously. Okay. At that moment, the system notification chimed again. Ding! Your auction item has been sold. Final price, 60,000. After a 9,000 fee, 51,000 has been transferred to your linked bank account. Wu Shaochen was stunned. He knew the necklace would fetch a higher price than his previous items, but never expected it to reach 60,000. When he saw the 30,000 bid, he thought that was it, but the final second brought a huge surprise. There are so many rich people. Wu Shaochen marveled. Before entering the game, he had only 700 in savings and was worried about rent. In less than 6 hours, his savings were nearing 6 figures. It was beyond his wildest dreams. Keep going, I won't rent anymore. I have a dream now. I want to buy a house, Wu Shaochen muttered excitedly, his eyes shining with hope. Let's check the attributes of the level 10 monsters first to see if we can handle them. If we can continue farming for talents. Wu Shaochen crossed the wild wolf plains, followed by a pack of wild wolves. These aggressive monsters would chase players within their aggro range, but with his 33 points of movement speed, Wu Shaochen didn't mind they couldn't catch him. After walking for a while, a valley appeared ahead. From a distance, he could see a few majestic silver wolves roaming inside. Wu Shaochen felt a chill. If he still needed health potions to fight regular wolves, these ones looked even tougher. At the mouth of the valley, he cast an insight spell on the nearest silver wolf. Silver wolf. Level 10. HP 6,000. Attack 140. Defense 60. Speed 30. Skills Swift Strike. Unleashes a howl that grants 50 attack speed and movement speed for 30 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes. Wu Shaochen immediately realized he couldn't handle this type of monster and turned to leave without hesitation. He decided to log off and grab something to eat. He had been playing for 6 hours and had only eaten a piece of bread all day, which his body couldn't take. Finding a safe spot to log off, he removed his helmet and sat up from the bed. Suddenly feeling his stomach churn, he rushed to the bathroom. He ended up staying there for more than half an hour, completely drained. Stumbling out, Wu Shaochen thought irritably that the bread from lunch must have been expired. He promised himself not to eat random food again. Sitting on the only worn-out sofa in his rented room, he took out his phone and ordered a family meal bucket. He had planned to go out to eat, but walking was too much effort now, so he opted for delivery. After placing the order, Wu Shaochen started browsing forums. Almost all the posts were about oracles, and 2 out of the top 3 pin posts were about him, each with millions of views. 1. Speculations on high attribute equipment frequently appearing in Auction House of Novice Village 8365. 2. Whiteboard equipment in Auction House of Novice Village 8365 sold for 60,000. 3. Discovered Novice Village Boss Wild Boar King. Attributes attached. Experts looking to defeat the boss can check it out. Wu Shaochen clicked on the first post with interest. It was by someone claiming to be a game analyst, speculating about the equipment he had listed, and they were quite accurate. The post had tens of thousands of comments, with most people accusing him of cheating and calling for an investigation. Only a few suggested it might be skill, but those comments were quickly drowned out. What surprised Wu Shaochen was an official reply to the post. Oracles has no cheats. This straightforward response shut down any further speculation. After reading the post, Wu Shaochen thought to himself that he needed to hurry and kill the Wild Boar King. Although no one could defeat it anytime soon, he didn't like the idea of being watched. 10 minutes later, his food arrived. After a hearty meal, Wu Shaochen lay down on the bed, put on his helmet, and logged back in. Appearing at the spot where he had logged off, he checked his attributes. He couldn't handle the Wild Boar King yet, and fighting the wolves would waste potions. Feeling frustrated, he wondered if he had to go back to fighting wild boars, which he was sick of by now. He decided to check out the level 8 monsters instead. If he could handle them, he might get different equipment, and maybe with some luck, he could gather enough attributes to fight the Wild Boar King. Level 8 monsters should be past the spiders. Wu Shaochen reminded himself to be careful not to get caught in spider webs while passing through the spider forest, as even with his current attributes, he couldn't withstand too many hits. Navigating through the spider forest with his high movement speed, he reached the deeper parts safely. Finally, he encountered the level 8 monsters, but seeing the toads made him feel uneasy. Toad. Level 8. HP 3,200. Attack 100. Defense 48. Speed 15. Skills Tongue Strike. Extends its tongue to hit a target, ignoring 50 defense and causing 145 physical damage, reducing the target's movement speed by 30. Cooldown 10 seconds. After careful calculation, Wu Shaochen found that he could handle it. Even with the skill ignoring 50 defense, it would only deal 137 damage to him, and he had 290 HP, so he wasn't worried. With his 23 points of poison damage, he could kill it in 3 hits. Even if his movement speed was reduced by 30, he would still have 20 points of speed, which was enough. Despite their ugliness, Wu Shaochen decided to endure it for the sake of leveling up. Each level 8 toad gave him 30 experience points, plus an extra 9 points for being 3 levels higher, totaling 39 points per kill. He needed to kill 77 toads to level up. Besides 4 copper coins, toads also dropped some sticky saliva, likely a quest item. And so, Wu Shaochen began his toad-killing spree. Meanwhile, some of the leading players in the novice village had reached level 3 and started targeting crabs. They had a few pieces of equipment, with the strongest groups fully equipped with defensive gear, although mostly low attribute items from goats, offering little improvement. Even in groups of 5, the crabs were still too strong for players at this stage, making the fights very challenging. At this moment, a pair of shoes appeared on the auction house, priced at 10,000 yuan, and was snapped up in a second. Holy crap, what just happened? I think I saw a pair of shoes appear and then disappear. Holy crap, really? I checked the auction house records, and it was a pair of shoes with 5 attributes, priced at 10,000 yuan. It must have been listed by that expert. Who the hell has such fast reflexes? Must be single for 30 years. Wu Shaochen stared blankly at the auction interface, blinking in disbelief. The canvas shoes he had just listed for auction were sold almost immediately, even before his finger had left the confirm button. These shoes had dropped when he defeated his first sea turtle and had been with him for a long time. He only swapped them out when he got new shoes from defeating a toad. He had planned to list them for 10,000 gold coins to test the waters, thinking he could lower the price if there were no takers since they were second-hand shoes. To his surprise, the value of the equipment far exceeded his expectations, and the used shoes were in such high demand. Wu Shaochen glanced down at his newly acquired toad boots, which increased his movement speed by 5 and defense by 3, bringing his total movement speed to 35 and defense to 18. He nodded to himself in approval. "Keep fighting," he muttered, diving back into the battle. For the next 2 hours, Wu Shaochen focused on farming toads. He took down 77 toads, which finally leveled him up to level 6. During this time, he also acquired 3 pieces of equipment: a toad belt health 40, defense 4, a toad helmet health 40, defense 4, and a toad ring health 20, physical attack 8, attack speed 1. Since the ring added an extra 20 health points, Wu Shaochen decided to wear it himself. He listed his old boar belt and boar helmet on the auction house, setting a 10-minute bidding period. When the time was up, both items sold for 30,000 gold each. As players leveled up and upgraded their gear, level 6 boar equipment was no longer as attractive. Meanwhile, a veiled woman sighed in relief. "Finally bought one. I can't believe the prices for whiteboard gear are still so high even after the server has been open for this long." Uncle Lu, standing nearby, explained, "Everyone knows by now that even whiteboard gear varies in attributes. High attribute gear naturally costs more, but the prices will drop soon as players level up and get better equipment. The gear in the newbie village changes every hour." The woman pondered. What kind of person can take down such high-level monsters? Could it be a large group using numbers to their advantage? Uncle Lu shook his head. Impossible. If it were a large group, the commotion would be noticeable, and they would need the gear themselves. It's likely a small team of no more than 5, or even a solo player. The woman nodded in agreement, a fleeting image of a figure she saw last time crossing her mind. He did come from the direction of the boar forest. She decided to keep an eye out for that person next time. Unaware that he was being watched, Wu Shaochen was busy examining his upgraded stats, contemplating how to allocate his 5 attribute points. Name: Dust Sealed. Level: 6. Health: 350. Mana: 110. Physical attack: 20. Magic attack: 10. Physical defense: 18. Magic defense: 5. Movement speed: 35. Attack speed: 835. Agility points provide 7. Ring adds 1. Experience: 34,000. Strength: 5. Intelligence: 5. Constitution: 5. Resilience: 5. Spirit: 5. Agility: 30. Skill: Insight. Talent: Source of Poison inflicts 23 true damage per second for 60 seconds, stackable once. "Let's put these 5 points into Constitution," Wu Shaochen said to himself. "Right now, the focus is on fighting the Boar King. Speed is sufficient. Adding 5 points to Constitution will boost my health to 400, allowing natural regeneration of 4 points per second. At 399 health, it would only regenerate 3 points per second. He quickly allocated the 5 points to Constitution, bringing his health to 400. With 15 health potions in his bag, Wu Shaochen felt ready to challenge the Boar King he'd been eyeing for a while. Recalling the Boar King's stats, Wu Shaochen calculated, 250 attack, my defense is 20, so it deals 230 damage to me. I can regenerate 200 health in 50 seconds, which should be manageable. I'm familiar with its Savage Rush. Dodging shouldn't be too hard. The only concern is the poison effect wearing off during its berserk phase, but I can handle it by extending the fight if needed. Determined, Wu Shaochen headed towards the Boar King's location. As he approached the massive creature, he still felt a bit intimidated despite his improved stats. Slowly entering the Boar King's aggro range, it let out a thunderous roar and charged with savage rush. Damn, why's the wind-up different? Wu Shaochen exclaimed as he dodged. Unlike regular boars, the Boar King didn't paw the ground before charging. It just roared. Thanks to his reflexes from countless battles, he managed to evade the attack. Taking advantage of the Boar King's brief pause after using its skill, Wu Shaochen quickly struck its rear and then dodged away. Watching the continuous 23 damage ticks above its head, he began calculating the time it would take to kill it. Under normal circumstances, it should die in a bit over half an hour. But during its 30-second berserk phase, I need to consider the poison effect wearing off. It regenerates 500 health per second with 50,000 health, which is tricky, Wu Shaochen thought. We'll see. If necessary, I'll take a hit to reapply the poison. I have potions anyway. For the next 3 minutes, Wu Shaochen skillfully maneuvered around the Boar King, dodging its savage rush and landing hits. The Boar King couldn't land a single hit on him and finally got enraged. Roar! The Boar King stood on its hind legs, towering over 3 meters tall, pounding its chest before charging again. Damn, that's intense, Wu Shaochen marveled. Good thing it doesn't gain speed. Otherwise this would be impossible. He quickly calculated. The poison has 28 seconds left. No worries, let it rage for now. The Boar King seemed entirely under Wu Shaochen's control. Its attacks were ineffective as he dodged every charge with his 35 movement speed and understanding of its skills. Throughout the fight, the Boar King went berserk 6 times. Only once did it happen just as the poison was wearing off, forcing Wu Shaochen to take a hit to reapply it. This risky move cost him 355 health, but the 50 attack speed boost wasn't enough for the Boar King to land a second hit before Wu Shaochen escaped. As long as it couldn't attack twice in a second, Wu Shaochen always managed to evade. After more than half an hour, the Boar King's health finally dropped to 10. It activated its last-ditch survival skill, but it was useless. The Boar King stood still for 10 seconds without regaining a single point of health. Wu Shaochen couldn't help but think that this must be the unluckiest Boar King in all the newbie villages. Finally, after an intense 36-minute battle, the massive body of the Boar King crashed to the ground. Wu Shaochen was panting heavily, his clothes soaked with sweat. Just then, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on killing the Black Iron level boss Boar King, gaining 100 reputation points and 5,000 experience points. Ding! Talent trait triggered, poison stack limit increased by 1. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up, gaining 20 life, 10 mana, and 5 free attribute points. Please allocate them wisely. Before Wu Shaochen could recover from the unexpected joy, a loud server-wide announcement suddenly echoed throughout the Huaxia server. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Chunfeng for killing the Black Iron level boss Boar King. As the first player on the server to kill a Black Iron level boss, the system rewards you with 200 reputation points, 10 gold coins, and 10 free attribute points. This announcement will repeat 3 times. The announcement echoed 3 times, plunging the entire game world into a brief silence, followed by an uproar. Holy crap, am I seeing things? Someone actually killed a boss. I can't even defeat a crab yet. No way. How could anyone take down the Boar King with its stats at this stage? Are we even playing the same game? I feel like I'm in a fake one. The top players and guild leaders in various newbie villages were stunned. They had thought they were ahead of everyone else, only to find out someone was way ahead of them. In newbie village 8365, Junlin and Nanfeng were having a serious conversation. Could this person be from our newbie village? Nanfeng asked gravely. Junlin's face was equally serious. It's possible. As far as I know, no other newbie village has seen equipment with 6 attribute points for sale. The highest is 5. This necklace I have makes me think a lot. But you've seen the Boar King's stats on the forum. I can't imagine what kind of power it takes to kill it, especially if he did it alone. Nanfeng pressed. Junlin shook his head helplessly. I wish I knew. Elsewhere, a mysterious woman wearing a white veil murmured to herself, is he really that strong? Meanwhile, Wu Shaochen was bewildered by the barrage of system notifications. He hadn't expected the Boar King's death to trigger a server-wide announcement, but seeing the reward of 10 gold coins, he quickly stopped caring. Who cares about the announcement? These rewards are awesome. Wu Shaochen thought to himself, that's 1,000 silver coins, 10,000 copper coins? I haven't even saved up 10 silver coins yet. Plus, 10 free attribute points are like leveling up twice, which is very nice. As for the reputation points, Wu Shaochen wasn't sure what they were for yet, but he guessed he'd find out once he reached the main city. Looking at his friend requests and private messages flooding in, reaching 999 in an instant, Wu Shaochen felt a headache coming on. He quickly set his preferences to not allow friend requests from strangers and to block private messages from unknown players, finally getting some peace and quiet. Next came the exciting part, looting the boss. Seeing the pile of items the Boar King dropped, Wu Shaochen was thrilled. It was the first time he had seen so many items drop at once. He quickly picked up everything, not leaving a single copper coin behind. After tallying up, the Boar King had dropped a total of 1 gold and 34 silver coins, 3 black iron level pieces of equipment, 4 pieces of boar gear, a skill book, and a scroll. I can't believe this game has such a high drop rate. It's really rare, Wu Shaochen marveled. Looks like farming bosses is the way to get rich. He carefully examined the attributes of the 3 black iron level pieces of equipment. It was the first time he had seen black iron level gear. 1. Fong Greatsword. Quality, black iron level. Physical attack 30. Additional attribute, strength 10. Required level, 6. 2. Boar King armor. Quality, black iron level. Life 100. Defense 10. Additional attribute, constitution 8. Required level, 6. 3. Boar King leggings. Life 100. Defense 10. Additional attribute, endurance 6. Required level, 6. Black iron level gear is definitely way better than common gear, Wu Shaochen thought. Besides the basic attributes, they also have random additional attributes, which are really strong. As for the 4 common pieces of gear, they were just boar gear. Boar leather helmet, boar leather armor, boar leather pants, and boar belt. Wu Shaochen didn't need them, but they were still worth money. Next, he looked at the skill book and the scroll. First, he examined the skill book. Savage Charge. Consumes 40 mana to charge forward in a straight line for 4 meters, stopping when hitting a target. Deals 150 physical damage and stuns the target for 1 second. Requirement, Warrior. A skill with damage, control, and mobility. It's definitely a must-have for warriors in PvP, Wu Shaochen thought. According to the Oracle, players could teleport to the main city and change classes at level 10. Upon changing classes, each class could learn 2 basic skills, like a priest's healing spell or a mage's fireball. Other skills had to be obtained through drops. There were no hidden classes, so the more skills one had, the stronger they would be. Thus, skill books were worth more than equipment. This skill book's value isn't apparent now, but once everyone changes classes, it could sell for a lot, Wu Shaochen calculated. Next, he looked at the scroll. Boar King Summoning Scroll. Summons the Boar King to fight for you for 30 minutes. The scroll disappears after use. Nice. Wu Shaochen's eyes lit up. The Boar King is pretty strong. I can use it to deal with tough monsters. Wu Shaochen then allocated his attribute points. With the level up and the reward, he now had 15 attribute points. The only tricky monsters in the newbie village are the Silver Wolves, mainly because their skill boosts their speed by 50, increasing their movement speed to 45, Wu Shaochen thought. No need to overthink it. I'll put all 15 points into agility. With 45 agility plus 5 speed for my shoes, I'll just surpass them. Easy. He then equipped the Boar King armor and leggings, significantly boosting his stats to an unprecedented level. As for the weapon, Wu Shaochen decided not to use it himself. The attack boost isn't that useful to me. I still can't break through defenses and have to rely on poison. Better to auction it off for money. But not now. I'll wait until tomorrow when everyone's level is higher. Black iron gear has level requirements, so people can't equip it yet. He casually put his boar leather armor, boar leather pants, and the 4 pieces of boar gear up for auction, setting it to a bidding mode for 10 minutes. When he put up a bunch of boar gear at once, it caused a huge stir in Newbie Village, 8365. Almost everyone was convinced that Chunfeng, the one who killed the Boar King, was from their village. With significant changes to his attributes, Wu Shaochen decided to update his stats to keep track. Name, Chunfeng. Level, 7. Life, 620. Mana, 120. Physical attack, 20. Magic attack, 10. Physical defense, 40. Magic defense, 11. Movement speed, 50. Attack speed, 10. Experience, 1003600. Strength, 5. Intelligence, 5. Constitution, 18.8 added by equipment. Endurance, 11.6 added by equipment. Spirit, 5. Agility, 45. Skills, Insight. Talent, Source of Poison, deals 23 true damage per second to the target for 60 seconds, can stack 2 times. Wu Shaochen looked at his new attributes with satisfaction, thinking that the monsters in the beginner's village were no longer a threat to him. Although it was a bit regrettable that he couldn't continue farming talents, the immediate priority was to level up to 10 and head to the main city. He decided to return to the village to store his skills and weapons. After all, each player in the game had a personal storage with 100 slots, allowing them to store unused items. This storage was also connected between cities, meaning items stored in the beginner's village could be retrieved in the main city, and the items would not be lost, making it very convenient. With a light step, Wu Shaochen quickly returned to the beginner's village. He first found the storage manager to store his skill books and weapons, then went to the farmer to complete the wild boar quest, earning 500 experience and 200 copper coins. Next, he found the village's old healer and handed over 50 toad salivas, gaining 800 experience and 300 copper coins. Completing these two quests netted him 1,300 experience and 500 copper coins, making Wu Shaochen sigh at how fast questing could level you up, though it was a pity each quest could only be done once. At the pharmacy, Wu Shaochen reluctantly spent 10 silver coins to buy 20 bottles of red potion, each costing 50 copper coins, as expensive as always. After buying the potions, he was ready to leave the village to hunt silver wolves, but noticed a woman with a white veil approaching. This woman has quite an aura, too bad I can't see her face, Wu Shaochen thought to himself. The woman walked straight up to Wu Shaochen and hesitantly asked, "Chinfeng?" Wu Shaochen was startled but kept a calm face, replying indifferently, "Miss, you've got the wrong person." Su Muxue carefully examined the man in front of her, trying to discern anything from his expression, but he remained calm and composed. She began to doubt herself and apologized, "Sorry, I might have mistaken you for someone else." Just as Wu Shaochen was about to leave, Su Muxue suddenly called out, "Hey, wait, can I add you as a friend?" Wu Shaochen almost agreed but then thought better of it. Adding her as a friend would reveal his information, which would blow his cover. He waved his hand and said, "Let's not add each other for now. If we meet again, we can talk about it." With that, he left. Su Muxue looked puzzled and secretly sent a friend request, only to find that he had set it so strangers couldn't add him. She frowned, noticing this was the same message she got when entering Chinfeng's ID to add him. Was it a coincidence, or did all experts set it this way? She pondered, also noting that Wu Shaochen left unusually quickly. Outside the village, Wu Shaochen was still filled with confusion, wondering why the woman had suspected him. At the same time, a figure appeared behind Su Muxue, clearly just logging in. The person walked up to Su Muxue and reported that the master had agreed to the plan of developing in the Oracle, and a large number of elite players would soon enter the game, advising not to be afraid to spend money early on to stay ahead of others. Su Muxue instructed, "Keep an eye on the auction house, especially for Chinfeng's equipment. Make sure to snatch it up immediately." Uncle Lu curiously asked, "Miss, do you suspect that person is the one who's been selling high-attribute equipment in our beginner's village?" Su Muxue nodded. "It seems likely. No other beginner's village has anyone able to sell high-level equipment yet. If someone could kill the wild boar king, it's probably the same person, and I think I know who it is." Uncle Lu excitedly asked if they could recruit him to their side, but Su Muxue could only say they'd try, although she was not confident at all. Meanwhile, Wu Shaochen had arrived at the Silver Wolf Valley. The level 10 silver wolves were no longer a threat to him. He easily lured out a silver wolf, taking it down with 2 strikes and 2 layers of poison in just over 2 minutes, dealing with the 6,000 HP wolf effortlessly. He entered an endless grinding mode, reaching level 8 in 2 hours, with his health reaching 640 and mana at 130. During this time, Wu Shaochen also obtained a silver wolf bracelet, though it was of common quality. He casually put it up for auction, using a bidding mode. At the wild boar forest, Junlin and his team finally obtained a piece of equipment, the most common wild boar gear seen in the auction house. They discussed the mysterious expert strength, amazed that someone could already handle level 10 silver wolves. Howren exclaimed, "Whoa, a silver wolf bracelet? Could it be from a level 10 silver wolf?" Nanfeng confidently said, "Be sure of it, no need to doubt. If he really killed the wild boar king, then taking down level 10 silver wolves would be a piece of cake for him." "Monster!" they all exclaimed in unison. In the end, the silver wolf bracelet was auctioned off for 20,000 yuan, leaving Wu Shaochen puzzled. He couldn't understand the world of the wealthy and sighed to himself, then returned to his task of farming silver wolves. After another hour of grinding, Wu Shaochen was exhausted. Although he wanted to keep going since he didn't have a job and relied on the game for his future income, and his current lead was a prime opportunity to make money, his body couldn't take it after more than 10 hours of intense gaming. He put the freshly dropped silver wolf armor up for auction. Since he already had the wild boar king armor, the silver wolf armor with 80 HP and 2 defense seemed redundant. However, its attributes were decent, focusing on health, which might trigger additional healing effects. He chose to list it anonymously in bid mode and went offline. Removing his helmet, Wu Shaochen rubbed his tired head. He suddenly realized he needed to save up for a gaming pod. It was said that playing in a gaming pod kept your physical state at its best, and it even came with nutrient solutions to replenish your body. Although the mental strain of gaming meant you could only play for 3 days before needing to rest, it was far superior to a gaming helmet. Unfortunately, a gaming pod cost 1,000,000 yuan, making it a luxury for the wealthy. Checking his bank balance on his phone, Wu Shaochen was thrilled to find he had 307,300 yuan. He hadn't expected to make 300,000 yuan in just the first day of the game's launch. Considering his previous salary, It would have taken him nearly 10 years of saving to accumulate that amount. His excitement washed away his fatigue. Wu Shaochen decided to browse the forums to pass the time. As expected, the top post was about him. The title read, "The Terrifying Wild Boar King. How was it defeated?" The content analyzed the Wild Boar King's data and concluded that it was impossible for anyone to defeat it at this stage. However, the poster didn't dare to claim someone was cheating because everyone sensed the game's unique nature, making cheats unlikely. The post ended with a strong request for Chen Feng to share his strategy for defeating the Wild Boar King. The post had countless replies, all with various high-sounding reasons, but they all wanted Wu Shaochen to share his strategy. He just smiled calmly and ignored them, continuing to browse other posts. 10 minutes later, fatigue hit him again. Wu Shaochen set a 6-hour alarm and fell asleep on his bed. When the alarm went off, he opened his eyes. Although it was still dark outside, he forced himself to get up to maintain his hard-earned advantage. He estimated that the average level in the starter village should be around level 4 by the time he logged off, with the more skilled players possibly reaching level 5. Although leveling up required more experience, players' strength was also gradually increasing, so gaining 1 or 2 levels in 6 hours seemed feasible. Putting on his helmet, Wu Shaochen quickly logged into the game. As soon as he entered, a system notification sounded. Ding! The item you listed in the auction house has been sold for 30,000 yuan. After deducting a 4,500 yuan fee, 25,500 yuan has been transferred to your bound account. This unexpected windfall put Wu Shaochen in a great mood. He estimated that players were generally around level 6 or even 7 by now, and decided it was time to auction his weapon. He headed towards the starter village, grumbling about the lack of teleport scrolls to save time. Passing through the wild boar forest, he noticed it was crowded with players. It seemed everyone was after wild boar equipment, as the boars were tough to deal with due to their high agility and brutal charges. The 150 damage and 1-second stun were too much for most players to handle, making spiders a safer alternative since their skills only entangle players. But none of this concerned Wu Shaochen. With many players now having wild boar equipment, his wild boar king gear looked similar enough that he didn't bother taking it off. Back in the starter village, Wu Shaochen retrieved his weapon and listed it in the auction house, setting the bid mode and a 10-minute timer before heading back to Silver Wolf Valley. The listing of the first black iron level equipment caused an uproar in the game. The regional chat exploded. Whoa! Black iron equipment. 30 attack and 10 strength. That's equivalent to 50 attack points. This one weapon has more attack power than all my gear combined. Black iron equipment is insane. This must be the weapon dropped by the Wild Boar King. The pro who killed it is definitely in our starter village. Why would such a powerful weapon be up for sale? Does the pro have something even better? No way. How could there be a better weapon than black iron gear at this stage? Who knows? I'm going to try to get it. If I do, it'll be unstoppable. Everyone keep an eye on this auction. I need to win this weapon. Huang Xiao, who had recently missed out on several pieces of gear, was burning with frustration. The appearance of this weapon felt like his chance to shine. Lindsay asked with a puzzled expression, why sell the weapon now? Could he really have found something better? Howren replied, no way. Regular monsters in the starter village don't drop black iron gear. He must have killed another black iron boss. Junlin analyzed, there aren't that many bosses in the starter village. He's selling the weapon now because players' levels have risen and they need stronger weapons to farm more efficiently. Whether he has something better, we don't know. Maybe the Wild Boar King dropped more than one weapon. No one could have guessed that the pro they admired was still using a basic wooden sword and had never broken through enemy defenses. Xiaobei asked, should we try to get this weapon? Junlin replied seriously, we have to try, but the price will go sky high. We're professional players and have made some money over the years, but we can't compete with real tycoons. Let's do our best. He didn't seem too hopeful, knowing that many wealthy players were in the starter village. Uncle Lu approached Su Muxue hesitantly and said, Miss, this weapon he wanted to suggest they get it, but was worried she would weigh its value too rationally. Su Muxue was known for her calm and rational demeanor, a trait he greatly respected. Su Muxue simply said, get it. Hearing her words, Uncle Liu's eyes lit up. Yes, Mississippi'll bring you good news. The price of the Fong Blade Sword. As the first black iron weapon with irresistible attributes, it promised a massive boost in attack power, crucial for early game farming. The price quickly surpassed the previous auction record, hitting 60,000 yuan and then 80,000 yuan. At this point, fewer people were bidding, as not everyone could throw money around so freely. The clock ticked down to 9 minutes and 59 seconds, and the auction was nearing its end. The price had already soared to 85,000, and the bidders were holding their breath. As the final second ticked away, a sudden flurry of bids pushed the final price to an even 120,000. Damn it, I failed to get a black iron weapon even within 110,000 bid. One frustrated bidder muttered to himself. He had estimated that 100,000 would seal the deal and had added an extra 10,000 to be safe, but it still wasn't enough. Huang Xiao looked furious. Everything had been going wrong for him lately, and he felt as though someone was always one step ahead. If I ever find out who it is, I'll make them pay, he growled. Lindsay took a deep breath and turned to Junlin. You were right. These people really don't see money as money. Early stage black iron gear going for 120,000, who knows what higher level gear will cost. Junlin analyzed. It just shows that Chunfeng has excellent timing, and this piece of equipment is in high demand. Our beginner village happens to have a few big spenders, which is rare in other beginner villages. Once we get to the main city, with more people selling gear, prices won't be this outrageous. Howard sighed. Being born in the same beginner village as him is both a blessing and a curse. The others nodded in agreement, realizing that in an ordinary beginner village, they would have been top players, but here, they were merely side characters. Junlin continued, according to official statistics, there are already over 200 million Huaxia players in this game, and the number is still growing rapidly. So, high equipment prices are to be expected. This is also an opportunity for us. Although we don't stand out much in this beginner village, thanks to Chunfeng, many players already have high attribute gear. I believe our beginner village's overall strength is among the top, and we'll see our advantage in the main city. The group nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Uncle Lu handed the Fong blade to Su Muxue. Miss, with this weapon, our efficiency in grinding monsters will increase significantly. Let's aim to reach level 10 and secure a good position in the main city. Su Muxue accepted the weapon, marveling. 120,000. Chunfeng must have made hundreds of thousands from selling gear since yesterday. Uncle Lu explained. He's ahead of everyone else, making it easy to earn money in this game. To succeed, we need to stay ahead of most players. While grinding silver wolves, Wu Shaochen received a system notification. Ding. Your item has been sold at auction for 120,000. After deducting a 18,000 service fee, 102,000 has been transferred to your linked bank account. Although a bit surprised, Wu Shaochen was getting used to it. He thought, if a black iron weapon can sell for 120,000, auctioning that skill book in the main city could easily cover the cost of a gaming pod. He glanced at his experience points. 23408,000. At level 8, each silver wolf gave 72 XP, and with the time spent luring them, he averaged 1 kill every 3 minutes. It would take about 4 hours to level up. He sighed. Wu Shaochen's grinding speed wasn't much faster than others. Most players teamed up, attacking continuously, which was quicker. However, Wu Shaochen had the advantage of being able to fight higher level monsters, while others had to retreat and heal, unless they used lots of potions. Team players also had to share XP, so their leveling speed couldn't match his. He decided to change tactics. With his HP regeneration at 6 points per second, he could regain 300 HP in 50 seconds, enough to withstand 3 wolves' attacks. He thought it might be more efficient to grind multiple enemies at once. He lured 3 wolves and struck one, but as he prepared to hit the second, all 3 attacked him simultaneously. Panicking, he retreated. Damn, I miscalculated. Run. He slapped his forehead. How did I forget they can attack together? If I hit each one, I'd take 9 hits. That's game over. He decided to stick to his original method, unless he could separate them. Just then, one wolf used the speed burst skill, distancing itself from the others and chasing him alone. Wu Shaochen's eyes lit up. Perfect. Now I can handle 3 at once. He ground for 2 more hours, logged off to grab breakfast, and continued grinding for another 3.5 hours, finally reaching level 9. His HP was now 660, and his MP was 140, with his XP at 281,000. He saved his attribute points. In those 3.5 hours, he killed 79 silver wolves, obtaining 2 pieces of gear. A plain silver wolf helmet HP 60, defense 10, and a plain silver wolf ring attack 12, armor penetration 1. He equipped the helmet, replacing his toad helmet, increasing his HP to 680. He then listed the silver wolf ring and toad helmet on the auction house, opting for the bidding mode. The ring sold for 15,000, and the helmet for 5,000. Clearly, as players leveled up, plain gear depreciated quickly. Previously, boar gear could fetch 30,000, but now silver wolf gear only went for 15,000. Wu Shaochen didn't mind. It was better to sell his old gear than exchange it for a few copper coins at the shop. One more level, and he could go to the village chief to head to the main city. He guessed that the first to change classes would receive a reward. At level 9, killing a silver wolf only gave 66 XP. He needed 10,000 XP, which meant killing 152 wolves. At 2 minutes per wolf, it would take 5 hours. The thought was daunting. Well, no choice but to grind slowly, he muttered, determined to rise above the rest. He grabbed his wooden sword and continued luring wolves. Suddenly, a loud wolf howl echoed from the depths of the valley. With it, the silver wolves became more organized, no longer wandering lazily but standing ready. Is that the boss? Wu Shaochen wondered. Let's check it out. He sprinted towards the valley's depths, avoiding wolves along the way. Even if he couldn't evade them all, his speed of 50 was no joke. They couldn't catch him. Wu Shaochen ran for about 5 or 6 minutes and finally reached the depths of the valley, where he saw an exceptionally large silver wolf. This silver wolf held its head high with a regal air, exuding a kingly aura that left Wu Shaochen in awe. Wow, this thing looks incredibly fierce, he muttered. He quickly used his insight skill to gather detailed information about the Silver Wolf King. Bronze level boss. Level 10. HP 200,000. Attack 550. Defense 200. Speed 40. Skill 1. Rapid Strike. Howls loudly, increasing attack speed and movement speed by 50 for 30 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes. Skill 2. Ferocious Roar. The Silver Wolf howls, dealing 130 sonic damage to all targets within a 10-meter radius, ignoring defense, and reducing their output by 30 for 10 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Skill 3. Summon. When the Silver Wolf King's HP drops below 30, it summons nearby silver wolves to join the battle. Wu Shaochen was startled and thought to himself, a bronze level boss? Doesn't that mean it can drop bronze level gear? But then he frowned. These stats are insane. With 200,000 HP, even if it just stands there, it would take me over 2 hours to bring it down. Not to mention those annoying skills. The second skill is an AoE attack that ignores defend side be dead instantly with my current HP. Isn't this too difficult? Is this really a newbie village boss? And that third skill is just unfair. How many silver wolves are in this valley? If it summons them all, there's no way to win. Feeling frustrated, Wu Shaochen realized that what he thought would be a major gain turned out to be a harsh reality check. There's no way I can beat this thing. Better to avoid it for now, he muttered, deciding to retreat and level up to 10 before attempting a class change. So, Wu Shaochen resumed his relentless monster grinding mode. Meanwhile, in other newbie villages, large groups were organizing to take down the Boar King. This was because someone from the 8365 newbie village had posted the attributes of the Tusked Greatblade on the forum, making many players envious. Black iron equipment was vastly superior to basic gear, so everyone started targeting the Boar King, believing it could be defeated since someone had already done it. However, reality hit hard as countless teams paid a heavy price, and none succeeded in killing the Boar King. Many teams sacrificed lives to bring its HP down to 10, only for the Boar King to regenerate back to 30. The cycle repeated itself, and they had to give up. The problem was insufficient damage output. With the Boar King's 120 defense, very few players could deal enough damage to bring its HP down by 30 within 5 minutes. The forum exploded with everyone dust, wanting to know how he had managed to kill the Boar King, but there was no response. Lin closed the forum, gloating, "You can access the forum in-game, but Wu Shaochen is too focused on grinding to notice." Howren asked, "Should I join in? I also want to know how he killed the Boar King." Junlin confidently replied, "His talent must counteract the Boar King's regeneration. Otherwise, no one at this stage could deal 15,000 damage within 5 minutes, especially with the Boar King's 120 defense." On the other side, Uncle Lu curiously asked Su Mushue, "Miss, didn't you say you know who Dust is? Can you ask him how he killed the Boar King?" At this, Su Mushue's aloof expression vanished, replaced by an awkward look. "I can't contact him. He hasn't added me as a friend." "Oh, all right," Uncle Lu replied, resigned. Meanwhile, Wu Shaochen sneezed, "Achoo! Who's talking about me?" He rubbed his nose and continued tirelessly killing silver wolves. After nearly 6 hours of grinding and killing 152 silver wolves, Wu Shaochen finally leveled up to 10. In terms of equipment, he only got 4 pieces of silver wolf gear. 1. Silver wolf belt common, HP 50, defense 5. 2. Silver wolf bracelet common, HP 20, attack 12, attack speed 1. 3. Silver wolf boots common, speed 6, defense 4. 4. Silver wolf legguards common, HP 60, defense 4. Except for the silver wolf legguards, he could use the other 3 pieces. He was particularly pleased with the silver wolf bracelet, which was a great find, and he quickly equipped it. His attributes changed as follows. Level: LV9, LV10. HP: 680, 730. MP: 140, 150. Physical attack: 2032. Physical defense: 4042. Movement speed: 5052. Experience: 6020, 000. Other attributes remained the same. Wu Shaochen checked the auction house and saw that many people were selling toad equipment, with prices ranging from 5,000 to 20,000, but none had sold. He guessed that players with money and power didn't care for these items anymore, while casual players couldn't afford them. After some thought, he listed the toad belt and toad boots he had replaced for 2,000 each, thinking, every little bit helps. He listed the silver wolf legguards for 10,000, believing that no one else could kill silver wolves yet, so some wealthy player might buy them. Sure enough, the items sold quickly, netting him 12,600. Wu Shaochen sighed, realizing that the market for common gear had dropped significantly as it no longer provided substantial benefits to players. Now that he was level 10, Wu Shaochen decided to head back to the village to find the village elder and get teleported to the main city for his class change. But first, he turned in his silver wolf quest. With over 200 wolf fangs in his bag, he earned a good amount of experience and money. Materials of the same type could stack up to 1,000, so they didn't take much space. Back at the newbie village, he found the general store owner to turn in his quest. The wolf fang quest was posted by the store owner. After handing over 100 wolf fangs, he received 2,000 experience points and 10 silver coins, a generous reward. He sold the remaining materials to the owner, getting over 100 copper coins. Next, Wu Shaochen went to the village entrance to find the village elder and politely said, "Village elder, I've reached level 10. Can you teleport me to the main city?" The elder replied, "Oh, adventurer, your rapid growth is impressive. However, I'm sorry to say that the teleportation array to the main city has been broken due to neglect. Can you help me by going to the Silver Wolf Valley and killing the Silver Wolf King to retrieve its magic core? With the magic core, I can repair the array and teleport you to the main city." A system prompt sounded. Ding. The village elder has given you a quest. Quest objective. Go to the depths of Silver Wolf Valley, kill the Silver Wolf King, and bring back its magic core to the village elder. Quest reward. Title hero of the newbie village. What? Are you kidding me? I still have to fight that wolf? Wu Shaochen was exasperated. He had thought he could avoid the fight, but now he had no choice but to face it. He sighed deeply. Reluctantly, he accepted the quest. Without completing it, he couldn't go to the main city. Plus, the reward was a title, which was rare and valuable. Titles could be stacked for their attributes, but only one could be shown, or all could be hidden. No one would refuse a title reward. Upon accepting the task, Wu Shaochen couldn't wait to check his attribute panel. He decisively allocated all 15 free attribute points he earned from the last 3 levels to agility. To defeat monsters, speed is crucial, he thought, otherwise, I won't even get close. After adding the points, his agility reached 60, and his movement speed soared to 67. Wu Shaochen carefully calculated his battle strategy. Although his speed had reached 67, far surpassing the Silver Wolf King's base speed of 40, the opponent's second skill had a range of 10 meters, making it nearly impossible to dodge. The 130 armor-ignoring damage meant a single hit could take away 715 of his health points, putting him in immediate danger. It's manageable, as long as I don't die. I can use potions, he comforted himself. But if I get hit by a normal attack after a finishing move, followed by the wolf's roar, then I'm really done for. Wu Shaochen frowned, realizing that this issue needed to be resolved before challenging the Silver Wolf King. He glanced at the village chief, who also looked troubled, and suddenly had an idea. "Chief, the Silver Wolf King is too strong. What should I do if I can't defeat it?" To his surprise, the village chief pondered seriously before replying, "Indeed. It's too difficult for adventurers at this stage to handle the Silver Wolf King. Here, take this letter to the pharmacy and ask the owner to give you some of his best potions. This will enhance your survival capabilities, but whether you can kill the Silver Wolf King will depend on you." With that, the village chief handed Wu Shaochen a letter. Ecstatic, Wu Shaochen took the letter and rushed to the pharmacy. Upon arrival, he handed the letter to the owner and requested to see some life-saving potions. The owner, after reading the letter, sighed and said, "That old man still remembers my stash, huh?" He went to the back room, brought out a box, and opened it for Wu Shaochen. "Choose quickly, but let me tell you, these potions aren't cheap. Even with the chief's letter, you can't buy them without money." Wu Shaochen carefully examined the potions and their prices. Instant Recovery Potion. Instantly restores 1,000 health points. 10 seconds cooldown. Price 10 silver coins. Attack Potion. Increases physical attack by 30 for 30 minutes. Price 50 silver coins. Life Potion. Increases health by 30 for 30 minutes. Price 50 silver coins. Speed Potion. Increases speed by 30 for 30 minutes. Price 50 silver coins. Seeing these rare potions, Wu Shaochen's eyes lit up. Despite the high prices, he gritted his teeth and spent a total of 10 gold coins to buy 50 instant recovery potions and 10 life potions. These potions aren't even available in the main city. Better to buy more, he consoled himself, painfully looking at his dwindling gold coins. After purchasing the potions, Wu Shaochen felt much more confident. He analyzed, the life potion won't help much against the Silver Wolf King because even with a 30 increase in health, I still can't withstand a normal attack followed by a roar. The instant recovery potion is enough. It can instantly restore my health at critical moments. Just as Wu Shaochen was about to head to the Silver Wolf Valley, he encountered the veiled woman again. "Long time no see," Su Mushue smiled. "Are you stalking me?" Wu Shaochen asked suspiciously. Su Mushue didn't answer directly but instead asked, "You're Chen Feng, right?" Wu Shaochen, curious, asked, Why do you suspect that I'm Chenfeng? Su Muxue explained her observations, making Wu Shaochen realize that his speed had given him away. Well, can we be friends? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, Su Muxue cautiously requested. Wu Shaochen laughed. Sure, but only if you show me what you look like. If you're pretty enough, I'll add you. Su Muxue readily removed her veil, revealing a stunning face. Wu Shaochen's eyes lit up, and he immediately sent a friend request. Su Muxue happily accepted the request, and was surprised to see that Wu Shaochen had already reached level 10. Her eyes showed a hint of amazement. She clearly hadn't expected his level to be so high. Wu Shaochen finally made his first friend since entering the game Oracle. He looked at his friend list, which only had one lonely name, Schwer LV8, and felt a strange sensation in his heart. However, he didn't dwell on it. After adding the friend, he turned around and left, with more important matters on his mind. Hey, wait. Su Muxue called out urgently, but Wu Shaochen had already run off. Frustrated, she frowned and opened her friend list to send a private message. You're already level 10, why haven't you gone to the main city to change your class? It took over 10 minutes for a reply to come. You think I don't want to? I can't get there. Why? Su Muxue was even more curious now. However, there was no further response. After waiting for a long time, Su Muxue reluctantly headed towards the village entrance, deciding to focus on her own leveling up. At that moment, Wu Shaochen indeed had no time to reply. He was engaged in a fierce battle with the Silver Wolf King. He employed his usual tactics, delivering a sword strike and then quickly retreating, luring the Silver Wolf King into pursuit. With the support of instant recovery potions, the fight was thrilling but not fatal. He precisely managed his status, taking a normal attack and then drinking a medium health potion, and if he took roar damage while at full health, he would drink a large health potion. He remained vigilant, immediately using an instant recovery potion when he saw the Silver Wolf King preparing to roar. The 2-second wind-up of the wolf's roar gave him ample time to react. Thus, Wu Shaochen battled the Silver Wolf King for over an hour. Suddenly, as the Silver Wolf King let out a long howl, all the silver wolves within a 500-meter radius frenziedly rushed towards him. Whoa, this is too much, Wu Shaochen muttered as he saw hundreds of silver wolves charging at him, his scalp tingling. However, he was prepared. Despite their numbers, the silver wolves couldn't match his speed and failed to catch up. Heh, can't catch me, can you? Frustrating, isn't it? Wu Shaochen taunted. He had a plan. While this skill could be disastrous for others, it was inconsequential for him. He didn't engage them heeding. He just maintained his speed advantage. The Silver Wolf King's speed was 10 points faster than the regular silver wolves, so it would soon distance itself from the pack, finding itself isolated once again. The situation developed even better than expected. The Silver Wolf King activated its speed boost and quickly distanced itself from the pack. Ha, now this is fun, Wu Shaochen said excitedly. The battle returned to an unknown scenario. Under Wu Shaochen's maddening combat style, the Silver Wolf King endured for 2 hours and 40 minutes before finally succumbing to his poison attacks. The system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations on killing the bronze boss Silver Wolf King. You have gained 200 reputation points, 20,000 experience points. Your experience is now full. Please change your class soon to continue leveling up. Ding! Talent trait activated. Poison stack limit increased by 1. Immediately, a server-wide announcement echoed throughout the entire Huaxia server. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Chenfeng for being the first to kill the bronze boss Silver Wolf King. As the first player to kill a bronze boss, you are awarded 500 reputation points, 20 gold coins, and 20 free attribute points. This announcement will be broadcast 3 times. The announcement repeated 3 times, shocking players across the Huaxia region. After a brief silence, the regional channels buzzed with excitement. Players were discussing, "Are you kidding me? A bronze boss? Our entire guild hasn't even taken down the Wild Boar King yet, and this Chenfeng has killed a bronze boss. Is this fake? Does anyone know the Silver Wolf King stats? No idea, never seen the Silver Wolf King, but it must be tougher than the Wild Boar King. This Chenfeng is amazing. Check the forums, someone posted the Silver Wolf King stats. Oh my god, it's way stronger than the Wild Boar King. How did he manage to kill it? Damn, who the heck is this Chenfeng? So powerful." Meanwhile, in Newbie Village number 97, a well-coordinated, fully equipped 100-player team was tackling the Wild Boar King. The leader was a stern-faced young man in his late 20s, named Ao Shi Tianxia, the renowned guild master of Ao Shi Kun Xiong. With the team's seamless cooperation, the Wild Boar King finally fell. However, before they could celebrate, the server-wide announcement rang out. The group fell silent, their excitement over defeating the Wild Boar King evaporating. As proud members of Ao Shi Kun Xiong, they couldn't help but feel overshadowed by Chenfeng's achievements. Ao Shi Tianxia took a deep breath and said, "Gather the loot and keep leveling up. Renowned players in various newbie villages also fell silent upon hearing the announcement. In newbie village number 8365, players were buzzing with conversations. Wow, another top player from our village. This is awesome. I can brag now, saying I'm from the same newbie village as Chunfeng. Yeah, this is fantastic. I can boast about this for years. By the way, has anyone seen Chunfeng? We've been in the same newbie village for a while, but I haven't seen him. Nope, and with no ID revealed. We wouldn't know even if he stood right in front of us. True, top players are usually low-key. Just want to say, Chunfeng is amazing. Chunfeng, add me as a friend. Maybe we can meet up in real life? Junlin and his friends exchanged silent looks upon hearing the announcement, feeling an ever-growing distance between them and Chunfeng. Junlin sighed. I really want to meet the person who can create so many miracles. At this moment, Su Mushua stared at her friend List in shock, thinking, is this what you meant by having something to do? Your casual actions just shook the entire Huaxia server. She finally understood why Wu Shaochen hadn't replied to her messages. Initially, she had decided not to send another message, but curiosity got the better of her, and she sent one more. Chunfeng, how did you kill the bronze boss? After a while, the reply came with just 4 words. I used my sword. After replying to Su Mushua, Wu Shaochen eagerly looked at the pile of items on the ground. It was time for the exciting loot collection. With the hand speed honed from 24 years of being single, he scooped up all the items in seconds. Unable to contain his excitement, he opened his inventory and found he had made a substantial haul. 3 gold, 64 silver, 3 bronze grade items, 3 black iron grade items, 6 whiteboard grade items, 2 scrolls, a skill book, an egg, a magic core, and a quest item. Awesome! Wu Shaochen exclaimed. Fighting bosses is the best. Another big haul. Wu Shaochen carefully examined the attributes of his gear. The Silver Wolf King series of bronze-level equipment stood out. The necklace added 25 attack points and a 10 critical hit rate, along with 3 valuable points of luck. The ring provided 100 health points, 30 attack points, and an additional 10 attack speed. The belt offered 300 health points and 20 points in both physical and magical defense. Although the black iron level Wolf King helmet, leggings, and boots had slightly inferior attributes, they each had their own unique features. He quickly decided to list the whiteboard Silver Wolf equipment at the auction house for 20,000 each. A little benefit for the newbies, Wu Shaochen thought, considering that the area had always been peaceful without any major PK events. As expected, the 6 pieces of equipment were snapped up in no time, and after deducting the fees, he earned a tidy sum of 108,000, lifting his spirits. After some deliberation, Wu Shaochen decided to equip himself with the bronze and black iron gear. The necklace, in particular, caught his eye. Despite the seemingly wasteful 8 agility points, the 3 luck points were a rare attribute he had never seen before, potentially increasing his drop rate when defeating monsters. Unless someone made an offer he couldn't refuse, he wouldn't part with this necklace easily. After donning the new gear, Wu Shaochen's stats underwent a dramatic transformation. His health surged to 1710, physical attack reached 131, and his defenses saw significant improvements. He looked at his stats panel with satisfaction, grateful for the substantial boost from the equipment. Next, he reviewed the skill books and scrolls he had obtained. The rapid speed skill could instantly increase both movement and attack speed by 50, making it highly practical. The 2 scrolls included a protective shield scroll that granted 10 seconds of invincibility and a luck scroll that boosted drop rates for 30 minutes, both being invaluable assets. Finally, Wu Shaochen carefully took out the pet egg. As he had anticipated, it was an egg that could hatch into a Silver Wolf King cub, with a maximum potential rating of A. He decided to hold off on hatching it until he reached the main city. Just as he was about to list his old equipment at the auction house, his friend Schwerin messaged him, asking if he had any gear for sale. Wu Shaochen readily agreed and sent her screenshots of the equipment. Upon seeing the black iron gear, Su Mushua immediately offered a fair price. They quickly concluded the transaction, with 180,000 gold coins instantly credited to his account. Wu Shaochen couldn't help but remark, looks like she's got deep pockets, spending 180,000 on gear without batting an eye. After completing the transaction, Wu Shaochen hurried back to the novice village. He went straight to the village chief and handed over the magic core of the Silver Wolf King. Village chief, here's the magic core of the Silver Wolf King that you wanted, Wu Shaochen said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The village chief took the magic core, his hands trembling slightly with excitement. Wonderful. With this, we can repair the teleportation array to the main city. This novice village has been cut off for too long. Adventurer, thank you for your contribution. Here is your reward. A system notification sounded. Ding! Quest completed. You have earned the title Hero of the Novice Village. Would you like to equip it? Equip. Wu Shaochen replied without hesitation and then checked the title's attributes. Hero of the Novice Village. Awarded for completing the teleportation array repair quest. Only one person per novice village can receive it. Attribute: Luck 10. Wu Shaochen raised an eyebrow in surprise. Luck attribute? Huh, he thought to himself, feeling a surge of joy. Luck was a rare and valuable attribute, influencing drop rates and various probability-based events. Currently, he only had a necklace that added 3 points to his luck. This attribute was indeed a precious asset. By now, the village chief had reached a circular pattern at the village entrance and began a series of intricate operations. Minutes later, the pattern lit up with a white glow, and a smile of satisfaction spread across the village chief's face. At that moment, a system announcement echoed in the ears of all players in the 8365 novice villages. System announcement: Player Chunfo has assisted the village chief in repairing the teleportation array. Players in this novice village can now teleport to the main city upon reaching level 10. The novice village erupted in chatter. So, we need to repair the teleportation array to get to the main city? Looks like it. The system just announced it. I wonder if the repair process is complicated. Who cares? Some pro already fixed it for us. We just need to reach level 10, and we can teleport to the main city for our job change. It's great to have someone to rely on. Absolutely right. Most players didn't give it much thought, assuming the repair task wasn't too difficult. Su Mushue, however, remembered asking Chun Feng why he hadn't gone to the main city at level 10, and he had said, "I can't go." It turned out the teleportation array needed repairs. Curiosity piqued, Su Mushue messaged Chin Feng. What was the task to repair the teleportation array? A moment later, she received a forward reply. Kill the Silver Wolf King. Su Mushue was stunned, taking a while to process it. She thought to herself, so you killed the Silver Wolf King just to repair the teleportation array? She was at a loss for words, but soon realized that other novice villages might face the same situation. Without a strong player like Chin Feng, the Silver Wolf King could block players for a long time. This was undoubtedly a huge benefit Chin Feng had secured for the entire 8365 novice village. With this realization, Su Mushue's eyes lit up. She was wearing 2 pieces of black iron-grade equipment, which made her one of the best-equipped players in the novice village, aside from the extraordinary Chun Feng. This advantage could bring her significant benefits. Uncle Lu, tell everyone to drop what they're doing and focus on leveling up. We must reach level 10 as quickly as possible to be among the first to enter the main city, Su Mushue instructed. Understood, Mississippi. I'll notify them right away. Uncle Lu responded with determination. Meanwhile, the village chief, having completed the repairs, returned to Wu Shaochen. Adventurer, the teleportation array is ready. Do you wish to teleport to the main city now? Yes, Wu Shaochen confirmed. Please step into the circle and choose your destination city. As the hero of the novice village, your first teleportation is free, the village chief explained. The game featured 8 secondary cities and 4 primary cities. Novice villages could only teleport to secondary cities, and players had to reach level 100 to teleport from secondary to primary cities. Wu Shaochen stepped into the circle and a system prompt appeared. Please select your destination city. The screen displayed the names of the 8 secondary cities: Qiushui City, Bei City, Julu City, Fengyong City, Huangsha City, Mabei City, Jibing City, and Jinling City. Wu Shaochen randomly chose Jinling City. It didn't matter where he went. Each city had its unique environment. For example, Bei City and Qiushui City were coastal, Huangsha City and Mabei City were near deserts, and Jibing City was close to glaciers. However, teleportation arrays connected all cities, so the choice wasn't crucial. A flash of light blurred his vision. When it cleared, Wu Shaochen found himself in a vast city. The ancient architecture, sprawling roads, and towering city walls made him feel like he had traveled back in time. This is magnificent. That old novice village can't compare, Wu Shaochen marveled. NPCs bustled about the streets, and occasional patrols by the city guard could be seen, but there were no players in sight yet. Remembering his purpose, Wu Shaochen decided to find the job change hall. As he walked toward the city center, he looked up and saw a massive building labeled Job Change Hall. Inside the hall stood 6 job mentors. A beautiful mage mentor in a black robe, a muscular shield warrior mentor, a warrior mentor wielding a giant sword, a beautiful archer mentor with a bow, an assassin mentor in tight leather armor, and a beautiful priest mentor in a white robe. After considering the 6 professions, Wu Shaochen approached the assassin mentor. Although his talent for long-range attacks couldn't be triggered, making the archer the ideal choice for him, he opted for the assassin, the most agile close combat class. Hello, mentor. I'd like to become an assassin, Wu Shaochen said politely. Adventurer, you have chosen well. Assassins are the fastest and most explosive class, the kings of the shadows, feared by all. The assassin mentor began enthusiastically. Adventurer, don't listen to his nonsense, interrupted the warrior mentor. Assassins can only bully fragile mages and archers. Against us warriors, they'd be dead in 2 strikes. You should become a warrior instead. Adventurer, consider becoming a shield warrior. chimed in the shield warrior mentor. Assassins are too frail. Wild beasts would gobble them up. As a shield warrior, you can stand firm, and even beasts won't dare attack you. Seeing the other mentors about to join in, Wu Shaochen quickly interjected, "Thank you all for your suggestions, but I've decided to become an assassin." Hearing his decision, the other mentors sighed. It was rare to see an adventurer, so they had been more talkative than usual. Typically, they wouldn't interfere with a player's choice. The assassin class mentor waved his hand, and a golden light entered Wu Shaochen's body. The system notification immediately popped up. Ding! Congratulations on your successful class change. Would you like to redistribute your attribute points? Wu Shaochen pondered for a moment and decided to keep his current attribute distribution. Apart from 5 points in Constitution, he allocated all other points to Agility, perfectly aligning with the assassin class. He selected No. Ding! Congratulations on becoming a great assassin. The system chimed again. Upon changing classes, the suppressed experience points were instantly released, skyrocketing his level to 11. His health increased by 40 points, mana by 20 points, and he gained 10 free attribute points, with an automatic 2-point boost in agility. 2 server-wide announcements followed, shocking the entire Huaxia server. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Chunfeng for successfully changing classes. As the first player to do so, the system awards 1,000 reputation points, 50 gold coins, and a special skill book. This is an official announcement. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Chunfeng for successfully becoming the first assassin in the server. The system awards 500 reputation points, 20 gold coins, and a class-specific skill book. This is an official announcement. These continuous announcements plunged the Huaxia server into silence. Players started discussing. It's that Chunfeng again. The server's only been up for a day, and he's already been featured 3 or 4 times. I'm only level 8, and he's already changed classes. How is there such a big gap? Can someone give me his contact info? I want to team up with him. Top players in various novice villages frowned. Most of the real experts had reached level 9 and felt they had missed their chance to be first. Junlin, we missed out on being the first assassin, Haoran said regretfully. I didn't expect him to choose assassin. It's a pity, but archer suits me too, Junlin responded. He had also considered becoming an assassin, but his talents were equally suited for archer. Nanfeng suggested, if no one claims the first archer title by the time we reach level 10, you should go for it. I have a feeling the skill book awarded to the first of each class is very powerful. Junlin nodded in agreement. Yeah, let's level up quickly. Our novice village's teleportation array is already fixed. Once we hit level 10, we can change classes, which is a natural advantage. Meanwhile, Su Muxue heard the system announcement and glanced at her experience bar, which was at 45 of level 9. She turned to Uncle Lu beside her and said, Uncle Lu, let's focus on leveling up. This is a rare opportunity, and I want to be the first mage to change classes. Uncle Lu agreed. All right, we should have done this earlier. With his keen eye, he could see this was a golden opportunity. If Su Muxue became the first mage to change classes, it would greatly benefit their future development. At the same time, Wu Shaochen breathed a sigh of relief and eagerly logged off to eat. He had been in the game since breakfast around 8 a.m., and it was now almost 4 p.m. He was starving. To secure the first class change reward, he had endured his hunger. After removing his helmet, he habitually checked his bank balance and was pleasantly surprised to see it had reached 607,650 yuan. Whoa, 600,000 already, he exclaimed to himself. I could buy a house in a small city with this. This gamble really paid off, though it's all thanks to my talent, even though I still don't know where it came from. After washing up, Wu Shaochen headed to a larger restaurant near his rental apartment. He used to be reluctant to eat there, but today he decided to treat himself. He ordered several dishes and scrolled through short videos on his phone while waiting for the food. The platforms were flooded with in-game recordings, with the most liked videos featuring various guilds tackling the Boar King. Seeing that several guilds had successfully defeated the Boar King, Wu Shaochen couldn't help but marvel at the power of collective effort. If it weren't for his unique talent that countered the Boar King, he couldn't imagine when he would have been able to take on the challenge alone. The restaurant was noticeably quieter than before, with only a few tables occupied. Most conversations revolved around the Divine Oracle game. Who do you think this Chunfeng really is? He's amazing. Yeah, how does he level up so fast? We all started at the same time, but the gap is huge. I'm only level 7, and he's already changed classes. Exactly. I wonder what kind of person he is in real life. It'd be great to meet him. Listening to the chatter around him, Wu Shaochen couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect the game to have such a big impact in just over a day, he thought to himself. Wu Shaochen hurriedly finished his meal and rushed back home. He put on his helmet and quickly logged into the game, fully aware of the importance of every second. To stand out in the game, he had to work harder than everyone else. The wealthy players had game pods that allowed them to be online 247, but he could only make up for this gap through relentless effort. Re-entering the game, Wu Shaochen found himself in the job change hall of Jinling City. The first thing he did was check his backpack, and the two skill books rewarded by the system caught his attention. His breath quickened as he saw one of the golden skill books, and all his previous frustrations vanished. Immortal Body, special passive skill unique. Each time you kill a monster of equal or higher level, your maximum health permanently increases by 1 point. The value of this skill was immeasurable, rivaling even his innate talent. As a unique skill, its rarity was astonishing. Wu Shaochen thought to himself that this was a blessing from the heavens. An assassin's burst damage was already incredible, but with defensive capabilities comparable to a tank, what kind of terrifying existence would that be? His opponents would likely fall into despair. Although selling this skill would fetch a fortune, Wu Shaochen knew he could never part with such a unique skill. Besides, he wasn't short on money at the moment. With trembling hands, he took the precious skill book from his backpack and silently learned it. Seeing the new skill appear in his skill bar, he finally felt at ease. Next, he looked at the other skill book in his backpack. Void. Removes all negative effects from yourself and enters a void space, making you untargetable for 1 second. Consumes 100 mana, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Requirement: Assassin. Another powerful skill. Wu Shaochen immediately learned it. The value of these two skill books was beyond measure, and he felt fortunate for pushing himself to claim the first place despite his hunger. With these two new skills, in addition to the 2 basic assassin skills, his skill bar now had 6 skills. 1. Insight. Allows you to view information about monsters up to 10 levels higher than yourself. No cost, no cooldown. 2. Speed boost. Increases movement speed and attack speed by 50 for 30 seconds. Consumes 50 mana, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. 3. Stealth. Enter a stealth state, reducing movement speed by 30 for 5 minutes, consuming 1 mana per second. Cooldown: 1 minute. Attacking, being attacked, or being touched will break stealth, or you can deactivate it manually. Note: bosses 10 levels higher or ordinary monsters above level 30 can see through stealth, as can archers with eagle eye. 4. Backstab. Attack from behind the target, dealing 150 physical damage and ignoring 50 of the target's defense. Consumes 30 mana, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. 5. Immortal Body, special passive skill. Unique. Each time you kill a monster of equal or higher level, your maximum health permanently increases by 1 point. 6. Void. Removes all negative effects from yourself and enters a void space, making you untargetable for 1 second. Consumes 100 mana, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Looking at these skills, Wu Shaochen could hardly contain his excitement and wanted to go out and grind monsters immediately. However, he restrained himself and decided to first familiarize himself with the main city and see if there were any quests available. Stepping out of the job change hall, Wu Shaochen found himself on the main street. The buildings lining the street were mostly shops for daily necessities, such as weapon shops, clothing stores, jewelry shops, pharmacies, and general stores. He entered a weapon shop and browsed the items for sale, his face darkening. They were selling various basic equipment, which would undoubtedly affect his future sales of Y-Tire gear. However, he thought back to how he had already sold off all the Y-Tire gear in the newbie village and made his profit, so he felt relieved. Besides, Y-Tire gear above level 10 had level requirements, and players would likely not value them as much in the future. In addition to selling weapons, the weapon shop also offered the chance to learn the life skill of weapon crafting. Each player could learn up to 3 life skills, but Wu Shaochen decided against it. He felt these skills were too time-consuming and costly, especially in the early stages, and the quality of crafted equipment wasn't high. In comparison, he believed that killing a few bosses was more worthwhile. He assumed that the clothing and jewelry shops would be similar. At the general store, he bought 2 return scrolls, each costing 10 silver coins, a hefty price. Suddenly, he noticed a map scroll priced at 1 gold coin. Map scroll activates the map function, recording the distribution of monsters within a 10-kilometer radius of Jinling City. Wu Shaochen realized why the game didn't have a map function it required purchasing a map scroll to activate. Although he thought the price was a bit high, he had over 90 gold coins, and this was an essential item for every player, so he bought it without hesitation. After using the scroll, the map function lit up in the interface. Upon opening it, the monster distribution within a 10-kilometer radius was clearly visible, while areas beyond that were shrouded in darkness, requiring exploration. The map would automatically light up and record areas as players traversed them. Wu Shaochen found this feature quite handy and worth the price. Continuing his exploration of Jinling City, Wu Shaochen discovered that the city was vast. Besides functional NPC areas, there were NPC residential areas where various NPCs lived. Some of these NPCs might have special quests, but finding them relied on luck due to the large number of residents and the few quests available. Then there was the player trading area, where players could set up stalls to trade freely without incurring fees, making it more economical than the auction house. There were also shops for sale where players could place their items for sale without having to be present, which was more convenient than setting up a stall. However, shops required gold coins to purchase and were expensive. Wu Shaochen considered buying a shop to save on fees, but found even the cheapest ones cost thousands of gold coins, so he gave up. He decided to use the auction house for its convenience, despite the fees. Additionally, the city had an arena, taverns, and a city lord's mansion, all of which amazed Wu Shaochen. As he walked, he came across a massive building comparable in size to the job change hall, with the words Warriors Hall inscribed above. Driven by curiosity, he went inside. The interior of the Warriors Hall was grand and majestic, with lifelike statues lining both sides and a central path leading to a mysterious vortex portal. Wu Shaochen approached one of the statues of a middle-aged man and read the inscription. In the year 356 of the Holy Light Era, war god Grib single-handedly slew dozens of star-level beasts and held off a celestial-level beast for 2 hours before perishing. Honored as war god, enshrined in the Warriors Hall. He then moved to a statue of a silver-haired woman whose noble aura was palpable. The inscription read, in the year 487 of the Holy Light Era, Ice Mage God Silver transformed into a forbidden spell, freezing 3,000 miles and sealing the Demon Lord and his million-strong beast army in ice, greatly contributing to humanity's survival. Honored as Mage God, enshrined in the Warriors Hall, Wu Shaochen stepped into the Hall of the War Gods, his gaze sweeping over the statues, each one telling the tale of a fallen deity. He walked slowly towards the Vortex Gate, and a system prompt echoed in his mind, ding. Do you wish to challenge the War God's secret realm? Each player can challenge it once per day. What's the benefit of challenging the War God's secret realm? Wu Shaochen asked. Soon, a detailed description appeared before him. The secret realm would randomly generate a War God Phantom matching the challenger's level. Defeating the Phantom would be considered a success. Success not only enhances one's level, but also grants numerous attribute points and a corresponding War God medal. Exceptional performance might even earn the recognition of a War God spirit, unlocking relevant skills. So this is where I can level up, Wu Shaochen realized. He recalled his unique talent. Killing bosses of equal or higher rank than himself would add an extra layer of poison. He had mistakenly thought it referred to levels, but now he understood it was about rank. However, the phrase enhancing talent potential puzzled him. Could his talent be upgraded? Never mind. I'll figure it out after the fight. Wu Shaochen decided to raise his rank by 2 levels, guessing that the first successful challenger might receive extra rewards. He chose to challenge, and the Vortex Gate opened. Stepping inside, Wu Shaochen found himself in an enclosed space, completely empty. Suddenly, a phantom materialized in front of him, resembling a middle-aged man but with blurred features. Wu Shaochen immediately used his insight skill. War God Phantom Black Iron Rank. Level 11. Health 80,000. Physical attack 400. Physical defense 150. Magic defense 60. Speed 80. Skill 1. Azure slashes forward with a blade, dealing 150 damage to targets in its path. Cooldown 20 seconds. Skill 2. Blocks the next attack. Cooldown 5 seconds. Is that all? Wu Shaochen scoffed. Although its stats were slightly better than the Wild Boar King, it had fewer skills. He quickly realized this was to balance the difficulty of solo challenges. Even so, for most players, this challenge would be tough. But for Wu Shaochen, these stats were insignificant. To save time, he activated his speed boost, tanked 2 attacks, inflicted 3 layers of poison on the Phantom, and then casually walked away. His 100 speed made the 45 speed Phantom seem like a snail. With 66 defense and 1,750 health, Wu Shaochen easily withstood the Phantom's attacks, losing less than half his health. Out of combat, his 17 health per second regeneration was more than enough. The Phantom's skills were limited in damage, and a single health potion could handle the rest. The 5-second block skill might be annoying for others, but it was negligible for Wu Shaochen. 3 layers of poison dealt 69 damage per second, and after 20 minutes, the Phantom fell, marking his success. Wu Shaochen hoped for the War God Spirit's recognition but was quickly teleported out, indicating he hadn't caught any spirit's attention. Back in the Hall of the War Gods, a system prompt appeared. Wu Shaochen breathed a sigh of relief. Glad there was no server-wide announcement. He didn't want to become a target again. The attribute boost from leveling up was impressive. An all attributes boost of 10 meant 60 attribute points, plus 10 free points, totaling 70 points. And this was just the lowest rank. The boosts would only get bigger from here. The War God Medal's attributes were straightforward, a 10 increase in all attributes. Wu Shaochen nodded in satisfaction. I like it. Checking his unallocated attribute points, he found 50. Wu Shaochen pondered his options. With his immortal body, he didn't need to boost his constitution. Strength and intelligence were unnecessary too. The useful ones were agility, constitution, and spirit. Agility was his primary focus, constitution for magic defense, and spirit for future mana needs. Weighing his options, Wu Shaochen decided to allocate 20 points to agility and 30 to constitution, balancing his defense. With his rank up, attribute allocation, and metal equipped, Wu Shaochen's power surged again. Name: Qinfeng. Rank: Black Iron. Level: 11. Health: 1910. Mana: 280. Physical attack: 157. Magic attack: 32. Physical defense: 111. Magic defense: 70. Speed: 142. Attack speed: 30. Crit rate: 10. Experience: 206030000. Strength: 37 10 40 rounding down. Intelligence: 15 10 16. Constitution: 62 10 68. Endurance: 55 10 60. Spirit: 15 10 16. Agility: 108 10 118. These stats were far beyond what an 11th level character should have. Wu Shaochen strolled around Jinling City but didn't find any NPCs to trigger quests. He didn't mind. The game was primarily about fighting monsters, and city quests were rare. After confirming his location, Wu Shaochen headed to the Goblin Plains. His 142 speed was no joke, reaching the destination in mere minutes. Seeing the short, ugly goblins, he used insight. Goblin. Level: 16. Health: 18,000. Physical attack: 320. Physical defense: 130. Magic defense: 60. Speed: 45. Skill: Heavy strike swings a spiked club at the target, dealing 155 physical damage. Wu Shaochen couldn't help but marvel at the game's monster scaling. These goblins had better stats than the Wild Boar King, though they had fewer skills. But for Wu Shaochen, these were trivial challenges. Activating his speed boost, he reached over 200 speed and 80 attack speed. Wu Shaochen quickly inflicted 3 layers of poison on a goblin and retreated. He then repeated this on 3 more goblins, starting a group fight. Even facing 3 goblins, his 111 defense held up well. Each hit only cost him 209 health, and their skills did just over 300 damage. Though managing 3 was his limit, occasionally needing potions, Wu Shaochen handled it all with ease. 5 minutes later, 3 goblins fell to the ground simultaneously. The system notifications rang out in quick succession. Ding. Killed 3 goblins, gained 540 XP. Bonus XP for defeating higher level enemies. 270. Ding. Talent trait triggered. Poison damage increased by 3 points. Current poison damage: 26. Ding. Immortal body activated. Maximum health increased by 3 points. Current immortal body health boost: 3 points. Wu Shaochen felt a surge of satisfaction. The simultaneous growth of his talent and immortal body meant that the more he killed, the stronger he would become. However, the experience gained from defeating higher level monsters seemed a bit too high. Just one goblin gave him 270 XP, meaning he could level up after killing around 100 of them. The pace seemed too fast. Suddenly, he remembered the pet egg in his inventory. Right, how could I forget about it? Pets could share the player's experience, which would help moderate his rapid leveling. Acting on his thought, Wu Shaochen quickly took out the Silver Wolf King pet egg from his inventory and followed the system's instructions to hatch it. A flash of light later, the egg disappeared, replaced by a wolf pup about the size of a small dog, affectionately rubbing against his pants. Ding. Hatching successful. Obtained Silver Wolf King cub, grade A. Please name your pet. Looking at the little creature with its silver fur, Wu Shaochen thought for a moment and said, let's call it Silver Wolf. Ding. Name successful. Wu Shaochen checked Silver Wolf stats. Health: 200. Mana: 100. Physical attack: 20. Physical defense: 10. Magic defense: 5. Speed: 10. Skill 1. Rapid speed. Increases movement and attack speed by 50 for 30 seconds. Costs 50 mana, 2-minute cooldown. Better than a rabbit. No wonder wolves can catch rabbits, Wu Shaochen mused. Pets could learn a new skill every 20 levels besides their initial one. With Silver Wolf in tow, Wu Shaochen continued hunting goblins. Seeing the little guy eager to join the fight, he quickly ordered, stay back and just soak up the experience. Those tiny limbs of yours won't stand a chance against their clubs. Silver Wolf obediently retreated to the rear, and Wu Shaochen nodded in satisfaction, continuing his grind. With Silver Wolf taking 20 of the experience, he could now farm more talent and immortal body points per level. Meanwhile, other players were encountering problems. Proud World, who had just reached level 10, eagerly approached the village chief to teleport to the main city, only to be told that the teleportation array needed repairs and that he had to kill the Silver Wolf King. He was dismayed. Many top players who had reached level 10 through relentless grinding faced the same issue. The ensuing events were predictable. They organized a raid on the Silver Wolf King and were wiped out. The forums exploded, with a thread titled, "The Terrifying Silver Wolf King." the newbie village roadblock, being pinned. The post detailed the Silver Wolf King's daunting stats: 200,000 health, 550 attack, defense ignoring AoE damage, and the ability to summon minions. Countless players were in agony but had no choice but to fight it. In the comments, players frantically tagged Chunfeng, begging the pro for a strategy. The regional chat of Newbie Village 8365 buzzed with discussions about the Silver Wolf King's fearsome power. Some lamented the difficulty, others were curious about how Chunfeng had managed to defeat it, and many were relieved that their village's teleportation array was already unlocked. In the Junlin squad, Nan Feng asked Junlin about his leveling progress. Junlin replied that he was 10 away from leveling up, estimating it would take no more than half an hour to reach level 10. Xiao Bei joked that they should thank Chunfeng. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a shot at first place. At that moment, Wu Shaochen received a private message from Su Muxue. After a brief chat, Su Muxue was astonished to learn that Wu Shaochen was playing with a gaming helmet and still outpaced everyone. She couldn't help but wonder how he managed it. Finally, at Su Muxue's request, Wu Shaochen checked the forums. Seeing the numerous tags, he replied simply, "Complain to the village chief." He thought this would help while also diverting suspicion of cheating. As for the final outcome, it would depend on the player's resources. After all, the village chief sold instant recovery potions and buffs for attack, health, and speed, which would greatly aid in defeating the Silver Wolf King, albeit at a high price. Wu Shaochen's reply caused a stir on the forums. Players were thrilled to see the pro appear and began speculating about the meaning behind his words. Some quickly caught on and urged others to try it out. Suddenly, the entire game world was abuzz with excitement over this simple message. After browsing the forum, Wu Shaochen found nothing particularly interesting and decided to log off and continue grinding monsters. Just as he was immersed in the rhythm of slaying creatures, a server-wide announcement suddenly broke his concentration. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Jun Lin for successfully changing class to Archer. As the first player to achieve this, the system rewards you with 500 prestige points, 20 gold coins, and a skill book for your class. This is a special announcement. This caught Wu Shaochen's attention. Someone changed class already? Didn't everyone struggle against the Silver Wolf King? Could it be someone from my newbie village? He wondered, then thought, this is the first time someone besides me gets on the leaderboard. Finally, someone to share the heat with. However, this was just the beginning. Barely 10 minutes later, another server-wide announcement rang out. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Shui for successfully changing class to Mage. As the first player to achieve this, the system rewards you with 500 prestige points, 20 gold coins, and a skill book for your class. This is a special announcement. Wu Shaochen was a bit surprised. This girl is impressive, he thought. Although the teleportation array in the newbie village had been repaired, there were still very few players who had reached level 10. Shui claiming the first mage title was a testament to her skills. Soon after, a third announcement followed. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Jiao Huangshao for successfully changing class to warrior. As the first player to achieve this, the system rewards you with 500 prestige points, 20 gold coins, and a skill book for your class. This is a special announcement. Hearing the continuous server-wide announcements, Wu Shaochen rubbed his nose and muttered, should I start charging them for teleportation fees? Meanwhile, other players in different newbie villages were green with envy. They lamented, why wasn't I born in the same newbie village as the legendary Chunfeng? It's so frustrating. We're struggling to fight the Silver Wolf King, and they get to reap the rewards easily. It's maddening. At that moment, the Proud Heroes Guild, following Wu Shaochen's guidance, had spent a fortune on potions and was engaged in an intense battle with the Silver Wolf King. With potions that increased health by 30 and instant recovery potions, the situation was more stable, though the consumption was enormous. They had nearly bought out all available currency in the newbie village, causing the price to soar to 2 copper coins per unit. On the battlefield, besides the frontline players fighting the Silver Wolf King, over 1,000 players were tasked with holding off the summoned Silver Wolves to prevent them from interfering with the main battle. After more than an hour of fierce fighting, the massive Silver Wolf King finally fell. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Ao Tianxia quickly gathered the loot and led the team back to the village, instructing, Zhu Qing, Gu Feng, you guys just leveled up, right? Hurry up and claim the first Shield Guardian and Priest rewards. As they returned to the newbie village, they saw the village chief anxiously repairing the magic array. Just then, another server-wide announcement rang out. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Meng Huanqing Wu for successfully changing class to Priest. As the first player to achieve this, the system rewards you with 500 prestige points, 20 gold coins, and a skill book for your class. This is a special announcement. Isn't Meng Huanqing Wu from a different newbie village? Ao Zhu Qing wondered aloud. Looks like the Dream Guild beat us to killing the Silver Wolf King. Ao Tianxia frowned. The Dream Guild was a renowned all-female guild in the gaming world, not accepting any male players, yet managing to rank among the top 10. Ao Gu Feng remarked. I didn't expect the top mage, Menghuan Qingwu, to switch to priest. I wonder if it's for the first reward, or if her talent suits the priest role better. At that moment, the village chief finished repairing the teleportation array. The three quickly entered and chose their destination, Jinling City. Soon, another system announcement sounded. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Ao Gu Feng for successfully changing class to Shield Guardian. As the first player to achieve this, the system rewards you with 500 prestige points, 20 gold coins, and a skill book for your class. This is a special announcement. With this, the first players for all 6 classes had been announced. Interestingly, 4 out of the 6 were from the 8365 newbie village, with the exception of Jun Lin. This made all players understand the true meaning of riding on the coattails of a giant. While everyone was grinding tirelessly to level up, Wu Shaochen was exasperated upon hearing the level up notification. The system message chimed. Ding, congratulations on leveling up. Health 40, mana 20, agility 2, and you have gained 10 free attribute points. Please allocate them wisely. For an 11th level player, the experience from 16th level monsters was substantial. With the bonus for fighting higher level monsters, even after his pet took 20 of the experience, each monster still yielded 216 experience points. After killing 126 more goblins, he had leveled up. Sigh, with the level up, I need to find a new grinding spot, Wu Shaochen said with a hint of frustration. I'll save the 10 attribute points for now, and distribute them later based on what I need. After killing a total of 129 goblins, the poison damage had reached 152 points per second, capable of draining over 9,000 health in a minute, which was quite terrifying. The immortal body skill had increased his health by 129 points, bringing his total health to 2079. His agility was at 120, and his experience was now 864,000. The 129 goblins had dropped 8 pieces of equipment, with a noticeably higher drop rate than in the newbie village. To Wu Shaochen's delight, one of them was a black iron item. Wolf Fang Club. Quality, black iron. Physical attack 60. Ignore defense 4. Bonus attribute, strength 15. Requirements, warrior. The attributes were quite good, and it only had a class requirement with no level restriction. Wu Shaochen guessed that other equipment might be similar. It seemed that higher level monsters had a chance to drop black iron equipment, possibly even bronze or higher, though with a lower drop rate. This item was a valuable asset for any warrior and should fetch a good price. He decided to hold on to it and list it for auction when more players reached the main city. The remaining 7 items were level 16 white equipment, which he couldn't use or sell, likely only good for selling to the game shop. Wu Shaochen speculated that in the future, only white equipment would have level requirements, while attribute equipment would have class requirements. If that was the case, there would be no point in picking up white equipment anymore. Even more pleasing was the progress of his pet, Silver Wolf. Pets required much less experience to level up compared to players. Even with only 20 of the experience, over 100 goblins were enough to level Silver Wolf up to level 8, significantly boosting its attributes. Silver Wolf. Pet quality, a grade, level 8. Health, 8,200. Mana, 900. Physical attack, 260. Physical defense, 186. Magic defense, 93. Speed, 40. These attributes were good, but not enough for battle, mainly because Wu Shaochen was fighting much higher level monsters. Otherwise, at the same level, Silver Wolf would be dominant. For now, it would continue to follow and gain experience. Just as Wu Shaochen was about to delve deeper, his phone rang. He reluctantly logged out to answer the call, thinking that if he had a gaming pod that connected to his phone, he wouldn't have to go through this hassle. He removed his gaming helmet, picked up his phone, and smiled when he saw the caller ID. It had been a while since this little girl had called. Hey bro. The voice on the other end sounded hesitant. What's up, Ziyin? Wu Shaochen asked. Bro, can you transfer me some money? I know you don't have much, but Sure, I'll send it right away. Wu Shaochen answered decisively, not asking for any reasons, sensing her anxiety. Since their parents passed away, his sister was his only family. He used to send her 1,000 yuan monthly for living expenses. Knowing his salary wasn't high, she always lived frugally and often did part-time jobs. This was the first time she had asked him for money. After hanging up, Wu Shaochen transferred 20,000 yuan to his sister's account. He wanted to send more but was worried she might overthink it. In the girls' dormitory of HN Economics College, Wu Ziyin, a sweet and innocent young woman, stared blankly at her phone, momentarily unable to process what had just happened. She had just ended a call with her brother, filled with confusion. I didn't even say anything, and you already transferred the money? How did you know how much I needed? She bit her lip gently, worried that her brother might not be taking her seriously. At that moment, her roommate and best friend, Wei Wei, walked over with a concerned look on her sweet face. Ziyin, does your brother still have money to send you? Wu Ziyin shook her head, her brows furrowed. She knew her brother didn't earn much at his job out of town and had to send her living expenses every month, leaving him with little savings. But besides her brother, she didn't know who else she could turn to for help. After hearing the whole story, Wei Wei was furious. That woman did it on purpose. Just because the guy she likes has a crush on you, she's giving you a hard time. 8,000 for a broken bottle of makeup? That's outrageous. Wu Xin sighed helplessly, her eyes welling up with tears. Forget it. I'll just stay away from her in the future. It was my fault for breaking it. I can't blame anyone else. And I looked it up. That makeup really costs over 8,000. She knew the girl was giving her a hard time on purpose, but what could she do? 8,000 was more than half a year's living expenses for her. Seeing her best friend's distressed look, Wei Wei couldn't help but say, with your personality, you're bound to suffer. If I hadn't bought that gaming helmet, I could have helped you pay it off. Wu Xin quickly waved her hand. Don't say that. You've already lent me all your living expenses. I don't even know how to thank you. How are you going to manage this month? Wei Wei laughed nonchalantly. No worries, I'll just throw a fit and cry to my dad. He won't let me starve. Just then, Wu Xin's phone pinged with a notification. She opened it and was stunned to see a transfer of 20,000 yuan. She was at a loss for words. Wei Wei peeked and exclaimed, Wow, Xin, your brother is loaded. My dad only gives me 3,000 a month, and it's hard to get even an extra yuan. You make one call and get 20,000. Where can I find a brother like that? Ignoring her friend's teasing, Wu Xin immediately called her brother back. As soon as he answered, she asked anxiously, Brother, where did you get so much money? Made some money from playing games recently, Wu Shaochen replied calmly. Games? Can you really make that much from games? Wu Xin was puzzled. She didn't play games much and knew little about them. Wei Wei, overhearing, excitedly chimed in. Is your brother playing, Oracle? If so, it's not surprising. Skilled players can easily make tens of thousands. Some top players in our newbie village have made tens of thousands selling equipment. Wu Xin was taken aback. Many of her classmates, including Wei Wei, played the game, but she never thought it could be so profitable. From the other end of the line, Wu Shaoqing's voice came through. Yes, it's Oracle. I sold some equipment and made some money. Don't worry, I didn't do anything shady. If you need more, just let me know. Wu Xin sighed with relief. Although she didn't fully grasp how games could be so lucrative, she was reassured knowing her brother hadn't done anything wrong. Still, the sudden influx of money left her feeling uneasy. Thank you, brother, but I don't need that much. You should keep some for yourself. I'll transfer some back. It's okay. I have enough. Use it for whatever you need, clothes, makeup. You deserve to treat yourself. I couldn't afford much before, but now I can. Don't skimp on yourself, Wu Shaoqing said gently. Brother Wu Xin's voice choked with emotion, a warm feeling spreading through her heart. All right, go take care of what you need to, Wu Shaoqing urged, knowing his sister wouldn't ask for money without a reason. Okay, I'll hang up now. I'll visit you during the summer break, Wu Xin said reluctantly. After hanging up, Wei Wei immediately leaned in. Did you hang up? I wanted you to ask for your brother's game ID. If he made so much in just 2 days, he must be really good. It'd be great if he could help me out in the game, Wu Xin recalled. My brother used to play games a lot, but I'm not sure how good he is. By the way, Wei Wei, can you really make that much money in the game? Wei Wei excitedly explained. Absolutely. I don't know about other games, but in Oracle, if you're skilled, earning tens of thousands a day is doable. You know the top player, Chinfeng? He reportedly made about 50,000 just selling equipment in a day. And that's not counting the gold coins he has. The system awarded him 80 or 90 gold coins, and each gold coin can sell for 10,000 yuan. That means he made over 100,000 in just over a day. And this is just the early stage of the game. It'll be even more later. Wu Xin was dumbfounded, completely beyond her understanding. She hesitated for a moment and then asked softly, should I play too? Wei Wei slapped her thigh. Of course. Your brother just transferred you 20,000. Even after paying that woman 8,000, you still have 12,000 left. That's more than enough to buy a helmet. Let's do it. Meanwhile, Wu Shaoqing put his helmet back on and re-entered the game. He headed straight for Black Bear Ridge, where many level 17 black bears roamed, perfect for his next target. Upon arriving at Black Bear Ridge, Wu Shaoqing's spirits lifted as he saw the massive black bears. He used insight to check the black bear's attributes. Black bear, level 17, health 23,000, physical attack 350, physical defense 180, magic defense 100, speed 40, skills, slams the ground, dealing 140 physical damage to all targets within a 2-meter range and reducing their movement speed by 30. Cooldown 20 seconds. After examining the attributes, Wu Shaoqing thought, it looks like ordinary monsters are no longer a challenge for me. I can just group them up and poison each one 3 times. I won't even need to worry about them. With 152 points of poison damage per second, 3 stacks mean 456 points per second. In 60 seconds, that'll be 27,000 damage, enough to take them down. So, Wu Shaochen began his inhumane grinding method. He slashed each black bear 3 times and then ran, soon followed by a horde of black bears. Slowly, the bears started to fall one by one. This grinding method gave Wu Shaochen a sense of true satisfaction. However, this satisfaction abruptly ended when he killed the 89th black bear. As the 89th bear fell, he only received 2 system notifications. Ding, you have killed a black bear, gaining 200 experience points. An additional 100 experience points for killing a monster 5 levels higher, 20 of which is allocated to your pet. Your pet silver wolf has gained 60 experience points. Ding, immortal body activated, increasing maximum health by 1 point. Your immortal body has now increased by 218 health points. Wu Shaochen repeatedly checked the system notifications, confirming that the talent upgrade notification had indeed disappeared. He checked the talent panel and found that the poison damage remained at 240 points. To verify, he killed 2 more black bears, gaining experience and health from immortal body, but the talent remained unchanged. This unexpected situation made Wu Shaochen anxious. He had assumed that as long as he kept grinding, his talent would continuously improve. Now it seemed there was a limit to the enhancement. While he understood the need for game balance, he couldn't help but feel frustrated. Is my poison damage capped at 240 points? Although 240 points per second was formidable at this stage, it might soon become insufficient as players' strength increased. If this was the case, the value of his talent would significantly diminish. Wu Shaochen stared at the talent description, but found no mention of a cap on poison damage. He pondered, if there was indeed a cap, it should have been indicated in the description. The value of 240 didn't seem like a cap. Rather, it appeared to be level-related currently at level 12, 20 times that is exactly 240. Suddenly, he recalled the introduction to the War God Hall. Raising one's realm could enhance talent potential. This must be what they meant by talent potential, he speculated. Not just his talent, but everyone's talent potential might have a limit, which players could increase by advancing their realm. Following this logic, his talent cap should be 10 times his level, and because he had advanced one realm, it had increased to 20 times. Verifying this hypothesis was simple. Level up once more and see if it increases to 260. If it does, then by advancing to the bronze level tomorrow, he could further confirm it. With that in mind, Wu Shaochen continued to quickly poison the black bears. Soon, he killed 76 more black bears, reaching level 13. He then ventured deeper and found level 18 monsters, a group of giant red lizards. As usual, he used insight. Flame lizard. Level 18. HP 28,000. Physical attack 150. Magic attack 380. Physical defense 150. Magic defense 160. Speed 50. Skills: fire breath, spews flames in a 5-meter range ahead, causing 100 magic damage per second for 5 seconds to targets within the flame. Cooldown 20 seconds. A magic attacker? Wu Shaochen was momentarily stunned. This was his first encounter with a magic attacker. They were indeed more troublesome than physical attackers. The skill was quite powerful. If he couldn't quickly move out of its range, even with over 2,000 HP, he wouldn't withstand it. However, magic attackers rely entirely on their skills for damage. Without skills, they are as harmless as mages. But mages have the basic skill Fireball, with a cooldown of only 3 seconds, low mana cost, and instant cast, which can be used almost like a regular attack. These flame lizards didn't even have Fireball, relying only on 150 points of physical attack for normal attacks. Wu Shaochen smiled slightly. Although they could break his defense, it wasn't too stressful. He decided to solo these monsters, each taking about a minute or so. He lured out a lizard and struck it twice. Although the lizard was fast, he only got hit by the skill for 1 second, which wasn't a big deal. A minute later, the lizard fell. The system prompt immediately sounded. Ding, you have killed a flame lizard, gaining 220 experience points. Killing a monster 5 levels above you grants an additional 110 experience points. Your pet silver wolf gains 66 experience points. Ding, talent trait triggered, poison damage increased by 1 point. Current poison damage is 241 points. Ding, immortal body activated, max HP increased by 1 point. Current immortal body boost is 297 max HP. Indeed, his poison damage talent had increased again. Wu Shaochen killed 20 more lizards, and the poison damage reached 260 points before it stopped increasing. Having figured out this pattern, Wu Shaochen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a hard cap, he was fine. He hadn't invested in strength at all, relying solely on his talent. If his talent couldn't grow, he'd lose his edge. Currently, a talent 20 times his level was very strong. No player could withstand his strike. Glancing at the time, it was already past 9 p.m. Wu Shaochen decided to log off for dinner and get some sleep. Since his talent had reached its cap, leveling up wasn't urgent. Others wouldn't catch up anytime soon. Removing his helmet and rubbing his head, Wu Shaochen thought he should buy a gaming pod. However, he still needed quite a bit of money. He hadn't earned any since reaching the main city and needed to hunt some bosses. After his late-night snack, it was already 10 p.m. He set a 6-hour alarm and went to bed. After a whole day of grinding, he was indeed exhausted. At this time, players in various main cities were experiencing rapid growth. In Jinling City, players were everywhere. Su Mushue walked out of the War God Hall, having just failed a challenge in the War God's secret realm. Solo play wasn't a mage's forte. Although monsters' magic defenses were generally low at this stage, the gear from the newbie village didn't boost magic attack, and mages were too fragile to withstand the high damage from shadows. She wanted to ask someone if they had any magic gear but found that he was already offline. His level 13 status surprised her. How did he manage to stay so far ahead with a normal routine? What a monster, she thought. She decided to focus on leveling up and getting gear. Shortly after Su Mushue left, a group from the Proud World Guild arrived at the War God Hall. With the bronze and iron equipment from killing the Wild Boar King and Silver Wolf King, along with their remaining buffs and instant recovery potions, Proud World's leader finally succeeded in the challenge, significantly boosting their strength. He emerged with a smile on his face. Wu Shaochen slept until his alarm went off at 4 a.m. Outside, it was still pitch black. His schedule was completely flipped. After washing up and eating the leftover fried noodles, he put on his helmet and logged back in. He reappeared in the flame lizard area. After some thought, he decided to head back and tackle the War God's secret realm. This would verify his hypothesis. Just as he was about to use a return scroll, an unusual roar echoed from Black Bear Ridge. His eyes lit up. Based on experience, this was definitely a boss's roar. He put away the return scroll and quickly ran towards the sound. When he arrived, he saw a giant black bear chasing a fleeing soldier. The soldier was on the verge of collapse, about to be crushed by the bear. Wu Shaochen rushed forward, letting Silver Wolf block the attack, saving the soldier's life. Silver Wolf was now level 10, with 10,200 HP and 220 points of physical defense, more than enough to take a hit. After rescuing the soldier, Wu Shaochen immediately used Insight. Black Bear King Bronze level boss. Level 17. HP 300,000. Physical attack 750. Physical defense 420. Magic defense 240. Speed 85. Skill 1. Slam. Slams the ground, dealing 140 physical damage and reducing movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds to all targets within a 2-meter range. Cooldown 20 seconds. Skill 2. Earth Fissure. Slams the ground, creating a fissure that travels forward, dealing 160 physical damage and knocking back targets in its path. Cooldown 1 minute. Skill 3. Petrified Skin. Skin turns to stone, increasing defense by 100 and reducing nearby targets' physical damage by 50. Duration 30 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Haha, preventing high blood pressure, my favorite. Wu Shaochen exclaimed with joy. He scanned the imposing Black Bear King before him, calculating his strategy. This colossal beast's attack power was not to be underestimated. Its basic attacks dealt over 600 damage, its slams could reach 900, and its ground shatter ability was even more terrifying, causing over 1,000 damage. The strength of a high-level boss was indeed extraordinary. Wu Shaochen quickly checked his own stats. His health was at 2307, and his physical defense was steady at 111. While he could withstand the hits, he couldn't afford to be careless. He mentally calculated his supplies. He had enough potions, and in the worst-case scenario, he could use his void skill to stabilize the situation. Without further hesitation, Wu Shaochen activated his speed boost and dashed towards the Black Bear King like lightning. He landed 2 swift strikes, poisoning the beast and causing it to lose 520 health per second, amounting to 31,200 health in a minute. He considered delivering another blow, but with an attack speed of 80 in his boosted state, the 2 strikes already cost him a basic attack from the Black Bear King. Another strike would mean enduring 2 more basic attacks plus potential skill attacks, which was too risky. After weighing his options, Wu Shaochen decided to retreat immediately after the 2 strikes. However, he hadn't gone far when the ground suddenly cracked open, and the fissures snaked towards him, sending him flying into the air. Upon landing, he ignored the pain and scrambled to continue his escape. Fortunately, the Black Bear King hadn't caught up yet, or he would have been forced to use his void skill. This round of attacks had already cost him over 1,700 health, leaving him with just over 400. Wu Shaochen reminded himself that every bronze boss was not to be underestimated. Seeing the relentless Black Bear King chasing him, Wu Shaochen had a sudden idea and tried to activate his stealth skill. To his surprise, even with the poison damage, the stealth skill worked. He quickly vanished from sight, leaving the confused Black Bear King to turn its attention towards Yin Tailang. This discovery thrilled Wu Shaochen. His already crafty tactics just became even more unbeatable. He hurriedly recalled Yin Tailang into his pet space to prevent it from being killed. However, the Black Bear King, losing its target, charged straight at a soldier who was still standing there. Damn, why is that idiot still there? Doesn't he know to run? Wu Shaochen shook his head in exasperation. He had no choice but to summon Yin Tailang again to draw the Black Bear King's attention. He quickly drank a health potion and watched as Yin Tailang was chased around, then broke his stealth to draw the aggro. The ensuing battle turned into a prolonged cat-and-mouse game. Wu Shaochen led the Black Bear King on a wild chase, with the soldier who might have a hidden quest becoming a burden, preventing him from using stealth again. Despite the Black Bear King's formidable strength, it couldn't catch up or instantly kill Wu Shaochen, and the continuous poison damage wore it down. Eventually, the powerful boss fell to the ground in frustration. System notifications rang out. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the bronze boss Black Bear King. You have gained 200 reputation points and 24,000 experience points. Your pet Yin Tailang has gained 6,000 experience points. Ding! Your pet Yin Tailang has leveled up to level 12. Ding! Immortal body effect activated, increasing maximum health by 1 point. Current immortal body has increased maximum health by 318 points. Looking at the massive corpse of the Black Bear King, Wu Shaochen couldn't help but marvel at his own strength. A boss with 300,000 health was taken down in just over 10 minutes. His talents were indeed extraordinary. He checked his experience points, which were now at 29,71050,000. Although boss experience wasn't boosted for over-level kills, the Black Bear King alone provided 30,000 points, and even after giving 20 to Yin Tailang, he still gained 24,000 points, nearly doubling his experience. Wu Shaochen quickly collected the loot. Compared to the Silver Wolf King, the drop rate this time was noticeably lower, confirming that first kills indeed had extra bonuses. He counted his spoils: 2 gold and 76 silver, 2 pieces of bronze equipment, 3 pieces of iron equipment, 4 pieces of white equipment, and a special scroll. Stingy. Wu Shaochen grumbled, but he was still satisfied as he checked the equipment stats. The bronze-level Black Bear King armor and boots, the iron-level Bear King bracelet, necklace, and leggings all had decent attributes. He immediately equipped what he could and planned to auction off the rest. Finally, he examined the special Scralla Petrified Skin Scroll, which significantly boosted defense and reduced physical damage from surrounding targets. Although it was a one-time use item, it could be invaluable in critical moments. After gathering his loot, Wu Shaochen approached the dying soldier and asked if he needed help. The soldier, excited, explained that he was a guard from Jinling City with important information for the city lord, pleading with Wu Shaochen to deliver a letter. The system immediately prompted a quest. Deputy Captain Ji Rue of the Guard Squad has issued a mission to deliver the letter to the city lord of Jinling City. Reward: unknown. Despite some doubts about the unknown reward, Wu Shaochen accepted the quest, moved by the soldier's earnest eyes. Taking the letter, the soldier showed a relieved expression and soon passed away. Wu Shaochen sighed and was about to use a return scroll when the system informed him that he couldn't use it during the quest. Damn it! Wu Shaochen cursed, eyes wide in frustration. So my return scroll was a waste, and I have to walk back. In the end, he had no choice but to run back to the city. Fortunately, he was fast enough. Otherwise, it would have been a significant waste of time. As he ran, Wu Shaochen felt a sense of relief. Despite the final inconvenience, the adventure had been quite rewarding, making the minor setbacks well worth it. After more than 10 minutes, Wu Shaochen finally ran back to Jinling City. As he pushed open the city gate, he was greeted by the bustling sounds of the crowd. 6 hours had passed, and the city was already packed with players, all dressed in various outfits, weaving through the streets. Looks like it's time to make some money, Wu Shaochen thought to himself. Feels like ages since I last earned anything. Better turn in my quest first. He headed straight to the city lord's mansion but was stopped by a soldier at the entrance. This is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed, the soldier said arrogantly. Wu Shaochen explained his purpose and showed the letter he was carrying. The soldier's expression changed immediately, and he hurried inside to report. Soon, he returned and led Wu Shaochen in. In the main hall, a dignified middle-aged man sat at the head of the room. It was the city lord. Upon seeing Wu Shaochen, he quickly descended the steps and anxiously asked, I heard you encountered Jirue? How is he now? Wu Shaochen handed the letter to the city lord and said solemnly, I'm sorry, but he's already dead. This is what he asked me to deliver to you before he passed. The city lord took the letter, a look of guilt appearing on his face. It's all my fault. I sent them without fully understanding the enemy, he said, reading the letter. His expression shifted from sorrow to anger, and he clenched his fists. After a long while, he calmed down and said to Wu Shaochen, Adventurer, thank you for bringing this letter back. Here is your reward. A system notification sounded. Ding, quest completed. Congratulations, you have gained 200 reputation points and 20 gold coins. Wow, 20 gold coins. Wu Shaochen thought, pleasantly surprised. This quest is pretty good. Just running an errand and I get 20 gold coins. The city lord is really generous. As he was about to leave, Wu Shaochen noticed the city lord still looked troubled. He had an idea and tentatively asked, City lord, is there something else bothering you? Maybe I can help? The city lord's eyes lit up but quickly dimmed. There is indeed a troublesome matter, but with your current strength, you might not be able to handle it. Unwilling to give up, Wu Shaochen pressed on. No worries, city lord. You don't have a solution right now, right? Let me give it a shot. Trust me, I'm quite strong, and we adventurers don't truly die. The city lord pondered for a moment before finally nodding. All right, we don't have better manpower at the moment. I'll leave this task to you. But if it proves too difficult, just abandon it, and I'll think of something else. Another system notification sounded. Ding, the city lord of Jinling City has assigned you a quest. Go to Black Wind Fortress and kill the fortress leader. Bring back the leader's head to the city lord. Quest duration, 3 days. Quest reward. Unknown, the fortress leader of Black Wind Fortress? Huh? Sounds tough, and the reward is unknown. Does that mean they have little hope for me? Wu Shaochen pondered and then asked, City lord, what is the strength of this fortress leader? Level 20, silver tier. The city lord replied gravely. Wu Shaochen was taken aback, thinking, am I digging my own grave? A level 20 silver tier? No way I can handle that with my current strength. Oh well, since I accepted it, I might as well give it a try. Besides, where else would I find a silver boss to fight? And I have 3 days. If I can't beat him now, I can always level up a bit first. He bid farewell to the city lord. All right, city lord, I'll be off now. Expect good news from me. Take care, the city lord advised. Leaving the city lord's mansion, Wu Shaochen headed straight to the hall of the war god. Inside, many players were either observing the feats of the war god or waiting for their turn to challenge. Wu Shaochen walked directly to the vortex door of the war god's secret realm. The system prompt sounded, Ding, do you wish to challenge the war god's secret realm? Without hesitation, Wu Shaochen stepped into the vortex and was instantly transported to an isolated space. Not far away, a figure wielding a giant axe materialized. War God Phantom Bronze Tier. Level, 13. Health, 250,000. Physical attack, 700. Physical defense, 300. Magical defense, 150. Movement speed, 80. Skill 1. Heavy slash swings the giant axe downwards, dealing 170 physical damage to the target. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Skill 2. Sweep swings the giant axe in a circle, dealing 155 physical damage to all enemies within 1 meter. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 3. Block uses the giant axe to block the next attack. Cooldown, 5 seconds. This guy's stats are on par with the Black Bear King, Wu Shaochen assessed. At least it doesn't have any control skills. The damage is pretty high, but it's manageable. He activated his speed boost, dashed forward, and struck twice before quickly retreating, easily dodging a normal attack. He tried to use stealth but found that the war god Phantom could see through it. No shortcuts, huh? Wu Shaochen muttered. At least its attack range is short. If I only strike twice each time, I'll only need to endure 1 normal attack or skill. Not too dangerous. After an intense battle lasting over 8 minutes, the war god Phantom finally fell, and Wu Shaochen was teleported out of the secret realm. That was awesome. Leveling up really boosts your strength, Wu Shaochen thought as he checked his free attribute points. Including the points from his last 2 level ups, he had a total of 60 points. After some consideration, he allocated 20 points to agility and 40 points to endurance. Defense is crucial. My agility is already high enough. Even bosses can't keep up with my speed. He then inspected his upgraded war god medal and was thrilled to see a 20 increase in all attributes. Incredible, he marveled. Finally, Wu Shaochen carefully reviewed his updated stats. Name, Qinfeng. Tier, Bronze. Level, 13. Health, 2,708. Mana, 540. Physical attack, 263. Magical attack, 84. Physical defense, 246. Magical defense, 216. Movement speed, 258. Attack speed, 54. Critical hit rate, 10. Experience, 297, 105, 0000. Strength, 57, 2068. Intelligence, 35, 2042. Constitution, 86, 2103. Endurance, 130, 2156. Spirit, 35, 2042. Agility, 174, 2208. Talent, poison damage 260 points, stackable up to 3 layers. Immortal body, Increases maximum health by 318 points. Equipment. Weapon. Wooden sword beginner's equipment. Attack 2. Helmet. Wolf King helmet iron tier. Health 200. Defense 10. Additional attribute. Constitution 6. Armor. Wild Boar King armor iron tier. Health 100. Defense 10. Additional attribute. Constitution 8. Pants. Bear King Legguards iron tier. Health 300. Physical defense 20. Magical defense 10. Additional attribute. Constitution 12. Belt. Silver Wolf King belt bronze tier. Health 300. Dual defense 20. Additional attributes. Constitution 10. Endurance 10. Boots. Black Bear King boots bronze tier. Movement speed 50. Physical defense 30. Magical defense 30. Additional attributes. Agility 18. Endurance 15. Necklace. Silver Wolf King necklace bronze tier. Attack 25. Critical hit rate 10. Luck 3. Additional attributes. Strength 10. Agility 8. Left bracelet. Silver Wolf bracelet common. Health 20. Attack 12. Attack speed 1. Right bracelet. Bear King bracelet iron tier. Physical attack 50. Attack speed 6. Additional attribute. Agility 12. Left ring. Toad ring common. Health 20. Physical attack 8. Attack speed 1. Right ring. Silver Wolf King ring bronze tier. Health 100. Attack 30. Attack speed 5. Additional attributes. Strength 12. Constitution 10. Wu Shaochen had just stepped out of the Temple of War when a private message chimed. Schwer's message popped up on the screen. Aren't you afraid someone will surpass you after being offline for so long? Wu Shaochen chuckled and quickly replied, not worried. If I wanted to level up, I'd do it in no time. No one can catch up. It wasn't just bragging. He actually found leveling up too fast to be a bit annoying. Su Muxue saw his reply and pouted. Though she thought he was boasting, the truth was undeniable. She was only level 12 after being offline for so long. While he remained far ahead, shaking her head, she decided to let it go and asked, do you have any mage gear? No. Wu Shaochen replied curtly. Su Muxue felt a bit disappointed but persisted. Is there any way you can help me get through the war god's secret realm? Bronze? Wu Shaochen asked. Iron. Su Muxue replied through gritted teeth. Oh, that should be doable, Wu Shaochen said, attaching a screenshot of a Wild Boar King summoning scroll. He had kept it unused and didn't need it now. Su Muxue's eyes lit up. This guy sure had a lot of good stuff. With this scroll, she should be able to succeed. Let the Wild Boar King tank while she dealt the damage from behind. How much? She asked eagerly. 5,000. Wu Shaochen said nonchalantly. Single-use items usually cost a few thousand, unless they were exceptionally powerful. They quickly struck a deal. Su Muxue immediately returned to town and dashed toward the Temple of War. Many had already realized the importance of improving their realm. After the transaction, Wu Shaochen put his Black Bear King armor, Wolf Tooth Club, Bear King necklace, and the Wolf King leg guards he had just replaced up for auction. He chose the bidding mode, setting the duration to half an hour. The auction house was short on gear, and anything listed would be snatched up instantly. The moment the 3 iron and 1 bronze items went up, they caused a stir. Whoa, bronze gear. I haven't even seen iron gear and hair race bronze already. 3 iron and 1 bronze. Who's the badass selling these? Damn, this armor would be a huge boost for a shield warrior. If I had the money, I'd grab it first. At that moment, Ao Shi Tianxia, looking at the auction house gear with a grim face, asked, do we know who's selling this? No idea, it's listed anonymously, Ao Shi Jueching replied. At this stage, there are only a handful of people who could sell bronze gear, and this armor didn't drop from the Silver Wolf King. Do you think Qinfeng might be in Jinling City like us? Ao Shi goofing speculated. Very likely. Let's win this armor first, and then have our people keep an eye out. If Qinfeng is in Jinling City, we must find him. I want to see what makes him so special, Ao Shi Tianxiao ordered. After listing the gear, Wu Shaochen looked at the pile of whiteboard gear in his backpack and shook his head in frustration. He walked into a nearby clothing store and sold all the whiteboard gear in one go. Each piece fetched just a few copper coins, which left him feeling helpless. Fortunately, he didn't have to sell them individually. Weapons and accessories could all be sold here. He decided that he wouldn't pick up whiteboard gear next time it took up space and wasn't worth much. After selling the gear, he glanced at the shop's inventory and realized that buying back the gear he had just sold would cost several silver coins each. He couldn't help but think that these shopkeepers were the real profiteers. Suddenly, he noticed that the shop sold masks. After a moment's thought, he decided to buy one. The mask didn't add any attributes, but it could hide his face. Given his growing fame in the game, staying low-key seemed wise. While exposure in the game wasn't a big deal, he worried about real-life repercussions. In reality, he was just an ordinary person with no money or power. If he offended someone in the game and they sought revenge in real life, it would be a problem. After putting on the mask, Wu Shaochen exited through the south gate again. Along the way, he encountered many players out hunting monsters, making him marvel at their dedication even at 4 or 5 in the morning. Just then, 3 men and a woman approached and blocked his path. The leader spoke up. Hey buddy, want to join our team? We could use some extra firepower. No thanks, I'm good. Wu Shaochen politely declined and continued walking. Bro, this game's tough solo. Join us, the leader insisted, noticing Wu Shaochen's decent gear and hoping to recruit him. Thanks, but no thanks, Wu Shaochen reiterated. Hey, what's with the attitude? Our boss here is inviting you out of kindness. A young man behind the leader shouted. Wu Shaochen stopped and turned to the young man. I've been polite. Just because he invites me doesn't mean I have to agree. Yeah, our boss is from the Ao Shichuanxiong Guild. Being noticed by him is your lucky break. If you get in good with him, you might join Ao Shichuanxiong someday. It's the biggest guild in Jinling City, the young man boasted. Oh, Wu Shaochen replied indifferently, turning to leave again, but the group surrounded him. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Believe me, I can send you back to the newbie village in no time, the young man threatened. The leader, Hao Gu, watched with folded arms and a cold smile. Since this guy wasn't cooperating, they'd just take his gear by force. Not buying it, Wu Shaochen responded calmly. Wow, you're cocky. Today, they'll show you some people you just don't mess with, the young man shouted angrily, drawing his weapon to strike Wu Shaochen. A paltry damage number popped up, making the young man's eyes widen. Even though he was an all-out warrior in white gear with over 200 attack, his hit only dealt 12 damage. He was baffled how could an assassin have such high defense? Is that it? Wu Shaochen glanced at the stunned youth and slowly pulled a beginner's wooden sword from his backpack. Now, it's my turn. The moment the young man struck him, they all turned grain-aimed, clearly indicating they were in a group. Haha, a wooden sword? You think you can kill us with that? The lone female in the group burst into laughter. Wu Shaochen didn't bother with more words. He activated his speed skill, moving so fast they couldn't react. He slashed each of them once and then walked away without looking back. Damn, he's fast. But what's his deal? Hitting us once and running. Did he realize he can't beat us? The young man wondered. No, I'm poisoned. Damn, I'm losing 260 HP per second. Xiao Li, heal me. The leader, Hao Gu, suddenly yelled. As an archer with low health, he was almost dead within 2 seconds. Xiao Li quickly tried to heal Hao Gu but was shocked to see a zero appear. I can't heal. Hao Gu, drink a potion. But before Hao Gu could grab a potion, he was dead. The others met the same fate. By the time they realized they were poisoned, it was too late. Even the tankiest shield warrior lasted only 5 seconds, and the whole team was wiped out. Nearby players looked on in confusion, unable to fathom what had just happened. Hao stood at the respawn point in the beginner village, his lips trembling uncontrollably. He never dreamt that the random person he picked would turn out to be Qin Feng. He regretted his decision deeply. Turning around, Hao slapped the young man who first troubled Qin Feng hard across the face, shouting angrily, I can't believe you got me killed. The young man instantly fell silent, his legs turning to jelly at the thought of how he had dared to speak to the legendary Qin Feng like that. After venting his anger, Hao quickly opened his chat log and sent a message to one of his contacts. Boss, I ran into Qin Feng. Meanwhile, Wu Shaochen, having just taken down several players, casually walked over to the flame lizards. He needed to verify if his talent could continue to increase now that he had reached the bronze level. His strength had significantly improved, and as he approached the flame lizards, he struck twice, then switched targets and struck twice more. With his current poison damage of 260 per second, 2 hits were enough to take down each lizard. One by one, the lizards fell, and the system notifications kept coming. Hearing the alerts, Wu Shaochen smiled. Just as he had thought, leveling up increased his poison damage cap. Let's keep going and see how much more I can improve, he thought to himself, continuing his assault on the lizards. At that moment, several system notifications rang out. Ding! An item you listed on the auction house has been sold for 50,000 yuan. After a fee of 7,500 yuan, 42,500 yuan has been transferred to your linked bank account. Ding ding ding. Wu Shaochen excitedly checked his transaction log, feeling like it had been ages since he last received any money. The Wolf King Legguard sold for 50,000 yuan, the Wolf Tooth Club for 70,000 yuan, the Bear King Necklace for 80,000 yuan, and the Black Bear King Armor fetched a whopping 180,000 yuan. His eyes narrowed in delight. The total earnings from 4 items amounted to 380,000 yuan, with 57,000 yuan deducted in fees, leaving him with 323,000 yuan. This is awesome. Even though everyone has changed classes, most still have basic equipment. Black iron gear is rare, and bronze equipment even more so. The population in the main city is much larger than in the beginner village, so there are more wealthy players. I'm getting closer to buying that game pod. Let's do this. Wu Shaochen felt a surge of motivation and charged at the flame lizards once more. In Jinling City, after learning what had happened from Hao, Ao Shi Tianxia glanced at Ao Shi Jueqing and asked, what do you think of Qin Feng's strength? Ao Jueching analyzed. According to Zaheo, the opponent has high defense and speed, average damage, but a really nasty poison. We're not sure if the poison comes from his equipment or his talent. It deals 260 points of damage per second and can't be healed. The worst part is, they don't know how long the poison lasts. Ao Goofing, the primary tank, added, normally, poison damage lasts at least 10 seconds. If that's the case, with the Black Bear King armor, I can barely withstand it. But if it lasts longer, no one can survive it at this stage. Ao Tianxia nodded confidently. Yes, early stage equipment doesn't come with skills, so this is likely his talent. If it's a talent, his early advantage makes sense. This poison is a game changer early on, but once we level up and get better gear, taking him down will be like slaughtering a dog. Little did they know that this troublesome talent was still growing. Just then, a private message came through. Schwer, thanks for the scroll. I succeeded in the challenge, Wu Shaochen casually replied. With such a tough wild boar king tanking in front, even a pig could succeed. There was no reply from the other side. Time to collect the loot, Wu Shaochen said as he looked at the fallen lizards. He stood up and walked over to check for good equipment. On the ground lay 3 items, 2 common pieces and 1 black iron item, easily identifiable by its sheen. He quickly picked it up, knowing it was worth money. Flame ring, magic attack 60, fire skill damage 5, additional attribute, intelligence 16. Requirement, mage. Wu Shaochen muttered to himself, mage gear. First time seeing it, and the stats are decent. He opened his chat window and sent a screenshot of the item stats to Su Muxue. She quickly replied, Schwer, how much? I want it. Wu Shaochen thought for a moment, 8,000 yuan. The Bear King necklace had just sold for 8,000 yuan at the auction house, so it seemed reasonable. Schwer, deal. After completing the transaction, another private message came through. Schwer, did you get this from a boss? Chen Feng. No, just from regular monsters. Schwer, regular monsters drop black iron gear? Chen Feng. Yeah, higher level ones do, but the drop rate is very low. He had killed hundreds of monsters and only got 2 pieces of black iron gear. Schwer, can you tell me which monster drops it? Mage gear is so hard to come by. Wu Shaochen cast an insight spell on a flame lizard and shared the information. On the other side, Su Muxue, who was fighting level 12 foxes in the forest, felt speechless when she saw the monster information Wu Shaochen shared. She finally understood why he was always ahead of everyone else. While everyone else was fighting level 11 or 12 monsters, he was already tackling level 18 monsters. It was absurd. After seeing the monster's attributes, Su Muxue gave up on the idea of farming mage gear there and vented her frustration on the foxes. Nearby, Uncle Lu watched Su Muxue with a worried expression. He noticed that his young mistress had changed. She used to face everything with calmness, but recently she often seemed to be gritting her teeth in frustration. He wasn't sure if this was a good or bad thing. After killing another 10 or so flame lizards, a golden light flashed, and Wu Shaochen leveled up. He checked his poison talent, which now dealt 337 damage per second. After killing 77 flame lizards, he hadn't reached the cap yet. His immortal body talent increased his maximum health by 395 points, almost 400, equivalent to 40 points of constitution. It felt great. His health was now 2,826, and he decided to save his 10 attribute points for later, depending on what he needed. Experience, LV 14, 386, 0000. It was time to check out Blackwind Village. Wu Shaochen followed the map's directions, moving forward. After crossing Black Bear Ridge, he suddenly saw a long fence forming a wall ahead, with a large gate in the middle guarded by 2 men dressed like bandits. This area had originally been marked in black on the map, but it lit up when he approached, revealing it as Blackwind Ridge. Wu Shaochen realized that the bandit stronghold, Blackwind Fortress, lay just ahead. He stealthily approached one of the bandits and used his insight skill. Information immediately appeared before him. Blackwind Fortress Bandit, level 20, HP 40,000, physical attack 450, physical defense 230, magic defense 150, movement speed 78. Skills, take this, a forward slash with a large blade, dealing 160 physical damage, 20-second cooldown. Wu Shaochen calculated in his mind. Level 20 monsters, moderately challenging. He hesitated whether to start clearing here or to farm level 19 monsters first. But he quickly dismissed the idea of looking for lower-level monsters since his talent had an upper limit. Starting here wouldn't be a problem. Just as he approached again, he was spotted. Who dares to intrude on Blackwind Fortress? Capture him. One of the bandits barked, and the 2 guards charged at him. Hey, you think you can just boss me around? Wu Shaochen muttered in annoyance. He activated his speed boost, increasing his movement speed to over 300 and attack speed to 104. He dashed towards the bandits like lightning, striking each twice before swiftly pulling back. Entering stealth, He leisurely watched as the two bandits slowly succumbed to poison. Suddenly, he felt something sweep over him, breaking his stealth, and two arrows struck him. Damn, archers too? Wu Shaochen exclaimed, turning to see where the arrows had come from. Each side of the gate had an arrow tower with an archer inside. He quickly distanced himself from the arrow towers and used insight on the archers. The information revealed: Black Wind Fortress Guard, level 20, HP 38,000, physical attack 480, physical defense 180, magic defense 120, attack speed 100, movement speed 85. Skills: Eagle Eye, enhances vision and arrow accuracy, can detect stealth skills. Damn, these guys have Eagle Eye, that's gonna be tough, Wu Shaochen muttered to himself. Although a single guard's damage wasn't high, two together could deal nearly 900 damage per second, and their attack range was extensive. Even with speed boost, it would take him 6 seconds to get back and forth, enough to be fatal. As he pondered his predicament, his eyes fell on his companion, Silver Wolf, trailing behind. How could I forget about it? Wu Shaochen's eyes lit up. With level 12 and a great aptitude, Silver Wolf was quite formidable, with 14,200 HP and 280 physical defense, enough to withstand the archer's attacks. After the summoning cooldown ended, Wu Shaochen called Silver Wolf to the base of the arrow tower. The archers immediately focused their fire on Silver Wolf. Wu Shaochen seized the opportunity, using speed boost to rush to the first tower. 3 seconds later, he climbed up, slashed the guard twice, and retreated. The attacked guard then targeted Wu Shaochen, raining arrows upon him. Time to retreat. Wu Shaochen called Silver Wolf to withdraw. Luckily, Silver Wolf, with its tough hide, still had over 8,000 HP left when they escaped the attack range. Soon, the first archer succumbed to the poison. After letting Silver Wolf recover, Wu Shaochen repeated the tactic to take down the second guard. Defeating the 4 level 20 monsters yielded a substantial amount of experience points, even after sharing 20 with Silver Wolf, netting Wu Shaochen 1,536 experience points. However, just as the second archer fell, an alarm sounded within the fortress, and a horde of bandits swarmed out. What the heck? Seriously? Wu Shaochen saw the danger and immediately recalled Silver Wolf and ran. Looking back, he saw the fortress gate filled with various bandits, swordsmen, shield bearers, archers, and mages, forming a well-trained army. Phew, good thing I ran fast, or I'd be sent back to town for free, Wu Shaochen thought with relief, but also found himself in a dilemma. Facing such a well-equipped enemy force, he and Silver Wolf alone clearly couldn't handle it. The archers' long-range attacks were particularly troublesome, and stealth was countered by Eagle Eye. Wu Shaochen fell into deep thought and suddenly remembered the 3 scrolls in his backpack: Luck Scroll, Protection Scroll, and Petrified Skin Scroll. A flash of insight hit him. The previously disregarded Petrified Skin Scroll was now extremely useful. Using it would boost his physical defense from 246 to 492, allowing him to ignore the melee unit's attacks. His magic defense would also rise to 432, enough to handle around 10 mages. Most importantly, the effect lasted for 5 minutes, ample time to poison all the ranged units twice. To be safe, Wu Shaochen added the remaining 10 attribute points to his constitution. His physical defense instantly soared to 256 points, and his magic defense reached 226 points. With everything ready, he once again approached the group of bandits. As he was about to enter the attack range, Wu Shaochen decisively crushed the scroll in his hand. Instantly, he felt an invisible barrier envelop his entire body, doubling his defense. Physical defense skyrocketed to 512 points, and magic defense shot up to 452 points. He also noticed that the surrounding air seemed to become thicker, as if it could reduce enemy physical damage by 50. Taking a deep breath, Wu Shaochen activated his speed boost and dashed towards the bandits like an arrow released from a bow. However, just then, he suddenly remembered a critical oversight, had forgotten to account for skill damage bonuses. Damn it! Wu Shaochen was shocked. He clearly remembered that mages didn't have normal attacks, and their fireball spell, cast every 3 seconds, was essentially their basic attack. Worse still, the fireball spell dealt an additional 120 magic damage. Sure enough, a round of fireballs came whistling towards him, instantly taking off over 1,000 of his health points. Gritting his teeth, he regretted not buying better potions in the main city but had no choice but to press on. Wu Shaochen quickly took out a bottle of red potion from his backpack and gulped it down, feeling the continuous healing effect of 100 points per second. Immediately afterward, he painfully drank an instant healing potion, restoring his health to full. Reinvigorated, Wu Shaochen continued his charge. He skillfully dodged past one melee bandit after another, heading straight for the archers and mages. The melee bandits' attacks fell on him but could only forcefully take off 1 health point, causing no real harm. Even the warrior bandits' armor-breaking skills couldn't penetrate his defense under the 50 physical damage reduction from the stone skin scroll. However, Halfway through his run, an unexpected event occurred. A shield guard's shield bash hit him squarely, stunning Wu Shaochen in place. Damn it! So annoying, he cursed inwardly. Worse still, the mage's second wave of attacks arrived. This time, it wasn't fireball, it was ice spell. 2 skills? Damn, Wu Shaochen thought, feeling a sense of impending doom. Seeing the ice spell about to hit, Wu Shaochen had no choice but to activate his void skill. Despite its long 5-minute cooldown and his reluctance to use it normally, he had no other option to save his life at this moment. With the activation of the void skill, Wu Shaochen's body instantly entered a state of intangibility. The stun effect was lifted, and the incoming ice spell missed him. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Shaochen broke out of the encirclement and charged towards the mages. The mages started to retreat, but with Wu Shaochen's speed of over 300, their escape was futile. He quickly closed the distance. At close range, the mage's maneuverability was greatly limited, making it difficult to accurately target the fast-moving Wu Shaochen. Taking advantage of this rare breathing space, Wu Shaochen began his poison attack strategy. He swiftly applied 2 layers of poison to each mage before moving on to the next target. Mages had lower health than archers, and 2 layers of poison were enough to be lethal. During this process, Wu Shaochen only took damage from 3 fireballs and 1 ice spell. Although the ice spell reduced his speed by 30, it wasn't too significant given his speed of over 300. After poisoning all the mages, Wu Shaochen decisively retreated. He knew it wasn't time to deal with the archers yet. He had to wait until the mages fell. Even with instant healing potions, he couldn't withstand the continuous damage from the mages. After enduring another wave of fireball damage, Wu Shaochen finally escaped the mage's attack range and disappeared. Phew, that was close, he sighed. I used a scroll and an instant healing potion just to fight regular monsters. What a loss. Less than a minute later, Wu Shaochen reappeared in front of the bandit camp. He was delighted to find that all the mages had fallen. Now, Wu Shaochen felt more confident. The stone skin scroll still had nearly 4 minutes left, and the physical attacks from the bandits couldn't break his defense. Striding confidently towards the bandits, Wu Shaochen headed straight for the archers. Although his speed boost was still on cooldown, his speed of over 200 and attack speed of 54 still allowed him to poison quickly. It took him over a minute to poison all the archers. During this time, the annoying shield guards and warriors kept interrupting him, especially the shield guards' stunning shield bashes. After poisoning the archers, Wu Shaochen began indiscriminately poisoning everyone he saw. As soon as his speed boost cooled down, he activated it immediately. When the scroll's duration expired, Wu Shaochen was pleasantly surprised to find that nearly half of the bandits were poisoned, with only about 20 survivors left. Most of those previously poisoned had already fallen, leaving only about 50 bandits standing. Now this is what I call a proper crowd control, Wu Shaochen couldn't help but exclaim. He led the remaining bandits around, checking the loot from the fallen ones. Among the numerous white items, Wu Shaochen was thrilled to find 2 pieces of black iron equipment. Judging by the number of white items, the bandits' drop rate was clearly higher than other monsters. Even more exciting, he found dozens of silver coins instead of the usual copper coins. These bandits dropped silver coins. Wu Shaochen felt that all his earlier efforts had been worth it. He quickly pocketed the 2 black iron pieces and the silver coins, ignoring the white items and copper coins. I can afford to be picky now, he thought proudly. Looking at the remaining 22 bandits, Wu Shaochen still felt a bit troubled. These bandits couldn't be lured separately. Once in their aggro range, they would all attack together. Being surrounded would be troublesome, especially with the shield guard's 2-second stuns. Without the scroll's protection, a stun could easily put him in a dangerous situation. Wu Shaochen carefully checked his status. In the past 5 minutes, he had killed 124 bandits, with his talent fixed at 420, now reaching level 14, which was 30 times his level. This improvement matched his expectations. With his current poison damage, 2 layers of poison were lethal to both warriors and shield guards. Damn it, what's there to be afraid of? I've taken down over 100. What's 20 more? Wu Shaochen psyched himself up. Seeing that his speed boost and void skill had cooled down, he activated his speed boost and charged at the bandits. With a speed far exceeding his opponent's, Wu Shaochen had enough confidence to strike first. His speed was more than triple that of the bandits, making it almost impossible to get surrounded. Plus, with his defense of 256 points, even if hit by a warrior's normal attack, he would lose less than 200 health points. Although shield guards' attacks could deal 400 damage, they would only take off about 140 points from him. Skills were the real threat. Warrior's skills could deal over 400 damage, which he could withstand but shouldn't take lightly. Fortunately, they were all melee units, and even if he stood still, he would only face attacks from up to 8 enemies at once. With some maneuvering, he could reduce the number of attackers to 4. Even if all 4 skills hit simultaneously, it would result in around 1,800 health points lost, a manageable amount. The key was to avoid getting stunned, as that would force him to use the void skill to escape. After charging in, Wu Shaochen made a slight adjustment, facing only 4 bandits hidden, 3 warriors, and 1 shield guard. With his speed boost, his attack speed surged to 2 strikes per second. In a flash, he applied 2 layers of poison to the shield guard. Surprisingly, the shield guard didn't use any skills. The 2 warriors did, but Wu Shaochen took the hits and immediately poisoned one of them. Glancing at his health, he saw he had half left. Wu Shaochen quickly pulled back, causing the bandits trying to encircle him to miss. He then turned and poisoned another warrior. At that moment, he noticed the shield guard preparing to use a skill. Wu Shaochen swiftly dodged, successfully avoiding the shield bash. As he moved away, Wu Shaochen's eyes lit up. He was pleasantly surprised to realize that his current speed was enough to dodge some attacks. The shield guard skills had noticeable wind-up animations, and so did the warrior's skills. This discovery boosted his confidence, significantly lowering the difficulty. As long as he avoided the shield guard's shield bashes, the rest would be much easier to handle. The battle became much easier. As long as he avoided the stun effects, Wu Shaochen could easily handle the attacks from the 4 bandits. After a few rounds, he finally cleared out over 20 bandits. The whole fight took just over 10 minutes, and Wu Shaochen had eliminated 146 bandits. Including the 4 gatekeepers, he had killed a total of 150. Such efficiency was unimaginable for ordinary players, considering these were all level 20 monsters. The 150 bandits brought Wu Shaochen 57,600 experience points, pushing him close to leveling up again. From a distance, Yin Tailong, who had been watching the battle, also leveled up to 13. The immortal body skill increased his health by 150 points, bringing the total increase to 545 points, raising Wu Shaochen's health close to the 3,000 mark, now at 2,976 points. Opening his backpack, Wu Shaochen examined the 2 pieces of equipment that had just dropped. Log Shield Black Iron. Health 200, Physical Defense 20, Magic Defense 10, Block 2. Bonus Attribute, Constitution 21. Requirement, Shield Guardian. Attack Speed Ring Black Iron. Attack 60, Attack Speed 6. Bonus Attribute, Agility 22. Requirement, Archer, Assassin. These Black Iron items from level 20 monsters had stats comparable to level 10 bronze items. Wu Shaochen immediately equipped the Attack Speed Ring, replacing his plain Toad Ring. Although his health dropped by 20 points, his attack increased by 52 points, his attack speed by 5, and his agility by 22 points. As for the Log Shield, he put it up for auction with a 30-minute bidding time. With his equipment updated, Wu Shaochen cautiously explored deeper into the village. He didn't encounter any more bandits along the way and quickly entered the core area of the stronghold. The buildings here were arranged in a layered manner. The outermost layer consisted of simple huts for the lower-ranking bandits, the middle layer had more sophisticated structures likely for those with some status, and the largest building at the top was undoubtedly the leader's residence. The bottom layer was empty, as everyone had gone out. Wu Shaochen carefully moved to the middle layer. Although the buildings here were sparse, the monster's strength was surely higher. As soon as he got up, he saw bandits in groups of 3 or 5. To his surprise, this layer was entirely composed of mages, indicating their high status in the stronghold. Realizing he had previously overlooked the mage's attributes, Wu Shaochen immediately used insight to check. Black Wind Stronghold Sorcerer. Level 20. Health 36,000. Magic Attack 480. Physical Defense 120. Magic Defense 180. Movement Speed 68. Skill 1. Fireball launches a fireball at a target, dealing 120 magic damage. Cooldown 3 seconds. Skill 2. Freeze launches an ice spike at a target, dealing 130 magic damage and reducing the target's movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds. Cooldown 10 seconds. There were only 5 mages in front of him, which wouldn't be hard to kill, but Wu Shaochen was worried that rushing in would attract more mages, making it difficult to escape. Suddenly, he remembered these mages didn't have the Eagle Eye skill. Wu Shaochen activated stealth and quietly approached the chatting mages. He scouted the area and found other mages nearby, but they would need at least 3 to 4 seconds to reach him. That was enough time for him to poison 3 or 4 mages at high speed and then retreat. If things got dangerous, he could always use Void. With a plan in mind, Wu Shaochen didn't hesitate. He sneaked up to the mages, suddenly activated high speed, and quickly poisoned 1 mage twice per second. 3 mages were poisoned before the others realized what was happening and retreated. Wu Shaochen followed, poisoning the remaining 2 within 3 seconds. Only 1 mage managed to hit him with a fireball. Seeing other mages rushing over, Wu Shaochen immediately turned and ran. He was hit by 2 freeze spells and 3 fireballs, losing nearly 2,000 health, but it didn't matter. Before the other mages could reach him, Wu Shaochen had already escaped their attack range and ran into the distance. The mages could only watch helplessly as he disappeared. A minute later, Wu Shaochen returned. The 5 mages he had poisoned earlier were down. but now 25 mages stood in their place, warily watching their surroundings. This made the situation tricky. Wu Shaochen thought with a wry smile that even Yin Tailong couldn't withstand the concentrated fire of 25 mages. He hesitated about using his body protection scroll. It was a life-saving artifact, and using it now seemed wasteful, but he didn't see another way to deal with the situation. Should he retreat and level up first? Wu Shaochen pondered, but quickly dismissed the idea. If he left to level up, the bandits below would respawn, nullifying his earlier efforts. Besides, leveling up twice wouldn't significantly enhance his overall strength. Forget it, let's give it a try. If I don't have to use it, I won't. If I must, I'll use it to stay alive. Wu Shaochen stopped hesitating. After confirming his skills had all cooled down, he activated stealth and approached the mages. Once close, Wu Shaochen activated high speed and frantically poisoned the mages. The sudden appearance of a figure startled them, causing chaos. At close range, the mages struggled to target the rapidly moving Wu Shaochen, and only a few fireballs managed to hit him. However, the chaos lasted only a few seconds before the mages dispersed. Smart move, Wu Shaochen thought. The scattered mages posed a greater threat, so he had to keep chasing. Despite his speed, he was just one person, and the mages were scattering in different directions. After poisoning 4 mages, the number of fireballs and ice spikes hitting him increased, and his health plummeted. The mages who had gained distance began focusing their attacks. Wu Shaochen quickly drank a continuous healing potion and an instant healing potion, raising his health slightly, and continued his pursuit. But after poisoning just 2 more mages, his health was critically low again. Seeing another wave of fireballs and ice spikes coming, Wu Shaochen reluctantly tore the body protection scroll. Instantly, a faint golden glow enveloped him, blocking all incoming attacks. Time was of the essence. Wu Shaochen rushed to poison the remaining mages. He had only 8 seconds and needed to save 2 seconds for escape. The mage's attack range was about 10 meters, and it would take him 2 seconds to just barely escape it. The mages were spread out, and even with his high speed, Wu Shaochen could only poison 7 mages in 8 seconds, averaging 1 per second. Including the 6 he had poisoned earlier in the chaos and the 6 during the pursuit, Wu Shaochen had poisoned a total of 19 mages, leaving 6 untouched. Running out of time, Wu Shaochen quickly fled. Fireballs and ice spikes hit the golden barrier, but before he could escape the attack range, the barrier vanished. Seeing 7 or 8 fireballs mixed with ice spikes coming his way, Wu Shaochen activated Void to dodge them and successfully escaped. Now, he just had to wait a minute to return and finish the job. With only 6 mages left, they posed no significant threat. Wu Shaochen breathed a sigh of relief, ready for the final cleanup. In less than a minute, Wu Shaochen's body suddenly emitted a golden light, and the sound of a level-up notification rang out. Clearly, the enemies he had poisoned earlier provided him with substantial experience points, allowing him to leap from level 14 to level 15. Wu Shaochen quickly allocated all 10 attribute points he gained to his constitution, determined to create an assassin with formidable defense. Recalling his previous encounters with ranged monsters, Wu Shaochen placed even greater emphasis on defense. While waiting for his skills to cool down, he was already sketching out his future development path in his mind. Once the cooldown ended, Wu Shaochen stealthily returned to the battlefield. He saw 6 mages standing on high alert, their expressions vigilant. Seeing this, Wu Shaochen's lips curled up slightly, thinking, "You thought you could take me down? Now you're scared, aren't you?" He silently approached his targets and suddenly activated his speed boost, swiftly poisoning 2 nearby mages. This time, the mages reacted quickly, immediately sensing danger and attempting to distance themselves. But Wu Shaochen's speed was no joke. He shadowed them closely, soon poisoning the remaining 4 mages. Throughout the process, he was hit by only 3 fireballs. After poisoning them all, Wu Shaochen didn't linger. He turned and ran. The mages, realizing what had happened, threw skills at his retreating figure in desperation. Wu Shaochen was prepared. He activated his void ability to easily dodge the attacks and gracefully left the scene. A minute later, Wu Shaochen repeated his tactic and returned to the battlefield. By then, all the mages were lying lifeless on the ground. He carefully searched for loot and unexpectedly found a piece of black iron equipment and 5 silver coins. It was a sapphire necklace of black iron grade, with impressive attributes: 50 magic attack, 300 mana, 2 cooldown reduction, and an additional 21 spirit attribute, requiring either a mage or a priest to equip. Wu Shaochen immediately took a screenshot of the equipment's attributes and sent it to Su Mushiwe. Soon, he received a reply. The two quickly agreed on a trade. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Ding! An item you listed in the auction house has been purchased by a player for 80,000 yuan. After deducting a 12,000 yuan fee, 68,000 yuan has been transferred to your linked bank account. Wu Shaochen remembered he had a shield listed in the auction house. Although the price was good, he only received a little over 60,000 yuan. He couldn't help but sigh. It's still better to trade with friends. No fees and quick payment. Checking the time, it was already past 8. Wu Shaochen decided to log off for breakfast. He looked around to ensure no monsters were nearby and chose to log off in place. After removing his helmet, Wu Shaochen habitually took out his phone to check his balance. When he saw his bank account showing a balance of 1.11 million yuan, he jumped up from his chair. Holy crap, I actually have over a million? Wu Shaochen muttered in disbelief. He carefully recalled his recent earnings and realized he had truly made his first million. Overwhelmed with excitement, Wu Shaochen paced around his room, making 4 or 5 laps before calming down a bit. Should I buy a gaming pod? Wu Shaochen pondered, but looking at his cramped rental room, he shook his head. Forget it. Better solve the housing issue first. After breakfast, Wu Shaochen eagerly logged back in. He calculated that his immediate priority was to complete his hidden quest and aim for the first kill of the silver-level boss, which would bring in another substantial profit. Upon logging back in, Wu Shaochen found himself back at Blackwind Stronghold. He wandered around the central area, assuming there were no more monsters, but unexpectedly encountered a big guy. It was a burly NPC with an angry expression, staring at him menacingly. Wu Shaochen immediately used his insight skill to check the NPC's information. Blackwind Stronghold Strategist Bronze Level Boss. Level 20. HP 350,000. Magic Attack 900. Physical Defense 400. Magic Defense 480. Movement Speed 95. Skill 1. Fireball launches a fireball at a target, dealing 120 magic damage. Cooldown 3 seconds. Skill 2. Freeze launches an ice spike at a target, dealing 130 magic damage and reducing the target's movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds. Cooldown 10 seconds. Skill 3. Explosive Flame releases a flame at a specified location, which explodes upon arrival, dealing 145 magic damage to all targets in a 3x3 area. Cooldown 2 minutes. Skill 4. Hailstorm releases hail at a specified location, dealing 135 magic damage to all targets in a 5x5 area and reducing their movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Seeing this information, Wu Shaochen couldn't help but swallow hard. With 4 powerful skills and such high magic attack, he decided to retreat from the aggro range and plan carefully. He quickly checked his own status. After leveling up, his HP increased by 40 points, and with the immortal body buff from killing 30 mages, his total HP reached 3,046 points. His magic defense was now 236 points, and his poison damage was 426 points. After some calculations, Wu Shaochen concluded, I can take him. He analyzed that although he couldn't withstand the damage from all 4 skills simultaneously, except for Fireball and Freeze which were instant cast, the other 2 skills required casting time. If he used Stealth to approach and then activated his speed boost, he could stack 2 layers of poison in 1 second, then use 2 seconds to escape, only needing to endure 3 skills at most. With this plan in mind, Wu Shaochen activated Stealth and quietly approached the Blackwind Stronghold Strategist. Once close, he activated his speed boost, quickly stacking 2 layers of poison on the target, then immediately turned to flee. Ah, you little thief, you're dead, the strategist roared. An ice spike hit Wu Shaochen, reducing his movement speed by 30. This was followed by a fireball, and then the explosive flame. However, due to the 0.5 second casting time of the explosive flame, by the time it was released, Wu Shaochen had already run out of its range, and the flame exploded uselessly behind him. After reaching a safe distance, Wu Shaochen looked at his Stilmareth and Halful HP bar, and smiled confidently. Not too difficult. He precisely timed his next move, and just before a minute had passed, he stealthily approached again to stack 2 more layers of poison. This time, without the speed boost, he had to endure 3 skills worth of damage but still managed to escape unscathed. Repeating this process, it took less than 7 minutes for the massive body of the Blackwind Stronghold Strategist to finally collapse. System notifications followed in quick succession. Ding! Congratulations on killing the bronze-level boss Blackwind Stronghold Strategist. You have gained 200 reputation points and 28,800 experience points. Your pet Silver Wolf has gained 7,200 experience points. Ding! Talent trait triggered. Poison damage increased by 1. Current poison damage is 427 points. Ding! Immortal body effect activated. Maximum HP increased by 1 point. Current immortal body has increased maximum HP by 576 points. Wu Shaochen checked his experience points. LV 15, 37, 40670,000. Although there was still a way to go to the next level, the boss had provided a substantial amount of experience. He quickly ran to the boss's corpse to collect his loot. Scattered on the ground were 4 gold coins, 32 silver coins, 2 bronze pieces of equipment, 3 black iron pieces of equipment, a scroll, and a fruit. Seeing these rewards, Wu Shaochen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Wu Shaochen opened his backpack and his eyes landed on two bronze-level items, the Ice Spirit Staff and the Flame Bracelet. The Ice Spirit Staff emitted a faint blue glow, boasting impressive stats. Spell attack 160, magic penetration 10, ice magic damage 5, intelligence 24, and spirit 22. The Flame Bracelet, on the other hand, glimmered with a fiery red hue, featuring spell attack 80, mana 200, fire magic damage 5, cooldown reduction 5, intelligence 21, and agility 20. Licking his lips, Wu Shaochen marveled at how these two items were top tier in the game, far superior to his current bronze gear. As for the remaining 3 black iron items, a helmet, shoes, and a belt, all for Majesh didn't even bother checking their stats. A thought of Su Muxue crossed his mind. He wondered, I wonder if that girl can handle these items. If she can, she'll undoubtedly be the top mage in Jinling City. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Shaochen messaged Su Muxue, Hey, do you have enough gold? What do you mean? Su Muxue replied, puzzled. Without further ado, Wu Shaochen sent her screenshots of the 5 items. Su Muxue was stunned. How much for all of them? They'll take them all. Impressed by her swift response, Wu Shaochen stroked his chin, surprised at Su Muxue's wealth. He thought for a moment and replied, Ice Spirit Staff, 200,000. Flame Bracelet, 180,000. Each black iron item, 60,000. Though the prices were slightly above market value, considering the item's attributes, they were reasonable. Deal. Su Muxue responded without hesitation and initiated a remote trade, transferring 560,000 gold instantly. With the trade complete, Wu Shaochen felt delighted and continued to check his remaining items. The teleport scroll, capable of recording coordinates for instant travel, was quite practical. The last item was a spirit fruit he had never seen before. Consuming it would permanently increase spirit by 10 points. Without hesitation, he ate the fruit, feeling the surge of magic within him. His spirit attribute rose to 52, and his mana reached 680. Turning his attention to the house at the top, Wu Shaochen walked briskly towards it. As soon as he stepped onto the stairs, a rough voice boomed from inside. Who allowed you up here? No one comes up without my permission. Wu Shaochen snorted and kicked open the door. A scar-faced middle-aged man appeared, furious at first but then startled upon seeing Wu Shaochen. Who are you? Where did you come from? Seizing the moment, Wu Shaochen quickly cast Insight. Information appeared instantly. Blackwind Bandit Chief, Silver Level Boss. Level, 20. HP, 500,000. Physical Attack, 1,300. Physical Defense, 650. Magic Defense, 420. Attack Speed, 100. Movement Speed, 180. Skill 1. Soul Devour swings a dagger to deal 170 physical damage, converting 30 of the damage into HP, cooldown 30 seconds. Skill 2. Heavy Strike deals 160 physical damage and silences for 3 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. Skill 3. Weak Point Strike ignores defense and guarantees a critical hit, cooldown 3 minutes. Sorry to bother you, Wu Shaochen said, turning to run without hesitation. He needed time to process this information. The boss's stats were beyond his expectations. Where do you think you're going? The chief chased after him, but Wu Shaochen barely managed to escape the Blackwind Bandit stronghold thanks to his superior speed. Catching his breath, Wu Shaochen analyzed the chief's stats. With 1,300 attack, it was 400 points higher than a strategist's, making it quite formidable. Fortunately, being an assassin-type boss, he had strong single-target bursts but lacked ranged and area effect skills. Such a boss was unbeatable in an unknown fight, but easier to handle hit and run would suffice. After calculating the damage, Wu Shaochen estimated that the chief's highest damage skill, Weak Point Strike, could deal up to 2,600 damage to him. To be safe, he drank a cherished health potion, boosting his HP to 3961. Sneaking back into the stronghold, Wu Shaochen was quickly discovered as he approached the chief. Damn, so alert, he cursed, charging in with 2 quick strikes before turning to flee. The chief reacted swiftly, landing a normal attack followed by a weak point strike on Wu Shaochen's back. Damn, that hurts, he muttered, grateful for the health potion that saved him from certain death. Wu Shaochen sprinted away without stopping, the chief hot on his heels. Gulping down a health potion, he mused. This is the advantage of being fast. Thus began a thrilling game of cat and mouse in the Blackwind Bandit stronghold. To stay safe, Wu Shaochen would strike twice when using his speed boost and only once otherwise before retreating. The chief was infuriated, unable to catch this little pest, despite his efforts. At this moment, he regretted his assassin class, wishing for a ranged skill. Watching the health of the Blackwind stronghold leader dwindle, Wu Shaochen suddenly remembered he had a lucky scroll in his backpack. This item, which could increase the drop rate by 100, made his heart race. He recalled that the strategist he defeated earlier had dropped a lot of mage equipment, and since this leader was an assassin, he was sure to drop assassin gear. Even more exciting was the fact that this was the first silver tier boss kill, granting an additional drop rate bonus. Wu Shaochen quickly pulled out the scroll and used it. A flash of golden light indicated that the drop rate boost was now active for 30 minutes. Although the leader could only hold out for a maximum of 5 more minutes, Wu Shaochen preferred to use the scroll early rather than miss this opportunity. Despite the leader's skills, he was no match for Wu Shaochen. He struggled in pain before finally collapsing to the ground. His eyes filled with reluctance. System notifications followed one after another. Ding! Congratulations on killing the Silver Tier boss, the Black Wind Stronghold leader. You have gained 500 reputation points and 40,000 experience points. Your pet, Silver Wolf, has gained 10,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. Health 40, mana 20, and you have received 10 free attribute points. Please distribute them wisely. Ding! Congratulations, your pet Silver Wolf has leveled up to level 14. Ding! Talent trait triggered, poison damage 1, poison stack limit 1. Current poison damage is 428 points. Stack limit is 4 layers. Ding! Immortal body activated. Maximum health increased by 1 point. Current immortal body boost is 577 maximum health points. Immediately, a server-wide announcement echoed throughout the Huaxia server. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Chunfeng for killing the Silver Tier boss, the Black Wind Stronghold leader. As the first player to kill a Silver Tier boss on the server, you were awarded 1,000 reputation points, 30 gold coins, and 30 free attribute points. Congratulations! While the server-wide announcement was still thrilling, the players' reactions were not as intense as before. Chat channels in various regions buzzed with activity as players discussed Chunfeng's achievement. Some marveled at his prowess, while others were curious about the drop rates for Silver Tier bosses. Meanwhile, players across the game world reacted to the news. In Ice City, Junlin and Howren marveled at Chunfeng's strength. In Autumn Water City, a team of female players was challenging the Bronze Tier boss, the Deep Sea Giant Turtle, and they too heard the news. Among them was Dreamlike Dance, a former top mage who had become a priest due to her unique talent, and she was intrigued by Chunfeng. In Jinling City, Ao Shirtian Xia and his group felt threatened by Chunfeng's rise and began discussing how to deal with this potential rival. However, Wu Shaochen was completely absorbed in the joy of his loot. The ground was piled high with equipment, and his eyes gleamed as he quickly collected everything. His backpack was almost full, containing 8 gold and 52 silver coins, 4 pieces of Silver Tier equipment, 6 pieces of Bronze Tier equipment, 8 pieces of Black Iron Tier equipment, 2 skill books, 2 special scrolls, 2 attribute fruits, a strange potion, a key, an unknown parchment, and the quest-required head. With excitement, Wu Shaochen began to examine the equipment carefully. The Silver Tier Soul Devourer dagger, Black Wind leather armor, Black Wind helmet, and Gale bracelet each had mouth-watering attributes. Although the Bronze Tier Graphite series was slightly inferior, they were still rare treasures. This haul was undoubtedly the most rewarding boss loot he had ever acquired. Looking at the silver and bronze gear, Wu Shaochen blinked in delight. The drop rate this time was astonishing, as if he had stripped the Black Wind Fortress boss of everything, down to his underwear. His high luck stat, combined with the first kill reward and the double drop rate scroll, had resulted in this bountiful loot. To his further delight, almost all the equipment was suitable for him. Wu Shaochen quickly equipped the new gear and felt a significant boost in his power. The old Black Iron equipment was no longer worth mentioning. He focused on the skill books. The descriptions of Heavy Strike and Weak Point Break made his eyes light up. Finally, he was no longer just an assassin relying on poison damage. Without hesitation, he learned both skills and then carefully examined the other items. He stored away 2 life-saving scrolls, the Body Protection Scroll and the Random Teleport Scroll. He immediately used 2 agility fruits, permanently increasing his agility by 20 points. Next, 3 mysterious items caught his attention. An old treasure map, with an unknown location, clearly marked where treasure was hidden. A treasure chest key that seemed related to the treasure map. Lastly, a bottle of unsealing potion that could lift restrictions on equipment and skills, which excited Wu Shaochen as he realized its immense potential value in the future. After gearing up, Wu Shaochen allocated all 40 remaining free attribute points to his constitution. He carefully reviewed his updated stats panel and was thrilled to see that almost all his values had doubled, with his attack power surpassing the 1,000-point mark. Despite this, Wu Shaochen couldn't help but mock himself. Is my attack really stronger than my poison? He then quickly listed the 2 black iron pieces he had replaced for 20,000 each in the marketplace. Within just 2 minutes, they were snapped up. Seizing the last opportunity in the market, he listed the remaining 10 black iron pieces for a total of 60,000. These items, having better stats than what was generally available, were quickly bought up. In no time, Wu Shaochen's account balance surged to 540,000. He knew that as players' equipment levels improved, the value of black iron gear would soon plummet. This operation had undoubtedly harvested the last batch of green shoots in the market. All that was left were the bronze items. Wu Shaochen looked at the two bronze items dropped by the Silver Wolf King. Their attributes were comparable to the black iron items dropped by level 20 bandits. After a moment of thought, he decided to list them on the auction house for 60,000 each. To his surprise, they were instantly bought. The buyers probably didn't even check the attributes. They just saw bronze and went for it, Wu Shaochen speculated. Next, his attention turned to the remaining two items. Boots dropped by the level 17 Black Bear King and a graphite helmet dropped by the level 20 Bandit Leader. Both had pretty good attributes. He was weighing whether to list them for auction or set a price based on the previous sales when his private chat window suddenly lit up. Did you list all those items on the auction house? Schwer asked. Yeah, why? Wu Shaochen replied. Do you have more? You need more? Yes. Sensing the ambiguity in their conversation, Schwer quickly clarified. I'm only interested in bronze items. Do you have any? Wu Shaochen sent her screenshots of the attributes of the remaining all-class items. How much? Schwer asked. Same as before, 160,000 each. Deal. The transaction was completed swiftly. Wu Shaochen couldn't help but ask, Miss, do you have a gold mine at home or something? You're really loaded. Yes, Schwer replied. So we can have a long-term partnership? Can't we keep it low-key? Wu Shaochen thought to himself with a smile. Having converted the unwanted items into cash, he suddenly found himself nearly 900,000 richer. In high spirits, Wu Shaochen turned his attention to the bandit leader's house, curiosity driving him inside. The interior was spacious, but sparsely decorated. Besides the main hall, there were several rooms, and he could faintly hear sobbing. Following the sound, he pushed open a door to find two disheveled, tear-streaked women staring at him in terror. So that's it, Wu Shaochen thought. No wonder the bandit leader acted like he had a deep-seated grudge. He said to the women, all right, you can go home now. I've killed the Black Wind bandit leader. Seeing no reaction, Wu Shaochen had to emphasize loudly again. This time, one of the women finally asked weakly, really? Why would I lie to you? Just go out and see for yourselves. Hurry up, or you might not get another chance, Wu Shaochen urged, worried that the bandits might respawn. The two women tidied their clothes and cautiously walked out. A few minutes later, they ran back, knelt before Wu Shaochen, and thanked him profusely. He hurriedly helped them up and urged them to go home quickly. At that moment, one of the women suddenly said, Benefactor, I know where the devil's treasure is hidden. Wu Shaochen's eyes lit up. Really? Show me. The woman led Wu Shaochen to a storage room and, after some knocking on the wall, a stone door suddenly opened. Benefactor, this devil put all the loot he collected over the years in the chest inside. You can see it for yourself, but the key is only on him, she explained. Recalling the key he had picked up earlier, Wu Shaochen entered the secret room. Inside was a large chest. Using the key to open it, he was greeted by a dazzling sight of gold. He quickly stored the gold coins in his bag, totaling 673 coins, 512 more than he originally had. At the bottom of the chest was a bead. Wu Shaochen picked it up and saw that it was a magic orb that could continuously restore mana. Although it would be somewhat wasted on an assassin, he decided to keep it for now. Satisfied, Wu Shaochen emerged from the secret room to find the two women still waiting. Why are you still here? He asked. Benefactor, could you please take us home? One of the women requested. We come from Lujia village, 10 kilometers away, but we have to pass through Tiger Roar Forest, which is full of fierce tigers. We're not strong enough. Thinking that without their help, he wouldn't have gotten so much gold, Wu Shaochen readily agreed. Might as well see this through to the end, he thought. Consider it a good deed. Wu Shaochen set off for Lu village with two women and a knee-high silver wolf named Yin Tailong. After passing through Black Wind Ridge, they reached the edge of Tiger Roar Forest. The forest's name hinted at a severe tiger infestation, but Wu Shaochen was unfazed, eager to test his recently improved skills. As soon as they stepped into the forest, a thunderous tiger roar echoed. A massive tiger blocked their path, causing the two women to retreat in fear. Wu Shaochen, however, remained calm and casually used his insight skill. Jungle Tiger, level 21. Health, 48,000. Physical attack, 520. Physical defense, 280. Magic defense, 220. Movement speed, 105. Skills, Pounce cooldown, 20 seconds, deals 160 physical damage, can knock down targets with lower attack power. After comparing its stats with his own, Wu Shaochen was secretly amazed. His defense was as high as 543, making it impossible for this level 21 monster to break through. Even its skills would deal negligible damage. With a plan in mind, Wu Shaochen decided to change his usual combat style. Activating his speed boost, he dashed towards the jungle tiger like lightning, unleashing a combo that took over 6,000 health points from it. He then launched a relentless assault, his terrifying attack speed of 2.5 strikes per second, bringing the tiger down in just a few seconds. The thrill of the direct confrontation excited Wu Shaochen, but he quickly calmed down, deciding to stick to his more efficient poison tactics. The two women, having witnessed the entire fight, followed him with eyes full of admiration. Cutting through the forest, the trio and their wolf companion spent over an hour making their way through Tiger Roar Forest. Wu Shaochen killed 24 jungle tigers, gaining substantial experience and attribute boosts. Upon entering Lu village, the two women excitedly called out to their parents. Villagers came out to greet them, showering Wu Shaochen with gratitude. Just as he was about to leave, an elderly man with a cane approached, requesting him to deliver a scroll to the lord of Jinling City and pass along the message, "The seal is weakening." The system indicated that this was a hidden quest with unknown rewards. Wu Shaochen gladly accepted, only to find he couldn't use his teleport scroll. Resigned, he began the journey back to Jinling City on foot, inwardly grumbling about the game's unconventional mechanics. Wu Shaochen took nearly an hour to rush back to Jinling City. His steps were firm and hurried as he headed straight to the city lord's mansion. Just as he stepped through the city gates, a watchful young man discreetly opened his friends list and quickly sent a short message. "Boss, that person has returned to Jinling City." Upon reaching the mansion, Wu Shaochen informed the guards of his purpose. This time, they did not stop him but led him into the hall and asked him to wait. It wasn't long before the city lord of Jinling strode in, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Adventurer, weren't you off to confront the Blackwind Stronghold's leader? Did you encounter any difficulties?" Without a word, Wu Shaochen pulled a blood-stained head from his backpack and presented it to the city lord. "No issues. The leader of Blackwind Stronghold has been dealt with." The city lord's eyes widened in shock, clearly not expecting the young man before him to accomplish such a formidable task. After a moment, the city lord regained his composure and exclaimed, "Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. Adventurer, thank you for solving a major problem for me. Here is your reward." A system notification promptly sounded. Ding! Quest completed. Reputation 1000. Gold coins 50. Title, Bandit Slayer, acquired. Wu Shaochen felt a surge of joy and immediately checked the effects of his new title. Bandit Slayer. Increases HP by 10, defense by 10 when equipped. He quickly equipped the title and felt a noticeable boost in his physical attributes. His HP soared to 6,062 points, physical defense increased to 597, and magic defense reached 586. He felt significantly more resilient. After receiving his reward, Wu Shaochen retrieved a scroll of parchment from his pocket and handed it to the city lord. "City lord, this is from the village chief of Lu Family Village. He asked me to deliver it to you. He mentioned that the seal is weakening and hopes for military assistance." The city lord frowned as he took the scroll and read it carefully. His expression grew increasingly grave. After a long pause, he looked up and said, "Adventurer, thank you for bringing such important news. I don't have much to give you in return, but take this item. I have no use for it anymore." Another system notification sounded. Ding! Quest completed. Item, Dustless Mask acquired. Wu Shaochen accepted the mask from the city lord, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The mask was exquisitely crafted, thin as a cicada's wing, and adorned with intricate patterns, far superior to the ordinary items sold in shops. Most astonishingly, the mask had a special effect. Dustless Mask conceals the wearer from all detection skills and scrolls, and its appearance can be altered at will. Wu Shaochen was thrilled. This was the perfect tool for concealing his identity. He immediately put on the new mask, storing his old, rough one in his backpack, and felt an instant change in his demeanor. Seeing the city lord still looking troubled, Wu Shaochen offered, "City lord, is there anything else I can help with?" The city lord shook his head. "I'll handle this matter. You can go now." Just as Wu Shaochen was about to leave, the city lord spoke again. "If you can, could you help clear out the forest tigers in the Roaring Tiger Forest? They are hindering our troops' movement." "No problem. Leave it to me," Wu Shaochen assured, patting his chest. Though there was no quest notification, he didn't mind. The city lord nodded approvingly. "Adventurer, your name is Chunfeng, right? I'll remember you. You are a hero of Jinling City. But be careful when clearing the forest tigers. Don't go too deep. There's a tiger king in there that you can't handle yet. If you encounter it, run." Hearing about the boss, Wu Shaochen's eyes lit up, but he responded solemnly, "Don't worry, city lord. I won't be reckless." After leaving the city lord's mansion, Wu Shaochen headed straight to the warehouse and listed a barbarian charge skill book on the auction house. In a bidding war, the book sold for a record-breaking 550,000 gold coins. With his account balance surpassing 3 million, Wu Shaochen was overjoyed and felt an even stronger desire to buy a house. He marveled at how quickly he was earning money, but realized that in a city like SZ, he still had a long way to go. He would need to keep hunting bosses. Next, Wu Shaochen visited the apothecary, carefully comparing the effects and prices of various potions. Although the potions in the main city were much more potent than those in the starter village, they were also significantly more expensive. In the end, he spent 20 gold coins to buy 20 large health potions and 100 medium health potions in preparation for his upcoming boss fight. After his purchases, Wu Shaochen cleaned out his backpack, disposing of the leftover potions from the starter village. He thought to himself that only the monsters in the starter village would drop potions, likely to help out newcomers who couldn't afford them. Having dealt with these mundane tasks, Wu Shaochen logged off. It was just in time for dinner, and he planned to fill his stomach before continuing his adventurous journey. Wu Shaochen took off his helmet and stepped into the living room. He casually ordered some takeout and then opened a forum to browse. The first thing that caught his eye was a post by a user named Shaochen with the intriguing title, "The 10 strongest guilds in the online gaming world have all joined Oracle." Intrigued, Wu Shaochen clicked on the post and began to read carefully. The post provided detailed information about the 10 guilds. Heavenly Myth, which once dominated several online games, boasted a peak membership of 500,000 and is now primarily based in Bay City. The guild leader, Divine Master, is a level 14 warrior. Dream Guild, a powerful all-female guild, had a peak membership of 300,000 and is now based in Choshue City. The guild leader, Dreamlike Grace, was once the strongest mage but has now become the strongest priest due to her talents. Hell's Gate, a guild mainly composed of assassins, had a peak membership of 200,000 and is now based in Mabe City. The guild leader, Hell Envoy, is a level 14 assassin and is said to hold a grudge against Dust for taking the title of the top assassin. Flowers and Moonlight, an established guild with an excellent reputation, had a peak membership of 800,000 and is now based in Fengyong City. The guild leader, Ruthless Wind and Moon, is known for being low-key, and their strength is unknown. Pride of Heroes, a rapidly growing new guild with strong financial backing, had a peak membership of over 100,000 and is now based in Jinling City. The guild leader, Proud World, is a level 14 warrior. Divine King Pavilion, a guild of elites, though small in number with a peak membership of only 50,000, is not to be underestimated. It is now based in Julu City, and the strength of the guild leader, Divine King, is unknown. Fleeting Fate, once dominant in a large online game, had a peak membership of over 400,000 and is now based in Polarized City. The guild leader, Origin of Fate, has undisclosed strength. Scattered World, composed of countless solo players, had a peak membership of 1 million and is now based in Yellow Sand City. The guild leader, Crazy Scattered, is a level 13 archer. Three Kingdoms Unmatched, a frequent participant in Three Kingdoms themed games, had a peak membership of 400,000 and is now based in Yellow Sand City. The guild leader, Dreaming of Three Kingdoms, is a level 13 mage. Solid Bastion, rumored to be composed of veterans with excellent teamwork, had a peak membership of over 200,000 and is now based in Julu City. The guild leader, Guardian, is a level 13 shield bearer. The post concluded with an analysis, noting that the major guilds seem to have strategically dispersed to different main cities, with only Julu City and Yellow Sand City each hosting 2 guilds. In Julu City, the 2 guilds coexisted peacefully, while in Yellow Sand City, Scattered World and Three Kingdoms Unmatched often clashed. With Oracle's rise, other online games were rapidly losing players. The addition of these 10 guilds would undoubtedly bring more exciting stories to Oracle. After reading the lengthy post, Wu Shaochen couldn't help but smile in anticipation. Just as he was lost in thoughts about the future of the gaming world, his takeout arrived. He devoured half of it and put the rest in the fridge for a late-night snack. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was his sister, Wu Xin. Only then did Wu Shaochen remember that he had forgotten to ask her about her problem earlier, feeling a bit guilty as he answered the call. "Brother." Wu Xin's timid voice came from the other end. "What's wrong, Xin? How did things go? You haven't told me what happened yet," Wu Shaochen asked with concern. "It's solved. I accidentally broke a classmate's stuff and had to pay for it." Wu Xin explained simply, clearly not wanting to worry her brother. "That's good. If you break something, you should pay for it. Do you have enough money? If not, I can send you more," Wu Shaochen said. "I have enough, brother. You already sent me quite a lot last time." "And?" Wu Xin hesitated. "And what?" Wu Shaochen asked curiously. "Don't be mad," Wu Xin said cautiously. "I had some money left after paying my classmate, about 10,000. My roommate said you could make money from Oracle, so I bought a helmet with the 10,000. Wu Shaochen was momentarily stunned, then laughed. "Is that all? I was planning to buy you a helmet anyway, but you never played games, so I thought you wouldn't like it. Why did you suddenly want to play?" "My roommate said the game is very profitable, and some people have made tens of thousands. I thought maybe I could make some money in the game to help ease your burden," Wu Xin said softly. Under slight yet persistent encouragement from Wei Wei, she had just purchased an expensive gaming helmet. Although she hadn't started using it yet, the significant expense made her feel uneasy, as if she had let her brother down for his hard work. With mixed emotions, she dialed her brother's number. Wu Shaochen couldn't help but chuckle after hearing his sister Wu Ziyin's words. He knew well that wealth in the game wasn't easily earned. His ability to make millions in just a few days was due to being ahead of everyone else. But instead of dampening his sister's enthusiasm, he felt relieved that she was taking an interest in the game. As for concerns about it affecting her studies, Wu Shaochen wasn't worried at all. Wu Ziyin was always self-disciplined and excelled in her studies. Even if it did impact her, he was more than willing to take care of her. This game is pretty good. You should give it a try, Wu Shaochen encouraged. Brother, aren't you mad at me for spending money recklessly? Wu Ziyin asked, puzzled. Why would I be mad? I'm playing the same game. It's about time you played something too and stopped being a bookworm, Wu Shaochen teased. You're the bookworm, Wu Ziyin retorted, then excitedly asked, by the way, once I enter the game, can I see you, no matter how far apart we are? That's right. This game is just like real life. Once you reach the main city, we can meet up just like in reality. That's awesome. I haven't seen you in so long, Wu Ziyin said, suddenly filled with anticipation for the game. After chatting for a while, they hung up. Wu Ziyin looked at the gaming helmet in her hands, full of curiosity. At that moment, Wei Wei walked into the room, smiling. Interested now? Just a moment ago, you were reluctant to buy it. Blushing slightly, Wu Ziyin said eagerly, Wei Wei, teach me how to play. I want to go find my brother. What's your brother's game ID? He must be a pro. Maybe he can help me out too, Wei Wei asked. I forgot to ask, Wu Ziyin replied, embarrassed. With Wei Wei's guidance, Wu Ziyin finally understood how to enter the game. She put on the helmet and entered the virtual world for the first time. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Wu Shaochen quickly returned to the game, appearing in the bustling city of Jinling. He wandered around casually before heading to the south gate, planning to explore the so-called Tiger King boss in the Tiger Roar forest. However, as he reached the south gate, Wu Shaochen sensed something unusual. People around him seemed to be gravitating toward him. He stopped to see what was going on. Soon, a large group of people surrounded him, but no one made a move. Among the crowd, Wu Shaochen recognized a familiar figure, Hao Gu, whom he had previously defeated. Despite changing his gear and mask, the other party still identified him, which puzzled Wu Shaochen. Before long, a young man in his late 20s with an arrogant demeanor appeared, followed by over a dozen people, slowly approaching Wu Shaochen. The young man extended his hand with a smile. Hello, Chunfeng. I'm Ao Shi Tianxia. I've heard so much about you. Wu Shaochen didn't respond to the handshake and instead asked, puzzled, the guild leader of Ao Shi Tianxia? We don't seem to have any interaction. And how are you sure I'm Chunfeng? Ao Shi Tianxia withdrew his hand, his expression darkening slightly, but he maintained his smile. With thousands of our members in Jinling City, finding one person isn't too difficult, he said confidently. What do you want? Wu Shaochen asked directly. Nothing much, just inviting you to join Ao Shi Tianxia and grow together, Ao Shi Tianxia said with a smile. Not interested, Wu Shaochen rejected bluntly. Before Ao Shi Tianxia could respond, Ao Shi Gufeng interjected. I advise you to think carefully. Jinling City is our territory. Ao Shi Tianxia made a gesture to stop him and continued smiling at Wu Shaochen. Brother, if you join Ao Shi Tianxia, I can offer you a vice president position. I'm sure you're smart enough not to pass up such a great opportunity. Not interested. Move aside, Wu Shaochen said calmly. Ao Shi Tianxia squinted his eyes, his tone turning sinister. I only recognize two kinds of people, allies and enemies. Are you sure you want to be our enemy? Have you considered the consequences? Heh, not joining you makes me your enemy? If that's the case, I'd like to see what the consequences are, Wu Shaochen said indifferently. By now, thousands of onlookers had gathered in the distance. They were drawn by the reputation of Chunfeng and were eager to witness him in action. Although unsure if the person before them was indeed Chunfeng, the fact that someone dared to stand up to Ao Shi Tianxia excited them. Ao Shi Tianxia had long been notorious in Jinling City for their domineering behavior, which had sparked public outrage. Seeing someone finally stand up to them, the onlookers eagerly started recording the scene. Meanwhile, in another location, Uncle Lu hurriedly reported to Su Muxue, Miss, Ao Shi Tianxia has surrounded Chunfeng with hundreds of people at the south gate. Tensions are high. Are you sure it's Chunfeng? Su Muxue paused, her usual calm demeanor slightly shaken. Not entirely sure, but it's highly likely. Otherwise, who would dare to confront Ao Shi Tianxia Heiden? Uncle Lu speculated. Take me there, Su Muxue said, decisively abandoning her half-defeated monster. Okay, Uncle Lu responded, momentarily taken aback by her unusually intense reaction. Back at the south gate, after hearing Wu Shaochen's words, Ao Shi Tianxia's face darkened. In that case, I'll pull you down from your so-called pedestal. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of Ao Shi Tianxia members charged at Wu Shaochen. Long-range attackers immediately launched their assaults once within range, while Ao Shi Tianxia, Ao Shi Gufeng, and others retreated from the battle. Despite their bravado, they were reluctant to engage directly, opting for a swarm tactic instead, which often proved effective against top players. Wu Shaochen watched them retreat without stopping them. If he wanted, they wouldn't have escaped. But he wanted them to experience true despair, and the best way was to let them watch their subordinates fall one by one. Soon, countless arrows and spells hit Wu Shaochen, but the damage numbers shocked everyone. What the? How is this possible? Is he still an assassin? Ao Shi Jueqing exclaimed in disbelief. Ao Shi Tianxia and other core members of Ao Shi Chuanxiong were equally stunned. Weren't they told that the last time, Zihu and the others could inflict dozens of points of damage on him? How come now none of the attacks were breaking his defense? The surrounding players were equally astonished, speculating whether Chunfeng had maxed out his vitality attribute. Wu Shaochen faced the overwhelming attacks with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. He had anticipated this scenario long ago. After all, his superior bone structure and high-level silver and bronze equipment were not for show. Watching those with basic gear and occasionally a piece or two of black iron equipment dare to attack him, Wu Shaochen couldn't help but find it amusing. He wondered where they got their confidence from. As most attackers turned to gray names, Wu Shaochen leisurely drew his dagger. His figure instantly became a blur, charging towards the archers and mages who had just attacked him with incredible speed. "Retreat!" someone shouted. But it was too late. Wu Shaochen's speed was far beyond their reach. In the blink of an eye, he was among them like a wolf among sheep. Each strike dealt thousands of points of damage, and the fragile archers and mages fell to the ground, turning into white light before they could even trigger their poisons. The battle quickly turned one-sided. The mages' and archers' formation collapsed, and they scattered in an attempt to flee. However, their speed was no match for Wu Shaochen, who caught up to them one by one, cutting them down. The shield warriors and fighters in the rear could only watch helplessly as their comrades fell, unable to even touch Wu Shaochen's shadow. In just a few minutes, over 100 mages and archers had turned into white light, returning to the city for free. Looking at the scattered basic gear on the ground, Wu Shaochen shook his head and thought, so poor. After dealing with the ranged classes, Wu Shaochen turned to face the shield warriors and fighters who had been chasing him. With a slight smile, he said, "Had fun chasing me? Now it's your turn." Wu Shaochen charged at the melee fighters. Those who had been chasing him enthusiastically now turned and ran, not daring to face him head-on. They knew well that if the damage-dealing classes couldn't hurt Wu Shaochen, they stood no chance. What should have been an intense PK turned into a ridiculous cat-and-mouse game. Wu Shaochen darted through the crowd like a reaper, continuously cutting down the guild members. Aoshi Tianxia and his team could only watch helplessly. Wu Shaochen's high defense, terrifying speed, and absurdly high damage made him an unbeatable existence. Hundreds of guild members couldn't even scratch him, let alone this Chen Fo, who had a lifesteal attribute. "Boss, what do we do?" Aoshi Jueqing asked helplessly. They had never anticipated such a situation, someone capable of taking on hundreds alone, just 3 days after the server opened. Aoshi Tianxia gritted his teeth and said, "We screwed up this time. We underestimated his strength. Our gear is too poor. We can't even break his defense. Let's retreat for now, and focus on farming better equipment and leveling up. I refuse to believe he can take on the world alone." "Got it," Aoshi Jueqing replied, then issued the retreat order. As Aoshi Tianxia's guild members retreated, the onlookers booed, making their faces even more grim. This incident was undoubtedly a huge blow to their guild. "Think you can escape?" "I don't think so," Wu Shaochen sneered. "You think you can mess with me and then run away? Everyone else can flee, but you guys are staying." Wu Shaochen abandoned the shield warriors he was chasing and charged directly at Aoshi Tianxia and his team. Seeing Wu Shaochen approaching, a trace of panic flashed across Aoshi Tianxia's face. He knew how severe the death penalty was in Xinyu, but escaping was impossible now. Not only was Wu Shaochen several times faster, but he also couldn't lose face in front of his subordinates. Wild charge. Aoshi Tianxia used his skill to ram into Wu Shaochen. Wu Shaochen seemed caught off guard and took the hit, resulting in a 1-second stun. "Wow, this guy's attack is pretty high," Wu Shaochen thought. He could have easily dodged the familiar skill, but he let it hit him because Aoshi Tianxia was still a white name. He needed him to attack first and turn gray, so killing him wouldn't increase his infamy, and the penalty would be harsher. During the 1-second stun, Aoshi Tianxia unleashed another high-damage skill. "Boss is awesome." Seeing Aoshi Tianxia knock off over 700 HP from Chen Feng, the guild members' hope rekindled. However, their cheers were cut short as they realized the damage barely scratched Chun Feng's health bar. 1 second later, Wu Shaochen recovered from the stun and slashed at Aoshi Tianxia twice. The lost health instantly recovered, while Aoshi Tianxia turned into white light and disappeared. "Not bad luck, triggering a crit with just a 5 chance," Wu Shaochen remarked, touching his nose. He then turned to the remaining 4 high-ranking members of Aoshi Tianxia's team. Since they were in a party, they had also turned gray. Wu Shaochen mercilessly cut them down, collecting a few pieces of black iron and bronze gear into his inventory with satisfaction. Finally, some decent loot. Looks like I'll need to target the leaders for better drops, Wu Shaochen mused. Turning around, he saw the rest of Aoshi Tianxia's guild members had fled, leaving only a group of stunned solo players. Wu Shaochen didn't bother chasing them. Their poor gear wasn't worth the effort. He turned and left. That was incredible. One man taking on an entire guild. So strong. It was a complete massacre. Ha! Serves those arrogant Aoshi Tianxia guys right? Qin Feng, you're a legend. I'm your fan from now on. Me too. I recorded the whole thing. I'm posting it online. It's going to blow up. I recorded it too. This is going viral. Standing in the crowd, Su Muxue watched Wu Shaochen disappear into the distance, her eyes glowing with an inexplicable light. Although they often traded and chatted occasionally, this was the first time she had seen him in action, and he was indeed impressive. She shook her head, reminding herself, it's just a game, after all. At that moment, a global shout echoed throughout Jinling City. Aoshi Tianxia, Chen Feng, this is war. We won't stop until one of us is dead. Walking down the street, Wu Shaochen touched his nose and thought, so rich, he knew that a single global shout cost 10 gold coins, equivalent to $10,000. He couldn't afford such waste, so he ignored it. As he walked, he took out the 5 black iron pieces and 2 bronze pieces he had just picked up from his inventory. 2 of the black iron pieces were the Bear King gear he had sold, while the other 3 were low-level black iron. One of the bronze pieces was the Black Bear King armor he had sold for 180,000, and the other seemed to be a weapon dropped by the Silver Wolf King. Sure enough, a few minutes later, all the listed items sold. With 315,000 more in his account, Wu Shaochen's mood instantly improved. Nice people, buying my gear and letting me sell it again. Meanwhile, the entire forum was exploding once more. Mysterious god Qin Feng appears, single-handedly decimating Aoshi Tianxia, killing the guild leader and vice leader. Qin Feng versus Aoshi Tianxi. Qin Feng's power analysis. All posts were accompanied by videos, and the view counts were skyrocketing. In the northern city of Ma Bei, the emissary of hell cast a cold glance over the videos on the leaderboard, a disdainful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. It's just a matter of stats, he sneered. No skill at all, can't even dodge a simple charge. He just got lucky early on with some good talents, that's all. Once everyone gears up, he won't be a threat anymore. Meanwhile, in the city of Julu, the God King watched the same video repeatedly, his brow furrowed. Standing beside him, God's left hand spoke. God King. This guy relies entirely on his stats. His gameplay is terrible. We shouldn't worry about someone like him, right? The God King smiled slightly, his gaze deep. In games, stats are the ultimate measure of strength. Moreover, he glanced meaningfully at God's left hand. Are you sure his skills are that bad? What you see might not be the whole truth. Maybe he's just putting on a show. In Qiushui City, Dreamlike Dance watched the forum video, a strange look in her eyes. She murmured to herself, using only one speed-up skill and basic attacks the whole time. Is he hiding something? Or do they not even deserve his full effort? Leaders of various guilds also studied the video of the battle, each forming their own opinion of Qin Feng. However, they all agreed on one thing. Currently, Qin Feng did not pose a threat to their guilds. They began to sympathize with the Ao Shi Kunxiong guild, thinking that Ao Shi Tianxia was foolish to provoke Qin Feng so early. Meanwhile, Wu Shaochen was oblivious to the outside chatter. He was busy hunting jungle tigers in large numbers to fulfill his promise to the city lord. Despite the efficiency drop due to the solitary nature of the jungle tigers, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, he still needed to find the jungle tiger king as mentioned by the city lord. In the most luxurious suite of the largest tavern in Jinling City, all the high-ranking members of Ao Shi Kunxiong were gathered, their faces grim. Ao Shi Tianxia, seated at the head, broke the silence first. Calculate our losses from this battle. Ao Shi Juqing angrily reported. We lost a total of 236 people. Everyone, including us, dropped a level. As for equipment, ordinary members lost some common gear, which is not significant. We spent over 300,000 to buy back the gear that was put on the auction house by him. Ao Shi Gufeng added. The loss of levels and equipment is acceptable, but the blow to our guild's morale is huge. Even the small guilds we used to suppress are now daring to challenge us. It's infuriating. Ao Shi Tianxia's face darkened further, and he said coldly, Humph, any Tom, Dick, or Harry thinks they can challenge Ao Shi Kunxiong now. It seems we need to make an example out of someone. Which other strong guilds are there in Jinling City? The intelligence officer, Ao Shi Fengyu, immediately replied, currently, there are 3 other guilds in Jinling City that are not to be underestimated. Cold Moon Pavilion, Turbulent Times, and Stormy Rain. Combined, they outnumber us, so we shouldn't act rashly against them. The other guilds are fair game. He paused and added, also, the first mage to change class, Schwer, is in Jinling City. Our people had a conflict with her. She's very strong and well-equipped. Almost all of our people were killed instantly. Since our people provoked her first, I didn't escalate the matter. Aosher Tianxia showed a flicker of interest. A mage who can kill people instantly at this stage? It seems Schwer has some skills. Can we recruit her? Aosher Fangyu nodded. We'll give it a try. Also, boss, if we want to make an example and assert our dominance, there are two guilds that are suitable targets. Which two? Sushi Group and Madman Gang. Both have mid to high strength and have had conflicts with us. Especially the Madman Gang. They've been mocking us after this incident. I think we should start with them. Aosher Tianxia pounded the table, ruthless gleam in his eyes. All right, we'll start with them. It's time to show what happens when you cross Aosher Kunstong. And keep an eye on Qinfeng. Let him be arrogant for a few more days. Once our people are fully geared, we'll make sure he's back to level 0. As Aosher Kunstong's high-level meeting concluded, Jinling City braced for its first medium-scale guild war. Intense battles erupted in various wild areas. Although Aosher Kunstong had the numbers, the Madman Gang and Sushi Group put up a fierce resistance. The frequent white flashes at the resurrection point testified to the battle's brutality. Many ordinary players were caught off guard by this sudden war. Damn. It's only been 3 days since the server opened, and they're already doing this. How are we supposed to level up? One player complained. Yeah, can't even kill monsters in peace, always fighting. Another player agreed. Someone analyzed. Probably because Aosher Kunstong got wrecked by Qinfeng and can't beat him. So they're taking it out on others. Damn. Like mad dogs, biting anyone they see. The guild war affected many, causing widespread dissatisfaction. However, Aosher Kunstong continued their rampage, seemingly determined to crush the two guilds. The war raged from afternoon till late at night, showcasing Aosher Kunstong's strength to everyone in Jinling City. The Madman Gang and Sushi Group were driven back to the newbie village, with the survivors hiding in the city. Although Aosher Kunstong also suffered losses, they were negligible for a guild with tens of thousands of members. Aosher Kunstong's power and ruthlessness silenced many critics, somewhat restoring the guild's reputation. Jinling City's resurrection point was crowded, with members of the Madman Gang and Aosher Kunstong engaged in heated verbal exchanges. Since PK was prohibited in the city under penalty of imprisonment by the guards, both sides could only vent their anger through words. Meanwhile, the Sushi Group's leaders gathered to discuss their strategy. Uncle Lu, what should we do now? We can't leave the city to level up. A young man asked the middle-aged man in the center. Uncle Lu frowned, puzzled by Aosher Kunstong's sudden aggression. He had hoped to develop their business peacefully in the game, but now faced a dire situation. Though they had recruited many skilled players, they were still no match for a well-established guild like Aosher Kunstong. Maybe we should inform Miss, another high-ranking member suggested. She'll find out when she logs in anyway. With her skills, she might be able to turn the tide. Uncle Lu shook his head. Miss is just one person. She can't change the situation unless she's like Qinfeng. As he spoke, his eyes lit up. I'll log off and talk to Mississippi. You all stay in the city for now. In a high-end villa district in HC City, a stunning woman in a white dress sat at the dining table enjoying her dinner. The door to the dining room opened, and a middle-aged man walked in. Miss, shouldn't you get some more rest? The man asked with concern. The woman shook her head, her slender fingers gently toying with the food on her plate. A few hours of sleep is enough to recharge. In the game pod, we're always in a state of sleep, so there's no need to rest for long. I need to get online soon and level up quickly. She looked up at the man. By the way, Uncle Lu, why did you log off at this hour? Uncle Lu was silent for a moment before recounting the events in the game. The woman furrowed her brows slightly after listening, pondering for a moment before saying, our goal in the game is to develop our business, not to dominate. There's no need to go head-to-head with Aosher Kunstong. Just have everyone hide their IDs and wear masks when leaving the city, right? Uncle Lu shook his head, his expression serious. That won't work. Aosher Kunstong is guarding every city gate and requires everyone to show their IDs when leaving. Game IDs can't be changed, and even if we manage to sneak out, it will demoralize our people. Most of them are young and full of vigor. Making them hide would be like admitting defeat to Aosher Kunstong, and many young people won't accept that. So, what do you suggest, Uncle Lu? The woman asked, knowing that Uncle Lu must have a plan if he had come to find her. Miss, how is your relationship with Qinfeng? Uncle Lu suddenly asked. At the mention of Qinfeng, the woman's calm demeanor instantly vanished, replaced by a look of irritation. Just a normal business relationship, she replied softly. Uncle Lu looked skeptical and said directly, Miss, can you ask him to create some trouble for Aosher Kunstong again? That way, they won't have time to bother us, and we'll have more time to develop. We just need a bit more time, and we might not be afraid of them. The woman frowned upon hearing this. Thinking about how Qinfeng spoke to her, the idea of asking him for help gave her a headache. She had never felt so unconfident in front of a man. Ultimately, for the sake of the company's development, she reluctantly agreed. I'll try my best. Meanwhile, Wu Shaochen had been grinding monsters in Tiger Roar Forest for over 6 hours. He had only killed 126 jungle tigers, gaining 52,920 experience points. His poison talent had reached its cap of 480 points, immortal body increased by 126 points, and his health had grown to 727 points, bringing his total health to 6,200 with title bonuses. After 6 hours of effort, aside from Silver Wolf leveling up to 15, he hadn't even gained a level himself. His experience was still stuck at LV 16, 70, 40680,000. This pace was too slow for him. Killing a jungle tiger took only a few seconds, but finding them was the problem. So far, he could hardly find any jungle tigers in the entire Tiger Roar Forest. It seemed that these tigers didn't respawn immediately after being killed, or their respawn time was quite long. Wu Shaochen couldn't help but grumble. I wonder if the city lord's troops have moved out yet. I've cleared this area pretty thoroughly. If they haven't moved out yet and the tigers respawn, don't blame me for not clearing them completely. He didn't want to continue grinding here. The efficiency was too low. If this continued, others would catch up in levels. Although he didn't want to level up too quickly, he couldn't let others surpass him, as that would be embarrassing. Fortunately, the black iron equipment dropped by level 21 monsters had high attributes, and the 20,000 price tag was quickly snapped up. However, Wu Shaochen wasn't pleased at all. 6 hours of grinding had yielded so little. He might as well go kill some Ao Shirkun Xiong members. Let's venture deeper, Wu Shaochen thought to himself. I've been here for over 6 hours, and I still haven't seen the jungle tiger king that the city lord mentioned. Does it even exist, or was I tricked? Wu Shaochen continued to venture deeper. He was now in the innermost part of Tiger Roar Forest. The further he went, the darker it became, and the eerie silence made him feel uneasy. Why is it so quiet? Wu Shaochen swallowed nervously, feeling like something was watching him from the shadows. He started to have second thoughts. Maybe I should just leave. This place is really creepy. Just then, Wu Shaochen heard a faint gulping sound. Though quiet, it was startling in the stillness. Come out, Wu Shaochen shouted, looking warily in the direction of the sound. But he saw nothing. Now even more on edge, Wu Shaochen didn't hesitate to turn and run. Damn, this is scarier than a horror movie. As he turned, a shadow suddenly lunged at him. Wu Shaochen instinctively rolled to the side, narrowly dodging the attack. He quickly looked at the attacker, discovering it was a massive tiger shrouded in black mist. Wu Shaochen immediately used his insight skill. Demonic Jungle Tiger King. Golden Boss. Level. Attributes. Skills. What the hell? All question marks. It's more than 10 levels higher than me? Wu Shaochen was stunned. They weren't lying. You really can't mess with a tiger. Without hesitation, Wu Shaochen sprinted toward the forest's edge, but the Tiger King wasn't going to let him go. It lunged again. Wu Shaochen made a sharp turn to dodge, gaining some distance. The Tiger King quickly adjusted its direction and resumed its pursuit. To Wu Shaochen's horror, the tiger's speed surpassed his, and the gap between them was closing. This speed must be over 500, that's insane, Wu Shaochen muttered, activating his speed boost to increase his pace and widen the gap again. As the distance grew, the Tiger King opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar. Wu Shaochen was instantly hit by an invisible force, stunning him for 3 seconds. Damn! What kind of damage is this? Wu Shaochen was startled. He quickly activated his void state to break free from the stun and continued his frantic escape. Finally, with his speed boost still active, Wu Shaochen managed to get out of the Tiger King's sight. Still, he didn't dare to stop, running for another 10 minutes before finally exiting Tiger Roar Forest. He let out a sigh of relief, feeling his back soaked in cold sweat. Is this a joke? Level 21 jungle tigers, and the boss is a golden boss with unknown levels? Are you kidding me? Wu Shaochen glanced back at the forest, his heart still pounding. I was looking for a boss, and I nearly lost my life. Better stay away until I'm stronger. As he calmed down, Wu Shaochen noticed a message in his private chat. He opened it to find a message from Shuer. Can I ask for your help? Wu Shaochen's eyes lit up, thinking this was a chance to make some money. He immediately replied. Who do you need me to deal with? Ao Shirkun Xiong. Shuer responded. Wu Shaochen was taken aback, wondering why she was also in conflict with Ao Shirkun Xiong. Soon, Su Mushue explained the situation in detail. Wu Shaochen realized that it was all because of him. After a moment of thought, Wu Shaochen replied, I'll help, but it'll cost you 500,000. Even though it was his fault, he still wanted to make money. After all, Shuer was wealthy. Su Mushue agreed without hesitation. Deal. In front of the southern gate of Jinling City, hundreds of members of the Proud Heroes Guild were on high alert, meticulously checking every player entering and exiting. Suddenly, a man wearing an ordinary mask swaggered towards the gate. His ID was hidden, but his demeanor exuded a sense of arrogance. The crowd watching couldn't help but whisper among themselves. That guy is so cocky. He doesn't respect the proud heroes at all. Others tried that before and got sent back, never to come out again. The proud heroes are domineering, but they have the strength to back it up. Yeah, all he has to do is show his ID. It's not like they're making it hard for him. Everyone held their breath as the man approached the gate. A young member of the proud heroes shouted, "Stop, show your ID and take off your mask." The man smiled and replied, "Oh, and what if I don't?" The young man threatened coldly, "Then we'll send you back to the city for free." "Really? Go ahead," the man said, still smiling. "You're asking for it. Get him, guys," the young man yelled. Instantly, hundreds of members surrounded the man, unleashing a barrage of attacks. However, the damage numbers that popped up above the man's head were negligible, and the crowd quickly realized who he was. "Holy crap, it's Qin Feng. Stop. Run." Someone from the proud heroes shouted in panic. Many turned and fled, their arrogance vanishing in the face of Qin Feng. Wu Shaochen, also known as Qin Feng, had no intention of letting them go. He activated his massacre mode, mercilessly attacking these bullies. The onlookers buzzed with excitement. "It's really Qin Feng. Amazing. Go, Qin Feng. Take them down." "Hey, why is he wearing an ordinary mask now? I almost didn't recognize him. Are you dumb? He can change his mask if he wants." The battle was over as quickly as it began. The members of the proud heroes didn't dare fight back and focused solely on escaping. In the end, half of them were killed, and the rest fled into the city. Wu Shaochen didn't pursue them. Instead, he turned and walked towards the east gate. He was determined to teach the proud heroes a lesson. Meanwhile, the high-ranking members of the proud heroes were in a frenzy in their chat channels. Since the guild wasn't officially established yet, they didn't have a guild chat, and all messages were crammed into private chat windows. By the time they relayed their orders, Wu Shaochen had already reached the east gate. After dealing with the members at the east gate, Wu Shaochen leisurely headed towards the north gate. He knew the proud heroes would be prepared. Either the north gate would be empty, or it would be packed with people. Sure enough, when he arrived at the north gate, the area was swarming with thousands of proud heroes members, mostly archers and mages, all ready for him. This time, they were clearly not backing down and were well prepared. With thousands of ranged attackers, even if they couldn't all attack at once, the large space in front of the gate allowed at least a few thousand to target Wu Shaochen at any given time. Even if the attacks didn't break through his defenses, the continuous barrage would be hard to withstand. Retreating wasn't an option. Wu Shaochen glanced at his inventory and calmly walked forward. Ao Shirtianxia, standing at the front of the crowd, sneered, "Qin Feng, I admire your courage. Coming here in this situation." Wu Shaochen responded indifferently, "A swarm of ants is still just ants. Let's see what gives you the guts to face thousands of our ranged attackers. Opposing the proud heroes will make you a pariah in the game." Ao Shirtianxia spat venomously. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but comment, "Damn, thousands against one. The proud heroes have no shame." Just realizing that now? They've always been shameless. True, but how can Qin Feng still dare to come? Who could withstand this? Maybe Qin Feng isn't afraid. I always support him. Wu Shaochen walked unhurriedly to the front of the proud heroes formation, just a meter away from the nearest archer. He glanced at Ao Shirtianxia and said, "Watch closely. Sometimes, numbers don't matter." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly accelerated into the crowd. "Attack!" Ao Shirtianxia commanded. Arrows rained down on Wu Shaochen. In the open space, there was nowhere to hide, but he didn't intend to. He pulled out a protective scroll from his bag and activated it. As the arrows were about to hit him, a faint golden light enveloped Wu Shaochen, blocking all the attacks. "Damn, a protective scroll!" Ao Gu Feng exclaimed. "He has one of those. Spread out." Ao Tianxia ordered urgently. But with such a large group, it wasn't easy to mobilize quickly. Before they could react, Wu Shaochen was already among them. What followed was a one-sided slaughter. The ranged attackers had no chance in close combat. Wu Shaochen moved through them like a whirlwind, his dagger flashing, taking out enemies with ease. With over 1,000 attack power and a speed of 2 strikes per second, the fragile ranged classes couldn't last a second. Though some fought back, their damage was less than what Wu Shaochen could heal with a single attack. The massive group, while large, had a significant disadvantage. Once Wu Shaochen broke into their ranks, few could attack him. The formation descended into chaos, and as time passed, the death toll rose while Wu Shaochen stayed at full health. To him, this massive force was utterly ineffective. Seeing no other option, Ao Shirtianxia ordered a retreat. Though this decision would further tarnish their guild's reputation, it was necessary. Continuing the fight would only lead to more casualties with no impact on Qin Feng. In the end, the proud heroes retreated into the city, losing hundreds of members in the process. The event spread quickly online, and the proud hero's reputation plummeted, drawing widespread ridicule. In the bustling city of Jinling, Wu Shaochen stepped into a lively tavern. He chose a seat in the busy ground floor hall and ordered a feast. This was his first time savoring food in the Oracle game, and his heart was filled with anticipation. The tavern was buzzing with chatter, every seat occupied. Players were animatedly discussing the recent battle at the city gate. Chunfeng is amazing, someone exclaimed excitedly. He took on thousands single-handedly and utterly crushed the Ao Shirkun Xiong Guild. As Wu Shaochen enjoyed his meal, he smiled to himself. He had cleverly used the Juechen mask to alter his appearance and donned newly purchased attire, sitting leisurely amidst the clamor, unnoticed as the hero of the recent battle. Just as he was relishing his food, a masked woman in white gracefully took a seat opposite him. "You seem quite relaxed," she said softly. Wu Shaochen was surprised. "How did you recognize me?" Su Muxue explained that someone had been secretly following him. She had come to thank Wu Shaochen for his help in the battle, noting that the Ao Shirkun Xiong Guild had retreated. After a brief conversation, Su Muxue left to continue leveling up with her companions. Wu Shaochen was about to resume his meal when another beautiful woman appeared before him. "Hello, may I sit here?" she asked. Wu Shaochen looked up and was taken aback. The newcomer was a coldly stunning woman in her early 20s, with long, flowing hair and a frosty gaze, like an ice queen. "Go ahead." Wu Shaochen gestured for her to sit. The woman settled in and stared directly at Wu Shaochen, seemingly intrigued by him. After an engaging conversation, she introduced herself. "I'm Lungyu, the head of Lungyu Pavilion. Can we add each other as friends?" After a moment of thought, Wu Shaochen agreed. He noticed that Lungyu was already a level 15 archer, which was quite impressive for Jinling. No wonder she was the leader of Lungyu Pavilion. Wu Shaochen pondered silently, realizing that befriending such a powerful ally could bring unexpected benefits in the future. In this game world, the strength of a guild was not to be underestimated. Plus, having an additional friend meant a potential new source of resources. After adding each other as friends, Lungyu said her goodbyes and left. Wu Shaochen quickly finished his meal and departed as well. He felt relieved, worried that staying any longer would bring more trouble. Walking out of the restaurant, Wu Shaochen aimlessly wandered around the city for a while. The streets were bustling with players, discussing their in-game adventures in small groups. Glancing at the time, he saw it was already past 8 p.m., so he decided to log off and eat dinner. Removing his helmet, the sensations of the real world rushed back to him. Wu Shaochen went to the living room and took out the leftover takeout from lunch. Strangely, despite not eating for over 8 hours, he didn't feel particularly hungry. "Maybe it's because I've been lying down without moving," he muttered to himself. Taking a few bites of the takeout, Wu Shaochen frowned. What once tasted fine now seemed hard to swallow. He couldn't help but think of the delicious meal he had in the game and realized with frustration that his taste buds had been spoiled. "How am I supposed to eat normal food now?" he sighed, tossing the remaining takeout into the trash. Intending to rest early, he found he was wide awake despite it being only 9 p.m. Wu Shaochen opened a forum and saw the front page filled with posts about his PK battle with the Ao Shirkun Xiong Guild. He clicked on a few, and one titled Analysis of Chen Feng's Strength caught his attention. Reading it carefully, Wu Shaochen couldn't help but gasp. The author had accurately analyzed his stats: health, attack, defense, and speed all were nearly spot on. Good thing my biggest trump card wasn't revealed, and I didn't use many skills, he thought with relief. Looks like I'll need to be more discreet in public battles from now on. After browsing the forum, Wu Shaochen decided to log back into the game. Since I can't sleep, I might as well grind for a few more hours, he thought. If I can stay up until midnight, I can tackle the Silver War God dungeon and boost my strength even further. In the game, players were grouping up everywhere to hunt monsters. Wu Shaochen slowly made his way to the rocky forest, observing other players' combat techniques and browsing the chat channels. Suddenly, a message caught his eye. Silver boss found deep in the purple bamboo forest. Coordinates XXX. Really? Who finds a boss and doesn't keep it secret? Wu Shaochen wondered, but his curiosity led him to head in that direction. Outside the purple bamboo forest, a group of people were cursing as they ran out, their faces full of anger. "Damn it, those Ao Shirkun Xiong guys are shameless. Always running away from Chen Feng but bullying solo players with arrogance. Yeah, we finally found a boss, and they just stole it. I can't swallow this. I've shared the location. If we can't get it, we won't let them have it easy." Jinling City isn't just under their control. Deep in the forest, hundreds of players were attacking a giant python. Most of their attacks couldn't break its defense, and the few that did caused minimal damage. The python's tail sweep could take out several players at once. "We can't do it, boss. The silver boss is too strong. Even if we manage to kill it, our losses will be significant," Ao Shifangyu reported to Ao Shitianxia. "Humph, let the losses be significant. We must take down this boss. If Chen Feng can solo a silver boss, we, with so many guild members, should be able to kill it too. Once we have silver equipment, we won't need to fear him." Ao Shi Tianxia insisted. All right, boss. They'll call for more reinforcements. Ao Shi Fengyu agreed. At that moment, Ao Shi Jueching hurried over. Boss, we have a problem. Those people we let go just posted the boss location in the regional channel. Now, many are heading this way. Damn it. We should have killed them. Ao Shi Tianxia cursed. Call for more people and block the entrance. No one gets in. The news spread quickly, and countless players flocked to the area. A silver boss meant silver equipment, and everyone wanted a shot. By the time Wu Shaochen arrived at the purple bamboo forest, chaos reigned. Players were arguing with members of Ao Shi Kunxiong. Why aren't you letting us in? Your guild is too overbearing. Yeah, the boss isn't your property. Why can't we fight it too? Ao Shi Kunxiong members responded arrogantly. We found the boss, so it's ours. What? You want to steal from us? Bullshit. We found it first, and you stole it. Now you claim it's yours? Shameless. The previous discoverers retorted angrily. Embarrassed by the confrontation, Ao Shi Kunxiong members finally declared, this boss is ours. Anyone who tries to interfere will be killed on sight, and you won't be able to leave the city. This threat worked, silencing many players. If not for Chun Feng's timely return, the Quanren gang and Su clan might still be hiding in the city. At the back of the crowd, 3 guild leaders were quietly discussing. These were the leaders of Lung Yugu, Wanshi Fengyun, and Mantian Fengyu. Lung Yu, the leader of Lung Yugu, was a cold beauty matching her in-game name. Luanshi Shaoxiang, the leader of Luanshi Fengyun, was a rugged middle-aged man with a beard, exuding masculinity. Mantian Xingguang, the leader of Mantian Fengyu, was a delicate young man in his 20s, occasionally glancing at Lung Yu. Well, what do you guys think? Should we get involved? Mantian Xingguang urged. We finally encounter a silver boss. We have to get a piece of it. We can't let Ao Shi Kunxiong have it all, Wanshi Shaoxiang insisted. But if we force our way in, we'll be directly opposing Ao Shi Kunxiong. Although they suffered against Chen Feng, we won't have much of a chance in a direct confrontation. Even though our 3 guilds combined outnumber them, we can't coordinate as well as a single guild. Temporary alliances won't change that, and it would hurt our guild's development, Mantian Xingguang analyzed. Yeah, I was hoping the solo players would pressure them, but they're just all talk. No action, Wanshi Shaoxiang sighed. At that moment, Lung Yu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. He's here. Who? Both the warlord and the starry sky asked simultaneously, following Lung Yu's gaze. Chun Feng Wu Shaochen scanned the surroundings, noticing that while the crowd outside was loud, none dared to step forward. Clearly, they still harbored fear towards Ao Shi Kunxiong. Wu Shaochen scoffed and walked ahead. Stop, commanded someone from Ao Shi Kunxiong. Wu Shaochen's current attire was different from when he fought at the city gate, so only a few recognized him. Ignoring the command, Wu Shaochen continued walking. Damn it, you're courting death. The first person to speak drew their weapon and slashed at Wu Shaochen. Wait, stop. Someone beside him suddenly realized the familiarity of the scene. Unfortunately, it was too late. The weapon had already struck Wu Shaochen. When the damage numbers appeared, everyone instantly recognized him within Jinling City. Only Chen Feng had defense so high that it was unbreakable. Holy crap, it's Chen Feng. Awesome, let's see them act arrogant now. Haha, Chen Feng is totally Ao Shi Kunxiong's nemesis. While the solo players were ecstatic, the faces of Ao Shi Kunxiong members turned ashen. They looked at each other in confusion. Quick, notify the boss. Someone shouted. Wu Shaochen glanced at the warrior who had attacked him, casually sent him back to the city, and continued forward. The members of Ao Shi Kunxiong retreated step by step, not daring to obstruct him. The solo players behind joyfully followed Wu Shaochen into the purple bamboo forest. Deep within the purple bamboo forest, Ao Shi Fengyu approached Ao Shi Tianxia with a grave expression. Boss, Chun Feng is here. The brothers can't hold out. What? Him again? Ao Shi Tianxia was furious. Is this guy determined to oppose Ao Shi Kunxiong? Ever since encountering Chen Feng, they had been thwarted at every turn. He now regretted provoking such an opponent. Boss, what do we do now? He'll be here soon. Are we going to abandon the boss? Ao Shi Jueching asked urgently. Ao Shi Tianxia glanced at the giant snake with 85 health remaining. They had already lost over 1,000 men to it. Abandoning it was not an option. Leave 200 men to continue attacking the snake. The rest, follow me. Fengyu, gather everyone from the guild. Today, even if we have to pile up bodies, we must stop him outside, Ao Shi Tianxia said through gritted teeth. When Wu Shaochen arrived, he saw Ao Shi Tianxia leading over 1,000 Ao Shi Kunxiong members, ready for battle. Wu Shaochen smirked and strode forward. Chen Feng, are you really going to go head-to-head with Ao Shi Kunxiong? Ao Shi Tianxia shouted. Head-to-head? Hardly. You're not even worth it yet, Wu Shaochen responded coolly. You. Ao Shi Tianxia was livid. He then gritted his teeth and said, Tell me, what will it take for you to back off this time? This was essentially an admission of defeat. Ao Shirtianxia had never bowed to anyone before. Back off? I'm just here because I heard there's a boss. What's with the big fuss? Is the boss yours? Wu Shaochen feigned confusion. Humph. This boss is nearly defeated by Ao Shirkun Xiong. Everyone knows why you're here. I suggest you drop the idea, Ao Shirtianxia said sternly. I don't mean to belittle Ao Shirkun Xiong, but with your ragtag group, it's uncertain if you can even defeat the boss. Nearly defeated? If the boss health is below 50, they'll leave without interfering. If it's above 50, then step aside because you're not capable of handling it, Wu Shaochen stated bluntly. Exposed on the spot, Ao Shirtianxia's pride was hurt. He scoffed. Whether we can defeat it or not is my business. But I warn you, our army of tens of thousands is on the way. If you want to interfere, you'll have to get past them. At this moment, more Ao Shirkun Xiong members arrived, joining the defense. Soon, their numbers reached 4 to 5,000. Seeing the growing numbers, Ao Shirtianxia didn't bother arguing further. He turned and ordered, if he advances, hold him off. The rest of our members will be here soon. I refuse to believe that our tens of thousands can't stop Wen Qinfeng. After giving his commands, he led Ao Shirjuecheng and the core members towards the boss, leaving a group to block Wu Shaochen. Wu Shaochen sighed. How pitiful, to risk your lives for Ao Shirkun Xiong. His words struck a nerve, and an Ao Shirkun Xiong captain fumed. Stop trying to sow discord. Our entire guild will be here soon. No matter how strong you are, we'll wear you down. If that's the case, there's nothing more to say, Wu Shaochen replied, charging into the crowd. This was the bamboo forest, not the open space at the city gate. The bamboo wasn't dense, but it still couldn't accommodate thousands attacking simultaneously. At most, a few hundred could attack at once. As Wu Shaochen clashed with Ao Shirkun Xiong, countless solo players and members from 3 major guilds and some smaller guilds grew restless. The leaders of the 3 major guilds exchanged glances and nodded. Suddenly, a flood of players surged from behind, shouting, "Charge! Ao Shirkun Xiong has gone too far. We can't let Qinfeng fight alone." These words ignited the crowd, and the previously hesitant players charged at Ao Shirkun Xiong. Ao Shirkun Xiong members panicked. They had expected to deal with Qinfeng alone, not this. Their numerical advantage vanished as the solo players and small guild members, numbering in the tens of thousands, overwhelmed them. The defense line crumbled instantly. Led by Wu Shaochen, the group quickly reached the boss fight, leaving Ao Shirtianxia and his team dumbfounded. They just got in? Our main force hasn't even arrived yet, Ao Shifengyu said, swallowing hard in disbelief. As soon as Wu Shaochen arrived at the scene, his eyes were immediately drawn to the giant python being besieged by hundreds of people. He watched as the members of Pride of the World launched relentless attacks on the snake, white light flashing frequently, clearly indicating heavy casualties. Shaking his head, he turned to Ao Shirtianxia and said, "Is this what you call almost defeated? Sacrificing lives like this, even if you do kill it in the end, it's not worth the cost." Ao Shirtianxia replied bitterly, "This is my business, not yours. Even if you hadn't come, we'd have killed this boss eventually." Wu Shaochen tried to reason with him. "Just give it up. It's not worth it for a silver-level boss." "No way. No one is stopping us from killing this boss today," Ao Shirtianxia said coldly. Wu Shaochen suddenly spread his hands and walked to the side. "All right, take your time. I'm just here to watch." This action left everyone present stunned. Not only the members of Pride of the World, but even the crowd that had followed behind looked confused. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Brother, didn't we fight our way in to snatch the boss? Are you really just here to watch?" Ignoring the reactions around him, Wu Shaochen walked over to a bamboo tree, leaned against it with his arms crossed, and genuinely looked like he was just there to watch the show. In reality, the moment he arrived, he had already checked the giant python's attributes. Azure Scaled Python Silver Level Boss. Level 16. Health 550,000. Physical Attack 1,100. Physical Defense 680. Magic Defense 620. Movement Speed 110. Skill 1. Poison Mist. The Azure Scaled Python sprays poison mist within a 5-meter range in front, poisoning targets on contact and dealing 200 poison damage per second for 20 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Skill 2. Sweep. The python sweeps its tail forward, dealing 160 physical attack damage and knocking back targets within a 5-meter range. Cooldown 30 seconds. Skill 3. Constriction. The python wraps its massive body around the target, rendering them immobile and dealing true damage equal to 50 of its physical attack per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Wu Shaochen calculated that this boss, aside from its attack and speed, had attributes not much worse than the Black Wind Fortress Chief. Although its burst damage wasn't as high and it lacked healing abilities, with enough people, it was possible to wear it down, albeit with significant losses. Given the current player's strength, with basic white gear, Only shield warriors with full constitution points had health over 1,000. The Python's sweep could deal over 1,700 damage, wiping out most players unless they had multiple pieces of black iron or bronze defensive gear. Wu Shaoqin's reluctance to join the fight was partly to avoid revealing his strength, and partly due to the Python's third skill. He wasn't sure if his void ability could break the constriction. If not, while he might not be killed within 10 seconds, it would still be dangerous. More importantly, being immobilized for 10 seconds would give Pride of the World an opportunity to strike him down. So, he decided to observe the situation first and see if an opportunity arose. The atmosphere at the scene became awkward. Pride of the World was wary of Wu Shaoqin stabbing them in the back, and the solo players, without Wu Shaoqin's lead, didn't dare confront Pride of the World directly. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what to do. What is he playing at? We fought our way in here, and now he's just watching? Luanchi Xiaoxiong asked Leng Yu and Mantian Xingguang. The two shook their heads, equally puzzled. Leng Yu sent Wu Shaoqin a private message. What's going on? Wu Shaoqin, unable to spot Leng Yu in the crowd, replied in the private chat window. Nothing, just watching the show. After seeing this reply, Leng Yu thought for a moment and told the other two, let's just stand aside and watch them fight. So, the members of the three major guilds quietly stepped back, and the solo players, after exchanging glances, also retreated to watch Pride of the World's battle with the boss from afar. Now it was Pride of the World's turn to feel awkward. With so many eyes on them, they were caught between continuing the fight and giving up. Continuing meant huge sacrifices, but their biggest fear was that after such sacrifices, someone else might steal the kill. They weren't worried about the solo players, but that player named Chen Feng was very dangerous. What should we do? Ao Shi Jueqing asked Ao Shi Tianxia. Frowning, Ao Shi Tianxia asked, how long until our reinforcements arrive? At most 10 minutes, the whole guild will be here, Ao Shi Fengyu replied. Gritting his teeth, Ao Shi Tianxia made a decision. Keep fighting. Once everyone arrives, surround the boss and don't let anyone else get close. He had this confidence because, in just over 3 days since the server opened, the guild had already gathered over 30,000 members. If not for the terrain limiting their ability to form a large attacking force, this boss wouldn't be so difficult to deal with. So, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Pride of the World continued to attack the boss. The onlookers watched as wave after wave of players fell, white light flashing continuously, only to be replaced by new players. The damage they dealt to the Python was mostly just 1 point per hit, leaving a deep impression of the silver-level boss on many viewers and even causing some solo players to consider quitting. They began to doubt whether such a boss could really be defeated by current players. Over 10 minutes later, Pride of the World's main force finally arrived. A full 30,000 players surrounded the boss area, making it impossible for those on the outskirts to see the battle inside. At this point, some solo players began to leave, feeling that staying was pointless. The boss's terrifying strength was beyond their ability to challenge, and even if it was killed, the chances of snatching loot from the thousands of Pride of the World members were nearly zero. It wasn't worth wasting time here. With the first ones leaving, soon almost all the solo players withdrew, leaving only a few small guilds hesitating. The three major guilds also found themselves in a dilemma. What should we do? Mantian Xingguang asked. Luanchi Xiaoxiong shook his head, unsure of what to do. Did we come all this way just to watch? Leng Yu glanced at Wu Shaoqin, still leaning against the bamboo with his arms crossed, looking indifferent, and coldly said, wait. On Pride of the World side, although their reinforcements had arrived, the bamboo forest greatly hindered their numerical advantage. At most, a few hundred people could attack the boss simultaneously, so its health was dropping slowly, but their casualties were extremely high. A single sweep from the boss could nearly wipe out the melee players, requiring constant reinforcement. To maximize output, Ao Shi Tianxia even ordered the priests to the outskirts, making it almost certain death for melee players caught in the poison mist. Ao Shi Tianxia's orders were simple. If you have potions, use them. If not, get in 2 hits before you die. With this no-holds-barred strategy, the boss's health finally began to drop slowly but steadily. The battle had raged for over an hour, and the health of the boss, the azure-scaled python, had been whittled down to 15. However, Ao Shi Kun Xiong found themselves in a dire situation. All their melee fighters had been wiped out. Over the course of the battle, they had lost more than 10,000 warriors and shield-bearers. Although the mages and archers had fewer casualties, they were forced to rotate frequently due to mana depletion. Where is everyone? Don't they know to come back after dying? Ao Shi Tianxia furiously demanded. Ao Shi Fengyu explained helplessly, boss, leveling up is tough for the brothers. Dying once means losing a level. Now their levels are below average. Let's just let the fallen brothers level up on their own. Unwilling to give up, Ao Shi Tianxia ordered, then send the assassins and priests to hold the line. We're so close to taking it down. We can't afford to fail now. Reluctantly, Ao Shi Fengyu relayed the command. Soon, A group of priests and assassins grudgingly charged to the front lines. Against such fragile classes, the azure-scaled python showed no mercy, killing one with each attack and sweeping through groups with its poison mist. Although the death rate was higher than before, the boss health continued to drop. At this moment, members of the three major guilds began to stir. Besides them, only a few small guilds hoping to pick up scraps remained. Have you decided? Now is the best time to act, Mantian Xingguang asked. Luanshi Shaochen responded decisively. Let's do it. Ao Shikun Xiong has suffered heavy losses in this battle. We have nothing to fear. Sooner or later, we'll have to face them. It's better to strike now while they're weakened than to wait for them to grow stronger after killing the boss. But let's be clear, our three guilds must stand united. No matter which guild Ao Shikun Xiong targets, the other two must help. We can't let them pick us off one by one. Lung Yu and Mantian Xingguang nodded in agreement and issued their orders. Just as Ao Shikun Xiong was fighting at their most intense, the onlookers suddenly charged at the boss, mercilessly cutting down the Ao Shikun Xiong members in their way. Ao Shi Tianxia was shocked and enraged. He had believed that with the prestige of the top 10 guilds, no one in Jinling City would dare to oppose them. The appearance of Qin Feng was already hard to accept, but now even the guilds he had always looked down upon dared to challenge them. Leave 200 people to keep the boss from regenerating health. The rest, counterattack. Ao Shi Tianxia roared. Damn it, who do these people think they are, daring to take on Ao Shikun Xiong? However, he underestimated his opponents and overestimated himself. At this point, Ao Shikun Xiong had just over 10,000 members left, while the three major guilds had similar numbers. Although the numbers were comparable, the three guilds had a complete class setup, whereas Ao Shikun Xiong lacked crucial frontline fighters. The battle quickly turned disadvantageous for Ao Shikun Xiong. As the massive battle raged on, with members from both sides falling constantly, one key figure went unnoticed. Wu Shaochen rubbed his nose and pondered. Should I steal the boss or steal the boss? Then he activated stealth and quietly approached the boss. At this moment, Ao Shikun Xiong's 200 members were employing a clever strategy to keep the boss occupied. One after another, they would shoot an arrow to attract the boss and then lead it away, getting killed eventually, with the next person taking over. This method was indeed effective, prolonging the time as much as possible. However, Wu Shaochen's arrival was destined to disrupt this plan. With the boss health down to just over 60,000, Wu Shaochen stealthily followed an archer who was currently leading the boss. Meanwhile, the group battle continued fiercely. In the crowd, Ao Shi Fengyu felt like something was amiss. Looking around, he suddenly realized that Qin Feng, who had been leaning against a bamboo tree, was nowhere to be seen. Alarmed, he quickly reported to Ao Shi Tianxia. Boss, Qin Feng is missing. Ao Shi Tianxia didn't grasp the issue immediately. Isn't that better? No, boss, the boss. Ao Shi Fengyu exclaimed urgently. Only then did Ao Shi Tianxia realize the problem. He immediately led Ao Shi Fengyu and a few others toward the boss location. When they arrived, they found that most of the 100 or so people left behind were still there, but the boss was nowhere to be seen. Grabbing a team member, Ao Shi Tianxia angrily demanded, "Where's the boss?" The team member, trembling, pointed in a direction. Xiaofeng led it over there. Ao Shi Tianxia threw him aside and led his men in pursuit. They soon came upon the enormous corpse of the python, lying on the ground, completely looted, not even a copper coin left. Ah! Qin Feng, I'll never forgive you. Ao Shi Tianxia screamed in fury and frustration. He had never been so enraged in his life. The members standing behind him didn't dare to make a sound. Meanwhile, Wu Shaochen, who had already left the bamboo forest, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and thought to himself, did I go too far? I should have at least left a couple of copper coins for them, considering how much they sacrificed to fight the boss. Well, next time. Next time, I'll definitely leave a few copper coins. He then checked his loot and couldn't help but smile. This was the easiest haul ever. Killing the python had earned him 42,000 experience points. Since he hadn't summoned Silver Wolf, all the experience went to him, directly leveling him up to LV 17, 324, 069, 0000. Additionally, he had gained 3 gold 68 silver, 2 silver tier items, 2 bronze tier items, 5 iron tier items, a vial of bloodline elixir, and a fog scroll. Wu Shaochen carefully examined his new gear. Azure scaled armor silver tier, HP 600, physical defense 50, magical defense 30, reflects 10 of damage taken, additional attributes, constitution 18, fortitude 17, strength 17, requirements, warrior, shield bearer, azure scaled leggings silver tier, HP 500, physical defense 40, magical defense 30, increases HP regeneration by 5, additional attributes, constitution 17, fortitude 18, agility 16, requirements, all classes. Wu Shaochen immediately swapped his old Iron Tier Bear King leggings for the new Azure Scaled leggings. Now, He had 5 silver items, and the rest were bronze tier, making his gear far superior to that of other players. After changing his gear, his HP reached 6530, physical defense 642, magical defense 631, speed 449, and attack speed 107. He decided to save the 10 attribute points he had gained from leveling up for when he might need them. The Bloodline Elixir was an item used to improve a pet's attributes, but its success depended on compatibility. The higher the compatibility, the higher the success rate. Clearly, Silver Wolf wasn't suitable, and the elixir's limit was Scrayed, meaning pets of Scrayed and higher couldn't use it. Reluctantly, Wu Shaochen put it back in his bag. The last item was the Fog Scroll, which, when used, created a fog in an area, making it difficult to distinguish between friend and foe. Wu Shaochen seemed to think of a clever plan, a smile playing on his lips, and then he stored the scroll away. After checking all his items, Wu Shaochen began to consider how to auction off the surplus gear. Thinking of the incoming wave of income, he couldn't help but feel excited. In the purple bamboo forest, the battle raged on fiercely. With the departure of their leaders, the morale of the Proud World Alliance visibly weakened, and they were being pushed back by the 3 major guilds. At that moment, Ao Shirtian Xia and his team returned with grim faces and immediately issued a retreat order. The boss has been stolen. There's no point in fighting anymore, Ao Shirtian Xia said through gritted teeth. As they retreated, he shot a venomous glare at the leaders of the 3 major guilds. Just you wait, we'll settle this score, he snarled before leading his remaining members away. The members of the 3 major guilds were momentarily stunned, not understanding why their opponents had suddenly retreated. The guild leaders exchanged puzzled looks, failing to grasp the situation. Just then, a panicked team member came running to report, "Guild leader, the boss has been stolen." "What? Who took it?" Luanshi Shaoxiong exclaimed. Lung Yu's gaze swept to where Wu Shaochen had stood moments ago, now an empty spot. She understood immediately and said to the other 2, "It must have been Chun Feng who took it." The 2 finally realized what had happened and quickly looked in that direction, only to find Chun Feng nowhere in sight. Their expressions darkened instantly. They had fought so hard, all for the boss, only to have it stolen in silence. "So, what do we do now?" Man Tianxing Guang asked dejectedly. "What else? We go back. No point staying here if the boss is gone," Luanshi Shaoxiong said angrily. After all their effort, they had ended up making things easier for someone else, and that was infuriating. At that moment, Lung Yu suddenly said, "The auction house has silver equipment listed." Silver equipment? The 2 quickly opened the auction house interface to check. Sure enough, at the top of the list was a piece of silver-grade azure scale armor, set for bidding with a 30-minute timer. "That's bold. Selling silver equipment?" Man Tianxing Guang exclaimed in amazement. "They probably don't need it, so why keep it? This piece must have dropped from the boss earlier. His gear was already good, and now it's even better," Luanshi Shaoxiong commented. "There's no point comparing with him. He's a monster. Let's focus on our own development. The Proud World Alliance won't let this go easily, so we need to be prepared," Man Tianxing Guang advised. "Agreed, but the Proud World Alliance has suffered significant losses this time. They won't be able to target us immediately, so we can use this time to grow stronger," Luanshi Shaoxiong concurred. The 3 nodded in agreement. Although they were temporarily united under the pressure from the Proud World Alliance, it was merely a strategic alliance. As they eyed the silver equipment in the auction house, each was calculating their own plans. Meanwhile, walking along the road, Ao Shirtian Xia saw the silver equipment in the auction house and was nearly grinding his teeth to dust. To him, it was a blatant insult. That equipment should have been his, and now it was being auctioned off. "That equipment is mine, and no one else is going to take it," he vowed furiously. Wu Shaochen, on the other hand, was in high spirits as he listed all his black iron equipment, including the Bear King leg guards he had replaced, at 20,000 each. He also listed 2 bronze pieces and 1 silver piece for bidding. After completing these tasks, he continued towards the Rocky Mountain Forest. With less than 3 hours to midnight, he planned to grind for another 2 hours before heading back to the city to challenge the War God dungeon, which could only be attempted once a day, after midnight. The Rocky Mountain Forest was a place filled with oddly shaped rocks, barren of any vegetation. In real life, it would likely be developed into a tourist spot. Wu Shaochen went straight to the depths of the forest, targeting the level 22 stone apes. Originally, he had planned to target level 21 stone monkeys, but after leveling up from the boss fight and enhancing his skills, he decided on the stone apes. The stone apes' attributes were attack 550, health 55,000, defense 350. These weren't too daunting, but the stone ape had a passive skill that had a chance to petrify its target for 2 seconds, which was a bit troublesome. Wu Shaochen particularly disliked control skills since he only had 1 skill to break free, with a 5-minute cooldown. After selecting his target, Wu Shaochen summoned Silver Wolf to earn experience from a distance and began grinding. The stone apes were far more numerous than the jungle tigers, scattered everywhere. Unfortunately, because of their troublesome skill, He couldn't mass kill them and had to take it slow. Meanwhile, back in Jinling City, many players were eyeing the silver equipment in the auction house with envy. The price of the Azure Scale armor was soaring, already surpassing 200,000. Major spenders were determined to get it, as a piece of silver equipment at this stage was a significant boost. Because of the silver equipment's presence, the two bronze pieces Wu Shaochen had listed were receiving fewer bids and hadn't even reached 100,000 each yet. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have listed them together. The news spread not only in Jinling City, but also to players in other main cities. Unfortunately, with the teleportation arrays between main cities not yet open, they could only watch enviously. The regional chat in Jinling City was buzzing because of the silver equipment. A piece of silver equipment. The Proud World Alliance must have worked hard to kill a silver boss. How could they bear to sell it? An uninformed player commented in the regional chat. You're behind the times. It wasn't the Proud World Alliance that killed the boss. It was the legendary player Chen Feng. He didn't need it, so he's selling it. No way. Chen Feng is amazing. These silver equipment stats are incredible. Looking at my own low-level gear after seeing these makes me want to just take it all off. Ultimately, the Azure Scale armor was sold for 260,000, while the two bronze pieces fetched only 120,000 each. All the black iron pieces sold out at 20,000 each. While grinding stone apes, Wu Shaochen received the auction notifications and paused to check his transactions. Seeing over 520,000 in earnings brought a smile to his face. This money comes so easily. Wu Shaochen continued grinding until midnight, killing a total of 268 stone apes in over 2 hours. If it weren't for the petrification skill, which sometimes left him immobilized for a while, this number could have easily doubled. Even so, the experience from 268 stone apes, despite being shared with Silver Wolf, boosted Wu Shaochen to level 18, with 66,310,100,000 experience points. Silver Wolf also reached level 16, close to level 17. Even at higher levels, Wu Shaochen's leveling speed remained impressive, mainly due to his efficient monster grinding. For him, gaining a level every 2 hours was still easily achievable. Midnight, time to head back and tackle the War God dungeon. Wu Shaochen muttered to himself. He used a return scroll and, this time without incident, safely returned to Jinling City. After returning to Jinling City, Wu Shaochen headed straight for the Temple of War. The clock had just struck midnight, and the temple was bustling with people. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he quietly slipped into a secluded corner, quickly changed into modern attire, and adjusted his mask. Disguised, Wu Shaochen leisurely walked into the Temple of War and approached the War God's secret realm. After confirming everything was in order, he stepped into the silver-level War God's secret realm without hesitation. A vision of a War God in a robe appeared before him, causing Wu Shaochen to frown. Mage-type bosses had always been his headache. He swiftly used his insight skill, and the attributes of the War God vision appeared instantly. Silver level, level 18. HP, 450,000. Magic attack, 1200. Physical defense, 560. Magic defense, 620. Movement speed, 140. Skill 1. Fireball launches a fireball, dealing 120 magic damage, 3-second cooldown. Skill 2. Blink teleports in a specified direction, 2-minute cooldown. Skill 3. Rain of Fire deals 80 magic damage per second in a 3 by 3 meter area for 5 seconds, 2-minute cooldown. Skill 4. Sea of Fire deals 20 magic damage per second in a 10 by 10 meter area for 30 seconds, 5-minute cooldown. Wu Shaochen calculated silently. Skills with damage multipliers below 100 would actually deal damage based on the attack, minus the target's defense, then multiplied by the percentage. This space was only about 100 square meters. A single Sea of Fire could cover the whole area, forcing him to tank the damage. Fortunately, he had potions with him. Although facing a silver-level boss wasn't too stressful given his current strength had 5 pieces of silver equipment and ridiculously high HP and defense, encountering a mage boss in such a confined space was still tricky. There was nowhere to hide. He had to face it head-on. Luckily, Wu Shaochen had 631 points of magic defense and over 6,800 HP. Even if he had to tank the damage, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Besides, he had lifesteal and potions to back him up, so he wasn't afraid of the fight. Wu Shaochen decisively activated his speed boost and charged at the War God vision like an arrow released from a bow. A heavy strike hit its mark, silencing the opponent for 3 seconds. This move was a mage killer. The silenced War God vision could only flee in panic, but it couldn't outrun Wu Shaochen. He quickly caught up and dealt a series of heavy blows. In no time, the vision was inflicted with 4 layers of poison, dealing 540 poison damage per second, totaling nearly 130,000 HP in a minute. As soon as the silence wore off, the War God vision blinked away. But in such a small space, how far could it go? Seeing it about to be caught again, the vision desperately unleashed its skills. A sea of fire covered the entire area, followed by a rain of fire aimed at Wu Shaochen, and then a barrage of fireballs. The combo made Wu Shaochen's HP drop rapidly. Wu Shaochen quickly dodged out of the rain of fire's range and resumed his chase from another direction. Unexpectedly, the vision hid within the rain of fire area. Damn, it's that smart? Wu Shaochen was momentarily stunned. Fortunately, the rain of fire only lasted 5 seconds, and while he could tank it, there was no need to waste potions. As soon as the rain of fire stopped, Wu Shaochen pounced on the vision, slashing furiously. With his terrifying attack speed of 2 strikes per second, he dealt over 1,300 damage per second while recovering 130 HP. Combined with occasional potion use, his HP wasn't an issue. Under this relentless assault, the war god vision fell at Wu Shaochen's feet in less than 3 minutes. He was then transported out of the secret realm, and a system notification followed. That was awesome. Wu Shaochen was thrilled. He speculated, I wonder if there are attribute point rewards for the second and third realm advancements. Probably not. The system seems to only reward the first. If that's the case, no one else will know that the first realm advancement grants free attribute points. As long as I secure the first in every realm advancement, I'll be fine. Quietly amassing wealth is the way to go. The realm advancement reward alone granted 60 attribute points, equivalent to 6 levels. Combined with the 60 points from defeating the boss, Wu Shaochen had 120 more points than others, making him unbeatable at this stage. Eagerly, Wu Shaochen checked the silver level war god medal, which provided a straightforward attribute boost, a 30 increase in all attributes. He immediately equipped it and turned his attention to the remaining 80 free attribute points, 30 from advancing to silver, 30 from the system reward, and 20 leftover from previous level ups. After some consideration, Wu Shaochen decided to add 40 points each to constitution and agility. Although these attributes were already high, they were what he needed most now. Thus, he chose to go to the extreme. With his realm advanced to silver, the war god medal equipped, and attribute points allocated, Wu Shaochen's overall strength soared. He carefully reviewed his attributes. Name, Qinfeng. Realm, silver level. Level, 18. HP, 7,497 681 MP, 1,680. Physical attack, 1355. Magic attack, 168. Physical defense, 778 70810. Magic defense, 767 69810. Movement speed, 578. Attack speed, 133. Critical rate, 5. Lifesteal, 10. Damage reduction, 5. Armor penetration, 15. Cooldown reduction, 5. HP regen, 5. Critical resistance, 8. Luck, 25. Title 10. Equipment 5. Experience, 6631 010 0000. Strength, 244 18830. Intelligence, 84 65 30. Constitution, 272 0830. Bone, 508 39130. Spirit, 126 9730. Agility, 518 39930. Talents, poison damage 540 points, stackable up to 4 layers. Immortal body, increases max HP by 996 points. Titles, Village Hero, Luck 10, Bandit Suppression Hero, HP 10, Defense 10. Skills, Immortal Body, Void, Stealth, Backstab, Heavy Strike, Weak Point Break. Equipment, Soul Devourer Dagger Silver, Black Wind Helmet Silver, Black Wind Armor Silver, Blue Scale Leggings Silver, Graphite Belt Bronze, Graphite Boots Bronze, Graphite Necklace Bronze, Gale Bracelet Silver, Graphite Bracelet Bronze, Graphite Ring Bronze, Silver Wolf King Ring Bronze. Satisfied with his attributes, Wu Shaochen chose to log off. After removing his helmet, he set an 8-hour alarm. He had been gaming intensely for days, with significant mental exhaustion and a severe lack of sleep. Today, he decided to sleep 2 extra hours. No one should be able to catch up to him for now, and he could have breakfast before logging back in. With the alarm set, Wu Shaochen fell asleep immediately. He was truly exhausted. When Wu Shaochen logged back in, he found himself still in the temple of the war god. Just as he stepped out of the temple door, ready to plan his next monster hunting strategy, a soldier briskly approached him, bowed respectfully and said, "Honorable adventurer, the Lord Mayor has sent me to invite you to his residence for a discussion." Wu Shaochen's eyes lit up as he thought, a summons from the Lord Mayor? Could it be a new quest? Without hesitation, he followed the soldier to the mayor's mansion. Inside the mansion, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes was pacing anxiously. Upon seeing Wu Shaochen, he immediately approached him. "Qinfeng, you finally arrived. Lord Mayor, what urgent matter requires my presence?" Wu Shaochen asked curiously. The mayor sighed deeply and began to explain. It all started with the sheepskin scroll you brought back from Lu family village. It turns out there's a sealed demonic portal deep within the Tiger Roar forest. The demon realm is a terrifying place, and we cannot afford any issues with the seal. Mentioning the demon realm brought a flicker of fear to the mayor's face. Wu Shaochen listened silently, amazed by the game's intricate backstory. The mayor steadied himself and continued. The Lu family village has been guarding the seal for generations. Unfortunately, during the Great Beast War 500 years ago, their chief and elders sacrificed themselves, and the family's strength has declined since then. Without powerful guardians, the seal has begun to weaken. He then recounted the attempt to send a sealer to reinforce the seal. Everything was going smoothly until they were attacked by the Jungle Tiger King en route. I specifically sent 2 level 20 Golden Realm Protectors to handle the Jungle Tiger King. However, the weakening seal caused demonic energy to leak out, and the originally level 21 Jungle Tiger King absorbed the energy, boosting its strength to level 30. We had to retreat to Lu family village after suffering heavy losses. Hearing this, Wu Shaochen realized why the Jungle Tiger King was so formidable. It had mutated. He recalled his brief encounter with it and felt a chill down his spine. The mayor turned to Wu Shaochen, speaking earnestly. To be honest, all the experts in the city have been dispatched on special missions recently. We simply don't have the manpower to deal with the Jungle Tiger King. Among the adventurers I know, you are the most reliable. Do you think you can handle this demonic Jungle Tiger King? If not, I'll have to issue a city-wide quest, though the cost would be considerable. Wu Shaochen was momentarily stunned, then secretly delighted. Could this be a special reward for helping with the Jungle Tiger King? He realized that if he could take on this quest, the rewards would be substantial. But thinking of the terrifying demonic Jungle Tiger King, his face fell. After careful consideration, Wu Shaochen asked, "How much time do I have for this quest?" The mayor pondered for a moment and said, "The seal cannot wait. I can give you at most 2 days. All right, I'll find a way. Please don't issue the citywide quest just yet." Given the current strength of the adventurers, dealing with the demonic Jungle Tiger King would be a suicide mission, Wu Shaochen said solemnly. He thought to himself that reaching level 20 in 2 days shouldn't be too difficult, allowing him to better assess the Jungle Tiger King's attributes before making a decision. Very well, I'll await your good news. The mayor nodded in agreement. After leaving the mayor's mansion, Wu Shaochen checked his potion supply and found it sufficient. He decided to head straight to the abandoned mine. The mine was located to the north, and he exited the city through the north gate without any trouble. The troublesome members of the Proud World Guild were likely busy leveling up, as most of their members had lost levels and fallen below the average level in Jinling City. Despite having a movement speed of 573, the 20-kilometer journey still took him over half an hour. When he arrived at the abandoned mine, he saw a large entrance. As he stepped inside, a gust of cold wind made him uneasy. The mine was dark and damp, with a winding tunnel ahead that seemed to lead to an unknown destination. The tunnel was eerily silent, with not a single monster in sight, which only made Wu Shaochen more nervous. He summoned his silver wolf for protection, letting it lead the way while he cautiously followed. After a few minutes of walking, he heard a strange noise beneath his feet. Instinctively, Wu Shaochen jumped back, just in time to see a skeletal hand emerge from the ground. What the heck? Wu Shaochen was terrified and bolted. His shout startled the silver wolf, causing it to shrink back and quickly follow its master. After running a good distance, Wu Shaochen dared to look back. He saw a skeleton slowly crawling out of the ground, chasing after them. Is this the monster here? Wu Shaochen muttered to himself, still shaken. He wasn't normally scared, but the game's realism made him momentarily forget he was in a virtual world. Regaining his composure, Wu Shaochen laughed at his own fear. He cast an insight spell to check the skeleton's information and found it to be a level 20 monster. Instantly, he lost interest in it. Wu Shaochen stepped forward and casually struck the skeleton twice, leaving it to die slowly. He then continued deeper into the mine with his silver wolf, determined to find more valuable targets. Along the way, skeletons kept emerging, but Wu Shaochen couldn't be bothered to deal with them unless they blocked his path. Only those in his way were swiftly taken out by his dual daggers. He quickly traversed the corridor, which took over 10 minutes to cross, and finally arrived at the actual mining area. Before him lay a spacious quarry, littered with rocks of various sizes. The area was densely packed with skeletons, and their sheer number made Wu Shaochen reconsider his initial plan to ignore these low-level creatures. Although he could continue farming his abilities after reaching the silver rank, this was the first time he had encountered such a dense cluster of monsters. It would be a shame not to take advantage of this opportunity for some mass farming. The level 20 skeletons had an attack power of just over 400, which couldn't penetrate Wu Shaochen's defenses, even with their skills, and they had no control effects. This made it a perfect chance to enjoy the thrill of mass farming. Without hesitation, Wu Shaochen quickly recalled Silver Wolf into the pet space. Although the level 16 Silver Wolf had an rank talent and could easily handle these level 20 skeletons, it would only be a hindrance during mass farming. With Silver Wolf put away, Wu Shaochen charged into the horde of skeletons. He swung his dual daggers rapidly, taking down each skeleton with just 2 strikes, completely ignoring their attacks on him. The exhilaration of the situation was palpable. However, it didn't take long for Wu Shaochen to realize a problematic issue. Assassins were not suited for dealing with such dense groups of monsters. He was soon surrounded by skeletons, unable to move. Although they couldn't break through his defenses, he couldn't take a single step forward. Damn it, I got too excited and charged right into the middle, Wu Shaochen thought regretfully. The situation was awkward, and he had to slowly clear the surrounding skeletons. Watching the skulls bobbing around made him feel nauseous. He couldn't fly, didn't have any teleportation skills, and even his void skills were useless in this scenario. I really need to learn some movement skills. This is too embarrassing. I'm definitely going to have nightmares tonight, Wu Shaochen vowed to himself, swinging his daggers furiously to vent his frustration. While Wu Shaochen was painstakingly clearing the skeleton horde, other players were also busy leveling up and farming equipment. The overall strength of the players in the game had significantly increased, with most having at least 1 or 2 pieces of black iron gear, while the stronger ones even had a few pieces of bronze gear. Many guilds could now easily handle bronze bosses, and with large numbers, they had a better chance of finding bosses. In a cave, Ao Shi Tianxiao was sorting through the loot from a recently defeated boss. He equipped a new piece of bronze gear and distributed the remaining items to Ao Shi Jueqing and others. After losing a silver boss to another player, Ao Shi Tianxiao had been determined to find more bosses, and this was the 3rd bronze boss they had defeated. Now, Ao Shi Tianxiao had 1 piece of silver gear and 5 pieces of bronze gear, with the rest being black iron. His overall strength had increased significantly. He had also spent a lot of money to buy black iron gear for the core members of his guild, all in preparation to take revenge on Qinfeng and send him back to the beginner village. Meanwhile, on a plain, Su Muxue was leading members of the Su clan group in battling a level 16 bronze boss. Thanks to the large amount of equipment purchased from Wu Shaochen, Su Muxue had gained a significant lead over other players in the early stages of the game. Now at level 17, her fireball spell could deal 700 to 800 damage to the boss, far exceeding the 200 to 300 damage dealt by others. Just as the boss was about to be defeated, a group of players appeared, attempting to steal the kill. However, they quickly experienced the terror of facing the game's top mage. Su Mushue's fireball spell could be cast every 1.5 seconds, dealing over 1,000 damage, and her ice spell, which could be cast every 5 seconds, could instantly kill ordinary players. This was due to her talent that reduced skill cooldowns by 50, one of the reasons she had chosen the mage class. Protected by the Su clan group's shield guards, Su Muxue was like a mobile turret, eliminating the players trying to steal the boss. In the end, only a few players managed to escape. Miss is amazing, members of the Su clan group praised. Of course, our Miss is the top mage in the game. How dare these people try to steal our boss? Exactly, they're overestimating themselves. I think Miss's strength is on par with Chen Feng's, others chimed in. Alright, continue attacking the boss. Su Muxue ordered coldly, though she thought to herself, I wouldn't dare compare myself to that monster. Players from various guilds were not only leveling up, but also searching for bosses. In areas with monsters around level 10, black iron bosses were relatively common, and there were quite a few bronze bosses, but bosses above silver rank were extremely rare. It took Wu Shaochen nearly an hour to clear out all the skeletons in the mining area. Including those he had killed along the way, he had eliminated a total of 514 skeletons, raising his level to 19 with an experience of 1387502000000. His immortal body talent granted him an additional 514 health points, plus 40 points from leveling up, and with the title bonus, his total health reached 8106, breaking the 8,000 mark. He temporarily kept 10 attribute points in reserve, not allocating them immediately. Rubbing his slightly sore right hand, Wu Shaochen vowed never to do this again. He felt that mass farming was more suited for mages. His mind was now filled with images of skeleton heads, which was terrifying, and he couldn't believe he had endured it. However, it was the first time he had killed so many monsters in one go, and the leveling speed was indeed fast. Wu Shaochen picked up 3 black iron items that had dropped and put them up for auction. Initially, he planned to list each for 20,000, but he noticed that the auction house was already flooded with black iron gear, with prices ranging from a few thousand to 10,000. Sigh. After 8 hours of sleep, black iron gear has become so cheap? Wu Shaochen thought in surprise. But upon reflection, it made sense. Ordinary monsters around level 10 had a chance to drop black iron gear, and even casual players would have at least 1 or 2 pieces by now. In the end, Wu Shaochen listed each item for 10,000 and continued forward. Another corridor lay ahead, but this one was shorter and devoid of skeletons. It only took a few minutes to reach the end. Another mining area awaited, much larger than the previous one. It was filled with a large number of skeletons, though they seemed less dense due to the larger area. These skeletons were different from the previous ones. They carried skeleton axes. Shaochen Wu cautiously approached the skeletal warrior and cast his insight spell. Data immediately appeared before his eyes. Level 21 skeletal warrior. Attack power 540. Health points 46,000. Its special skill was a ranged axe throw, dealing 170 damage. Shaochen furrowed his brows and calculated. This meant each attack could cause over 100 points of damage to him. No way I can handle a group of them, he muttered, recalling his previous painful lessons. If 100 of them throw axes at once, I'd have to teleport straight back to town. After weighing his options, Shaochen decided to change his strategy. Since I can't handle them in groups, I'll lure them out one by one. He stopped dwelling on it and felt more confident about taking his time. Meanwhile, in Newbie Village 11246, a fresh-faced young woman was once again killed by a rabbit. With a mix of stubbornness and frustration on her face, she slowly walked out of the respawn point. Well, if it isn't our village's pure maiden. A group of youths teased her as soon as they saw her. Got killed by a rabbit again? The woman ignored their mockery and silently replayed the battle in her mind. As a game newbie, she didn't realize that a level 0 player couldn't solo a rabbit. She just thought her skills were lacking. Stop acting all high and mighty. One of the youths persisted. Just call me, brother, and I'll help you level up. No, thank you. She politely declined and turned to leave. At that moment, her private chat channel pinged with a message from her best friend, Wei Wei. Zine, you're still at level 0? Don't tell me you're afraid to fight monsters. This young woman was none other than Shaochen Wu's sister, Zian Wu. She had been so captivated by the game's realistic environment that she spent a long time admiring the scenery, only recently remembering to level up. At first, I was afraid, Zian replied, a bit embarrassed. Then I got brave, but I'm too weak to beat the rabbits. Are you trying to solo the rabbits? Wei Wei sent a shocked emoji. Isn't that possible? Zine asked, puzzled. No way. You're really something, Wei Wei sighed and explained. A level 0 player can't solo wild monsters. You need to team up. Zine finally understood. Oh, so that's how it works. Actually, a lot of people have added me as a friend and offered to help me level up, but I didn't want to accept their help so easily. They seem to have ulterior motives. Wei Wei sighed. Alright, I have some spare silver coins. Use them to buy potions. With potions, you should be able to handle the rabbits. But store-bought potions are expensive. This might not be enough to get you to level 1. Wei Wei then transferred her remaining 14 silver coins to Ziyin through a remote trade. I've given you all I have, Wei Wei advised. These 14 silver coins can buy 70 potions, but it might not be enough to get you to level 1. You should ask your brother for help. Otherwise, with your reluctance to team up, you might never leave the newbie village. Thank you, Wei Wei, Ziyin said gratefully. She immediately went to the store and found that the lowest grade health potion cost 20 copper coins per bottle. After gritting her teeth and buying 70 bottles, she set out to challenge the rabbits again. With the support of the potions, Ziyin finally managed to defeat the rabbits. However, each rabbit consumed one potion, and she felt the pinch, as each bottle cost the equivalent of $2. As everyone was busy leveling up, a system-wide announcement suddenly echoed through the entire game world. Due to a player reaching level 20, the server-wide leaderboard is now open. In the level 20 dungeon, Linlang's secret realm is now available for challenges. The announcement repeated 3 times, shocking all the players. Holy crap, someone reached level 20 already? I'm only at level 15. Which god leveled up so fast? Are you dumb? Just check the leaderboard. Everyone hurriedly opened the leaderboard, and the rankings were instantly displayed. The top 10 on the level leaderboard were quickly listed, with Chunfeng holding the top spot as a level 20 assassin. On the reputation leaderboard, Chunfeng was also far ahead with 6,100 points. The top item on the equipment leaderboard was the soul-devouring dagger, a silver-grade weapon. On the wealth leaderboard, Chunfeng led with an astounding 734 gold coins. The pet leaderboard was topped by a level 16 silver wolf within a grade qualification. Shaochen Wu was also checking the leaderboard at that moment. He had just reached level 20 when he heard the system-wide announcement, catching him off guard. Seeing himself dominating all the leaderboards, he wasn't excited. Instead, he felt anxious. Dear AI, can you add a feature to hide information? Shaochen called out to the sky. I'm afraid I'll get ambushed if I go out like this. However, there was no response. This is too much, Shaochen muttered with a bitter smile. The leaderboard had practically exposed all his details, making him nervous about potential threats. The only silver lining was that the equipment and pet owners were not displayed. Otherwise, with 5 of the top items being his, who knows how much jealousy that would incite. With the leaderboard revealed, the regional channels in all major cities erupted, and the forums were buzzing with discussions. Wow, this Chunfeng is incredible, dominating 3 leaderboards. And he's way ahead. You're thinking too small. I bet that soul-devouring dagger is his too, since he's an assassin. The top pet, Silver Wolf, is probably his as well. I heard someone saw him with a wolf-like pet in Jinling City. Damn. Does that mean he's dominating all the leaderboards? Did you see his gold? Over 700. Did he rob a bank? Geez, our guild leader has been collecting gold and only has a few dozen. This is insane. The forum discussions grew more intense until someone finally exclaimed, "Man, I wish I had the words to describe this. All I can say is, Chunfeng is awesome." Aoshi Tianxia glanced at the top spot on the leaderboard, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, it won't be long before your first place becomes a joke. I'll make sure you get sent back to the newbie village, unable to even write the character King properly. Meanwhile, Hell Envoy licked his lips and said excitedly, now this is getting interesting. The major guilds had different attitudes towards Chunfeng, but most adopted a, if we can't have it, destroy it mentality. The appearance of the leaderboard had undoubtedly pushed Wu Shaochen back into the spotlight. In the Divine King Pavilion, the Divine King gazed at the leaderboard and muttered, Feng Yi is here too. Given his strength, it's no surprise he's on the leaderboard. But who is this Yufei? I've never heard of this ID before. Could it be another dark horse? The leaderboard's appearance spurred all the players into a frenzy, with countless people leveling up even more vigorously. Besides wanting to make a name for themselves on the leaderboard, another reason was that the first Oracle dungeon had opened, requiring level 20 to enter. The dungeon was essentially a boon for players. The monsters inside were stronger, but the drop rates were several times higher than outside. With the dungeons opening, black iron and bronze equipment would soon become common, and silver would no longer be rare. Moreover, successful dungeon challenges often came with special rewards. Wu Shaochen thought, level 20 now, I should be able to check that tiger's stats. But I'm not confident yet. Maybe I should level up a bit more? He had just leveled up by killing 146 skeleton warriors, reaching level 20 with 703,000,000 experience points. There were still plenty of skeleton warriors to farm. But looking at those axe-wielding skeletons ready to attack at any moment, Wu Shaochen shivered and decided, forget it, let's check out the dungeon first. I don't feel like farming skeletons today. Wu Shaochen used a town portal scroll to return to Jinling City and ran towards the dungeon location. Just then, his real-world phone rang. Reluctantly, he logged off, thinking how annoying it was that the helmet couldn't take calls in-game. He really needed to get a gaming pod soon. Seeing it was Wu Ziyin calling, Wu Shaochen quickly answered. Brother, came Wu Ziyin's voice. What's up, Ziyin? Not playing games this weekend? Wu Shaochen asked, puzzled as to why she had time to call. I'm playing, Wu Ziyin replied. Then why call me? Don't you like the game? It's not that. I do like it. It's just, I'm so bad at it. Still level 0, Wu Ziyin said, embarrassed. Wu Shaochen was taken aback, realizing she might not have friends to help her. Given the difficulty of early game monsters, it was indeed hard to play solo. Are you playing alone? He asked. Yeah. Wu Ziyin replied softly. Wu Shaochen sighed inwardly, regretting not leaving her some equipment. He said, what's your game ID? I'll add you, and give you some gold. Buy more potions. With enough potions, you can solo, and it's faster than teaming up. Okay, thanks brother. My ID is Feng Yiner, Wu Ziyin said sweetly, preferring to owe her brother rather than others. After hanging up, Wu Shaochen logged back in and added Feng Yiner to his friends list. In Newbie Village 11246, Wu Ziyin logged back in. She had used up the 70 potions she bought, needing 1 potion per monster. Her experience was LV0, 70100, still 30 points away from leveling up. She thought, brother should be able to give me 6 silver coins. That way, I might not need potions to fight rabbits after leveling up and adding attribute points. While she was lost in thought, a system prompt appeared. Ding, player Chunfeng requests to add you as a friend. Accept? Wu Ziyin was startled and muttered. Could brother be? Chunfeng? With a nervous heart, she clicked accept and saw her second friend on the list. Chunfeng, assassin LV20. She confirmed that this was indeed the high-ranking Chunfeng, a godlike figure in Oracle. Trembling, she opened the chat window and sent a message. Brother? Chunfeng replied. What's up, little girl? Don't you recognize your own brother? Wu Ziyin exclaimed, quickly covering her mouth and typing. Are you really my brother? You're Chunfeng? In Jinling City, Wu Shaochen saw the reply and shook his head, responding, yes, I'm your brother, and I'm Chunfeng. Brother, you're really Chunfeng the Chunfeng. If Wei Wei knew, she'd be so jealous. Wu Ziyin said excitedly. Alright, calm down. No one can know your brother is Chunfeng, understand? Wu Shaochen said seriously. Got it, brother. I won't tell anyone, Wu Ziyin promised. Wu Shaochen nodded and initiated a remote trade, giving her 10 gold coins. Wu Ziyin was stunned seeing the 10 gold coins. Brother, I don't need that much. Take it. Your brother isn't short on gold. Don't be stingy. Use potions like water and just tank the monsters. You'll level up to 10 in no time, Wu Shaochen said. Brother, saying things like that will get you hit, Wu Ziyin said helplessly. No worries, no one in the game can beat me, Wu Shaochen replied confidently. By the way, Ziyin, what's your talent? Wu Ziyin sent over her talent description. Talent, magic conversion. When using skills, for every 1 extra point of mana consumed, the skill's effect is increased by 0.05. This can be either skill damage or healing amount. Seeing this talent, Wu Shaochen's mouth twitched, thinking it was too mana consuming. It seemed the magic orb needed a new owner. So, brother, is my talent good? Wu Ziyin asked, unable to grasp its true value as a game novice. It's good, but you'll need to learn to manage your mana and calculate damage, Wu Shaochen replied, thinking it was both a blessing and a curse for a newbie. Then what class should I play? Wu Ziyin continued. Either mage or priest would work. Just remember to add points to intelligence and spirit, Wu Shaochen suggested. Okay, thanks brother. I'm off to fight rabbits and level up, Wu Ziyin said excitedly. When Wu Shaochen arrived at the dungeon, he found quite a few people already there. Even though they couldn't enter, many came just to have a look. Without hesitation, Wu Shaochen walked straight to the entrance, deciding to go in first and see for himself. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded. Ding? Do you wish to challenge the Linlang secret realm? Yes, Wu Shaochen responded decisively. The system prompted again. Ding? The Linlang secret realm is a team dungeon. You need a team to enter. A team? No problem. Wu Shaochen quickly created a team with just himself, using the default name, Sealed Team, because he couldn't be bothered to come up with one. He triggered the challenge again, and the system prompted. Ding? Do you wish to challenge the Linlang secret realm? Yes. Ding. Your team size is too small. The dungeon difficulty is high, and each person can only challenge it once per day. It is recommended to have a full team of 10 before proceeding. I don't accept your suggestion, Wu Shaochen thought to himself, and clicked to confirm the challenge. In the next second, he vanished from the spot. The surrounding crowd immediately became agitated. No way. Did that guy just go in? Someone exclaimed. How is that possible? Isn't this dungeon for level 20 and above? How did he get in? Another person questioned. Are you dumb? Someone in our Jinling city has already met the requirements. Wow, sealed team. The scene shifted, and Wu Shaochen found himself in a massive cave. 3 paths stretched out in front of him, leading in different directions. He chose the path on the left and walked briskly. He hadn't gone far when 5 tiger-headed humanoid monsters appeared, blocking his way with large machetes in their hands. Wu Shaochen immediately used his insight skill to check their stats. Tiger-headed elite monster. Level 20. HP 100,000. Physical attack 680. Physical defense 420. Magic defense 350. Movement speed 86. Skill 1. Vertical slash, a direct downward slash with the machete, dealing 175 physical damage, cooldown 20 seconds. Skill 2. Horizontal slash, a sweeping horizontal slash with the machete, dealing 160 physical damage to all targets within a 2-meter range, cooldown 30 seconds. Elite monsters? This is my first time seeing them. Are they exclusive to dungeons? Wu Shaochen pondered. Although facing 5 tiger-headed monsters at once would be challenging, he decided to confront them head-on. After quickly calculating the potential damage in his mind, Wu Shaochen charged at the monsters. He knew that their regular attacks couldn't break through his defense, and while their skills could cause damage, he could withstand 2 sets of them. This was the advantage of investing in constitution, allowing him to handle such situations with ease. To quickly end the battle, Wu Shaochen rushed at the monsters, enduring their attacks while poisoning each of them with 4 layers of toxin. Then he retreated, intending to use the terrain to his advantage, but soon found himself back at the entrance. To his surprise, the other 2 paths were blocked, and the system prompted that he must clear the monsters on his chosen path before accessing the others. Wu Shaochen considered using stealth, but the system warned that if he did, the monsters would regenerate their health to full and remove all negative effects if they lost aggro. Fine. You want me to fight head-on? Wu Shaochen muttered to himself. Do you think I'm afraid of a few tigers? I just wanted to save some potions. The 5 tiger-headed monsters quickly caught up. Wu Shaochen stopped retreating and engaged them directly. Although their skills could hurt him, the cooldowns made the overall difficulty manageable. Wu Shaochen's poison damage was currently at 540. He could have increased it further after reaching the silver rank, but since the skeletons he'd been fighting recently were not more than 5 levels higher than him, his talent hadn't improved. However, even with 540 poison damage, stacking 4 layers was enough to deal with the monsters in a minute, especially with Wu Shaochen's continuous attacks. Soon, the 5 tiger-headed monsters fell, granting him 2,500 experience points, 500 per monster. Although this was more than the level 20 monsters outside, considering their strength, the experience was moderate. However, the drop rate pleasantly surprised Wu Shaochen of the monsters dropped a bronze item. A bronze item without even fighting a boss? This dungeon is going to boost players' strength significantly, Wu Shaochen thought. He quickly picked up the item, discovering it was a ring that he could use. Tiger Head Ring Bronze. HP 400. Physical attack 160. Additional attributes. Constitution 23, Strength 25. Requirement. Physical class. All about boosting HP and attack, straightforward and effective. I like it. Wu Shaochen happily equipped the ring, replacing his longest Silver Wolf King ring. The new ring's bonuses increased his HP by 515 points, bringing his total to 8,842. His attack also increased by 163 points, reaching 1,518, though his attack speed dropped by 5, down to 128, which wasn't a big deal. Great, the first batch of monsters got me a new item, Wu Shaochen muttered. He wanted to list the Silver Wolf King ring for auction but was prompted that the auction house couldn't be accessed inside the dungeon, so he had to wait until he got out. Moving forward, he soon encountered another group of 6 tiger-headed monsters. Wu Shaochen confidently engaged them and, after a hard-fought battle, obtained 2 white items, which he ignored and continued. Further ahead, he faced 7 tiger-headed monsters. This time, even Wu Shaochen frowned. This is getting tricky. Who knows how many more groups are ahead? After some thought, Wu Shaochen decided to summon his pet, Silver Wolf, to help take some of the damage and save on potions. After all, it shouldn't just gain experience without contributing. Silver Wolf, now at level 16, had decent stats and should be able to handle 2 tiger-headed monsters. Silver Wolf Pet. Grade A. Level 16. HP 23,200. MP 1,700. Physical attack 560. Physical defense 420. Magic defense 210. Movement speed 90. With Silver Wolf's assistance, Wu Shaochen easily defeated the 7 tiger-headed monsters, earning a black iron item. Wow, the drop rate is really high, Wu Shaochen marveled. Continuing, he encountered 8 tiger-headed monsters and defeated them with ease. Further ahead, he faced 9, using 2 medium red potions to get through. Pushing forward, he fought 10 monsters, using 3 medium red potions and barely managing to win, earning another black iron item. Finally, Wu Shaochen reached the end of the path, where a massive tiger-headed monster stood, significantly larger than the others. Phew, finally at the end, Wu Shaochen sighed in relief. No wonder this dungeon allows up to 10 players. The maximum group size here is 10. Facing the gigantic tiger-headed monster, Wu Shaochen used Insight. Tiger Head Leader Dungeon Boss. Level 20. HP 450,000. Physical attack 1,150. Physical defense 700. Magic defense 650. Movement speed 135. Skill 1. Vertical slash, a direct downward slash with the machete, dealing 175 physical damage, cooldown 20 seconds. Skill 2. Horizontal slash, a sweeping horizontal slash with the machete, dealing 160 physical damage to all targets within a 2-meter range, cooldown 30 seconds. Skill 3. Fury, a roar that increases its attack by 50 for 30 seconds, cooldown 2 minutes. Although its stats were slightly lower than the Black Wind Bandit leader of the same level, this boss was still formidable. Wu Shaochen thought, even though it only shows as a dungeon boss without indicating a rank, it's probably close to silver rank, maybe pseudo-silver. It should drop silver items. This thing shouldn't be too hard to kill, Wu Shaochen thought to himself. He signaled enlightenment to retreat a bit, then activated his speed boost and charged at the target. A seamless combo of skills left the enemy stunned, followed by a quick slash that injected 4 layers of poison. Wu Shaochen gracefully retreated. Although the corridor limited his movement, he could still maneuver back and forth effectively. Since he could maneuver, there was no need for a hidden clash. Wu Shaochen knew well that if this guy went into a rage, each normal attack could take away over 900 health, and combined with skill damage, he couldn't withstand such a fierce assault for long. The 4 layers of poison could drain nearly 130,000 health per minute. The tiger-headed leader, with 450,000 health, struggled for 4 minutes before collapsing with a loud crash. This battle netted Wu Shaochen 32,000 experience points, and Yin Tailang gained 8,000 points, leveling up to 17. Wu Shaochen quickly gathered the loot, 1 silver item, 1 bronze, and 2 iron items. There was nothing else on the ground, which puzzled him. Was equipment the only thing dropped by dungeon bosses? He recalled that in past battles, bosses often dropped additional items besides equipment. However, he had no time to dwell on it now. Checking the equipment was more urgent. The only silver item was a helmet, but its attributes were slightly inferior to his current Black Wind helmet. Wu Shaochen decided to sell it later but hesitated, thinking, what if Ao Shir Tian Xia buys it to use against me? A cunning idea flashed through his mind. Why not farm it again and then sell it? With this thought, Wu Shaochen retraced his steps and returned to the three-way junction. This time, he chose the right passage. Soon, he encountered new enemies, leopard-headed archers. These creatures had similar attributes to the tiger-headed ones, but were archers with two ranged skills. Despite this, Wu Shaochen wasn't worried. Whether ranged or melee, as long as normal attacks couldn't break his defense, he had nothing to fear. He plowed through them, reaching the end of the passage and picking up another bronze item and two iron items, none of which suited his needs. At the end of the passage, Wu Shaochen used insight on the leopard-headed leader. Its attributes and skills were instantly displayed before him. Seeing this boss, Wu Shaochen finally felt a bit challenged. In the dungeon, ranged monsters couldn't be kite. Once out of their attack range, they would lose aggro, fully regenerate health, and clear poison. This mechanic was troublesome. Unable to kite, he had to fight hidden. Wu Shaochen quickly calculated. His current attack power exceeded 1500, and normal attacks could deal over 800 damage to the boss. 2 hits per second meant about 1700 damage output, with 170 health recovered per second. Using potions, he could barely hold on, but it would be potion intensive. The only variable was the 10 critical hit rate, which could be overwhelming if triggered frequently. I shouldn't be that unlucky, Wu Shaochen reassured himself. Without further hesitation, he activated his speed boost and charged. However, the opponent wasn't to be outdone, also activating speed boost and raining arrows down on him. A piercing arrow took nearly 3000 health from Wu Shaochen. Damn it, picking on me because I have short range, huh? Wu Shaochen cursed, quickly downing a potion. He finally reached the leopard-headed leader and began stabbing furiously. Want to see whose speed is faster, your arrows or my dagger? The leopard-headed leader attacked while retreating but soon found it couldn't keep up with Wu Shaochen's speed, forcing it to face him hidden. Both sides pushed their speed to the limit. Wu Shaochen used skills when available and normal attacks otherwise, barely maintaining the upper hand with lifesteal and potions. Just as Wu Shaochen felt complacent, the leader's critical piercing arrow took over 3000 health, followed by another critical puncture, draining another 2000 health. Startled, Wu Shaochen realized he had only been using mid-ear potions to save money, keeping his health around 6000. These hits nearly crippled him. Wolf Cub, protect me. Wu Shaochen shouted, activating Void and hiding behind Yin Tailang. He quickly chugged an instant recovery potion for 1000 health and a large potion to stabilize. Yin Tailang, undeterred, shielded Wu Shaochen and charged at the leader. Each arrow took 780 health from Yin Tailang, but with over 20,000 health, he could hold out for a while. Once his health recovered to over 5,000, Wu Shaochen charged again, slashing wildly at the leader. Under the dual assault of high poison damage and powerful attacks, the leader's health plummeted. It fell within 3 minutes, granting Wu Shaochen another 32,000 experience points. Wu Shaochen picked up the drops, 1 silver, 2 bronze, and 2 iron items. He examined the silver item, a bracelet named Leopard King Bracelet, which he could use. He immediately replaced his old graphite bracelet, boosting his attack by 52 points to 1570, increasing attack speed by 10 to 138, and raising his health by 464 points to 9306, nearing 5 digits. As for the remaining bronze and iron items, Wu Shaochen didn't bother inspecting them, tossing them into his bag for future sale. After defeating the leopard-headed leader, Wu Shaochen returned to the three-way junction. Only the middle path remained, and he thought clearing it should complete the dungeon. Without hesitation, he entered the middle passage. Soon, he encountered the unique monsters of this path, Lionhead mages. These creatures were troublesome spellcasters. However, Wu Shaochen's magic defense now matched his physical defense, and these Lionhead mages weren't significantly stronger than the other monsters. Wu Shaochen advanced steadily, occasionally drinking potions and letting Yin Tailang tank when necessary, progressing without much trouble. Along the way, he found another bronze item and an iron item. At the end of the passage, Wu Shaochen carefully observed the Lionhead leader. Its strength was comparable to the silver war god Shadow in the war god's secret realm, with no particularly noteworthy skills. Wu Shaochen decided to fight Hedon, as mages didn't have an advantage in a duel. Even a fast fireball spell had a 3-second cooldown, during which Wu Shaochen could recover 400,500 health. Sure enough, the Lionhead leader didn't last long, falling within 3 minutes. It dropped 1 silver, 2 bronze, and 1 iron item, all for mages and priests. After defeating the Lionhead leader, Wu Shaochen thought the dungeon was over and awaited the system prompt. However, instead of a prompt, a sudden earthquake occurred. What's going on? Is this place collapsing? Wu Shaochen quickly steadied himself against the wall to avoid falling. The earthquake soon subsided. At the spot where Wu Shaochen had defeated the Lionhead leader, the passage collapsed, and the ground split open, revealing a massive chasm. From the chasm emerged a colossal creature. It had wings on its back, horns on its head, a bull-like face, a tiger's body, and a lion's tail. This bizarre appearance left Wu Shaochen stunned. What the heck is this? It's so ugly. Wu Shaochen couldn't help but complain as he quickly cast an insight spell. The attributes of the Linlang Guardian instantly appeared before his eyes. Dungeon Guardian Boss, level 20, HP 700,000, physical attack 1800, physical defense 900, magic defense 800, movement speed 320. Wu Shaochen carefully examined the boss's 4 skills. 1. Rapid Charge. Charges at the target with its wings, dealing 180 physical damage with its horns, reducing armor by 30 for 10 seconds. Attack range, 5 meters. Cooldown, 30 seconds. 2. Whip Strike. Strikes with its tail, dealing 185 physical damage. Cooldown, 30 seconds. 3. Stomp. Deals 170 physical damage within a 2-meter radius, stunning for 1 second. Cooldown, 2 minutes. 4. Force Suppression. Reduces attack power, attack speed, and movement speed by 20 within a 10-meter radius for 1 minute. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Are you serious, main brain? Wu Shaochen cursed in his heart as he looked at the stats. This was clearly a gold-tier boss, and putting such a monster in a level 20 dungeon was downright cruel. However, for Wu Shaochen, this boss was still manageable. It was a melee type, slower than him, and although its attacks were powerful, they couldn't one-shot him. With over 9,000 HP and 700 defense, he could survive 3 skills without dying. With this in mind, Wu Shaochen decided to challenge the boss directly. As soon as he entered its aggro range, he was hit by the horns, losing over 2,300 HP and having his defense reduced by 30. Just as he was about to drink a potion, he was struck by the stomp skill, losing another 2,400 HP and getting stunned for 1 second. Seeing the whip strike about to land, Wu Shaochen decisively activated Void, not only removing the stun but also dodging the attack. Damn, these skill combos are too good. Wu Shaochen gritted his teeth, quickly slashing 4 times to apply poison before turning to run. The boss immediately activated Force Suppression, but Wu Shaochen was so fast that even with a 20 reduction, he managed to shake off the Linlang Guardian. As he ran, Wu Shaochen drank potions, quickly restoring his HP to full. He led the boss from the central corridor to the end of the right corridor, then turned back. Passing by the boss, he delivered a heavy strike and weak point break, dealing over 3,000 damage. After kiting the boss for over 5 minutes, Wu Shaochen finally wore it down. As the massive corpse fell, he gained 56,000 experience points, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Golden light flickered on the ground, and Wu Shaochen eagerly picked up the loot. 1 gold item, 2 silver items, 2 bronze items, and a skill book. Just then, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. You have received a silver chest. As the first player to clear the Linlang secret realm, the chest has been upgraded to a gold chest. Congratulations on receiving a gold chest. Wu Shaochen checked his inventory and found the golden chest. The description read, can contain gold-tier equipment for your class or items of equivalent value, with a very small chance of containing dark gold-tier items. Just as he was about to open the chest, he was suddenly kicked out of the dungeon and appeared at the entrance, surrounded by countless staring eyes. Chunfeng, did you clear it? Was the dungeon hard? Someone asked as they approached. Of course, with Chunfeng on the job, it's a given he cleared it. Another person chimed in flatteringly. Wu Shaochen was speechless. These people weren't even level 20 yet, but instead of leveling up, they were hanging around here. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, everyone, look, the stone tablet next to the dungeon is glowing. The tablet displayed, first clear team, Chunfeng's team, members, Chunfeng, time, 36 minutes. The crowd marveled and swarmed Wu Shaochen, bombarding him with questions about the dungeon. Wu Shaochen gave a brief response before squeezing through the crowd and escaping. He couldn't wait to check out his new gear and the chest. Back in Jinling City, Wu Shaochen immediately inspected his loot. The gold-tier Linlang boots had excellent stats, movement speed 125, physical defense 60, magic defense 60, agility 25, constitution 25, vitality 25. They also had a dodge skill that could avoid one attack or control effect. He happily equipped the new boots and looked at the silver items. He couldn't use the armor, but the ring was useful. Tiger King Ring. HP 700, physical attack 200, vitality 24, strength 24, agility 22. Wu Shaochen quickly equipped the ring, pleased with its straightforward and powerful stats. As for the bronze items, he planned to sell them at the auction house. Now, all that remained was the most important item, the gold chest. Wu Shaochen excitedly rubbed his hands together, silently chanting a prayer in his mind. Heavenly spirits, please bless me with a dark gold treasure chest. He took a deep breath and clicked on the option to open the chest. Ding! The system notification sounded. Congratulations! You've obtained a dark gold Blood Bowl belt. Holy crap! A dark gold item? Wu Shaoqin's eyes widened in disbelief at his luck. When did I become so lucky? Could it be the 15 points of luck taking effect? He quickly opened his inventory to check the precious item. The attributes of the dark gold Blood Bowl belt were astonishing. 2,000 health, 50 physical defense, 50 magic defense. The additional attributes were even more impressive. 25 constitution twice, 25 stamina, 25 strength. What excited Wu Shaoqin the most was its additional skill recovery, which instantly restores 50 health with a 5-minute cooldown. These stats truly make it a Blood Bowl. Wu Shaoqin exclaimed in delight. 2 constitution boosts, that's perfect. And the skill is just incredible. He couldn't wait to equip the Blood Bowl belt, thinking this might give him the edge to challenge that ferocious tiger. Just then, the equipment leaderboard updated instantly, and the Blood Bowl belt shot to the top, causing a stir across the entire server. The Oracle region channel and forums exploded with chatter. Players exclaimed, "Holy crap, did I see that right? A dark gold item? I'm still grinding for bronze gear, and this guy gets a dark gold? I don't even have a full set of black iron gear. This is just demoralizing." Still immersed in his joy, Wu Shaoqin suddenly received 3 private messages from Xuer, Lung Yu, and Feng Yiner. All 3 asked the same question. "Is that dark gold item yours?" It dawned on Wu Shaoqin that his equipment was now public knowledge. He helplessly opened the leaderboard, looking at the Blood Bowl belt perched at the top and sighed, "System, can't you give me some privacy?" He replied to all 3, "No, it's not." However, the 3 girls clearly didn't believe him. Xuer, "Yeah, right." Lung Yu, "Don't believe you." Feng Yiner, "No way. Who else but you could get a dark gold item right now?" Wu Shaoqin rubbed his nose, thinking, why does it matter if you believe me or not? He decided to ignore them and turned his attention to a skill book in his inventory. The attributes of the force field suppression skill pleasantly surprised him. It consumes 200 mana points to suppress all targets within a 10-meter radius, reducing their attack power, attack speed, and movement speed by 20 for 1 minute, with a 5-minute cooldown. Did I step in luck, or what? Wu Shaoqin muttered. Not only did I get a dark gold item, but I also landed a boss-level skill. He hesitated whether to learn the skill. While it was undoubtedly a game-changer in team battles and could fetch a high price, reducing the attack power of the ferocious tiger he was about to face could be crucial. Screw it. Money isn't everything, Wu Shaoqin decided. It's rare to find a skill I can use. Learning it is an investment in myself. After learning the skill, Wu Shaoqin checked his updated stats. Total health reached 12,358 points, physical attack 1,712 points, physical defense 836 points, magic defense 825 points, movement speed 683 points, attack speed 159. His experience points were at LV20, 219, 5703000000. He still had 20 unassigned attribute points. With over 10,000 health, I should be able to take on that tiger, Wu Shaoqin calculated. But first, I need to sort out the equipment in my inventory. His inventory was packed with various gear. 3 silver items: Tiger King helmet, Leopard King armor, Lion King bracelet, 15 bronze items, and 10 black iron items. Additionally, there was a mana orb, a treasure map, potions, scrolls, and a bloodline elixir. Wu Shaoqin first listed the 10 black iron items at 8,000 each, which quickly sold out. He then listed 10 bronze items, pricing the silver Wolf King ring at 10,000 and the rest at 100,000 each. It didn't take long for these items to sell out as well. He listed the remaining 5 bronze items at the same prices. In the Jinling City region channel, players were buzzing. Whoa, who's selling bronze gear in bulk? Do you even need to ask? It's gotta be dust sealed. The guy has dark gold gear. Selling bronze in bulk is no big deal. Yeah, makes sense. As for the 3 silver items, Wu Shaoqin didn't list them directly. Instead, he opened his friends list and sent the Leopard King armor to Lung Yu and the Lion King bracelet to Xuer, asking, "Interested?" They both replied almost instantly, "Yes." Xuer immediately asked, "What's the price?" Lung Yu candidly admitted, "I really want it, but I don't have much money. I can only offer 220,000. This item would definitely go for more than the green scale armor at auction, and I can't afford it." Wu Shaoqin thought for a moment and decided to sell it to Lung Yu for 220,000. Although it was less than the 260,000 he got for the green scale armor, it was still a decent amount. Friends should have some privileges, after all. Lung Yu, who was fighting monsters, looked at the chat window with reluctance. Her younger brother, Long Feng, suggested asking their father for money, but Lung Yu sternly refused. Just as Lung Yu was about to give up, a remote trade request popped up with the coveted item lying in the trade window. Lung Yu was stunned and quickly messaged, "What do you mean?" Dust Sealed replied, "Take it for 220,000. Lung Yu was at a loss for words. How could this item only be worth 220,000? Why was he selling it so cheaply to her? Under her brother's urging, Lung Yu hurriedly transferred the remaining 220,000 from her bound card and confirmed the trade. Seeing the item in her inventory, she finally believed it was real. Lung Yu quickly sent a message of gratitude. Thank you. After completing the transaction with Lung Yu, Wu Shaochen immediately replied to Schwer in the chat window. 250,000. He then briefly explained the pricing. Although the bracelet dropped by the level 20 monster had slightly inferior attributes compared to the Qinglin armor, the attributes of clothes and weapons were generally higher, making this price reasonable. He was well aware of Schwer's personality as a proud and wealthy girl, so there was no need to save her money. As expected, she promptly initiated a remote trade and entered 250,000. Wu Shaochen placed the bracelet up, and the transaction was swiftly completed. Next, he listed the last Tiger Head King's helmet in the auction house, setting it for a 30-minute bidding period. He calculated that if this item sold, his total earnings would be nearly 2 million. Wu Shaochen then headed to the pharmacy, sold all the remaining 70 or so small health potions, and bought 50 large health potions. With over 10,000 HP now, the regular potions were insufficient for the upcoming challenges. After purchasing the potions, he went to the general store to buy 10 teleport scrolls for emergencies. Although he was fast, he didn't enjoy long-distance travel. Subsequently, Wu Shaochen went to the warehouse and spent 20 gold to expand his backpack to 60 slots. While he found the price of 1 gold per slot exorbitant, he recalled how his backpack was nearly full during the last dungeon raid and decided to grit his teeth and spend the money. With everything ready, Wu Shaochen set off towards the Tiger Roar Forest. The journey was unusually quiet, and even the members of AO Shirkun Xiong were nowhere to be seen, making him feel somewhat bored. Just then, a system notification sounded. His auction item had been sold, earning him 221,000 after fees. This dungeon run netted him a profit of 2 million, greatly improving his mood. He mused that if he could run this dungeon daily, he'd be able to buy a house in no time. Back in the Tiger Roar Forest, Wu Shaochen cautiously ventured deeper. The jungle tigers he had previously cleared had respawned, but he was too lazy to clear them again and headed straight for the Tiger King, hoping to see if he had a chance to challenge it. After exploring the forest for a while without any sign of the Tiger King, he pressed on for a few more minutes and finally discovered a massive cave. Wu Shaochen hesitated at the entrance for a moment before mustering the courage to enter. The cave was dim but not pitch dark. Wu Shaochen felt his way forward, taking 2 to 3 minutes to reach the deepest part. There, a giant tiger lay sleeping, with a massive ceiling array behind it, emitting black, demonic energy. Wu Shaochen's intrusion awakened the jungle Tiger King. Recognizing the human immediately, it pounced without hesitation. Wu Shaochen exclaimed, "Oh crap," and complained about the tiger's lack of honor as he fled. Fortunately, his speed gave him an advantage. While running, he cast an insight spell. The system displayed the Tiger King's attributes. Demonic Jungle Tiger King, Golden Hair Boss, level 30, 2 million HP, 4,200 physical attack, 2,400 physical defense, 2,200 magic defense, and 500 movement speed. Its skills included Pounce, Bite, Swipe, and Roar, each incredibly powerful. Seeing these stats, Wu Shaochen cursed while running. Damn, this is insane. How am I supposed to beat this? He sprinted out of the cave without looking back and kept running until he was far away. Recalling his experience in the Linlang's secret realm, he realized how terrifying the combination skills of a golden boss could be. The Tiger King's 3 control skills were particularly troublesome. Swipe could knock players into the air, Pounce could pin them down, and Bite was nearly unavoidable. Although he could counter the wide area stun skill Roar with his void ability, the other skills were still challenging to deal with. Wu Shaochen felt a headache coming on as giving up on the quest wasn't an option, but a level 20 challenging a level 30 golden boss was too difficult. He decided to leave the Tiger Roar Forest and continue to strengthen himself. He used a teleport scroll to return to Jinling City and then hurried to the abandoned mine. The mine had a high number of monsters with moderate levels, making it the best place to farm for talent and the immortal body. Although he had previously decided not to fight skeletons today, the encounter with the Tiger King had motivated him to persevere and prepare for another attempt tomorrow. Returning to the abandoned mine area, Wu Shaochen navigated effortlessly to the section he hadn't cleared last time. There were still about 400 to 500 skeleton warriors left to deal with. Although they didn't drop any talent points, they did offer a considerable boost to his health, which was a worthwhile gain. He estimated that once he finished off these monsters, he'd likely level up again. Wu Shaochen summoned his pet Silver Wolf to guard the passage and share the experience points while he charged ahead to attract the monsters. The skeleton warriors' ranged attacks inflicted over 100 points of damage each time, so he needed to lure them out in batches. Despite his significantly improved stats, facing too many enemies at once was still overwhelming. However, handling a dozen or so at a time was well within his capabilities. While Wu Shaochen was focused on grinding, there was a lot of activity in the main cities. Each secondary main city was bustling with millions of players, including many ambitious individuals eager to make a name for themselves in the game. Various guilds sprang up like mushrooms after rain, creating a competitive landscape. Notably, aside from Jinling City, the top 10 guilds were still developing the fastest across all major cities, living up to their reputation as established forces. Jinling City wasn't lagging behind either, with numerous guilds of varying sizes being established, ranging from hundreds to tens of thousands of members. Although no guild had yet surpassed the once dominant Ao Shirkun Xiong, their repeated defeats at the hands of Wu Shaochen had severely damaged their reputation, significantly hampering their growth. At this moment, in a private room of a tavern in Jinling City, the core members of Ao Shirkun Xiong were gathered. Sitting at the head of the table, Ao Shi Tianxia tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he asked, "How many of our guild members now have an attack power exceeding 1,000? Ao Shi Fengyu replied, "We have over 3,000 members with attack power over 1,000, all equipped with full sets of black iron gear, and some even have one or two pieces of bronze equipment." Ao Shi Tianxia nodded in satisfaction. "Good. We've been lying low for a while, and people in Jinling City must think Ao Shi Kunxiong has fallen. It's time to show them who really rules this city." Ao Shi Jueqing tentatively asked, "Boss, do you mean we should target those new rising forces?" No, no. Ao Shi Tianxia shook his head. "Dealing with those small fries is pointless. If we're going to strike, we need to clear out a certain obstacle first." Ao Shi Gufeng swallowed nervously and cautiously asked, "Boss, are we really going to go after Qinfeng again?" Ao Shi Tianxia snorted, "Humph. I won't rest until I send him back to the novice village." Ao Shi Gufeng opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't dare to say anything further. Ao Shi Tianxia began to analyze. From our previous encounters, Qinfeng's defense is around 700, his health over 6,000, and his attack isn't particularly high, about 1,500. A rogue playing as a tank is destined to fail. Previously, our gear and skills were too weak to break his defense. But now, with over 3,000 members having attack power exceeding 1,000, we can easily take him down. Ao Shi Gufeng couldn't help but remind, "But boss, that was before. His strength has surely increased faster than ours, and he even has dark gold equipment. That golden piece should also be his. Plus, Zihu mentioned his talent is probably poison, which we can't ignore." Ao Shi Tianxia dismissed it. "Poison? That's just an early game talent. We haven't seen any poison effects in recent battles, so it must be useless now. Even if his poison is strong, how many can he poison with so many of us? As for his equipment, we can just loot it. I'm particularly interested in that dark gold belt." Seeing Ao Shi Tianxia's resolute attitude, the others didn't dare to say more. Soon, they instructed their subordinates to locate Qinfeng. Back at the abandoned mine, Wu Shaochen took less than an hour to clear out the remaining 465 skeleton warriors. This time, the gains were substantial: 143,220 experience points, leveling up to LV 2162, 790400000, gaining 80 health points, 40 mana points, 4 agility points, and 20 free attribute points. His pet Silver Wolf also leveled up to 18. After reaching level 20, each level up grants 20 free attribute points. Including the unallocated points, Wu Shaochen had 40 points to use. Considering his current goal was to take down that tiger, he decided to allocate all the points to Constitution. The tiger's 4,200 attack power was no joke, and while his speed was adequate, his defense needed improvement. After allocating the points, Wu Shaochen's attributes saw a significant boost. His physical defense, with the addition of medals and titles, reached 893 points, his magic defense 882 points, and his health increased by a total of 545 points, including the 80 points from leveling up and the 10 bonus from his title, bringing his total health to 12,957 points. This grind also yielded 3 black iron pieces of equipment, which Wu Shaochen immediately listed on the auction house, each priced at 8,000 gold coins. He then continued to advance. After traversing a long passage, he found himself in another mining area. This one was also teeming with skeletons, but they were level 22 skeleton archers. Their attributes were 580 attack points, 48,000 health points, and their skill, Piercing Arrow, could ignore 30 of defense and deal 165 physical damage, with a cooldown of only 10 seconds. Wu Shaochen calculated, "These guys' skills can hit me for over 300 damage. As long as I don't lure too many at once, I should be fine." He wasn't in a hurry, as his main goal was to passively increase his health to withstand the tiger's attacks. He considered testing a new skill but decided against it. The skill's wide range could attract too many skeleton archers, leading to a disastrous situation. It was better to grind them down slowly. This time, it took Wu Shaochen over 2 hours to clear all 578 skeleton archers in the area. The gains were impressive: 203,456 experience points, and his immortal body skill increased his health by 578 points. Silver Wolf also leveled up again, reaching level 19. Wu Shaochen thought, "At level 20, it will unlock a second skill. I hope it's something useful and not just another leech." After clearing this area, Wu Shaochen pressed on. Soon, He arrived at the next mining area, populated by level 23 skeleton mages. Their attributes were even more troublesome: 640 magic attack points, 54,000 health points, and their skills included Fireball and Lightning Strike. Fireball wasn't a big deal as it couldn't break his defense, but Lightning Strike was problematic. It dealt 180 damage and caused a 1-second paralysis effect, with a cooldown of only 10 seconds, making it quite annoying. Wu Shaochen pondered for a moment and decided not to act rashly. If he accidentally attracted a dozen or so, he could end up paralyzed to death. He activated stealth, intending to bypass the mages and move to the next area. However, the skeleton mages were so densely packed that he couldn't get through without alerting them. "You're forcing me to deal with you," Wu Shaochen muttered to himself. He carefully observed the skeleton mages' positions, feeling a bit frustrated. No matter how he tried to lure them, he would inevitably attract at least a dozen. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Silver Wolf behind him, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "It's time for you to prove your worth." At level 19, Silver Wolf had 38,000 health points, enough to withstand a wave of lightning strikes. With this in mind, Wu Shaochen commanded Silver Wolf to move forward. As soon as it entered the aggro range, 13 skeleton mages on the edge reacted, casting a barrage of lightning strikes and fireballs at Silver Wolf. Seeing Silver Wolf paralyzed and bombarded by fire and lightning, its health rapidly declining, Wu Shaochen quickly ordered it to retreat. Fortunately, these skeletons didn't know how to coordinate their skills. If they did, Silver Wolf might have been paralyzed to death. Once Silver Wolf successfully lured the mages out, Wu Shaochen rushed forward to take its place, letting it retreat to recover. Since the skeleton mages didn't coordinate their attacks, there was nothing to fear. Wu Shaochen felt relieved and prepared to show his skills. Wu Shaochen had been grinding until around noon, and his stomach was growling with hunger. Only then did he clear out all the skeletal mages in the mining area. He had killed a total of 542 skeletal mages, leveling up to LV22 with 92,038,500,000 experience points. This level up granted him an additional 80 health points, 40 mana points, 4 agility points, and 20 free attribute points. He also acquired 3 pieces of black iron equipment, which he promptly listed on the auction house. His Immortal Body passive skill increased by another 542 points, bringing his total health to an impressive 14,277. Wu Shaochen pondered, "Leveling up and boosting my Immortal Body here is fast, but my talents can't be improved. That tiger has a whopping 2 million health. With my current 540 poison damage, 4 stacks of poison would only chip away less than 130,000 health per minute. And with its attack power, I might not even manage to get 4 stacks of poison. To kill that tiger would take about 20 minutes, which is too long. I really need to work on my talents." He decided to log off for lunch and see if he could grind on level 27 monsters afterward. After taking off his helmet, Wu Shaochen habitually checked his bank balance. Seeing the 7 million yuan figure, his eyes practically turned into dollar signs. This amount could buy a decent house in Shenzhen. He mused, "Maybe I should look into real estate?" But then he reconsidered. "Nah, I'll focus on leveling up for now. I'll deal with the tiger first, then take my time house hunting." Wu Shaochen headed to a restaurant, finding it even emptier than before. He ordered a large meal and packed some food for dinner. He also stopped by a supermarket to stock up on snacks and instant noodles, just in case he got hungry during late-night gaming sessions. Back home, Wu Shaochen put on his helmet and resumed his grind. He reappeared in the abandoned mining area and checked the leaderboard. At level 22, he was still way ahead, with the second place, Shenwang, at level 19, and the others at level 18. The pet leaderboard had 2 new entries, but Yin Tailang, the freeloader, remained at the top. After walking for a bit, Wu Shaochen reached a clearing with no skeletons in sight. There were 2 paths on either side and a staircase in the middle leading down. He decided to take the staircase, thinking that the monsters on the next level would be higher and better for grinding talents. The second level was dimly lit, and Wu Shaochen cautiously moved forward. Suddenly, a piercing scream startled him. He looked towards the sound and saw a white ghost floating. Its eyes rolled back and tongue extended, screaming at him. "Geez, that's terrifying," Wu Shaochen muttered, patting his chest. "If I hadn't spent all morning fighting skeletons, I might have had a heart attack." Seeing the ghost drifting towards him, Wu Shaochen cast an insight spell. Ghost. Level 28. Health 85,000. Physical attack 900. Physical defense none. Magic defense 610. Movement speed 180. Passive ignores physical attacks. Skill. Soul Drain. The ghost floats in front of the target, staring at them to deal 150 defense ignoring mental damage. Range 3 meters. Cooldown 30 seconds. Wow, higher levels really make a difference, Wu Shaochen exclaimed. That skill ignores defenses. I can handle a few ghosts, but too many would be a problem. I wonder if poison damage bypasses their immunity. Facing only one ghost, Wu Shaochen wasn't too worried. He slashed at it 4 times, each attack resulting in immune, 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 followed by the poison damage taking effect. Relieved that poison worked, he kept his distance to avoid direct confrontation. Normally, he relied on lifesteal, but this time, it wasn't an option. The ghost was soon poisoned to death. The system notification chimed. Ding, you have killed a ghost. Gained 896 experience points, 1 point in poison damage, and 1 point in immortal body. Finally, I can improve my talents again, Wu Shaoqing said with satisfaction. Killing monsters 6 levels higher really gives a lot of experience. He glanced at Yin Tailong's experience bar, which was at 96, almost level 20. Wu Shaoqing was curious to see what changes would occur once it leveled up. He continued searching for ghosts in the dimly lit 2nd level. The lack of light made it hard to gauge its size, so he relied on the occasional ghostly screams to locate targets. Judging by the sounds, there were plenty of ghosts, but luckily they weren't too densely packed. Otherwise, navigating in such darkness could lead to a fatal encounter with a ghost mob. After slaying the 9th ghost, Yin Tailang barked and leveled up to 20. It grew significantly, now reaching Wu Shaoqing's thigh. Wu Shaoqing patted Yin Tailang, a spark of inspiration flashing in his eyes as he mounted the wolf. Not bad, it's pretty comfy, Wu Shaoqing thought. Finally, I don't have to walk everywhere. Even though Yin Tailang isn't as fast as me, not having to walk myself makes it worthwhile. He checked Yin Tailang's updated stats. Yin Tailang. Pet quality, A rank. Level, 20. Health, 42,000. Mana, 2,100. Physical attack, 760. Physical defense, 620. Magic defense, 310. Movement speed, 120. Skill 1. Rapid strike increases attack and movement speed by 50 for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Skill 2. Rallying cry, a howl that boosts the damage and defense of the user and allies by 20 for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Hey, this is great. Wu Shaoqing's eyes lit up. Maybe feeling guilty about freeloading, it learned a useful skill? This skill is awesome. I was considering ditching it, but now it's showing promise. Boosting the whole team's stats is really useful. Looking at the loyal Yin Tailang, Wu Shaoqing felt a bit reluctant to abandon it. Despite its A-rank quality being a bit underwhelming, it had been with him for a long time. He retrieved the bloodline potion dropped by the azure-scaled python from his backpack, hesitating. The potion's effectiveness depended on compatibility, and Yin Tailang and a python had no apparent connection, making success unlikely. If used on Yin Tailang, the failure rate would exceed 90. Selling it was an option since the potion could only enhance up to S rank, and Yin Tailang was already A rank. If he were to get a new pet, it would have to be S rank or higher. So, the choices were to sell the potion or give it to Yin Tailang. Wu Shaoqing shook his head. The success rate is worrying. Losing the potion is one thing, but I'm afraid it might hurt Yin Tailang. He decided against it. It's been with me for so long. Even if I eventually get a new pet, I'd rather release it than risk harming it. Just as Wu Shaoqing was about to put the potion back in his backpack, Yin Tailang, usually obedient, suddenly snatched the bloodline potion from his hand and swallowed it. Silver Wolf's unexpected action caught Wu Shaoqing completely off guard. This loyal pet had always been obedient, never showing such an unusual behavior. Wu Shaoqing couldn't help but wonder if Silver Wolf had truly gained self-awareness after leveling up. He stared intently at the scene before him. Silver Wolf, having ingested the bloodline potion, seemed to be in a special state, surrounded by circles of light. A surge of excitement rose in Wu Shaoqing's heart. Had it really worked? But all he could do now was wait quietly, not daring to act rashly. Soon, countless light spots enveloped Silver Wolf completely. Although Wu Shaoqing couldn't see what was happening inside, he could hear the wolf's painful howls, as if it were enduring extreme agony. Clenching his fists, Wu Shaoqing silently cheered for his pet. The tortured howling lasted for a full half-hour. However, instead of a success notification from the system, Wu Shaoqing received a shocking message. Ding, your pet Silver Wolf has undergone an unknown mutation, and the pet contract has been automatically terminated. What the heck? Wu Shaoqing stared in bewilderment and quickly opened the pet space. Sure enough, it was empty, with even the usual shadow of his pet missing. Checking the pet leaderboard, he saw that Silver Wolf, which had been ranked first, was gone, with the second-place pet, Gray, now taking the top spot. This sudden change immediately drew the attention of other players. The regional chat exploded. Hey, did anyone else notice that the top-ranked pet is gone? Yeah, I heard it belonged to Chenfeng. What happened? Did it die? Even if it died, it would just lose levels, not disappear. Disappearance only happens if the player releases it or if the pet rebels. So what's going on with Chenfeng? Did he get a better pet? Who knows, but if he got a better pet, it should be on the leaderboard. Wu Shaoqing stood dumbfounded. staring at the area still surrounded by light spots, clueless about what was happening. He could only continue to wait, hoping to figure out what was going on. After another half hour, the light spots gradually dissipated, revealing a majestic young wolf. Its size was similar to silver wolf's when it was first born, but its demeanor was entirely different. This young wolf exuded an aura of a proud king. Its silver fur was even more lustrous and smooth, especially around the head and neck. The young wolf closed its eyes as if sensing something. Curiously, Wu Shaochen used his insight skill on it. Awakening Moon Howl Wolf. Stimulated by the bloodline potion, it has awakened its ancestral bloodline, enduring the pain of the bloodline regression. All stats reset to initial values. Level, HP, attack, bloodline awakening in progress. Unable to view. No way. Is this for real? Wu Shaochen's eyes widened. Moon Howl Wolf, it sounded incredibly powerful. But what now? Should he treat it as a boss to kill, or avoid it to prevent being counterattacked? After all, this wolf was no longer his pet. While Wu Shaochen was still contemplating, the young wolf suddenly opened its eyes and looked skyward. Those eyes held a world-conquering gaze, filled with both loneliness and solitude. After a few seconds, the wolf shifted its gaze to Wu Shaochen, making him tense up. Is it going to attack me? Wu Shaochen gripped his dagger tightly. Honestly, he didn't want to fight his former companion unless absolutely necessary. Just then, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Ding, Moon Howl Wolf requests to become your pet. Do you accept? Hearing the prompt, Wu Shaochen was momentarily stunned, then ecstatic. He looked at the young wolf and quickly clicked accept. The joy of regaining a lost companion was overwhelming. Ding, congratulations on acquiring the pet Moon Howl Wolf. Please name your pet. Silver Wolf, let's keep the same name. I'm used to it, Wu Shaochen said. Ding, naming successful. As Moon Howl Wolf is still in the awakening period and requires a large amount of energy, do you agree to allocate 40 of your experience to the pet? Once fully awakened, the experience allocation will revert to 20. Agree. Absolutely. Wu Shaochen exclaimed excitedly. Leveling up wasn't difficult for him. The key was enhancing his immortal body and talents. After confirming, he eagerly checked the pet's attributes. Silver Wolf. Status. Awakening. Level. 0. HP. 400. MP. 200. Physical attack. 50. Physical defense. 30. Magic defense. 20. Speed. 20. Exclusive talent of Moon Howl Wolf. 30 attack damage. 30 lifesteal. Skill 1. Swift Strike. Increases attack and movement speed by 50 for 30 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes. Skill 2. Inspire. Lets out a howl that increases damage and defense of self and allies by 20 for 30 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes. Are you kidding me? These are level 0 stats? Wu Shaochen was stunned. With these stats, it's practically a boss. It could easily dominate the newbie village entrance. These initial stats were far superior to the old Silver Wolf, and it came with 2 skills and a talent right from the start. Looking at the now docile Moon Howl Wolf, Wu Shaochen still hesitated to hug it. The earlier gaze still fresh in his mind made it hard to see it as just a regular wolf pup. Patting Silver Wolf's head, Wu Shaochen declared with confidence, "Let's go, buddy. Time to level up." With his newly awakened Silver Wolf, Wu Shaochen continued his quest to hunt spirits. Due to the dim lighting, the vast map, and the sheer number of ghosts, the efficiency was lower compared to farming skeletons. After 4 hours and 341 ghosts killed, Wu Shaochen paused. While killing the 341st ghost, he noticed his talent was still increasing. His talent had been 540 points when he arrived. Now it was 881. This didn't add up, as his silver rank should cap his talent at 880 points. Could it be that advancing to silver rank didn't just increase his talent by 10 times? To verify his theory, Wu Shaochen continued hunting spirits. After another 3 hours and 220 more ghosts, his talent finally maxed out at 1,100 points. 50 times. Wu Shaochen's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he was right, advancing to silver rank had increased his talent by 20 times, meaning talent growth wasn't a fixed increment for each rank. Thrilled by this discovery, Wu Shaochen couldn't wait to see how much more powerful he could become. After all, who would complain about having an even more formidable talent? Since Yin Tailang took 40 of the experience points, the 561 ghosts only brought Wu Shaochen 370,944 experience points, which wasn't enough for him to level up. He remained at level 22 with 462,982,500,000 experience points. If Yin Tailang hadn't taken an additional 20, Wu Shaochen would have already leveled up. However, he didn't mind this at all and was more focused on Yin Tailang's growth. Despite gaining a huge amount of experience, Yin Tailang only reached level 10. However, its power increase was astonishing. Yin Tailang's attribute panel showed Aptitude, Awakening, Level 10. HP, 40,400. MP, 2,200. Physical attack, 550. Physical defense, 330. Magic defense, 220. Speed, 220. These level 10 attributes far surpassed its previous stats, and with its aptitude still in the awakening phase, its potential seemed limitless. The most striking improvement was its speed, which had increased to 220 points. This meant that Tailang could now assist Wu Shaochen in dealing with bosses. Previously, Wu Shaochen didn't dare let Tailang tank damage because its speed was lower than that of the bosses, making it difficult for it to survive once deployed. Although pets could be resummoned an hour after death, losing only one level, frequent deaths would lower their loyalty and could lead to rebellion. Because Wu Shaochen had never sent Tailang to its death, the awakened Tailang remained loyal to him. The level 10 Tailang had grown significantly in size, but it still only reached Wu Shaochen's knee. Since its aptitude had reached its limit, Wu Shaochen decided to return to the previous level to farm HP, as the efficiency on the current level was too low. He planned to log off for a meal, then come back online to grind until midnight before tackling a dungeon. Finding a safe spot to log off, Wu Shaochen heated up his lunch delivery and browsed the forum while eating. The hottest topic on the forum was still the dark gold equipment. Someone revealed that Xin Feng had obtained the dark gold equipment after exiting a dungeon, which spurred many people to level up tirelessly to reach level 20 and challenge the dungeon. Wu Shaochen chuckled to himself, thinking these people were in for a disappointment. Successfully completing a normal dungeon usually only rewards a silver chest, and getting a piece of gold equipment from it would be considered extremely lucky. After finishing his meal, Wu Shaochen logged back in and took Tailang to the left passage on the first level. At the end of the passage, he found a densely populated mining area filled with monsters. The monsters here were level 24 skeletal shield guards with 68,000 HP, 620 defense, and 610 attack. Their skill, Shield Bash, dealt only 150 damage but could forcefully stun for 1 second, which was quite troublesome. Wu Shaochen couldn't help but miss the skeletal warriors from the first mining area. But to increase his HP and level up Tailang, he had to press on. His goal was to kill the tiger within 2 days and then challenge the golden level war god's secret realm. Thus, Wu Shaochen embarked on another long grinding journey. The shield bash of the skeletal shield guards was particularly frustrating, allowing him to only pull 45 monsters at a time because the cooldown for shield bash was only 10 seconds. Pulling too many would leave him constantly stunned. Meanwhile, in Jinling City, Ao Shi Tianxia was inquiring about Chen Feng's whereabouts from Ao Shi Fengyu. Learning that Xin Feng hadn't been seen in the city for a long time and was likely grinding in high-level areas where their people couldn't reach, Ao Shi Tianxia snorted coldly and vowed to find Xin Feng as soon as possible, urging his subordinates to level up quickly and reach level 20 to challenge the dungeon. In Julu City, Shen Wang, the guild leader of Shen Wang Gu, became the second player to reach level 20 after Xin Feng, thanks to the help of other experts. When asked by his companions, Shen Wang decided to scout the dungeon alone. He arrived at the Linlang dungeon in Julu City and saw the first cleared team listed on the stone tablet Chen Feng's team. A smile appeared on his lips as he thought about finally engaging indirectly with Chen Feng. However, it wasn't long before Shen Wang was teleported out of the dungeon with a serious expression. He told his companions that the dungeon was very difficult and that they should wait until everyone was level 20 before attempting it together. After speaking, he took one last look at the names on the stone tablet and left. His companions exchanged glances, not daring to say more, as it was clear Shen Wang had failed. As more and more players reached level 20, they attempted the dungeon, only to be utterly defeated. Fortunately, dying in the dungeon didn't result in losing levels or equipment. Otherwise, they would have regretted it deeply. While many players were struggling with the dungeon, Wu Shaochen, focused on grinding, received a private message from Su Muxue asking for dungeon strategies. Wu Shaochen casually replied that she just needed to clear the paths one by one. Learning that Su Muxue was attempting the dungeon alone, he couldn't help but tease, "How much have you drunk to think you can challenge a dungeon alone?" Standing at the dungeon entrance, Su Muxue was infuriated by his reply and wanted to retort, "Aren't you doing it alone too?" But she held back, thinking that guy wasn't even human. After replying to Su Muxue, Wu Shaochen checked the level rankings and found that everyone else had already reached level 20. He marveled at their fast leveling speed and decided he couldn't slack off. He continued grinding monsters. Over 3 hours later, Wu Shaochen finally cleared out the 604 skeletal shield guards in the area. He reached level 23 with 165,390,600,000 experience points. After level 20, each level required an additional 100,000 experience points, making leveling up significantly harder. But Wu Shaochen didn't mind. Even without leveling up, he could still farm HP. His goal was to become an extremely tanky assassin. This grinding session increased Wu Shaochen's HP by another 1,369 points, reaching 15,646. He allocated all 40 free attribute points to his constitution in preparation for the upcoming tiger battle. His physical and magic defenses each increased by 57 points, reaching 950 and 939 respectively, nearing the 1000 mark. With such defense and HP, he was undoubtedly the tankiest assassin in the entire server. The 600-plus skeletal shield guards also boosted Yintailang to level 14. However, Wu Shaochen noticed that the awakened Yintailang required much more experience to level up than before. Even with 40 of the experience and fighting over 1,000 level 20 monsters, it only reached level 14. At the previous rate, it would have been in the 20s by now. After finishing the area, Wu Shaochen realized there was no path ahead. He returned to the central position and decided to explore to the right. Soon, he entered another mining zone, and his view opened up a large area scattered with skeletons. Wu Shaochen quickly cast an insight spell. Information instantly appeared before his eyes. Level 25 skeleton assassins, attack 720, health 65,000, defense 560. They possess the backstab, skill exclusive to assassins, but clearly stronger than Wu Shaochen's version, ignoring 55 defense, causing 160 damage, with a cooldown of 25 seconds. An upgraded version? Wu Shaochen wondered. The name and skill were the same, but all attributes were improved. Can skills be upgraded? But I didn't see any upgrade button. He shook his head. Never mind, I'll figure it out later. Wu Shaochen stopped dwelling on it. Although these assassins didn't have control skills, a single backstab could take over 700 health from him, but he estimated he could withstand the attacks from more than 10 of them. Moreover, Silver Wolf would occasionally cast Inspire, boosting his attack and defense. The difficulty of farming these monsters wasn't high. Thus, he continued farming until past midnight, finally clearing 612 skeleton assassins. His experience points soared to level 23, 407, 742600000. His immortal body gained 612 health points, bringing his total health to 16,319. Silver Wolf also received a significant boost, leveling up to 17. Its health reached 96,400 points, physical defense 750 points, magical defense 500 points, attack power 1,250 points, and an astonishing speed of 500 points. Apart from health, its other attributes were not inferior to a silver tier boss. Alright, time to farm dungeons again. I should be able to get another piece of gold equipment, Wu Shaochen thought. He immediately used a return scroll to go back to Jinling City, hurrying towards the dungeon. Meanwhile, Jinling City was bustling with people. Many players noticed members of the Ao Shikun Xiong Guild returning to the city and gathering at the gate. Ao Shikun Xiong is up to something big again. Haha, looks like there's some drama to watch. Jinling City has been too quiet these days, it's unsettling. Yeah, but with Ao Shikun Xiong making such a big move, are they going to war with another guild? Who knows, do you think they might be going after Qinfeng again? Don't say that, it might actually be true. Let's follow and see the show. Soon, a massive force of over 3,000 members of Ao Shikun Xiong set off towards the Linlang's secret realm. They quickly arrived and surrounded the entire area tightly. Ao Shitianxia, clad in full silver equipment, stood in the center, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Linlang's secret realm, eyes burning with hatred. Qinfeng, today will be your end, Ao Shitianxia said through gritted teeth. After 2 days of rest and development, Ao Shikun Xiong's overall strength had improved significantly. This elite force of 3,000 was fully armed, at least with full black iron equipment. The guild's core members, numbering over 10, were fully equipped in bronze gear. Compared to before, it was a night and day difference. Meanwhile, Wu Shaochen re-entered the Linlang's secret realm, now very familiar with the place. His strength had significantly improved since the last time, and more importantly, Silver Wolf was now immensely powerful. If not for Wu Shaochen's tricky poison attacks, he might not even be a match for Silver Wolf. Silver Wolf, with its 30 attack damage and 30 lifesteal talents, along with its incredible speed, dashed through the monster groups, killing with ease. It no longer had to rely on others. This time, thanks to the double poison damage and Silver Wolf's assistance, Wu Shaochen cleared the dungeon in just 16 minutes, setting a new personal record. After killing the Guardian, he obtained another piece of gold equipment, and the final reward was a silver chest. Before he could open the chest, Wu Shaochen was teleported out of the dungeon. He was prepared, but he didn't expect to be ambushed immediately upon exiting. As soon as he was teleported out, numerous attacks exploded on Wu Shaochen, rapidly depleting his health. Without hesitation, he activated his void state, dodging the remaining attacks. Looking around, he saw nothing but people. Among the crowd, he spotted some familiar faces, realizing who was attacking him. He was relieved that pets were automatically recalled to their pet space when entering dungeons. Otherwise, Silver Wolf might have lost a level in this situation. Damn, lucky this isn't the city gate where thousands can attack at once. Otherwise I'd be toast, Wu Shaochen thought. Last time at the city gate, The thousands of members of Ao Shi Kun Xiong could form a formation, with thousands attacking him simultaneously. But here in the Linlang's secret realm, although it could accommodate thousands of people, they couldn't form a proper formation. Only a few hundred could actually attack him at once, the rest couldn't reach him. Fortunately, Wu Shaoqin's sudden appearance caught most of Ao Shi Kun Xiong off guard, preventing them from launching a simultaneous attack. Otherwise, even 200 or 300 people would have been enough to take him down in one wave. With players gearing up, it was no longer possible to fight thousands alone like before. Last time, he managed it only because of a protective scroll. Otherwise, he would have been defeated as well. Currently, no matter how strong an individual is, there's a limit, and the number of people is the key to victory. Soon, Wu Shaoqin's void state wore off. Ao Shi Kun Xiong's shield guards and warriors quickly surrounded him, cutting off all his escape routes. Just as the next wave of ranged attacks was about to hit him, his figure suddenly vanished from his original spot. Everyone was stunned. Then they heard Ao Shi Tianxia shout, "He's here." At that moment, Wu Shaoqin appeared behind Ao Shi Tianxia, delivering a heavy blow followed by a weak point strike, taking him down instantly. Although Wu Shaoqin hadn't invested in strength, his attack was still over 1,700. Two skills took away over 5,700 health from Ao Shi Tianxia. As a warrior, his health clearly hadn't reached that level. After Ao Shi Tianxia fell, two pieces of equipment dropped to the ground, which Wu Shaoqin quickly grabbed. By then, the rest of Ao Shi Kun Xiong had reacted, throwing skills at Wu Shaoqin. However, Wu Shaoqin took out a scroll and crushed it, disappearing instantly, leaving the members of Ao Shi Kun Xiong in disarray. Ao Shi Jueqing swallowed hard, not knowing what to say. Thousands of people surrounded one person, yet they failed to kill him, and instead, their leader was killed and the perpetrator left unscathed. What do we do now? Ao Shi Gufeng asked. He had always opposed attacking Chen Feng, believing he wasn't someone to be trifled with, but the leader wouldn't listen. I've informed the leader of the situation. He wants us to return, Ao Shi Fengyu replied. At the resurrection point in Jinling City, Ao Shi Tianxia's face was dark with anger. His guess was correct. The attacks from thousands of members could indeed break through the defense. After all, 1 point of strength adds 2 points of attack, while 1 point of constitution adds only 1 point of defense, making attack naturally higher than defense. However, he still underestimated Chen Feng's trump cards. Being killed by Chen Feng in front of everyone again. His hatred for Chen Feng was now uncontrollable. Wu Shaoqin looked around and realized he was in an unfamiliar place. He scratched his head as he recalled using the random teleport scroll just moments ago. Opening his map, he saw nothing but darkness around him, with the distant Jinling city barely visible. He estimated that he was at least several hundred kilometers away from Jinling. This scroll is brutal. It sent me hundreds of kilometers away? Wu Shaoqin muttered to himself. Good thing I bought plenty of return scrolls, or I'd be dead tired from all the running. He remembered the dangerous situation he had just escaped, where enemies with attack power over 1,000 almost broke through his defenses. I really need to find more survival skills, he thought to himself. Glancing at the ornate necklace he was wearing, Wu Shaoqin smiled with satisfaction. The gold tier necklace not only boosted his physical attack and critical hit rate, but also granted him a blink skill. If it weren't for this necklace, I wouldn't have been able to take down that fool, Ao Shi Tianxia. He then inspected the 2 pieces of equipment dropped by Ao Shi Tianxia. One of them was the tiger head helm he had previously put up for auction, and the other was a silver ring. Fortune really smiles upon me, Wu Shaoqin sighed. Ao Shi Tianxia, you're a true benefactor. He quickly put on the newly acquired azure ring, replacing his only bronze ring. Although the boost in power wasn't significant, it still improved his stats a bit. After dealing with his equipment, Wu Shaoqin looked around and found himself in a picturesque valley. Since I'm here, might as well explore, he decided and began to walk deeper into the valley. The journey was unusually quiet, with no monsters in sight. When he reached the end of the valley, Wu Shaoqin discovered a peculiar pond. The water was milky white, with a faint steam rising from it. A hot spring? There's actually a hot spring in this game? Wu Shaoqin blinked in surprise. He slowly approached the pond, ready to test the water temperature, when he noticed a shadow at the bottom. Driven by curiosity, Wu Shaoqin decided to investigate. At worst, I'll die once and lose a level. He reassured himself and gently slipped into the water. As soon as he entered, a series of system notifications popped up. Ding! Absorb diluted life spring water. Life 1. Ding! Absorb diluted life spring water. Life 1. Ding! Absorb diluted life spring water. Life 1. Wu Shaoqin was thrilled to find that just soaking in the water continuously increased his life points. As he reveled in the pleasant sensation, he suddenly sensed something rapidly approaching from below. Before he could react, a figure shot up to his face. Wu Shaoqin immediately used his blink skill to escape the pond, but the figure followed closely and kicked him to the ground. A cold voice demanded, "Tell me, How did you find this place? Wu Shaochen stared blankly at his health bar, which had dropped by over 10,000 points. He couldn't believe his eyes as he gazed at the figure before him. A stunning woman dressed in black stood there, her eyes glinting with a cold, murderous intent, as if she was ready to send him to the afterlife at any moment. Wu Shaochen quietly activated his insight skill, and the result left him stunned. Purple Nether Demon Clan, with all stats including level, health, and attack marked as question marks. Demon Clan? Wu Shaochen's eyes widened. Weren't they supposed to have returned to the demon realm? How can one be here? Answer or die. The woman's icy voice rang out again. Wu Shaochen tried to explain. I just ended up here by accident. Do you believe me? The woman clearly didn't. She extended her hand, and a wisp of black, demonic energy emerged from her fingertips. Since you won't tell the truth, there's no need to keep you alive. Wait, Wu Shaochen hurriedly said. Killing me won't do any good. I'm an adventurer. I'll just resurrect. He calculated in his mind this woman could even chase him down when he used blink, so escaping was out of the question. Dying once and losing a level wasn't a big deal, but he was worried about dropping his rare equipment. The woman looked puzzled for a moment, then her expression shifted from cold to incredibly seductive. Since you're an adventurer, I won't kill you. In fact, I can even give you a quest with a reward. Wu Shaochen marveled at how quickly her demeanor changed but still asked, what quest? And what's the reward? The task is simple. Help me find something. The reward is a drop of life spring water, she said alluringly. For adventurers like you, it can permanently increase your health by 10,000 points. Wu Shaochen confirmed the item information and found it to be true. He eagerly asked, what do you need me to find? The nether spirit fruit, she explained. There's an old man named Sun in Jinling City, a master alchemist. He has one. Bring it to me, and the life spring water is yours. A system prompt popped up, warning that this quest could result in being hunted by the entire city of Jinling. Wu Shaochen hesitated, but the allure of the life spring water was too great. Under the woman's threat, Wu Shaochen eventually accepted the quest. To prevent him from backing out, she marked his forehead with a demonic rune, warning that if he revealed anything he shouldn't, he would be killed, and not even resurrection could save him. Wu Shaochen cursed inwardly but had no choice. The woman gave him 5 days and then vanished. When Wu Shaochen tried to use a town portal scroll, the system notified him that it couldn't be used in special maps. He had to walk out of the valley on foot, reaching the surrounding primordial forest. He recorded the coordinates and finally managed to use the town portal scroll to return to Jinling City. Back in the real world, Wu Shaochen collapsed onto his bed, exhausted. He set his alarm for 6 hours, hoping not to have nightmares. Just then, the system notified him that his auction item had sold, netting him 850,000 yuan after fees. This slightly improved his mood, but he was still anxious about the challenges ahead. When Wu Shaochen was jolted awake by his alarm clock, he felt utterly disoriented. He rubbed his bleary eyes, shuddering as he recalled the nightmare he had just experienced. Instinctively touching his forehead, he felt as if something was amiss. Then he chuckled to himself, realizing he had been mixing up the game with reality. Guess that woman really spooked me, he thought. I'll just take the stuff to her later to get it removed. Even if she refuses, there are always other ways. If she were really that powerful, she wouldn't be hiding in a pond. Glancing at the pitch-black sky outside, Wu Shaochen turned off the alarm and rolled over to go back to sleep. Gotta be well rested to fight monsters, he mused. The next time he woke up, it was to the sound of his phone ringing. Groggily, he answered. Hello? Who is it? He mumbled. Bro, it's me, came the familiar voice on the other end. Oh, Zine. What's up? Wu Shaochen's mind started to clear. Bro, I reached level 10. Which main city are you in? I'll come find you, Wu Zine said excitedly. Level 10 already? That's fast, Wu Shaochen said, now fully awake. Bro, it's already 10 a.m. Why are you still sleeping? Aren't you afraid of falling behind? Wu Zine chided. 10 a.m. Really? Wu Shaochen sat up with a start, remembering he had to hunt that tiger today. I'm in Jinling City. Come over. After hanging up, Wu Shaochen quickly washed up, grabbed a snack, and logged into the game. His character appeared in Jinling City, and he headed straight for the city lord's mansion. He had already thought of a strategy to deal with the tiger and needed to report it to the city lord, as this was a major quest with potentially lucrative rewards. At the mansion, the guards recognized him and let him through. Wu Shaochen walked confidently to the main hall, where he found the city lord looking worried about the tiger problem. Chenfeng, have you come up with a solution? The city lord asked anxiously. Yes, I've figured out how to deal with the demonized forest tiger king, Wu Shaochen replied directly. That's fantastic, the city lord exclaimed. Please head to Lu Village and take the sealer with you to the depths of Tiger Roar Forest to seal the demon portal completely. A system notification chimed in. Ding, the city lord of Jinling City has given you a quest. Quest details. Go to Lu Village. Take the sealer to the depths of Tiger Roar Forest to seal the demon portal. The sealer needs 10 minutes to complete the seal. Protect the sealer from the demonized Forest Tiger King for 10 minutes. Reward. Unknown, Wu Shaochen thought to himself. So I only need to hold off the Tiger King for 10 minutes, not kill it. The city lord probably thinks I can't kill it anyway. For Wu Shaochen, killing the tiger might actually be easier than holding it off for 10 minutes. After accepting the quest, Wu Shaochen received a private message from Wu Ziyin just as he stepped out of the city gate. Feng Yiner, bro, I've completed my job change. Where are you? Wait for me at the job change hall. I'm heading there now, Wu Shaochen replied and made his way to the hall. At the job change hall, he quickly spotted a girl in newbie gear looking around anxiously. The hall wasn't very crowded, as most players had already changed jobs. Wu Shaochen walked up to Wu Ziyin and said, "What are you looking at? I'm right in front of you." Ah. Wu Ziyin jumped, then complained, "Bro, who would recognize you with that mask on? Did you change to a priest?" Wu Shaochen asked, noting her class, which was easily identifiable. "Yes," Wu Ziyin explained. "You said my talents were suitable for either a mage or a priest. But mages need good control, and I'm not that skilled. Priests are easier. I just need to heal from the back. But you have to help me level up, or I'll be stuck." "All right." Wu Shaochen nodded. He thought, Wu Ziyin has always been self-aware. If he had to carry her, a priest was indeed more suitable. Plus, priests automatically allocate points to intelligence and spirit, which were better for her. He handed her 2 pieces of silver gear. He had Savita robe and a ring. "I sold the rest of the gear, but these 2 should help. Getting you a full set of silver gear won't be hard for me." "Wow, silver gear." Wu Ziyin accepted them excitedly. Even though she had only been playing for 2 days, she knew that silver gear was top tier at this stage. "Bro, why don't we sell these?" Wei Wei said a piece of silver gear can go for over 200,000. "We could buy a house back home with that money," she suggested with stars in her eyes. "Just wear them. Do I look like I need that kind of money?" Wu Shaochen said, slightly annoyed. "True, you're the great Chen Feng," Wu Ziyin said, full of admiration. "All right, put on the gear. We're going on a big mission," Wu Shaochen urged. Okay. Wu Ziyin's eyes sparkled with excitement, thinking they might be going to fight a boss, wondering if it would be bronze or silver. "Here, keep this in your bag and don't lose it." Wu Shaochen handed her a magic orb, which suited her perfectly. Wu Ziyin glanced at the orb and put it in her bag, not realizing its significance. Seeing her reaction, Wu Shaochen shook his head. Just as he thought. He sternly reminded her, "Ziyin, keep this orb with you at all times and don't show it to anyone." "Okay, got it, bro," Wu Ziyin asked. "Is this orb better than the silver gear?" Wu Shaochen's lips twitched. "For you, this orb is like a divine artifact." "Oh." Wu Ziyin nodded, not fully understanding but trusting her brother. Wu Shaochen took her to the clothing store to buy some outfits and a veil. He explained, "Wearing gear directly looks ugly, and even if the effects are hidden, knowledgeable players can still tell it's silver gear. Better to wear outfits. As for the veil, you'll gain fame following me, so it's essential." Wu Ziyin gladly accepted his advice. As they walked, Wu Shaochen tried to slow his pace, but Wu Ziyin was very slow, with no points in agility, and her shoes, probably level 2 drops from a goat, had a speed of no more than 2 points. After a while, Wu Shaochen couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing no one around, he summoned his pet, Silver Wolf. "Wow, bro, is this your pet? The former top-ranked Silver Wolf? It's so cute." Wu Ziyin squealed, trying to hug it. But the proud moon howling wolf wouldn't let anyone but its master touch it, dodging her embrace. "Former." Wu Shaochen checked the rankings and indeed didn't see Silver Wolf listed. Maybe its stats are hidden while it awakens, he thought. That's actually good. One less leaderboard to worry about. After yesterday's dungeon run, Silver Wolf had reached level 18 but was still only knee-high to Wu Shaochen. He looked at Wu Ziyin, who was 1.68 meters tall, and then at the small Silver Wolf. Though he felt guilty, he crouched down and said to Silver Wolf, "Little wolf, can you let my sister ride you?" Both Silver Wolf and Wu Ziyin stared at him in shock. "Bro, you must be joking. It's too small to ride. I can walk. It's not tiring," Wu Ziyin quickly said. Silver Wolf also looked at Wu Shaochen incredulously as if to say, "Are you even human?" "This isn't about being tired," Wu Shaochen thought, then firmly said, "I said ride it, so ride it." Thus, a peculiar pair appeared on the road. Wu Shaochen walked in front, followed by a small wolf about a few dozen centimeters tall, with a young girl riding on its back. This unusual sight drew numerous astonished glances and discussions from passers-by. "Wow, that's harsh. A wolf that small and she's riding it. Yeah, can't she walk? How delicate can she be? How could anyone have the heart to ride such a tiny wolf pup? People these days, no morals." Hearing the surrounding chatter, Wu Ziyan buried her face into the neck of the silver wolf in embarrassment. Even with a veil on, She felt utterly humiliated. Brother, maybe I should just walk, Wu Ziyin said meekly. No, keep riding. We're almost there, Wu Shaochen replied firmly. The level 18 silver wolf had a speed of 540, almost matching Wu Shaochen's, far surpassing Wu Ziyin's meager movement speed. Soon, they arrived at Lu family village. A group of people seemed to be waiting for them at the entrance. Seeing Wu Shaochen, they hurried to greet him, but their faces quickly turned to disappointment as they got closer. Are you the one sent by the city lord to help seal the demon realm passage? An elder asked. Yes, Wu Shaochen answered briefly. Besides you two, did the city lord send any other experts to meet us? The elder asked hopefully. No, it's just us, Wu Shaochen said flatly. Hearing this, almost everyone showed expressions of disappointment. Wu Shaochen understood that these people looked down on him. Let's go. I'm all you need, Wu Shaochen said, his tone tinged with disdain. Humph, clueless brat, an old man in the crowd said harshly. You're just a 23 level silver rank kid. Where do you get the confidence to face a 30th level golden rank jungle tiger king? You'll get us all killed. My confidence is my business. Follow if you want. I'm here, and if you have a problem, take it up with your city lord, Wu Shaochen said, turning away with Wu Ziyin, leaving the group dumbfounded. Humph, big attitude for someone with little skill. I really don't know why the city lord sent someone like him. The old man continued to grumble. Enough. Stop complaining. The leading elder interrupted. The city lord must have had his reasons. We should follow. If things go wrong, we can't afford to take the blame. Wu Shaochen ignored the people behind him, focusing on his goal, to kill the demonized jungle tiger king. Once it was dead, these people would know what to do. Seeing them eventually follow, Wu Shaochen smirked, thinking, they are so used to being pampered. Entering the tiger roar forest, Wu Shaochen frowned. He saw another team hunting jungle tigers in the forest. He knew the commotion from fighting the boss would be big, and these people would definitely hear it. He didn't want anyone to see him fight the boss. These people must be out of their minds. The forest has so few tigers, you'll be lucky to find one in half a day. How effective can it be to hunt here? Wu Shaochen couldn't help but complain. Just then, the team noticed Wu Shaochen and his sister's peculiar duo. A glint of greed appeared on their faces. Piking in the wild to loot gear was common practice. The leading man, with 4 teammates, approached the siblings. Hey brother, that wolf pup of yours is pretty strong, carrying someone so small, the man teased. Not bad, Wu Shaochen replied with a smile, though he was sneering inside, thinking, these guys have no idea what they're up against. So, how about selling it to me for 1 copper coin? Ha ha ha, the man and his teammates laughed. Wu Shaochen laughed too, then turned to Wu Ziyin. Ziyin, get down. These guys want the wolf pup. Let's give it to them. Though confused, Wu Ziyin obediently got off the silver wolf's back. The opposing group was stunned, not expecting such an easy agreement. Seeing Wu Ziyin dismount, Wu Shaochen said to the silver wolf, they think you're worth just 1 copper coin. Can you tolerate that? The silver wolf seemed to understand Wu Shaochen's words and immediately pounced with incredible speed. How insulting to a wolf. Damn, they're messing with us. Get that wolf pup first, the man shouted. But soon, they experienced despair. The silver wolf's speed, terrifying damage, and high health were far beyond what they could handle. Holy crap, you call this a pet? It's stronger than a boss. Damn, it hits me for 800 or 900 damage each time. Even tanking bosses isn't this painful. One of the shield guards shouted in fear. Boss, we bit off more than we can chew. Let's retreat. Retreat, the leading man ordered decisively. Unfortunately, their speed was no match for the silver wolf, and soon they were sent back to the city by the wolf. Wu Ziyin watched in shock, not expecting the small wolf she had been riding to be so terrifying. Wu Shaochen walked over and picked up the dropped equipment. 5 black iron pieces and 2 bronze pieces. These guys had decent gear. No wonder they dared to hunt tigers. He handed 2 black iron pieces that Wu Ziyin could use to her, and put the rest up for auction. These low-level items were quickly sold. 3 black iron pieces for 3,000 and 2 bronze pieces for 50,000. That was their market value. All right, it's settled. Let's keep going. You can ride again, Wu Shaochen said to Wu Ziyin. Wu Ziyin shook her head vigorously, not daring to ride the fierce silver wolf again. Seeing her reaction, Wu Shaochen didn't insist, thinking, she'll get used to it eventually. It's not far now. The silver wolf seemed relieved, moving more briskly. Though Wu Ziyin wasn't heavy, the wolf was still young. If not for its exceptional bloodline, it couldn't have carried her. After a few more minutes, Wu Shaochen stopped. Any further, and they might encounter the tiger. They waited for a while until the seal masters and their guards caught up. Wait here. I'll deal with the big tiger, then you can come in. Ziyin, you wait here too. I'll call you when the tiger is almost dead, so you can get some experience, Wu Shaochen said. Okay. Wu Ziyin replied obediently, then asked, brother, are you going to fight a boss? What level is it? Can I help? I can heal you. A golden boss. Your gear is too weak now, and your healing is too low. Once I get you a set of silver gear, you can help, Wu Shaochen explained. A golden boss? Brother, you can handle a golden boss? Wu Ziyin asked in surprise. After giving instructions to Wu Ziyin, Wu Shaochen turned to face the group behind him, his gaze resolute. In a moment, I'll go in and take down that demonized jungle tiger king. Once it's dead, you can focus on sealing the passage without any worries. However, I don't want anyone interfering with my fight. Your job is to stop anyone who tries to get in. Can you handle that? Yes, sir. The soldiers replied in unison. Although the seal masters wore expressions of disdain, the soldiers were different. For them, following orders was a duty. Since the man before them was sent by the city lord, his orders were as good as the city lord's and had to be strictly followed. Wu Shaochen nodded with a smile and then headed into the depths of the Tiger Roar forest with Yin Tailang. He knew that his current strength alone was not enough to take down the Tiger King. But with the awakened Yin Tailang fighting by his side, he felt more confident. Seeing Yin Tailang's attributes, he knew that this tiger was beatable. What did he say? He said he's going to kill the Tiger King. One of the old men who had previously mocked Wu Shaochen spoke up again, his tone full of disdain. He's bluffing. How could he possibly defeat the Tiger King with his strength? Another old man chimed in. He might be planning to ditch us and run away. A particularly cynical old man sneered. Upon hearing these remarks about her brother, Wu Ziyin was immediately displeased. It's you who'll be running away. If my brother says he can kill it, he can kill it. Just wait and see, she retorted angrily. What does a little girl like you know? The old man scoffed. That's a level 30 golden tiger king. How can a level 23 silver rank like him possibly defeat it? At first, I thought he had some way to hold off the Tiger King for 10 minutes, but now he boasts about killing it. It's utterly ridiculous. Well, my brother said he can kill it, so he will. Just stay here and wait. If you try to run, I'll tell my brother to inform the city lord that you ran away. Wu Ziyin snapped back. You can mock me all you want, but don't you dare mock my brother. You little. The old man was rendered speechless by Wu Ziyin's retort. Enough. Stop arguing and just wait. The leading elder intervened to quell the dispute. Meanwhile, Wu Shaochen, accompanied by Yin Tailang, cautiously advanced. This Tiger King was a cunning adversary, having ambushed him before, so he had to remain vigilant. He couldn't withstand a full set of the Tiger King's combo moves. Suddenly, Yin Tailang, who was walking ahead, stopped and fixed its gaze on a bush to the right. Realizing what this meant, Wu Shaochen immediately understood that the cunning Tiger King was lying in wait for another ambush. Although he couldn't see anything with his naked eye, he chose to trust Yin Tailang's instincts and swiftly drew his dagger, ready for battle. Sure enough, a shadow leaped out from the bush, lunging straight at Wu Shaochen. Prepared, Wu Shaochen sidestepped the attack and then charged forward without hesitation. The jungle Tiger King was puzzled. This human usually fled at the sight of it. Why was he daring to charge today? Despite its confusion, the Tiger King's reaction was swift. Its tail whipped towards Wu Shaochen like a lash. Anticipating this move, Wu Shaochen activated his boots evasion skill, easily dodging the attack. While not as powerful as the void skill, the evasion skill was sufficient for the current situation. After dodging the Tiger King's two key control skills, Wu Shaochen seized the opportunity. He stunned the Tiger King with a strike, followed by a heavy blow to silence it, and then stacked 4 layers of poison with a series of quick moves. After this series of actions, he immediately turned and ran, directing the attacking Yin Tailang to retreat in another direction. With the current 1,100 points of poison damage, 4 layers of poison could drain over 260,000 health points per minute. Under normal circumstances, the Tiger King with 2 million health points wouldn't last 10 minutes. Before long, the expected roar of the Tiger King echoed behind him. Wu Shaochen activated the void skill, successfully dodging the lethal attack. Fortunately, Yin Tailang had run in a different direction, so it wasn't harmed by the Tiger King's roar. After the roar, the Tiger King lost most of its means to deal with Wu Shaochen. Its speed wasn't fast enough, forcing it to chase Wu Shaochen in circles. Soon, a minute had passed, and the Tiger King's 3 skills had already cooled down. Wu Shaochen, wary of approaching, commanded Yin Tailang to bait out its skills. With its 10,000 health points, Yin Tailang could easily withstand a set of attacks. Indeed, as soon as Yin Tailang charged, it was struck by the Tiger King's tail, then pounced on, and finally bit, losing over 20,000 health points. If Wu Shaochen had taken that attack, he would have been done for. Seeing this, Wu Shaochen quickly rushed in, stunning the Tiger King again and hitting it with another set of skills. Then, he and Yin Tailang split up and ran in different directions. With Yin Tailang's help, taking down the Tiger King became much easier. The Tiger King's health rapidly decreased at a rate of 4,400 per second. Just then, Wu Shaochen received a private message from Wu Ziyin. Feng Yiner. Brother, people are coming. Chen Feng. How many? Feng Yiner. more than 10, but they seem to be calling for more. Qinfeng, hold them off for now. I'll be done here soon. Wu Shaochen didn't give it much thought. In his mind, he was always the one stealing other people's bosses, never the other way around. The battle continued, and the Tiger King's health was nearing depletion. Just then, a group of people suddenly rushed in, hundreds of them. The leader, seeing Wu Shaochen fighting the boss alone, was initially stunned. Then, noticing the boss's low health, he looked excited. Go, take him down with a dozen men. The rest, focus on the boss, the leader ordered. Quickly, the group split into two. A dozen men charged at Wu Shaochen, while the others surrounded the boss. Wu Shaochen was taken aback, thinking how brazen they were to just try and steal the boss. Glancing at the jungle Tiger King with only 20 health left, about 400,000 points, he smirked and withdrew from the battle area. Go ahead, let's see how you handle it. Seeing Wu Shaochen retreat, the middle-aged leader, Blood Sea Guild's leader Blood Sea Boundless, laughed coldly. Smart move. He then directed his team to attack the jungle Tiger King. However, the battle quickly turned into a one-sided slaughter. Despite the Tiger King's roar skill being on cooldown, its 4,200 attack power meant even its normal attacks were deadly. With 2,400 physical defense and 2,200 magical defense, it was impenetrable to current players. Boss, something's wrong. This isn't a level 21 boss. Someone finally noticed the issue. Damn, it's a level 30 golden boss. We can't fight this, another exclaimed. Blood Sea Boundless quickly used an insight skill, and his face darkened. He had assumed it was at most a level 21 bronze or silver boss, seeing it nearly defeated by one person. But this realization left him stunned. Now, it wasn't just about whether they could defeat the boss. The fact that someone had brought it to such low health implied that person's extraordinary identity. Initially, he had heard about the boss and a group of NPCs guarding it. So he brought the guild's elites over, thinking the NPCs wouldn't dare stop them. Upon seeing someone fighting the boss with its health nearly depleted, he decided to seize it. But now, he felt he had made a foolish mistake. Meanwhile, Wu Shaochen stood leisurely against a tree, arms crossed, a wicked smile on his face. You dare to steal my boss? Go ahead, let's see if you can even kill it. Amidst the endless sea of blood and a pounding headache, the battle raged on. The squad of 600 to 700 people was thrown into disarray by the Tiger King of the jungle, causing utter chaos. Enraged by Wu Shaochen's shameless tactics, the Tiger King, already seething with fury, was further provoked by the intrusion of this group. Retreat, Shuai Wuya decisively ordered. This boss was far beyond their capability to handle. However, retreating was easier said than done. The Tiger King would never let these prey escape. It opened its massive jaws and let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the forest. In an instant, a blinding white light flashed, and the ground was suddenly littered with equipment. Damn, what a spectacular scene! Wu Shaochen leaned against a tree, watching the chaos with schadenfreude. He noticed that a dozen or so people at the front had narrowly escaped and were now fleeing in panic. Trying to steal my boss and think you can get away? Think again. Wu Shaochen sneered and activated his speed boost to chase them down. Before long, the ground was strewn with more equipment. Looking at the loot scattered all over, Wu Shaochen feigned a sigh. A whole bunch of people came just to deliver equipment to me. I almost feel guilty. He quickly messaged Wu Ziyin to come and help collect the loot. As for the Tiger King, the poison had long worn off, and its health was likely back to full. He could kill it again later. It wouldn't take much time. Meanwhile, the resurrection point in Jinling City was packed. The sight of 600 to 700 people appearing simultaneously was indeed impressive, but Shuai Wuya, stuck in the middle, looked worse than if he had cried. He finally realized that they had tried to steal Qinfeng's boss. Not only did they fail to get the boss, but their guild's elites were completely wiped out, and worse, they had offended Qinfeng. This was a classic case of losing the bait along with the fish. Back in the Tiger Roar Forest, Wu Ziyin rushed over after seeing her brother's message but was still shocked by the sight of all the equipment. Brother, did you kill everyone who just came in? It wasn't me, it was the Tiger King, Wu Shaochen explained. They say you shouldn't mess with a tiger's backside, but they just had to try. Wu Ziyin stuck out her tongue. So how do we pick up all this equipment? Pick selectively, Wu Shaochen instructed. Grab the bronze ones first, then the black iron. Equip what you can use, and throw the rest on the auction house. Sell black iron for 2,000 and bronze for 30,000, and try to sell quickly. Player-dropped equipment only stays for 10 minutes before it refreshes. Despite their quick actions, most of the equipment was still refreshed by the system. Besides getting Wu Ziyin a full set of bronze gear, they sold 45 pieces of bronze equipment and 136 pieces of black iron equipment. Although the unit price wasn't high, the volume was, netting them over 1.4 million. Wu Ziyin's face was flushed with excitement. Picking up money feels so good. Wu Shaochen stretched lazily, then told the still excited Wu Ziyin, You go back and calm down those NPCs so they don't cause more trouble. I'm off to kill the Tiger King again. Okay. Wu Ziyin agreed, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, what about the money from selling the equipment? Keep it for yourself, Wu Shaochen said generously. Meanwhile, in the desert of Imo City, thousands of players were besieging a massive desert scorpion. The open terrain allowed them to fully utilize their numbers. The formation was unconventional, with rotating shield guards and stationary archers and mages, but mostly assassins. These assassins didn't deal much damage to the boss, but had many control skills. They would sneak in, unleash a set of controls, and retreat, greatly limiting the boss's performance and making it easier for others to deal damage. Although most attacks didn't penetrate the boss's defense, the Desert Scorpion's health was still dropping at a rate of over 1,000 points per second. This group was none other than the members of the largest guild in Imo City, Gate of Hell. Boss, in about 5 minutes, this golden boss will be dead. We'll be the first guild to kill a golden boss, the Hall Master of Hell said excitedly. They had been fighting for over an hour for this boss. Yeah, although the losses are significant, getting the first golden kill is worth it. The Hell's envoy nodded, his face also showing anticipation. Not only will there be golden equipment, but also attribute point rewards. Just as all the members of Gate of Hell were filled with anticipation, a server-wide announcement struck them like a cold shower. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Chen Feng for killing the golden level boss, demonized Jungle Tiger King. As the first player to kill a golden level boss on the server, the system rewards 2,000 prestige points, 50 gold coins, and 40 free attribute points. This is an official announcement. Chen Feng, the Hell's envoy's face, turned terrifyingly dark. Those who knew him well knew this was a sign of his impending explosion. Meanwhile, other players had varied reactions to the server-wide announcement. Chen Feng is still a legend? Yeah, it seems like he gets all the first kills. I heard Chen Feng does all the kills solo. I can't imagine how good his gear must be. Our big guilds here struggle to take down a silver boss, let alone a golden one. Other top players in different main cities also paused their actions. All the guilds were actively hunting for golden bosses, aiming to secure the first kill. But just like how silver bosses were rare below level 20, golden bosses below level 30 were even rarer. And the areas above level 30 were currently beyond the reach of most players, so no one had managed a golden boss first kill yet. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng had done it again. Chen Feng must have gained over 100 attribute points just from those first kill rewards. Shan Wang muttered to himself. Once the city teleportation arrays are open, I need to get in touch with him. Back in Jinling City, Shuai Wuya heard the announcement and smiled bitterly once more. Others might not understand, but he knew well the terror of that Tiger King. A single skill had wiped them all out. The fact that someone could kill such a boss was beyond monstrous. Offending someone like Chen Feng was sheer madness. He began to wonder if there was any way to mend the situation. Meanwhile, the expression on the face of Ao Shi Tianxia from the Ao Shi Kun Xiong Guild was equally grim. Chen Feng's growing power was undoubtedly bad news for him. Back in the Tiger Roar Forest, Wu Shaochen listened to a series of system notifications with immense satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations on killing the golden level boss, demonized Jungle Tiger King. You have gained 1,000 prestige points, 60,000 experience points, and your pet silver wolf has gained 40,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Health 80, mana 40, 20 free attribute points gained. Current level, LV 24, 2224, 270, 0000. Ding! Talent trait triggered. Poison damage increased by 1. Poison stackable layers increased by 1. Current poison damage is 1,101 points, stackable up to 5 layers. Ding! Immortal body activated. Max HP increased by 1 point. Current immortal body has increased max HP by 5149 points. Wu Ziyin, standing nearby, was bathed in golden light 3 times, leveling up from 10 to 13 in one go. Wu Shaochen had called her over just as the Tiger King was about to die. In the game Oracle, experience points are shared equally among party members, without any contribution-based distribution. So even though Wu Ziyin hadn't lifted a finger, she still received 100,000 experience points, instantly leveling her up by 3 levels, which thrilled her to no end. This leveling speed is insane, Wu Ziyin said excitedly. At that moment, Wu Shaochen was eagerly examining the items dropped by the boss. He loved this feeling. He quickly picked up everything on the ground and began to check them out with anticipation. In total, there were 6 gold and 72 silver coins, 2 pieces of golden equipment, 4 pieces of silver equipment, 5 pieces of bronze equipment, and no black iron equipment. It seemed high-level monsters disdained dropping lower-tier gear. Additionally, there was a scroll, a special potion, a gem, an attribute fruit, and a crystal-like object. Not bad, a decent haul. Wu Shaochen muttered to himself. Too bad I don't have a double drop rate scroll anymore. Wu Shaochen carefully examined the 2 pieces of golden equipment. The attributes of the tiger head broadsword left him astonished. Physical attack 800, ignore defense 20, additional strength, constitution, and vitality each by 35 points, and a skill that increases attack damage by 30. The tiger roar bracelet was equally impressive. Physical attack 350, attack speed 30, ignore defense 10, additional strength, agility, and constitution each by 35 points, plus a skill that boosts attack speed. This tiger head broadsword is an absolute damage beast. Wu Shaochen marveled, too bad it's not for assassins. If a warrior used it, the damage would be off the charts. Auctioning it will definitely set a new record. He continued to inventory his spoils. Among the 4 pieces of silver equipment, 1 suited him, 2 could be given to Wu Ziyin, and the remaining 1 was destined for auction. Out of the 5 pieces of bronze equipment, he allocated 2 to Wu Ziyin, and listed the remaining 3 at the auction house for 100,000 each. The silver armor was set for a 30-minute bidding session. Wu Shaochen picked up a potion and discovered it increased damage by 50 for 10 minutes, which wasn't very useful to him. However, the skill scroll caught his eye, could enhance the quality of a specified skill, up to 3 times per skill. Skills have qualities? Wu Shaochen wondered, recalling the skeletal assassin he had encountered earlier, whose backstab was stronger than his own. He decided to use the scroll, first selecting Immortal Body, but the system indicated it was already maxed out. He then chose the Void skill, successfully enhancing its quality, improving both its duration and cooldown. Next, he consumed the Strength Fruit, stored the gems for future inlaying, and placed an unidentifiable, damaged source crystal into his backpack. After processing the loot, Wu Shaochen led the group of seal masters to the sealing ground. Seeing the Tiger King's corpse, the seal masters were finally convinced. Deep inside the cave, they began casting the seal. While waiting outside, Wu Shaochen suddenly felt as if he was being watched, but saw nothing when he turned around. 10 minutes later, the exhausted seal masters emerged from the cave, announcing the seal was complete. Wu Shaochen was about to use a return scroll, but the system indicated it was unusable. Left with no choice, he had to escort the slow-moving seal masters back to Jinling City, which took a frustrating hour and a half. Arriving at the Lord's mansion, Wu Shaochen stood in front of the imposing gates, took a deep breath, and pushed them open. The Lord, anxiously awaiting his arrival, finally relaxed when he heard the matter had been resolved smoothly. "Chen Feng, I can't thank you enough," the Lord said sincerely. "This is your well-deserved reward." A system notification then chimed. Ding, quest completed. Rewards. Reputation 10,000, title Demon Sealer, and a property in Jinling City. A property? Wu Shaochen exclaimed in disbelief. One of those properties worth thousands of gold coins? So generous. He recalled the information he had seen earlier, noting that players could buy houses in the city, but the prices were exorbitant, starting at several thousand gold coins. Given the current amount of gold players had, buying one was impossible. He was astonished that this quest had directly granted him a house, worth several thousand gold coins. "Lord, where is the house located?" Wu Shaochen asked eagerly. The Lord produced a detailed map and pointed to an area, saying generously, "You can choose any property in this area." Wu Shaochen's eyes lit up instantly. He carefully studied the map and eventually selected a house in a prime location. Thinking about how he hadn't even bought a house in real life yet, but now owned one in the game, he couldn't help but feel excited. The Lord quickly completed the paperwork and handed Wu Shaochen a parchment stamped with the Lord's seal, solemnly saying, "Keep this safe. That house is now yours." "Got it, thank you, Lord." Wu Shaochen happily took the parchment and left the Lord's mansion. Walking down the bustling street, Wu Shaochen sent his location to Wu Ziyin, asking her to meet him. He then looked at another reward, the title Demon Sealer. Demon Sealer, awarded for outstanding contributions to sealing demons. Increases damage reduction by 30 and reduces control time by 30 when equipped. Great stuff. Wu Shaochen exclaimed excitedly. This quest reward is fantastic. The attributes of this title are amazing. I need to equip it right away. Soon, Wu Ziyin arrived. The two of them headed to the house together. "Brother, why are we here?" Wu Ziyin asked curiously. "Hee, this place is about to become our home," Wu Shaochen replied with a grin. As they stood at the door, it opened. A butler-like NPC saw Wu Shaochen and asked respectfully, "May I ask who you are looking for?" "A butler too?" Wu Shaochen thought in surprise. "This is great." He handed the parchment to the butler, who immediately welcomed them inside with respect. Wu Shaochen led a bewildered Wu Ziyin on a tour of the mansion. "Brother, is this really going to be our house in the game?" Wu Ziyin asked, still in disbelief. "Yes, if you don't want to go out and fight monsters, you can rest here," Wu Shaochen explained. "I've already instructed the butler. You can come anytime." After exploring, Wu Shaochen was very satisfied with the mansion. The main hall, rooms, study, everything was complete. There was even a small courtyard with a fish pond, making the environment quite elegant. "This is wonderful." Wu Xin exclaimed as she explored excitedly. Wu Shaochen sat down in a comfortable chair in the main hall and dozed off, appreciating its comfort. He didn't know how long he had slept when Wu Xin woke him up. Brother, it's already past 1. I need to log off for lunch, Wu Xin said. Ah, it's already past 1? Wu Shaochen mumbled, still groggy. But considering they had started at 10, spent nearly 2 hours traveling, and fought the tiger, it made sense that it was lunchtime. Yeah, let's log off for lunch. I'll come back after eating, Wu Shaochen said. After some thought, Wu Shaochen decided to put his tiger head greatsword on the auction house. Although he was reluctant, he couldn't use the weapon himself, and selling it might bring a substantial profit. Once the tiger head greatsword was listed, Wu Shaochen logged off. The appearance of the sword caused a frenzy in Jinling City. Holy crap, a golden weapon. Oh my. Look at that attack power. It's terrifying. Damn, these attributes. Now I know what real damage looks like. Boss, this weapon must be listed by Qin Feng, Ao Shi Ju Qing said to Ao Shi Tianxia. I don't care who listed it. I must get this weapon, Ao Shi Tianxia said, his eyes fixated on the sword. With this weapon, will I still fear Qin Feng? Elsewhere, Luanshi Shaoxiong looked at the weapon, his breathing quickening. Even if it costs me, I must get this weapon. In a level 25 monster area, a young man looked at the auction house weapon and smiled. Finally, a piece of equipment worth my effort. The tiger head greatsword attracted countless bids. Although many knew they wouldn't win, they still placed bids, hoping for a chance. For current players, the weapon's attributes were godly, and the price soared. Only after it surpassed 500,000 did the number of bidders start to dwindle, as many could no longer afford it. After lunch, Wu Shaochen logged back in, appearing in his house's main hall. He checked the auction house and found the competition for the tiger head greatsword still fierce. As the bidding period neared its end, the sword was finally sold for a staggering 880,000. So many rich people, Wu Shaochen marveled. He hadn't expected a golden weapon to sell for over 800,000. Silver weapons only fetched about 200,000, so this was several times more. But given the weapon's excellent attributes, it made sense. Meanwhile, in the level 25 monster area, the young man holding the tiger head greatsword looked excited. The weapon seemed tailor-made for him. Congratulations, young Master Ling. With this weapon, even Qin Feng might not be your match, a young man beside him flattered. We'll see after we fight, Ling Xiao said. Despite his words, he looked confident. His talent increased his damage by 50, and the weapon's skill boosted it to 80. Equipped with the weapon, his attack power reached 3,500, and a single basic attack could deal 5,000,6,000 damage, which no one could withstand at this stage. Wu Shaochen waited in the living room for over 10 minutes before Wu Xin logged in. Why did it take you so long to eat? He asked, exasperated. Wu Xin stuck out her tongue. The dorm is far from the cafeteria. Okay? You have tens of thousands from selling equipment. Why still eat at the cafeteria? Not used to it yet, Wu Xin whispered. Wu Shaochen shook his head. Let's go. I'll take you to the War God Temple. They hadn't tackled the War God Temple today. Having just killed a golden boss, his talent level was triggered, making it a good time to challenge the golden level War God's secret realm. Wu Xin, with 3 silver and the rest bronze equipment, should have no trouble with the iron level War God's secret realm. As a priest, she would face a shadow that would fight the War God shadow, slightly weaker, requiring her to heal it. As long as her healing was strong, she could ensure its survival. They reached the War God Temple, bypassed the crowd, and went straight to the deepest part to challenge. Wu Shaochen, who could kill a level 30 golden boss, easily defeated the War God shadow of his level in less than 10 minutes. As he waited to be teleported out, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding, your strength has earned the recognition of War God Shadow Poison Sting Seg. Seg will teach you his signature move, Shadow 7 Strike. Do you accept? Holy crap, finally a War God noticed me, Wu Shaochen thought excitedly. I knew it, with my strength, someone had to notice. He quickly accepted. Suddenly, Wu Shaochen found himself in a dark forest. Ahead, a middle-aged man was fighting a giant tiger. The man instantly dashed to the tiger, transforming into shadows darting around it. Terrifying damage numbers appeared on the tiger, and within a second, the tiger fell heavily to the ground. The middle-aged man then turned to Wu Shaochen, seeming to bridge an insurmountable distance. His lips moved, but Wu Shaochen couldn't hear the words. The man then shattered into pieces and vanished. However, a strong voice echoed in Wu Shaochen's mind. The sacred light continent relies on you. Information flooded into Wu Shaochen's mind, and the scene changed again, returning him to the War God's secret realm. Ding! Congratulations on mastering the skill Shadow 7 Strike. Wu Shaochen couldn't wait to open his skill panel, and his eyes lit up. Next to the golden immortal bodied skill, a new skill glowing with red light had appeared. Shadow 7 Strike. The skill's description made Wu Shaochen thrilled. Upon activation, transform into a shadow form and dart around the target, dealing damage 7 times within 1 second, with each hit stacking. The initial hit deals 130 physical damage, the second 140, the third 150, and so on. The skill is uninterruptible and the user is invulnerable during its duration. It consumes 200 mana points and has a cooldown of 5 minutes. Holy crap, this skill is awesome. Wu Shaochen couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder it was personally taught by the war god. He quickly calculated the terrifying damage output from the stacking hits, and what excited him even more was the 1-second invincibility. This could take down anyone instantly. It's simply too nice. Just as Wu Shaochen was marveling at his new skill, a powerful force teleported him out of the war god's hall. Instantly, he felt a significant boost in his strength. He was thrilled to see 140 unallocated attribute points, 40 from defeating the Tiger King, 20 from reaching level 24, and an additional 80 from the latest reward. Quickly checking his status panel, Wu Shaochen decided to allocate 10 points to Constitution, boosting his defense to over 1,000. The remaining 130 points were all put into agility to reach his goal of 5 attacks per second, maximizing his poison damage potential. After distributing his attribute points, Wu Shaochen turned his attention to the Golden War God's medal. Its attributes were indeed impressive, a 40 boost to all attributes. Without hesitation, he equipped the medal and once again checked his status panel, satisfied with the significant improvements. Character: Dust-Sealed Realm, Gold level. Level: 24. HP: 19,589, 178, 0910. Mana: 2,530. Physical attack: 2235. Magic attack: 294. Physical defense: 1133, 103010. Magic defense: 1133, 103010. Movement speed: 1033. Attack speed: 236. Critical rate: 15. Lifesteal: 10. Damage reduction: 35. Control time reduction: 30. Defense penetration: 10. Cooldown reduction: 5. HP regen: 10. Critical resistance: 8. Luck: 18. Experience: 2224, 270, 0000. Attributes: Strength: 449, 32140. Intelligence: 147, 10540. Constitution: 541, 38740. Endurance: 765, 54740. Spirit: 191, 13740. Agility: 986, 4940. Talents: Poison damage 1101 points, stackable up to 5 layers. Immortal Body: increases max HP by 5149 points. Titles: Novice Village Hero, 10 luck. Bandit Slayer, 10 HP, 10 defense. Demon Sealer: increases damage reduction by 30, reduces control time by 30. Skills: Immortal Body, Void, Stealth, Backstab, Heavy Strike, Weak Point Break, Gouge, Force Suppression, Shadow 7 Strike. Equipment: Soul Devourer Dagger Silver, Black Wind Helmet Silver, Black Wind Leather Armor Silver, Tiger Skin Leggings Silver, Blood Bowl Belt Dark Gold, Radiant Boots Gold, Radiant Necklace Gold, Tiger Roar Bracelet Gold, Leopard King Bracelet Silver, Tiger King Ring Silver, Azure Pattern Ring Silver. Looking at his impressive status panel, Wu Shaochen felt a surge of pride. But then he remembered the mysterious and powerful woman, and he couldn't help but shiver slightly, reminding himself to stay low-key as the road ahead was still long. After a moment, Wu Ziyin finally emerged from the war god's hall. Unsurprisingly, she too had passed the challenge. Wu Shaochen thought that with Wu Ziyin's current equipment and talent, it would be hard for her to lose. Ziyin, what's your magic attack and mana now? Wu Shaochen asked curiously. Magic attack 1650, mana 4280. Wu Ziyin replied. Wu Shaochen was slightly taken aback, thinking these values were quite high. But considering Wu Ziyin had 3 silver items, and the rest bronze, it made sense. He then asked, check if your talent has changed. Wu Ziyin quickly checked and exclaimed, it has. Now it increases skill effectiveness by 0.06 for each additional mana point consumed. Just as I thought, Wu Shaochen nodded to himself. This meant that almost everyone's talents could be enhanced. With such a large population base, there were bound to be many players with extraordinary talents, just yet to be discovered. He decided to be even more cautious in the future. Wu Shaochen roughly calculated Wu Ziyin's skill effects. As a priest, she should only have 2 inherent skills. Healing, single target heal, 120 magic attack bonus, 5-second cooldown. Group heal, 60 magic attack bonus, up to 5 people. With Wu Ziyin's current magic attack, a healing spell could restore 1980 HP. In emergencies, if she consumed 4,000 mana, a single heal could restore over 6,700 HP, greatly enhancing Wu Shaoqin's survival. Considering Wu Xian's limited skills, Wu Shaoqin opened the auction house to search for priest skills. He found a skill called Rejuvenation. Apply a continuous healing buff to the target, restoring 60 of the caster's magic attack as HP per second for 5 seconds, with a 20-second cooldown. This skill hadn't been purchased because the seller demanded a high price of 200 gold coins. Currently, few players had over 100 gold coins. But Wu Shaoqin decided to buy it. He believed that enhancing Wu Xian's abilities would ultimately provide more security for himself. Although 200 gold coins seemed expensive now, it wasn't much in the long run, as future skill books would only get more costly. Handing the skill book to Wu Xian, Wu Shaoqin said, "Learn this skill, and I'll take you to level up." Today was Sunday, and Wu Xian had classes tomorrow, so he wanted to make the most of the time to help her level up. After all, she was his sister, and her level shouldn't fall too far behind. "Okay, thanks, bro," Wu Xian said happily, taking the skill book and learning it. Wu Shaoqin opened the map to find a suitable leveling spot. Unfortunately, the lit-up areas on the map mostly had monsters below level 20, except for places he had already visited. But taking Wu Xian to the abandoned mine was clearly inappropriate. With her timid nature, she'd probably be scared out of her wits there. In the end, Wu Shaoqin decided to head in a random direction. He figured that the further they went, the higher the monster levels would naturally become. He summoned Silver Wolf, forcing the reluctant Wu Xian to ride it. Thus, the two of them, along with the wolf, quickly headed towards a forest to the east. A talent with a 100 critical hit rate? Wu Shaoqin was secretly astonished. He quickly analyzed how this talent perfectly complemented the archer class and couldn't help but feel a bit envious. In the distance, a figure was skillfully and elegantly soloing a level 26 lion-tiger beast. Wu Shaoqin squinted, trying to make out the figure. Although he couldn't see the face, the graceful movements suggested it was a woman. He opened the leaderboard and focused on the third-rank level 22 archer. Yu Fei, could it be her? He wondered. As Wu Shaoqin pondered, the archer noticed them. She cautiously retreated, carefully luring the lion-tiger beast away from Wu Shaoqin and his companion. Such encounters in the wild often hinted at potential danger. Wu Shaoqin rubbed his nose, feeling a bit helpless. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he led Wu Xian in another direction, continuing deeper into the forest. After passing through the dense woods, they arrived at a vast grassland. In the distance, a group of massive lions caught Wu Shaoqin's attention. These creatures, known as blood prison lions, were each larger than an average bull. Wu Shaoqin quickly scanned the blood prison lion's attributes. Level 30. Health 100,000. Physical attack 1,200. Physical defense 800. Magic defense 700. Movement speed 240. Skill 1. Life conversion passive converts damage dealt into life storage, slowly regenerating health. Skill 2. Rage increases health, defense, and attack by 20 for 30 seconds, cooldown of 2 minutes. Despite the intimidating stats, Wu Shaoqin, with his 1,133 defense and 35 damage reduction, didn't see them as much of a threat. More importantly, his abilities completely countered the lion's passive skill. Without hesitation, Wu Shaoqin charged towards the lion pack, instructing Wu Xian to be ready to heal from the rear. With his strong defense and lifesteal abilities, plus Wu Xian's exceptional healing support, Wu Shaoqin began a relentless mass monster grind. Even when the blood prison lions entered their rage state, their attacks only dealt around 200 points of damage to Wu Shaoqin, who had nearly 20,000 health points. It felt like a mere scratch to him. As Wu Shaoqin reveled in the efficiency of his grinding, he suddenly recalled the archer he had encountered earlier. Can only ranged classes achieve no damage monster grinding? The thought flashed through his mind. At that moment, a blood prison lion's claw came swiping at him. Instinctively, Wu Shaoqin dodged to the side, successfully evading the attack. This unexpected maneuver made his eyes light. A previously unavoidable attacks were now dodged. Could it be because my speed has surpassed 1,000? Wu Shaoqin began consciously attempting to dodge the blood prison lion's attacks. Sometimes he succeeded, sometimes he failed. As an experienced gamer, he quickly grasped the nuances. His current speed allowed him to sidestep an attack within 0.1 seconds, but the key was in reaction time and predictability. Sometimes the lions would anticipate his dodge direction, leading to failure. While fighting, Wu Shaoqin practiced his dodging techniques, but facing multiple lions simultaneously left little room for maneuver. During one attempt, he was hit by over 10 blood prison lions at once, dropping his health by several hundred points. Defense is still more reliable, Wu Shaoqin mused. In group melee situations, high defense proved to be crucial. At that moment, a green light descended from the sky, restoring 6,732 health points to Wu Shaoqin. He glanced at Wu Xian, who was proudly holding her staff, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This extravagant girl. After clearing the surrounding blood prison lions, Wu Shaochen returned to Wu Ziyin's side, patiently teaching her how to manage her mana for maximum healing efficiency. Meanwhile, discussions about the Linlang dungeon were heating up on the game forums. Over 100 teams had attempted the dungeon, but only one name remained on the leaderboard. The dungeon's difficulty frustrated many players, but its high drop rate continued to attract numerous level 20 players. In Giant Deer City, the top 10 experts of the Divine King Pavilion had gathered. Each was equipped with several pieces of silver gear, forming the current most formidable lineup. Divine King, do we really need to take this so seriously? If Dust Sealed could solo it, it shouldn't be hard for the 10 of us to clear it, one expert questioned. The Divine King didn't respond, only glancing at the name on the leaderboard before leading the group into the dungeon. The onlookers buzzed with anticipation, hoping the Divine King Pavilion would bring glory to Giant Deer City. However, half an hour later, the top 10 experts were teleported out one by one, looking dejected. When the last person, the Divine King himself, was teleported out, all eyes were on the leaderboard, which remained unchanged. Failed? The spectators were incredulous. The top 10 experts of the Divine King Pavilion, each an elite player, had failed. Just how difficult was this dungeon? The members of the Divine King Pavilion were equally bewildered. Who could have expected such a terrifying final boss? It must be at least at the gold level. After a moment of reflection, the Divine King said, "Let's go. We need to continue leveling up. With better preparation, we'll clear it tomorrow." Despite the unexpected final boss, the Divine King was confident they would succeed next time now that they understood its attributes. As the first wave of players reached level 20, the dungeons in all major cities were swarming with people. However, no team, regardless of their composition, had managed to clear them. The leaderboard still showcased that one dominant name. In the opulent private room of a luxurious restaurant in Jinling City, the top executives of the Su group had gathered. The air was thick with tension and anticipation as everyone waited silently for a significant figure to arrive. The Su group had rapidly risen to prominence in Jinling City, thanks to Su Mushua's title as the #1 mage, and had successfully become the 5th largest guild, following Ao Shirkunxiong in the 3 major guilds. Suddenly, the door to the private room swung open, and a stern-looking middle-aged man strode in. Everyone immediately stood up and respectfully greeted. "Hello, President Su." Waving his hand, Su Zhengfeng said, "Sit down, everyone. This is just a game. No need to be so formal. I'm here today to see how our Su group is developing in the game." He turned to Lu Shu beside him. "Old Lu, can you give us an overview of the current situation in Jinling City?" Lu Shu nodded and began to detail the distribution of power in various aspects of Jinling City. After listening, Su Zhengfeng fell into deep thought, his brow furrowed. "So, we still have several guilds standing in our way?" "Yes," Lu Shu confirmed. Although Su Zhengfeng didn't play the game, his sharp business acumen allowed him to see the enormous potential of this game. He decided to make a significant impact in the game, aiming to become the strongest. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively ordered, "Increase our investment in the game. Offer high salaries to recruit more people. According to what you said, Jinling City should have at least 30 million players, and the larger guilds only have a few thousand members each. We are just getting started. Increasing our numbers is crucial most of the time." He paused and added, "Additionally, we need top players. It seems our guild doesn't have any particularly strong experts at the moment." He turned to Su Mushue. "Shuer, haven't you added that player called Qinfeng as a friend? Is there any way to bring him into our guild?" Su Mushue shook her head decisively. "No, he doesn't seem interested in joining any guild." Su Zhengfeng pondered for a moment. "Is there a way to arrange a meeting between us?" "I'll try," Su Mushue agreed but quickly added, "However, Dad, this guy is not easily swayed. Be careful when you talk to him. Even if he doesn't join, maintaining a good relationship is beneficial for us. We don't want to create any unpleasantness." "Got it. They'll be careful." Su Zhengfeng nodded nonchalantly. Seeing her father's attitude, Su Mushue felt a bit uneasy but still sent a message to Qinfeng. At that moment, Wu Shaochen was navigating through the Blood Prison Lion's territory, dodging monster attacks. After an afternoon of practice, he could now avoid more than half of the attacks in solo combat. He calculated that if he could double his speed, he would be able to farm these monsters without taking any damage, as they lacked hard control or targeted skills. However, he quickly adjusted his thinking. "Forget it. As long as I understand the patterns, it's useful for PK and boss fights. There's no need to dodge so much when dealing with regular monsters. It's inefficient, and there's not enough space for dodging and mass farming." Just then, a private message interrupted his thoughts. It was from Su Mushue, asking when he would return to Jinling City, as she had something to discuss with him. Wu Shaochen replied briefly that they would talk when he got back and continued his farming. The two of them farmed until 11:30 p.m., only taking a short break for dinner. Although the Blood Prison Lions territory wasn't as densely populated as the abandoned mine skeletons, the respawn rate was fast. By the time Wu Shaochen cleared one area, another batch would respawn. After nearly 9 hours of intense farming, Wu Shaochen had killed a total of 1,880 blood prison lions. These monsters, lacking hard control skills, were tackled using group farming tactics. Despite the time spent practicing dodging, his efficiency far surpassed other players. To Wu Shaochen's delight, level 30 regular monsters could drop bronze equipment. The 1,880 blood prison lions yielded 6 pieces of bronze equipment and 14 pieces of black iron equipment. Although the drop rate wasn't high, bronze equipment could still sell for tens of thousands of gold coins each. 2 pieces were suitable for Wu Ziyin, while the remaining 4 sold for 80,000 gold coins after being marked down from 100,000. The black iron equipment sold smoothly at 5,000 gold coins each. In terms of experience, each level 30 monster provided 800 experience points, with a 60 bonus for fighting monsters 6 levels higher. However, due to sharing with his teammate, Wu Shaochen received 384 experience points per monster. The 1,880 blood prison lions gave him a total of 721,920 experience points, just enough to level up to 25, with 44,162,800,000 experience points. In comparison, Wu Ziyin, who mostly played support, had her level soar from 13 to 21, an unprecedented speed. Silver Wolf also reached level 20, with significantly enhanced attributes and a new skill group silence that thrilled Wu Shaochen. Although Wu Shaochen only gained 1 level, his power increased substantially. His talent reached the 2,000 point limit, and the Golden Realm granted him an 80-fold talent boost. Now, he could deal 600,000 damage per minute with a 5-layer talent. The Undying Body also added 1,880 health points, bringing his total health to 21,745, making him a veritable tank. Since Wu Ziyin had classes the next day, Wu Shaochen let her log off at 11:30 p.m. Feeling a bit tired himself, he decided to return to the city for a break, planning to run a dungeon after midnight before logging off to sleep. Upon returning to Jinling City, Wu Shaochen remembered that Su Muxue had something to discuss in the afternoon. He sent her a message. I'm back in the city. In the city of Qiushue, Wei Wei was about to ask Ziyin to log off when she noticed Ziyin's avatar had already gone gray. Ziyin is quite punctual. Wei Wei chuckled softly and glanced at the time 11:30 p.m., the exact time they had agreed to log off and rest. Suddenly, Wei Wei sensed something was off. She looked at her friend list again, her eyes locking onto a specific line of information. Feng Yinger, Priest, LV 21. Level 21? Wei Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as she repeatedly confirmed what she saw. She distinctly remembered that Feng Yinger had just left the newbie village today. How could a priest level up from 10 to 21 in just one day? Could it be a bug? Wei Wei quickly took off her helmet, eager to get to the bottom of it. In the room, Wu Ziyin was tidying up the bed. Without another word, Wei Wei tackled her onto the bed in a bear hug. Spill it. What did you do today? Wei Wei demanded. How did you level up so fast? From level 10 to 21 in a single day, did you find a game bug? Wu Ziyin was startled, looking puzzled. What game bug? Does this game even have bugs? Wei Wei was momentarily stumped by the question. Indeed, how could this game have any bugs? Then how did you level up so quickly? Wei Wei asked, feeling wronged. Boo-hoo, I'm only level 18, and you're already 21. It's so unfair. Wu Ziyin comforted her, all right. It's no big deal. My brother helped me level up. Didn't you say he's a pro? I found out he's really a top player. With a pro's help, leveling up is naturally fast. Wei Wei's eyes lit up. Oh, what's your brother's name? Introduce me to him, so he can help me too. Sure. I treat you like a best friend. And you want to be my sister-in-law? Wu Ziyin teased. No, Ziyin, you misunderstood. Wei Wei hastily explained, flustered. I just want him to help me level up. Seeing she had successfully diverted Wei Wei's attention, Wu Ziyin smiled. We're not in the same main city right now. Once the main cities can connect, I'll definitely introduce you to my brother. Wei Wei blushed and hid under the covers. After a while, she couldn't help but ask, Ziyin, your brother isn't one of the top players on the leaderboard, is he? How else could he level someone from 10 to 21 in one day? You'll find out when I introduce you, Wu Ziyin said mysteriously. Wei Wei dared not ask further and could only speculate silently. Meanwhile, Wu Shaocheng had sent a message to Su Muxue and quickly received a reply. Shuer, are you free to come to the Fuyan Tavern for a bit? Sure. Since it wasn't midnight yet, and he had nothing else to do, Wu Shaocheng headed to the Fuyan Tavern. At the tavern entrance, Su Muxue, dressed in white and wearing a white veil, was waiting for him, drawing many admiring glances. When she saw Wu Shaocheng, her eyes lit up, and she walked over to him. You got here pretty fast. Let's go to a private room. I have someone for you to meet, Su Muxue said. Wu Shaocheng frowned slightly, but followed her to the private room. Inside, a dignified middle-aged man sat at the center, looking somewhat familiar to Wu Shaochen, though he couldn't quite place him. Behind the man stood an older gentleman. Feeling uneasy around this obviously influential person, Wu Shaochen was wary. He didn't like dealing with people who held such authority. But since this was just a game, he wasn't afraid of anyone. He casually found a seat and started eating the delicious in-game food. "You must be the renowned Chen Feng," the middle-aged man said with a smile. "Yes, that's me. And you are?" Wu Shaochen replied calmly. "I'm Su Zhengfeng, the president of the Su Group in the game and the chairman of Su Group in real life." The man introduced himself. "Oh, do you need something?" Wu Shaochen asked flatly. He knew about the Su Group in real life, a very wealthy conglomerate. He had thought the guild name in the game was just a coincidence, but it turned out to be the real deal. No wonder Su Zhengfeng looked familiar. He must have seen him on TV. But what did this have to do with him? He was just an ordinary person with no connection to these big shots. Su Zhengfeng was a bit taken aback by Wu Shaoqing's indifferent attitude despite his self-introduction. Though he felt a bit displeased, he quickly composed himself and said, "The Su Group plans to expand significantly in the game, but our guild lacks top-tier players. We'd like to invite you to join our guild and lend us your strength. What do you think?" "Not interested," Wu Shaoqing rejected bluntly. Ever since a certain incident, he had lost trust in people, even in the game. He preferred to be a lone wolf, not suited for guild life. "Young man, don't be so quick to decline," Su Zhengfeng continued. "You won't have to do anything specific. I'll offer you an annual salary of 1 million. How about that?" With his sharp insight, Su Zhengfeng knew exactly what the ID Chen Feng represented in the game. The sheer fame of this player could bring enormous benefits to the guild, so he offered a $1 million salary, confident that few could refuse such an offer. "A million a year?" Wu Shaoqing blinked. Such a salary was beyond his wildest dreams. But he still shook his head, saying, "I appreciate the offer, but I'm not interested in joining any guild. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving." Su Zhengfeng was stunned by the straightforward refusal. Seeing that Wu Shaoqing was really about to leave, he quickly said, "Wait a moment. Name your price, and as long as it's reasonable, I'll meet it." In his world, there was no deal that couldn't be made if the price was right. Wu Shaoqing paused for a moment. "It's not about the money. I simply don't want to join a guild." With that, he continued to walk out. "Young man, sometimes it's wise not to be too conspicuous. Learn to gauge the situation. After all, it's just a game." Su Zhengfeng's voice echoed behind him. Wu Shaoqing stopped and turned around. "Are you threatening me?" Su Zhengfeng shook his head. "It's not a threat, just advice from someone who's been around. Everyone has their youthful arrogance, but game achievements won't last a lifetime. Learn to seize opportunities." "Thanks for the advice," Wu Shaoqing replied. "I don't have your foresight, but I'm fine with how things are now. And here's a piece of advice for you. This is a game, and so far, no one in the game can threaten me." With that, he left the room. Su Muxue hurried after him, apologizing. "Chen Feng, I'm sorry. My dad just talks like that. Don't take it to heart. He meant no harm. It's all right. You don't need to apologize. Just remember the promise you made to me," Wu Shaoqing said. Su Muxue was the only one who had seen his real appearance, and he didn't want to offend her too much, given that he was just an average person in real life. Back in the private room, Su Zhengfeng's face darkened. He turned to the man behind him. "Lu, what do you think?" Lu sighed. "Sir, you were a bit impulsive today. If we want to expand in the game, it's best not to clash with him." Su Zhengfeng shook his head. "I may not play the game, but I know that no individual can stand against a guild. Someone like him will inevitably suffer for it." After Wu Shaoqin left the private room, he took a deep breath and slowly made his way to the dungeon. The night grew darker, and the clock was about to strike midnight. His steps were light yet determined. For Wu Shaoqin, each dungeon run was an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. At the very least, he could get a piece of gold equipment and more than 3 pieces of silver gear. Such temptation was enough to make him push through any fatigue. The entrance to the Linlang dungeon was already crowded. Players jostled shoulder to shoulder, most of them at level 20, all waiting for the midnight dungeon reset. Wu Shaoqin had to squeeze through the throng, skillfully initiating the dungeon challenge. 10 minutes later, Wu Shaoqin had already cleared the dungeon. His haul was impressive. A gold helmet, 5 pieces of silver gear, 7 pieces of bronze gear, and 13 pieces of black iron gear. The Linlang helmet was perfect for him, boasting outstanding attributes. 800 HP, 60 physical defense, 60 magical defense, 10 critical resistance, and additional points in constitution, endurance, and agility, each by 25 points, along with a skill called immunity. Wu Shaoqin quickly equipped the new helmet and began to sort through the rest of the gear. He set aside 2 pieces of silver equipment for Wu Ziyin and put the rest, along with the black wind helmet he had just replaced, up for auction. However, the market wasn't what it used to be. Except for 1 silver piece that sold for a good price of 250,000, the rest of the silver gear only fetched around 220,000 each. Bronze gear had dropped to 50,000 apiece, and black iron gear was barely moving at 20,000. Sigh, level 20 gear is getting less valuable, Wu Shaochen thought to himself. This dungeon run only netted him around 1.1 million, nearly half of what he earned in his first run. But he understood that as players' overall strength increased, the value of lower-tier gear would inevitably depreciate. Just as Wu Shaochen was about to return to Jinling City to log off and rest, 3 young men blocked his path. The leader, holding a tiger-head broadsword, was wielding the very weapon Wu Shaochen had just sold. Chunfeng, interested in a PK match? The young man asked directly. Wu Shaochen coldly declined. Not interested, thinking to himself, who is this guy? Buying a gold weapon and then daring to challenge me? Even though I haven't really piked anyone yet, I doubt anyone can withstand my poison. Ha, didn't expect the top player in Xinyu, Qinfeng, to be such a coward. Another young man taunted. Wu Shaochen glanced at him, his tone indifferent. You guys aren't qualified to challenge me. What did you say? The third young man erupted in anger. Don't think you're so great just because you were ahead early on. Our Ling Xiao is giving you face by offering a PK, don't be ungrateful. Wu Shaochen's expression turned cold. You want a PK? Fine. Let's add some stakes. What kind of stakes? Do tell, Ling Xiao asked confidently. Wu Shaochen pointed at the tiger head broadsword. If you lose, the sword is mine. And he slaps himself 3 times, he said, pointing to the rude young man. The young man was about to explode but was stopped by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Wu Shaochen and asked, and if you lose? Wu Shaochen took off his Blood Bowl belt. If I lose, this is yours. Dark gold gear. The 3 exclaimed, their breaths quickening. Deal. Ling Xiao agreed without hesitation. They headed to the Jinling City arena. Somehow, word got out, and players swarmed in, eager to witness Qinfeng in action and see who dared to challenge this top player. In the arena, Wu Shaochen straightforwardly placed the Blood Bowl belt as his wager and stood ready, urging Ling Xiao, who was still hesitating, hurry up, I'm on a schedule. He didn't like being surrounded by onlookers. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with determination as he placed the tiger head broadsword as his wager. Both stood ready, awaiting the system countdown. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Ling Xiao immediately activated his weapon's damage boost and his own speed skill, charging at Wu Shaochen. Seeing Wu Shaochen standing still, Ling Xiao swung a devastating slash, a victorious smile forming on his lips. However, Wu Shaochen used flash to dodge at the last moment, appearing beside Ling Xiao and delivering a stunning blow. Ling Xiao reacted quickly, blocking the attack and following up with a ground-splitting slash to cause area damage and stun Wu Shaochen. Nice reflexes, Wu Shaochen thought, activating his boots evasion skill to dodge the attack. He could have used his Shadow 7 strike to end the fight quickly, but he didn't want to reveal too many cards in front of so many people. Plus, it was rare to find a worthy opponent, and he wanted to test his skills. Seeing the large miss above Wu Shaochen's head, Ling Xiao frowned and charged again with a wild assault. However, Wu Shaochen, with over 1,000 move speed, easily sidestepped. Just as he was about to counter, Ling Xiao turned and swung a heavy strike. Wu Shaochen narrowly dodged, thinking, this guy is skilled. He activated his speed and attack speed boost from his bracelet, charging at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao swung his sword in defense, but Wu Shaochen, moving like lightning, dodged and appeared behind him. Before Ling Xiao could react, Wu Shaochen hit him with a heavy strike, silencing him, followed by a weak point strike and a series of normal attacks. Ling Xiao couldn't even counter before being taken down by the combo. To Wu Shaochen's surprise, Ling Xiao had over 7,000 HP. He had expected the heavy strike and weak point strike to finish the fight, but had to land an additional blow to finish him off. This gave Wu Shaochen a sense of impending challenge, realizing that others in the game also had their own opportunities. The PK ended, and the crowd erupted in astonishment. As expected of Qinfeng, the top player, not just top player, it was a total domination. Ling Xiao didn't even scratch him. Yeah, where did he get the courage to challenge Qinfeng? As the loser, Ling Xiao was teleported off the stage, his face dark with anger. He glared at Wu Shaochen and turned to leave. Don't forget our bet. Wu Shaochen's voice stopped them as he blocked their path. Qinfeng, don't push it. The tiger head broadsword is already yours. What more do you want? The young man behind Ling Xiao shouted. Nothing much, just want to see someone slap themselves, Wu Shaochen sneered. He wasn't one to let things slide easily. You better watch yourself, the young man threatened. At that moment, Ling Xiao spoke up, slap yourself. Ling Xiao, you? The young man looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. I said slap yourself. Ling Xiao's voice grew darker. The young man shrank back and reluctantly slapped himself 3 times, his face turning red, glaring at Wu Shaochen with bloodshot eyes. Ling Xiao also turned to Wu Shaochen, gritting his teeth. Qinfeng, very well. I'll find you again. With that, he left with his men. Wu Shaochen touched his nose, muttering to himself, If you can't handle losing, don't play. He looked at the tiger head broadsword in his bag, a smile forming on his lips. Not bad. I can sell this again. He put the tiger head broadsword back on the auction house and returned home to log off and rest. Meanwhile, as Ling Xiao walked away and saw the tiger head broadsword listed on the auction house so soon, his eyes burned with rage. This was a blatant insult. After Wu Shaochen logged off and checked his bank balance, he was shocked to find it had surpassed 10 million yuan. His heart skipped a beat, and he decided to buy a house the next day and quickly purchase a gaming pod. With player strength growing rapidly, a gaming pod was essential for maintaining his lead. The next morning at 8, Wu Shaochen finished his morning routine and headed out. He bought some breakfast from a street vendor and then took a taxi to a suburban sales office. Despite his newfound wealth, the house prices in downtown Shenzhen were still daunting, and he didn't need a central location just for gaming. Upon arriving at the sales office, he noticed it was unusually quiet, with only a few salespeople chatting among themselves. As soon as he stepped inside, a sweet-looking female salesperson approached him warmly and asked if he was there to see any properties. Wu Shaochen got straight to the point. Do you have any movie-ready houses? The female salesperson nodded and led him to a model display. The prices in the suburbs were more reasonable, around 30,000 yuan per square meter. Wu Shaochen looked around but didn't find any layout to his liking, so he asked, do you have any standalone villas? The salesperson, named Song Qingya, hesitated for a moment before explaining, we do. But they are much more expensive, around 50,000 yuan per square meter. That's fine. Show me, Wu Shaochen said without hesitation. They moved to another model display. Wu Shaochen quickly chose a villa with excellent location and lighting, covering 160 square meters and 2 stories high. After seeing the actual property, he signed the contract on the spot, paying the full amount of 8.6 million yuan. The villa came with basic furniture, and the paperwork would take about 3 days to complete. After signing and paying, Wu Shaochen asked Song Qingya to expedite the process and then left. The entire process took less than half an hour, leaving Song Qingya stunned. Buying a house can be so casual? That's over 8 million yuan. Wu Shaochen returned to his rental, briefly informed the landlord he would move out in a few days, and then quickly logged back into the game. The system notified him that an item he had listed on the auction house had sold for 1.12 million yuan, and after fees, 952,000 yuan had been transferred to his bank account. This price was higher than the first auction, surprising him, but he quickly shrugged it off, content with his profit. During his offline time, the tiger head broadsword had been relisted, sparking a fierce bidding war among Ao Shi Tianxia, Wan Shi Shaoxiong, and Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao finally won it for 1.12 million yuan, but considering his previous bid, he had spent a total of 2 million yuan on this golden weapon, leaving him deeply frustrated. Checking the level rankings, Wu Shaochen found he was still in first place, but the players ranked 2nd to 6th had reached level 24 and were closing in fast. The rankings had also shifted, with Yufei surpassing Shan Wang to take 2nd place, and 2 new faces, both mages named Fan Tian and Chiosei Yinyu, replacing the previous 9th and 10th positions. On the equipment rankings, Wu Shaochen's dark gold Blood Bowl belt remained at the top, while the rest were all golden gear, indicating that many players had defeated golden ear bosses. To solve the issue of his forehead mark, Wu Shaochen decided to visit Old Man Sunday. After some effort, he finally found the alchemy master's residencia, shabby little house in a rundown area. He knocked for a long time before an elderly man with disheveled hair and shabby clothes opened the door, staring at him with cloudy eyes. Wu Shaochen politely asked if he was Master's son, but the old man impatiently replied that he now went by Old Man's son and asked why he was there. Wu Shaochen expressed his desire to buy powerful potions, but the old man immediately drove him away. Just when Wu Shaochen was at a loss, he saw a young man around 18 or 19 carrying wine to visit Old Man's son, calling him master. This gave Wu Shaochen an idea, and he decided to approach the young man. After waiting for over an hour, the young man finally came out. Seeing Wu Shaochen, the young man initiated a conversation, asking if he was also there to see his master. Wu Shaochen admitted that Old Man's son didn't seem to welcome him, and the young man offered to introduce him. Wu Shaochen politely declined and suggested they find a place to chat. The two of them arrived at a nearby restaurant and found a spot to sit down. Just as Wu Shaochen was about to order, the young man quickly stopped him and said, "No need to go to such trouble. Do you need my help with something?" Wu Shaochen secretly admired the youth's perceptiveness, but still went ahead and ordered some dishes, as he was also hungry. After ordering, he turned to the young man and asked, "What's your name? I mean your game ID." The youth's ID was hidden, so Wu Shaochen could only see that he was a warrior. "My game name is Adam," the young man replied. "If you need help with something, just say it. I'll do my best to assist if I can." Wu Shaochen sighed. "There is something. I need a particular herb that only your master has. I tried to buy it from him, but he kicked me out." Adam nodded thoughtfully. "I see. Let me think of a way to help. My master has a pretty eccentric temper. If he doesn't want to sell it, no amount of money will work. How did you become his apprentice? Wu Shaochen asked curiously. Adam explained, I had just arrived in the main city a few days ago. Because of my talent, I chose the alchemy profession right away. One time, my master happened to see me making potions, and he said I had great potential, so he took me in. Wu Shaochen's eyes lit up. Is your talent related to alchemy? Yes, it increases my success rate in alchemy by 50. Adam replied straightforwardly. Wu Shaochen was astonished, looking at the clear-eyed youth before him. An idea began to form in his mind. Adam continued, what herb do you need? I'll see if I can get it from my master. However, if it needs to be bought, you'll have to cover the cost. I'm out of money. Of course, Wu Shaochen nodded. Don't worry, I won't let you help for free. If you can get the herb for me, I'll give you 100 gold coins. How does that sound? Adam quickly waved his hands. No need. No need. It's just a small favor. There's no need to pay me. Seeing Adam's reaction, Wu Shaochen became even more determined in his thoughts. Such genuine people are rare in today's society. It's fine. Alchemy is very expensive. Without an initial investment, you can't get anywhere. Don't be so quick to refuse. It won't be easy to get this herb, Wu Shaochen explained. What exactly is it? Adam asked curiously. The nether spirit fruit, Wu Shaochen answered. I took on a quest that requires it. But asking your master directly won't work, so you'll need to find another way. Adam was surprised. How am I supposed to get that? You don't want me to steal it, do you? Wu Shaochen shook his head. No need. See if there's any potion that requires it for crafting. Then tell him you need it for that potion. He might give it to you. It's probably just sitting there unused. Adam hesitated. Will that really work? Do what you can, Wu Shaochen said. Let me add you as a friend first. Keep me updated on any progress. Adam nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he heard a system prompt. Ding. Player Chinfeng requests to add you as a friend. Accept? Ah, Adam exclaimed, looking at Wu Shaochen in shock. You're Chinfeng, the legendary player? Wu Shaochen nodded. Yes, I'm Chinfeng, but I'm not a legend. Please take care of this for me. I will definitely do my best, Adam said excitedly. After finishing their meal, they went their separate ways. Before leaving, Wu Shaochen insisted on giving Adam 20 gold coins. He knew that alchemists needed a lot of money in the early stages, and even though Adam had talent, he wouldn't be able to progress without materials to practice with. The 20 gold coins were both a test and a way to ensure Adam would genuinely help. After all, nothing comes for free, and even the purest people can't be expected to help without some incentive. After they parted, Wu Shaochen pondered where to level up next. He initially considered hunting the bloodthirsty lion, but eventually decided on the abandoned mine. He always felt there must be a boss hidden there, and fighting a boss was more appealing than just leveling up. When he arrived at the abandoned mine, he heard noises from inside just as he was about to enter. Cautiously, he activated stealth and snuck in. Sure enough, in the first section of the mine, he saw a team farming level 20 skeletons. They were positioned against the wall, with 4 shield bearers in front, 2 healers in the back, and a mage casting fire spells. The skeletons, lacking ranged attacks, could only take the hits. The mage's damage was high, and the skeleton's health dropped rapidly. Wu Shaochen watched with envy but decided not to cause any trouble. He bypassed the team and continued deeper into the mine. Due to the dense monsters, he had to clear a path. Killing these low-level skeletons only gave him some experience and didn't even trigger his undying body skill, so he had no intention of clearing them all. It took a while to reach the second floor, where there were fewer monsters. Wu Shaochen delved deeper, ignoring the wandering ghosts he encountered, focused on finding out how many floors the mine had and whether there was a boss at the bottom. Gradually, the number of ghosts increased, but fortunately, none blocked his path. After about 20 minutes, he started encountering level 29 ghosts, but he continued to push forward. Finally, he saw a stone door with a mechanism beside it. Taking a deep breath, Wu Shaochen pressed the mechanism, and the stone door slowly opened, revealing a pitch-dark interior. He cautiously stepped inside, and the door closed behind him. At the same time, oil lamps began to light up one by one. He found himself in a massive hall, with 8 pillars carved with lifelike dragons in the center. Each pillar had chains connecting to a giant coffin. Around the hall were hundreds of lifelike stone statues, as if real people had been petrified. Feeling uneasy, Wu Shaochen turned to leave but found the door could only be opened from the outside. He pushed with all his strength, but it didn't budge. He took out a teleport scroll, only to be informed that it couldn't be used in this special map. Wu Shaochen searched near the stone door for a long time, and finally concluded that it could only be opened from the outside. He thought to himself that if the stone door couldn't be opened, there must be another passage. He then began to carefully inspect every corner of the hall, tapping and probing for clues. As Wu Shaochen approached a statue, a shocking scene unfolded before his eyes. The stone surface of the statue began to degrade rapidly, as if time were reversing, and in an instant, it transformed into a living person standing in front of him. Before Wu Shaochen could react, the person thrust a long spear at him. Hisk! Wu Shaochen gasped in shock at the sudden high damage. He quickly retreated and activated his insight skill. Information flooded into his mind. Guardian of the Coffin Elite. HP, 30. Physical attack, 200,000. Physical defense, 1,850. Magic defense, 980. Movement speed, 850. Skill 1. Cloud-piercing spear forward thrust, deals 170 physical damage, ignores 50 defense, attack range 3 meters, cooldown 30 seconds. Skill 2. Triple stab, 3 consecutive thrusts, deals 140-160-180 physical damage, attack range 3 meters, cooldown 1 minute. An elite monster? Aren't those only in dungeons? Wu Shaochen muttered in surprise. This monster's damage is pretty high, but it's manageable. I'm not scared. Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Shaochen's expression changed drastically. As the first guardian of the coffin revived, all the statues in the hall began to degrade. In no time, except for the 4 statues near the coffin, all the other statues had come to life. They all turned towards Wu Shaochen and began to approach him in unison. Wu Shaochen swallowed hard, his heartbeat accelerating. These guardians of the coffin had ridiculously high attack power, capable of dealing over 1,600 damage in a single hit. A dozen of them could easily kill him, not to mention there were now over 100. Worse still, the hall was completely sealed off, offering no escape routes. The guardians moved in an orderly fashion, blocking all paths of retreat and closing in on him step by step. Forced to retreat, Wu Shaochen soon found himself cornered. The guardians raised their spears and thrust them towards him in unison. Could this be an army? Wu Shaochen muttered to himself. As the spears were about to strike him, he swiftly activated his void state, dodging the attack. Instead of retreating further, Wu Shaochen charged into the enemy ranks, slashing at one of the guardians with 2 swift strikes. Just as he was about to target another, a wave of triple stab skills came at him. He immediately used Shadow 7 slash on another guardian, dodging the damage and reducing the target's health by over 18,000, while applying a stack of poison. Out of skills now, huh? Wu Shaochen sneered, only to see the guardians that had just attacked him retreat, and another group step forward, all using cloud-piercing spears simultaneously. What the heck? They can do that? Wu Shaochen hurriedly blinked to the back, creating some distance. The guardians, losing their target, turned in unison and continued their pursuit. Wu Shaochen kept retreating while looking for an opening. A few seconds later, he confirmed he was out of combat and immediately activated stealth. He decided to hide and wait for his skills to cool down before dealing with the guardians slowly. However, even though the guardians couldn't see him, they continued to advance in an orderly fashion, filling the hall with 3 rows of 100 men, pressing towards his direction. With no other options, Wu Shaochen kept retreating. At this point, he had almost exhausted all his survival skills, with only 1 dodge skill left on his boots, which was far from enough to handle so many attacks. As the guardians closed in, he hid behind a stone pillar, praying they wouldn't attack this spot. It seemed his prayers were answered, as the guardians bypassed the pillar without attacking it. Watching the guardians pass by so closely, Wu Shaochen's heart pounded in his chest. If he were touched, he would become visible, and the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, the guardians weren't real humans and lacked high intelligence. Once the main group had passed, Wu Shaochen breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he still had a chance. Soon, the guardian he had poisoned with 5 stacks fell. To Wu Shaochen's surprise, each guardian granted 10,000 fixed experience points, unaffected by level, just like a boss. Since he hadn't summoned Silver Wolf, all the experience was his. Clearing out all 100 guardians would easily level him up. The guardians returned to the coffin, standing guard again after scanning their surroundings in confusion. Shortly after, the second poison guardian also fell. Wu Shaochen continued to hide, waiting for his skills to cool down. Once all his skills were ready, Wu Shaochen approached quietly and unleashed a flurry of poison attacks. The guardians reacted quickly, surrounding him almost instantly. He managed to poison the third guardian before over a dozen spears thrust at him. He immediately used Shadow 7 slash on one target, dodging the first wave of attacks. Before the second wave could hit, he poisoned 2 more guardians. With his speed of 4 strikes per second, applying 2 stacks of poison was sufficient. Facing the second wave of attacks, Wu Shaochen activated Void to dodge again, poisoned 2 more guardians, and blinked away. After exiting combat, Wu Shaochen hid behind the pillar once more. Luckily, these guardians moved slowly due to their long-term petrification and their orderly formation, giving him time to exit combat and re-enter stealth. To Wu Shaochen's delight, these guardians also dropped silver equipment at a decent rate. Out of 100 guardians, he managed to get 3 pieces of silver equipment, 9 pieces of bronze, and no iron. He wanted to check the auction house but was reminded that it couldn't be used in this special map. He decided to hold off on that for now. His priority was finding a way out. Wu Shaocheng stared at the coffin placed in the center, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. He realized that if he wanted to break through here, his only chance lay with this coffin. However, every time his gaze fell upon it, an indescribable fear surged within him, as if something unspeakably terrifying was hidden inside. Shaking his head, Wu Shaocheng decided to first examine the 4 stone statues guarding the coffin. These statues were taller and more imposing than the coffin guards he had encountered before, wielding longer spears. He silently encouraged himself, if it's meant to be, it will be. If it's a disaster, it's unavoidable. Now, he had no choice but to cautiously approach the statues. As he got within a meter of the statues, just as he expected, the stone surface of the statues began to rapidly deteriorate. Wu Shaocheng immediately retreated, and within seconds, the 4 statues had fully come to life. He quickly used his insight ability to gather detailed information about them. Guardian's Gold Boss Level. HP, 3,018,000. Physical Attack, 4,800. Physical Defense, 2,200. Magic Defense, 2,000. Movement Speed, 150. Skills, 1. Cloud Piercing Spear. 2. Triple Stab. 3. Sweeping Strike. Sweeps the spear horizontally, dealing 180 physical damage to all targets within 3 meters. Cooldown, 1 minute. 4. Thunderstrike. Targets an enemy and throws the spear, dealing 220 physical damage. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Damn, for gold bosses. Wu Shaocheng was stunned, cursing the main system in his heart for being too harsh. Watching the 4 guardians slowly approach, he frowned. Their attack power was ridiculously high. Taking hits from all 4 of them would be fatal. Even with numerous survival skills, the cooldowns were too long. Unlike the coffin guards, who could be dealt with quickly, these had 1.8 million HP each. Even stacking poison 5 times wouldn't kill them. Without follow-up attacks, their HP would just regenerate. As Wu Shaocheng was still contemplating his strategy, 4 spears glowing with lightning were suddenly hurled towards him at lightning speed, seemingly aiming to kill him in one blow. What the hell? Using their ultimate right away, Wu Shaocheng exclaimed, immediately using flash to dodge the attack and appearing in front of the guardians. Since avoiding the fight was impossible, he decided to face them head-on. With Void and Shadow 7 Strike at his disposal, Wu Shaocheng wasn't afraid of direct confrontation. It was just that the follow-up attacks would be troublesome. He activated his speed and attack boost, slashing at the nearest guardian 4 times. He expected them to retaliate immediately and was ready with Shadow 7 Strike. But to his surprise, their first reaction was to move towards their thrown spears. Wu Shaocheng's eyes lit up. It turned out they needed to retrieve their weapons. This discovery gave him a glimmer of hope. He immediately activated field suppression, reducing the already slow enemy's speed by another 20, and entangled one guardian, preventing it from retrieving its weapon. He also summoned Silver Wolf to distract another enemy. The disarmed guardian, unable to retrieve its weapon, resorted to punching Wu Shaocheng. Seeing the reduced damage, Wu Shaocheng smiled. Without their spears, the guardian's attack power was halved. With field suppression and his own defenses, each punch only dealt around 900 damage. Even better, without their spears, they couldn't use their skills. To prevent the enemies from retrieving their weapons, Wu Shaocheng decided to engage them head-on. Unfortunately, their defense was too high. Aside from his skills, his regular attacks only dealt a few dozen points of damage, making him reluctant to keep swinging. Thankfully, Silver Wolf used its Inspire skill, slightly boosting Wu Shaocheng's defense and damage. Meanwhile, the other 2 guardians had retrieved their weapons and were approaching Wu Shaocheng again. Wolfie, keep them busy, Wu Shaocheng ordered. He needed to quickly eliminate one enemy to improve the situation. Fortunately, their Thunder Strike had already been used, and without a ranged attack for the next 5 minutes, Silver Wolf's speed advantage was enough to keep them occupied as long as it didn't lose their attention. Silver Wolf obediently howled at the other 2 enemies, successfully drawing their aggro, and led the 3 guardians away, preventing them from interfering with Wu Shaocheng's fight. Wolfie is getting smarter, Wu Shaocheng smiled in satisfaction, then focused on the toothless tiger in front of him. When field suppression and inspire effects wore off, Wu Shaocheng stopped using regular attacks, focusing instead on dodging the enemy's punches and keeping it from retrieving its weapon. Eventually, the guardian fell after less than 3 minutes, giving Wu Shaocheng 120,000 XP, Silver Wolf 80,000 XP, and dropping a pile of items. This feels great, Wu Shaocheng said happily, picking up the items. 6 gold, 45 silver, 2 gold equipment pieces, 3 silver equipment pieces, 5 bronze equipment pieces, a scroll, a skill book, and a peculiar-looking key. He was especially excited to find that one of the gold equipment pieces was usable by him. Guardian Ring Gold. HP 900. Physical Attack 470. Cooldown Reduction 10. Additional Attributes. strength 35, constitution 35, resilience 35. Additional skill. Cooldown reduction reduces the cooldown of a selected skill by 5 minutes. Cooldown 5 minutes. Requirement. Physical-based class. Wu Shaochen immediately equipped the ring. The skill came just in time, as he was troubled by long cooldowns. With this ring, it was like having an extra void or shadow 7 strike, significantly reducing the pressure of dealing with the remaining 3 enemies. The skill book was for triple stab, a powerful skill but requiring a spear to use. Only warriors and shield bearers could equip spears, so Wu Shaochen could only sigh in disappointment. However, the scroll caught his eye. Skill Extraction Scroll extracts a skill from a specified equipment. The extracted skill has no learning requirements and cannot be upgraded. Wu Shaochen quickly stored it away. It was a treasure. Equipment would always be replaced, but many equipment skills were incredibly useful, like the flash on his necklace and the cooldown reduction on his ring. Extracting these skills would make them permanent assets. As for the mysterious key, Wu Shaochen didn't bother with it for now and put it in his backpack. He turned his attention to the 3 guardians chasing Silver Wolf. Wu Shaochen activated stealth, quietly approaching one of them, and suddenly struck with a stun. He commanded Silver Wolf to lead the other 2 away, while he focused on this one. Although this enemy had a weapon, facing it alone wasn't too challenging, especially since it had no control skills. Wu Shaochen carefully planned his next moves, ready to eliminate the remaining enemies in one go. With the distraction provided by Yin Tai Lang, Wu Shaochen found himself in an almost unchallenged position. In just over 10 minutes, he managed to take down the remaining 3 guards. The battle's end brought a tidal wave of rewards, 360,000 experience points, 17 gold coins, and an array of equipment and items. Wu Shaochen's backpack was nearly bursting at the seams. 5 pieces of gold equipment, 8 pieces of silver equipment, 11 pieces of bronze equipment, 4 special scrolls, a skill book, 2 special potions, a stat-boosting fruit, and 3 mysterious keys. He carefully inspected each piece of loot, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Among the 5 pieces of gold equipment, 2 particularly caught Wu Shaochen's attention. The Guardian leather armor not only significantly boosted health and defense, but also came with a powerful guard skill. The Guardian bracelet provided an attack bonus, while also unexpectedly increasing defense. Without hesitation, Wu Shaochen equipped both items, feeling an immediate surge in his strength. The other items were also noteworthy. The skill book, Sky-Piercing Spear, was formidable, but Wu Shaochen couldn't use it. Among the 4 scrolls, Thunderstrike boasted a fixed damage of 50,000. An impressive feat. The 2 special potions included a defense elixir and a refinement potion, the latter being especially rare. The stat-boosting fruit directly increased Wu Shaochen's constitution by 10 points. After sorting through the loot, Wu Shaochen looked around and noticed a massive coffin remaining in the hall. Despite a deep-seated fear, he mustered the courage to approach it in search of an exit. Carefully examining the coffin, Wu Shaochen found it secured by 8 chains, each intersection held by a massive lock. He suddenly realized that the 4 keys he had obtained earlier perfectly matched these locks. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Shaochen decided to take the risk. As the last lock clicked open, the coffin emitted a faint sound, followed by violent shaking. Wu Shaochen quickly retreated, but was knocked to the ground by a thunderous crash. Looking up, he saw the coffin shattered into pieces, revealing a terrifying figure floating in the air. It stood 3 meters tall, with horns on its head, cloaked in black robes, and wings sprouting from its back. Even more horrifying was its decayed flesh and a massive, gaping wound in its chest. Trembling, Wu Shaochen used his insight skill, only to be met with a string of question marks. He chuckled bitterly and muttered, "Looks like I'm definitely going to lose a level," already bracing himself for the worst. After a moment, the Dark Knight Monarch's deep, eerie eyes finally settled on Wu Shaochen. It emitted a strange sound, human blood, and then extended its rotting tongue to lick its lips, as if savoring a delectable meal. The grotesque act made Wu Shaochen's stomach churn, nearly causing him to vomit his last meal. The anger of being regarded as food erupted within him. "You think I'm made of clay?" he roared, drawing his dagger and charging at the Dark Knight Monarch. Seeing its prey deliver itself, the Dark Knight Monarch let out a sinister laugh, extending its skeletal claws towards Wu Shaochen. Anticipating the move, Wu Shaochen dodged the deadly strike with a swift flash, appearing behind the Dark Knight Monarch. His dagger danced like the wind, leaving a trail of phantom cuts on the creature's body. However, a series of no damage prompts did not surprise Wu Shaochen. He knew his strength didn't rely on raw attack power. Quickly, he stacked his poison up to 5 layers. Just then, the Dark Knight Monarch slowly turned around, reaching out again, seemingly unfazed by Wu Shaochen's attacks. Wu Shaochen retreated hastily, trying to put some distance between them. But at that moment, the Dark Knight Monarch's mouth suddenly opened, transforming into a massive black hole. Wu Shaochen felt an overwhelming force pulling him towards the terrifying abyss. "Damn it! Disgusting. Wu Shaochen cursed, immediately activating his ethereal state to break free. Using the 2 seconds of invincibility, he sprinted away frantically. The Dark Knight Monarch, seeing its meal escape, flapped its wings and instantly appeared in front of Wu Shaochen. Shit! Wu Shaochen exclaimed, changing direction to continue his escape. But the Dark Knight Monarch effortlessly kept up, its wing beats allowing it to catch up with ease. It aimed a clawed hand at Wu Shaochen's back. Sensing the imminent strike, Wu Shaochen decisively activated his bracelet's physical immunity. It was clearly a physical attack. If he was going to die, he wouldn't make it easy for his opponent. The claw struck Wu Shaochen's back, sending him flying. However, he emerged unscathed, getting up to continue his escape. This scene infuriated the Dark Knight Monarch. It spread its hands, enveloping Wu Shaochen in a black circle. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape the circle's range. 3 seconds later, the circle exploded violently. A terrifying damage number appeared, and Wu Shaochen was instantly killed. Finally, some relief. When I get stronger, I'll be back for revenge, he cursed inwardly. A flash of white light signaled his resurrection, but he found himself still in the Grand Hall, right where he had died. Why didn't I return to town? What's with this in-place resurrection? Wu Shaochen was bewildered. In-place resurrection was more than just losing a level. The Dark Knight Monarch, seeing its aunt reappear, was equally puzzled but undeterred in its determination to kill. A pitch-black spear materialized in the Dark Knight Monarch's hand. It lunged at Wu Shaochen, impaling him mercilessly. Wu Shaochen fell again, his level dropping to 24. He could have dodged with a flash or a shadow strike, but he chose to give up. Surviving 2 more seconds meant little. Being impaled really hurts. Despite only feeling 15 of the pain, the sensation was still unbearable. Soon, he resurrected again, locking eyes with the Dark Knight Monarch. This time, Wu Shaochen remained calm, while the Dark Knight Monarch looked confused. Taking advantage of its hesitation, Wu Shaochen quickly picked up his dropped equipment and checked his status. The level drop didn't seem too impactful. Only the attributes gained from leveling were reduced, but his innate poison and immortal body health remained unchanged. Surprisingly, the poison on the Dark Knight Monarch persisted, dealing 10,000 damage per second. Seeing this, a strange light flickered in Wu Shaochen's eyes. Meanwhile, outside, the leaderboard showed Wu Shaochen plummeting from 1st to 9th place, sparking widespread player chatter. What the hell? How did Dustfall drop 2 levels? Yeah, was he killed? Who could take down Dustfall twice? No idea. Heard he made enemies in Jinling City. Maybe he got ambushed. Even so, how could he lose 2 levels? Must have been a fierce fight. Look, he's off the leaderboard now, someone exclaimed. Really? Did he get killed again? Which force is powerful enough to kill Dustfall 3 times? Dustfall, hang in there. You're my idol. This incident quickly spread throughout the game, igniting heated forum discussions. Posts popped up like mushrooms after rain. Did Dustfall fall from grace? Who or what could kill Dustfall thrice? Share your theories. Individual strength can't beat guilds. Dustfall might get sent back to the newbie village. Legendary player becomes history. Rumors flew, with major guilds and top players taking notice. In Imo Bay City, Hell's Messenger sneered. What a joke to consider him a rival. In Julu City, the God King frowned, muttering, this doesn't make sense. He hadn't faced Dustfall personally but knew Dustfall's skill from soloing the Linlang dungeon. It shouldn't be this easy to kill him. But if it was a boss, how could it kill him thrice? Many shared this confusion. In Qiushui City, Dreamlight Dancer also frowned. What's going on? The happiest was Ao Shirtian Xia, almost unable to contain his glee. Boss, who could kill Dustfall 3 times? Ao Shir Ju Qing asked. How would I know? Whoever it is, they're a friend. Ao Shirtian Xia laughed. Find out who or what did it, and I'll buy them a drink. Ever since encountering Dustfall, things hadn't gone smoothly for him. Today was finally a good day. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao and his team were grinding monsters. His companions started chatting. Haha, that kid's getting his comeuppance. Yeah, he'll probably get killed back to the newbie village, but Ling Xiao frowned. He had just lost to Dustfall, and now someone could kill Dustfall thrice. It was a hard blow to his pride. In a secluded valley in Jinling City, the upper echelon of Cold Moon Pavilion was intensely leveling up. Suddenly, hurried footsteps broke the silence as a breathless member rushed to Longyu, panic in their voice. Sis, something big has happened. Qin Feng has been killed 3 times in a row and has fallen off the leaderboard. Longyu frowned and quickly opened her friends list. She was shocked to see Chun Feng's level had dropped to 20, a loss of 6 levels. As she stared at the screen, his avatar flashed, and his level dropped again to 19. Longyu immediately sent a message. What's going on? But there was no response. She turned to Long Feng beside her and asked, has Ao Shi Kunxiong made any big moves recently? Long Feng shook his head. No, our people have been monitoring them. They've been quietly developing. Lung Yu's usually cold face was now filled with shock. How is this possible? She muttered. Meanwhile, Su Muxue was also staring at Chun Feng's avatar in her friend's list, her face equally incredulous. Uncle Lu noticed her unease and asked, "What's wrong, miss?" Chun Feng's level keeps dropping. "It's already down to 16, Su Muxue replied. "What?" Uncle Lu exclaimed. He quickly contacted the guild members in Jinling City and reported back, "Miss, everything is normal in Jinling City. No one has seen Chen Feng at the resurrection point. Could it be that some maps have an on-site resurrection mechanism?" Su Muxue nodded in agreement. That's possible. Otherwise, his level wouldn't drop so fast. She pondered for a moment and then asked, "Uncle Lu, do you think he's being killed by players or a boss?" Uncle Lu analyzed. If such a map exists, it's more likely he's being killed by a boss. Su Muxue nodded thoughtfully, her eyes returning to the friends list as she watched Chun Feng's level continue to drop, her expression becoming increasingly complex. 10 minutes later, Chun Feng's level had dropped to 0. Su Muxue sighed and asked, "Wasn't it said that you don't lose levels before level 10? Uncle Lu explained, "If I'm not mistaken, that only applies in the novice village. Once you leave, dying still causes level loss." Meanwhile, in Cold Moon Pavilion, Long Yu looked at Chun Feng's now 0 level and sighed softly, thinking to herself, "I owe you a favor. If you need help in the future, I will do everything I can." As time passed, the news of Chun Feng's level dropping to 0 spread like wildfire across the entire Oracle world. Players reacted in various ways, some gloating, others feeling sorry. However, as the main character of the event, Wu Shaochen was enduring the relentless attacks of the Night Monarch in a grand hall. Each strike from the Night Monarch was lethal, but Wu Shaochen seemed to have grown accustomed to the pain. In less than half an hour, he had been reduced from level 26 to 0. Wu Shaochen internally grumbled. Is this Night Monarch crazy? He noticed that the boss seemed to lack intelligence, turning away after each kill, allowing Wu Shaochen to attack again upon revival in a never-ending cycle. Having dropped to level 0, Wu Shaochen decided to give up dodging the attacks. "Kill me all you want. It's not like I can avoid it. It's only 15 pain, after all," he thought. Wu Shaochen's main goal was to keep the poison on the boss. He had a plethora of skills designed to poison the Night Monarch. To the boss, Wu Shaochen's attacks were barely a scratch, so even though he was being killed repeatedly, he seized every opportunity to apply poison, maintaining 5 stacks on the boss at all times. After over half an hour of this back and forth, Wu Shaochen estimated he had poisoned the boss for nearly 20 million health points. "I refuse to believe I can't poison you to death," he thought fiercely. The grueling battle lasted for 2.5 hours, and Wu Shaochen lost count of how many times he had died. Each time he revived, he would pick up his dropped equipment and put it back on. This was the benefit of on-site resurrection. Even with his level at 0, he could still equip his gear if it matched his class. Finally, the Night Monarch's health was down to 1/10. Wu Shaochen thought excitedly, "Just a little more and it'll all be over." He calculated that the boss had about 100 million health, and with his poison dealing 10,000 points of damage per second, he could inflict 36 million damage per hour. After 2.5 hours, he had already dealt 90 million damage, needing just 10 more minutes to finish the boss off. However, Wu Shaochen had a nagging doubt. It was unusual for such a powerful boss to appear in this area, and the map's on-site resurrection mechanism was peculiar. He wondered if other players could get trapped here indefinitely. This didn't seem like a normal game setting. Moreover, encountering Ziyu, who could plant a demon mark on him to control his life, suggested that things were far from ordinary. As Wu Shaochen pondered this, he noticed something that made his mouth twitch. In the place where the coffin had been, there was a recess with a mechanism identical to the one outside. This mechanism had been exposed when the Night Monarch appeared, but Wu Shaochen had been too focused on killing the boss to notice it. Boom! Wu Shaochen was killed again. "Damn it! I've been letting you torture me for hours. Today, I'm going to finish you off," Wu Shaochen cursed. He realized that if he had found the mechanism earlier, he could have opened the door using his life-saving skills. Once the door was open, he would likely revive in the city upon death, meaning he had endured all those deaths for nothing. Wu Shaochen worried that the boss might know how to activate the mechanism. To test his theory, he used a teleportation skill to move away from the mechanism upon his next revival. Sure enough, the Night Monarch immediately pursued him. "Looks like I overthought it. With this guy's intelligence, there's no way it can activate the mechanism," Wu Shaochen thought, relieved. After another 10 minutes of intense fighting, the Night Monarch finally fell. At that moment, Wu Shaochen received a system notification. "Congratulations, you have defeated the Night Monarch," earning 100,000 reputation points and 1 million experience points. Then, 30 consecutive level-up notifications sounded, and Wu Shaochen's body glowed with golden light as his level skyrocketed from 0 to 30. The system displayed, experience LV30, 1425, 1002, 000, 000. Haha, My levels are back, Wu Shaochen thought happily. But he quickly noticed that this time, there were no talent points or attribute rewards. He speculated, it seems this isn't a normal boss, which explains the lack of boss rank display. At that moment, a server-wide announcement echoed. Server announcement. As a player has reached level 30, the first server-wide event, Slaughter Battlefield, is now open. Players can visit their main city for event details. The announcement left everyone stunned. Wasn't the top-ranked player, Yu Fei, only at level 25? Everyone immediately checked the leaderboard. First place, Chen Feng, level 30 assassin. What's going on? Someone exclaimed. I want to know too. How did Chen Feng suddenly jump to level 30? At that moment, everyone was baffled. The previous mockery of Chen Feng vanished, replaced by a flurry of speculation and discussion. Wu Shaochen was completely unaware of what was happening outside. His face was turning green as he stared at the ground, filled with disappointment and frustration. Next to the corpse of the Dark Knight Sovereign, there was only a pearl and a tokeno other loot at all. This is so freaking poor. Wu Shaochen couldn't help but complain. You tortured me for hours, and this is all I get? Just then, the entire hall began to shake violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. Wu Shaochen quickly grabbed the two items and dashed to the mechanism. He operated it urgently, watching as the stone door slowly opened, and then bolted out at full speed. Not long after he escaped the hall, he heard a loud crashing sound behind him. Turning around, he saw that the hall, which had tormented him for hours, had turned into rubble. Looking at the ruins, he couldn't help but feel a mix of relief and lingering dread. Exhausted both physically and mentally, Wu Shaochen took out a return scroll and crushed it. It was already past 3 p.m., and he was starving. He needed to return to the city and log off for a meal. Upon arriving in Jinling City, Wu Shaochen noticed several unread messages in his private inbox. He opened them to find inquiries from Leng Yu, Su Muxue, Wu Ziyin, and his newly added friend, Adam. These messages were sent while he was trapped in the hall, filled with concern and curiosity. Could it be that messages can't get through in the hall? Wu Shaochen wondered to himself. He quickly sent a brief explanation to each person and then closed the chat interface. Eager to see his recent gains, Wu Shaochen opened his backpack and took out the two items he had obtained from the Dark Knight Sovereign. He first examined the token. Identity token. A token symbolizing identity. Possession of this token grants entry to the netherworld. What the heck? Wu Shaochen muttered in disappointment, tossing the token back into his backpack. Next, he picked up the pearl. One look at it made his eyes widen. Netherworld Pearl. A treasure of the Netherworld clan, directly related to their near-immortal bodies. Stolen by the traitor Dark Knight Sovereign 500 years ago, its whereabouts have been unknown since. Attributes. Requires binding to activate. This thing seems pretty powerful. Wu Shaochen mused. Though I can't see the exact level, how do I bind it? At that moment, a system notification popped up. Binding conditions have been analyzed. Would you like to bind? Note. This item is a treasure of the Netherworld clan. Binding it will result in being hunted by Netherworld clan members. Ugh. Hunted again? Wu Shaochen felt a headache coming on. Recently, he'd been dealing with one pursuit after another. But with a treasure like this in front of him, how could he pass it up? Who cares about being hunted? Binding it comes first. Without hesitation, Wu Shaochen chose to bind the pearl. Instantly, he felt his health plummeting, startling him. Just as he was about to drink a potion, the system chimed. Ding! Netherworld pearl binding successful. Wu Shaochen breathed a sigh of relief, almost thinking he would be drained dry. He checked his health, seeing that the binding had cost him 10,000 points. Luckily, he had a high health pool. Otherwise, he might have been drained completely. Looking down at the Netherworld pearl in his hand, he noticed it had disappeared. But on his palm, a small insignia briefly appeared and then vanished. Is this what happens after binding? Wu Shaochen quickly checked his personal attributes, and sure enough, the Netherworld pearl was now listed. Netherworld pearl possesses extremely strong regenerative abilities. Attributes. 1. Resurrection. Revive on the spot in full health after death, cooldown 2 hours. 2. Recovery. Regenerate 5 of maximum health per second. 3. Netherworld power. Collect Netherworld power randomly by killing monsters. Use Netherworld power to heal yourself or teammates. Each point of Netherworld power restores 100 health. Seeing the attributes of the Netherworld pearl, Wu Shaochen was so excited he nearly jumped out of his seat. This is definitely a divine artifact. This alone is worth a ton of other items. Realizing it was getting late, Wu Shaochen decided to log off for dinner. He chose to log off on the spot. Back in the real world, Wu Shaochen picked up his phone to go downstairs for dinner, only to find more than 10 missed calls, all from Wu Ziyin. Strange, I didn't set my phone to silent. How did I not hear any of these? Wu Shaochen wondered. Was I so engrossed in the game that I couldn't hear anything? He quickly called back. Soon, Wu Xian's anxious voice came through. Brother, why didn't you answer your phone? You didn't reply to my messages in the game either. What happened? How did you drop to level 0? Nothing much, just ran into a tough boss. But I took care of it, Wu Shaochen replied casually. Really? What about your level? Do you have to grind back up? Wu Xian asked. Level? After I killed it, my level went back up. Check it in the game if you don't believe me, Wu Shaochen said confidently. Really? I'll log in and check right now, Wu Xian said before hanging up. After the call, Wu Shaochen hurried downstairs to a restaurant. After ordering, he sat at the table and browsed the forums. As expected, the entire forum was buzzing about his drop to level 0. Heh, fallen from grace? You'll soon see what an unkillable assassin looks like. Wu Shaochen thought smugly. He casually opened his left hand and saw a fleeting insignia. What the heck? How is this possible? Wu Shaochen jumped up in shock, nearly flipping the table. Cups and bowls clattered to the floor, shattering. What's going on? The restaurant owner rushed out, confused. Nothing, just got a bit excited. I'll pay for the damages. Wu Shaochen quickly explained, thinking to himself, was that a hallucination? Maybe I've been gaming too much lately. I should get more sleep. Seeing it was nothing serious, the owner didn't make a fuss and began sweeping up the broken pieces. Wu Shaochen also bent down to pick up some glass shards, accidentally cutting his hand. He smiled wryly, wrapping the wound with a napkin, thinking, I should buy some band-aids from the pharmacy later. After finishing his meal, Wu Shaochen went to a nearby pharmacy and bought some band-aids. Back home, he carefully unwrapped the napkin from his hand, ready to apply a band-aid, but was stunned his finger was perfectly fine, without a single scratch. Am I hallucinating again? Wu Shaochen rubbed his eyes and checked all 10 fingers, finding no wounds. He picked up the napkin from the floor, which still had blood stains, proving he had indeed cut his finger. But now there wasn't even a trace of an injury. How could this be? Suddenly, he remembered the Netherworld Pearl's description. Possesses extremely strong regenerative abilities. What am I thinking? It's just a game. Wu Shaochen shook his head, trying to rationalize. The wound must have been shallow and healed quickly. With this self-consoling thought, Wu Shaochen put on his VR headset and re-entered the game world. Wu Shaochen logged back into the game and found himself in the city of Jinling. He instinctively looked at his palm and saw nothing unusual. The attributes of the Nether Pearl were still intact in his status bar, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing his backpack full of equipment, Wu Shaochen smiled and decided to sell them off first. He counted 25 bronze items, 17 silver items, 4 gold items, and 2 skill books. He planned to keep 1 gold belt usable by all classes and 3 silver items for his sister, Wu Xian, and sell the rest. Although the bronze equipment was level 30, it was not very valuable at the moment. He listed each piece for 50,000, and they sold out quickly. The silver equipment was listed at 250,000 each, which took a bit more time to sell. Finally, he put the 3 gold items and the 2 skill books up for auction. The appearance of the gold equipment immediately caused a stir in Jinling. Players began to speculate. Is this dusty god selling off his gear again? It must be him. Who else could it be? I guessed it. Dusty God must have been fighting a super boss. Although he got knocked to level 0, he still managed to kill the boss, so his level shot up. Now he's probably fully geared with top-tier items and doesn't need these gold ones anymore. That makes sense. I was wondering how Dusty God could be killed. After handling the equipment, Wu Shaochen found he had 350 free attribute points to allocate. He checked his status panel and noticed he lacked 140 points in Constitution, 125 points in Agility, excluding the automatic points added by the Assassin class, and 5 points in Vitality. After careful consideration, Wu Shaochen allocated 150 points to Constitution and 200 points to Agility. This brought his physical defense to 1494 points, magical defense to 1373 points, and attack speed to 255. However, his movement speed was only 1125 points, which made him frown. He took off his shoes and saw that his movement speed was exactly 1000 points. Wu Shaochen pondered, could it be that agility can only increase movement speed up to 1000 points? He decided not to delve into it further for now, as his current speed was sufficient. His next goal was to boost his attack speed to achieve 5 attacks per second, and then continue to enhance his defense, aiming to become an invincible assassin. Just then, he received a private message from his sister, Wu Xian. Bro, you're online. Where are you? Wu Shaochen sent her his location, and she quickly ran over. Bro, how did your level go up so fast? Wu Xian asked curiously. I told you, I was killing a boss, Wu Shaochen replied helplessly. What kind of boss can make someone level up 30 levels at once? Well, it was a really tough boss, tough enough to knock me to level 0. Imagine how powerful it was. Yeah, that does sound pretty tough. Wu Xian nodded in agreement. To change the subject, Wu Shaochen quickly handed over the equipment he'd saved for her. As expected, Wu Xin stopped asking questions and excitedly put on her new gear, then skillfully listed her old equipment in the auction house. Bro, I saw a crowd gathered somewhere on my way here. Should we go check it out? Wu Xin suggested after changing her gear. Sure. Wu Shaochen remembered hearing something about a slaughter battlefield opening when he reached level 30 and guessed it might be related. The two of them made their way to the crowded area. After squeezing through the throng, they saw a giant crystal with information about the slaughter battlefield. Wu Shaochen read it carefully and was immediately intrigued. This event looks promising. The slaughter battlefield would be open from 8 p.m. to midnight, lasting 4 hours. Players could register through the crystal in front of them. Each main city had 10 such crystals. Registered players would be automatically teleported to the battlefield when the event started. Killing monsters there would earn points, and killing other players would allow them to loot all their points. Dying in the battlefield wouldn't result in loss of experience or equipment, but points could be looted. Rewards would be distributed based on the final point rankings. Wu Shaochen rubbed his chin, thinking this event was a great opportunity for players, with likely generous rewards for the whole server. Bro, should we join? Wu Xin asked excitedly. Of course, how could we miss something like this? Wu Shaochen answered without hesitation. Although he initially hesitated to let his sister participate, considering her decent gear, level, and talent, he figured it would be okay. Moreover, since dying wouldn't result in loss of level or equipment, with him around, they might even win some rewards. The slaughter battlefield allowed up to 5-player teams, with points distribution customizable, even allowing all points to go to one person. Pre-formed teams would be teleported together. Just after they registered, the system notified them of auction results. The 3 gold items sold for 450,000 each, seemingly bought by the same person. Unfortunately, they couldn't see the buyer's identity. The 2 skill books sold for relatively less, with the cloud-piercing spear going for 150,000 and the triple strike for 200,000. This auction alone had earned them enough to cover most of the house purchase cost, putting Wu Shaochen in a great mood. As he was about to take Wu Xin to level up, a familiar-looking middle-aged man approached. The man walked straight up to Wu Shaochen and respectfully said, "Hello, Dusty God. Do you remember me?" Wu Shaochen thought for a moment and then recalled, "Oh, I remember now. You're the one who tried to steal my boss yesterday, right?" The man, named Shuehai Wuya, smiled wryly. "Yes, I'm Shuehai Wuya. I apologize for that incident. I really didn't know it was you at the time. I'm here to apologize and hope you won't hold it against me." Wu Shaochen, feeling generous, replied, "It's fine. It wasn't a big deal. You guys just ended up delivering equipment to me." Relieved, Shuehai Wuya took out a skill book from his backpack and offered it to Wu Shaochen. "Dusty God, I noticed your sister is a priest. I happen to have a priest skill book here. I'd like to give it to her as a token of my apology." Wu Shaochen's eyes lit up, thinking this guy knew how to make amends. He quickly accepted the book, saying, "That's very kind of you. Since you're offering, I'll take it on her behalf. Don't worry, the past is forgotten. We're friends now." After that, Wu Shaochen even added Shuehai Wuya as a friend, which thrilled the latter. He felt giving away the skill book had been totally worth it. After Shuehai Wuya left, Wu Shaochen eagerly examined the skill book in his hand. The skill Holy Light Shield caught his eye. It consumes 200 mana points to provide a shield that reduces damage taken by 10 for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Wu Shaochen's eyes lit up. This was exactly the skill he had been hoping for. He immediately handed the book to Wu Xin and urged, "Learn it quickly, let's go test it out on some monsters." Wu Xin gladly took the book and learned the skill swiftly. The two of them then exited the city gates, with Wu Shaochen summoning his silver wolf. At level 21, the silver wolf had grown significantly and no longer looked awkward. Wu Xin mounted the silver wolf, and the trio headed deep into the eastern forest. This time, their target was not the blood prison mad lion, but higher-level monsters further in. Wu Shaochen, now at level 30, still had a talent damage cap of 2,000 points, and he was determined to increase it by 400 points. Therefore, their goal was set on level 35 monsters. They ventured deeper into the forest, walking for an unknown amount of time until they finally encountered their target, the Ice-Armored Earth Dragon. Ice-Armored Earth Dragon. Level 35. HP 200,000. Physical attack 1,800. Physical defense 1,400. Magic defense 1,200. Movement speed 260. Skill 1. Tail Sweep sweeps its tail to attack targets in front, dealing 170 physical damage to all targets in front. Cooldown 30 seconds. Skill 2. Ice Armor forms an ice armor on its shell, increasing defense by 50 for 2 minutes. Cooldown 5 minutes. "Let's do this," Wu Shaochen commanded, and the silver wolf charged forward. With their current strength, this type of monster was no longer a challenge for him. "Xin, just keep an eye on the wolf's health." "I'm fine," Wu Shaochen said confidently. With the Netherworld Pearl in hand, he wasn't worried about his health at all. With over 20,000 HP, The Netherworld Pearl could regenerate over 1000 HP per second, while the cumbersome Earth Dragon's basic attacks dealt less than 200 damage, and its skills only dealt around 1000 damage, hardly a threat. Zine, give me a holy light shield, Wu Shaochen requested. A beam of holy light enveloped Wu Shaochen, forming a shield. He checked his status and with stun damage reduction reached a whopping 86. This meant Wu Zine's skill provided an additional 46 damage reduction. Seeing Wu Zine proudly holding her staff, Wu Shaochen swallowed hard and exclaimed, Zine, your talent can even amplify this skill? Of course, with my mana at over 6,000, I can amplify it by 3.6 times. Wu Zine responded proudly. Wu Shaochen realized he had discovered something extraordinary. It seemed Wu Zine's talent was no less impressive than his own, and might even surpass his in the later stages. Zine, from now on, don't add points to intelligence, focus on spirit, Wu Shaochen suggested. With such a talent, intelligence was no longer as important. Future healer skills that scale with percentages would make her even more powerful. Got it. Actually, I had already calculated that adding points to spirit was more beneficial, so most of my points are in spirit, Wu Zine replied. Smart? Wu Shaochen praised and then threw himself into the battle. With 86 damage reduction, he had no worries. He lured in large groups of ice-armored earth dragons and systematically took them down, applying poison and switching targets efficiently. As the ice-armored earth dragons fell one after another, their experience points skyrocketed. Each level 35 dragon provided 1,950 experience points, split between Wu Zine and the Silver Wolf, leaving Wu Shaochen with 585 points per kill. But he didn't mind. His priority was to quickly train Wu Zine for future boss battles. They continued farming until 7:30 p.m., killing 640 ice-armored earth dragons in 3 hours. Wu Shaochen remained at level 30, with experience reaching 1,799, 5,002, 000,000. Wu Zine leveled up from 21 to 23, and the Silver Wolf reached level 22. Wu Shaochen listed 2 bronze and 4 black iron equipment drops in the auction house, earning tens of thousands of gold coins. He then told Wu Zine, the killing battlefield is about to open. Let's buy some potions and log off for dinner. Be back by 8 p.m. Okay, Wu Zine nodded. They used return scrolls to go back to the city. Wu Shaochen took Wu Zine to the potion shop and bought her a large supply of mana potions. Given Wu Zine's high mana consumption and the 4-hour duration of the battlefield, relying solely on mana pearls was insufficient. Wu Shaochen himself needed minimal preparation since store-bought potions had limited effects on him, and the Netherworld Pearl's auto-recovery was more efficient. Besides, he rarely used skills for damage, so mana potions were unnecessary for him. After buying the potions, they logged off. Wu Shaochen removed his helmet and habitually checked his palms, finding nothing unusual. Even the cut on his finger from the afternoon had completely healed. This self-healing ability puzzled him, but he decided not to dwell on it. Shaking his head, Wu Shaochen chose to let it go. He quickly went downstairs, grabbed a quick bite, and returned. Since he had eaten late at noon, he wasn't very hungry. At Jinling City, he waited until 7:55 p.m. when Wu Zine finally logged on. Knowing her dorm was far from the cafeteria, Wu Shaochen didn't say much. They waited quietly until the system prompt sounded. Ding. All players please note, the killing battlefield is about to open. All registered players, please prepare. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, all registered players vanished in a flash of white light. Wu Shaochen found himself in a vast primeval forest. Towering trees were thicker than a person and reached the sky. Fortunately, the trees weren't too dense, allowing for decent light. Is this the killing battlefield? Wu Zine asked curiously. Yes, it should be, Wu Shaochen confirmed. Just then, there was a commotion nearby. 2 ferocious creatures with sharp teeth and claws emerged from behind the trees, startling Wu Zine. Wu Shaochen quickly used his insight skill. Bloodthirsty beast. Level, 30. HP, 80,000. Physical attack, 1,500. Physical defense, 650. Magic defense, 500. Movement speed, 450. Skill 1. Bloodthirst increases attack by 20 and lifesteal by 20 for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Skill 2. Ren deals 165 physical damage to the target and causes a bleeding effect, dealing 500 damage per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. With high attack and low defense, plus lifesteal, it seemed getting points in the killing battlefield wouldn't be easy. However, for Wu Shaochen, level 30 monsters were no threat. He charged in and quickly dispatched the 2 bloodthirsty beasts. To his surprise, these monsters, although they didn't grant experience points, could enhance his immortal body and netherworld power. This discovery motivated him even more. After killing the 2 bloodthirsty beasts, a leaderboard appeared for all players. Leaderboard. First place, Chunfeng, points, 2. Currently, he was the only one on the board. as others seemed yet to start. Before entering the battlefield, the two had agreed that Wu Shaochen would collect the initial points. He needed to ensure he secured the top spot to earn points for Wu Ziyin. Wu Ziyin fully supported this plan. Wu Shaochen led Wu Ziyin and Yin Tailong forward, with only the center of the map visible, while the rest was shrouded in darkness. That center undoubtedly marked the true battlefield, the ultimate goal for all players. A massive red dot indicated a powerful presence. Whoever could claim it first would likely secure the championship, provided they weren't killed in the process. As the duo advanced, Wu Shaochen easily dispatched the bloodthirsty beasts they encountered. These monsters, despite their high attack power, had only 80,000 health points. Wu Shaochen's poison dealt 12,000 damage per second over 5 layers, plus his own attacks, allowing him to kill one in about 5 or 6 seconds. Consequently, their progress was quite swift. On the public platform, players began to complain. Damn, these monsters hit way too hard. Yeah, and they can drain health too. How are we supposed to fight that? This is a killing field, alright? Turns out we're the prey. Fortunately, many top-tier players had anticipated the battlefield's difficulty and formed teams in advance. 5-person squads managed to progress relatively smoothly, and scores on the leaderboard began to soar. This leaderboard was universal across the server, and while Wu Shaochen was temporarily in the lead, his advantage was not significant. As they delved deeper, the number of bloodthirsty beasts increased. Many top teams began to slow down. Being killed meant respawning at the entrance and starting over, so survival was key to maintaining speed. Though the battlefield was vast, the sheer number of players made it crowded. Soon, different teams started encountering each other. Most chose to fight immediately, while a few decided to coexist peacefully and advance together. At this moment, not far from Wu Shaochen and Wu Ziyin, an elite team of top assassins was rapidly clearing bloodthirsty beasts. They were well-equipped and powerful, advancing violently and quickly towards Wu Shaochen's position. Wu Shaochen was engaged in a fierce battle with a larger, black iron BOS-level bloodthirsty beast. This boss was significantly stronger than the regular beasts, but still no match for him. Just as the boss was about to fall, Wu Shaochen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back, losing over 1,000 health points and becoming stunned. He didn't react in time and watched helplessly as the boss he had nearly killed was finished off by 4 assassins who appeared out of nowhere. Damn it, the hunter has become the hunted. Wu Shaochen cursed, realizing he had let his guard down due to his lead. Luckily, it was just a black iron boss. If it had been a higher-level boss, the consequences would have been dire. The opposing team didn't stop after stealing the boss. Their leader signaled, and 3 assassins split up, 2 charged at Wu Shaochen, and 1 headed for Wu Ziyin. Do you really think I'm that easy to bully? Wu Shaochen fumed. As soon as the stun wore off, he activated his evasion skill, dodging the second control skill from the assassin behind him. He then countered with a heavy strike and a weak point attack, instantly killing the assassin. With his attack power of 2,786, it only took 2 skills to kill such a fragile target. The remaining 2 assassins were enraged and lunged at Wu Shaochen with their daggers. He sidestepped one strike, but was hit by a backstab from the other. Seeing the damage numbers, the assassin frowned. His attack power of over 2,000, plus the backstab's 50 armor penetration, had barely scratched Wu Shaochen, whose health was almost untouched. This gave the assassin a bad feeling. Is that all? Wu Shaochen taunted, stunning the assassin with a counter-strike. The assassin tried to dodge, but wasn't fast enough. A stun followed by a backstab took him out. The last assassin, seeing the situation turn dire, attempted to retreat, but there was no escape from Wu Shaochen. Activating his speed boost, Wu Shaochen caught up in an instant, dispatching the assassin with a flurry of 4 strikes. Meanwhile, the assassin attacking Wu Ziyin met a grim fate at the hands of Yin Tailong. Remarkably, the leader of the assassins didn't panic. Instead, he looked at Wu Shaochen with excitement and asked, "Chenfeng? Who are you?" "Ha, didn't expect it to be you. Getting your boss stolen so easily, I thought you were just some small fry. How did you ever become the top player in the server with such poor vigilance?" The assassin sneered. "Just a black iron boss. Don't get cocky. Once I kill you, I'll get those points back," Wu Shaochen retorted, irritated. Losing the boss was indeed his oversight, a disgrace that could only be cleansed by defeating the man in front of him. The 3 assassins he killed earlier hadn't given him any points, indicating that the points were concentrated on this leader. "Kill me? Ha, let's see if you have what it takes. By the way, I'm called Hell Messenger," the leader said, activating stealth and approaching Wu Shaochen. This was a true assassin, unlike Wu Shaochen, who played the role more like a tank, engaging Hedon. However, with his undying body, Wu Shaochen indeed had the luxury to play an assassin like a tank. "Hell Messenger? The guild leader of Hell's Gate? Quite arrogant," Wu Shaochen murmured. Watching Hell Messenger disappear, Wu Shaochen didn't move, standing lazily in place, waiting for the attack. He lacked area effect skills to force the assassin out of stealth, but he was confident in his attributes and feared no ambush. Hell Messenger approached silently, without making a sound or disturbing the surrounding foliage, a feat only top-tier assassins could achieve. Many experts could locate stealthy assassins by sound or environmental changes, but few could match Hell Messenger in complete silence. Annoyingly for Hell Messenger, Wu Shaochen didn't even try to listen or observe, just stood there lazily, as if waiting for the attack. Damn. How did this noob become the top player in the server? Hell Messenger fumed internally. With 100 armor penetration and top-tier skills, he couldn't fathom why he was losing. Seeing Wu Shaochen standing lazily in place, the Hell Reaper silently circled behind him and delivered a fierce blow to his head, knocking him out. Wu Shaochen's health dropped by over 2,800 points instantly. The Hell Reaper was shocked, thinking, 40 damage reduction and over 20,000 health? This is not what an assassin's stats should be. Despite his surprise, the Hell Reaper, being a top-tier player, didn't relent in his attack. He seized the moment of his opponent's stun and launched another double strike. However, just then, Wu Shaochen's body turned ethereal, skillfully evading the fatal blow. He's got control removal and evasion skills too? The Hell Reaper's eyes flashed with a hint of envy. That's definitely a god-tier skill for an assassin. As Wu Shaochen snapped out of his stun state, he immediately counterattacked, delivering a swift backstab. But the Hell Reaper seemed to anticipate this and sidestepped the deadly strike. Prediction. Huh? Wu Shaochen thought to himself. This guy is indeed a skilled player. Seeing his opponent attacking again, Wu Shaochen got angry and activated his Shadow 7 strike. A shadow darted around the Hell Reaper, launching 7 attacks per second. The Hell Reaper fell on the third strike, and the remaining attacks slashed futilely at the air. Is that all? So flashy. Wu Shaochen sneered. In the face of absolute power, no amount of skill matters. Nonetheless, he felt a twinge of caution and decided he needed to practice his techniques more. The system notification chimed. Ding, you have killed player Hell Reaper, gaining 126 points. Wu Shaochen's eyes lit up with excitement at the substantial point gain. He quickly checked the leaderboard and found his points had skyrocketed from 186 to 312, far surpassing the second-place player, Shun Wang, who had 172 points. The Hell Reaper, who was originally ranked 7th, had now fallen off the leaderboard. Turns out crime does pay, Wu Shaochen mused, suddenly losing interest in monster hunting. Killing players is much more profitable. At that moment, Wu Ziyin approached, concern written on her face. Brother, are you okay? It turned out that when Wu Shaochen was ambushed, he had already instructed his sister to take Silver Wolf and hide, to avoid distraction. I'm fine. Let's keep moving, Wu Shaochen replied calmly. Meanwhile, at the player's respawn point, several top players from Hell's Gate were in disbelief as they saw the Hell Reaper reappear. Boss, even you got taken down? Hell Vanguard asked in astonishment. Damn it, that guy's stats and skills are ridiculously overpowered, the Hell Reaper said with a grim face. Even someone as proud as him had to admit that the opponent was practically unbeatable at this stage. With a 40 damage reduction and over 20,000 health, even his 100 defense ignoring attacks felt futile. And with the opponent's endless array of insane skills, especially the last one, he couldn't figure out a counter. This made him reconsider his focus on pure offense and think about learning some survival skills. As time passed, more and more bloodthirsty beasts appeared, forcing many teams to halt their progress. Wu Shaochen and Wu Ziyin continued forward, encountering 2 iron-level and 1 bronze-level bloodthirsty beasts along the way, earning 10 and 100 points respectively. Along the way, the siblings encountered several other players. Wu Shaochen adhered to the principle of not attacking unless provoked. However, others eyed their 2-person team with greed. The result was predictable. Those foolish enough to attack only ended up giving Wu Shaochen more points without posing any real threat. By now, Wu Shaochen's points had surged to 864, with Shun Wang closely behind at 831 points. This made Wu Shaochen temporarily abandon his plan to let his sister earn points. Suddenly, the sound of intense combat reached them. Wu Shaochen hesitated for a moment before deciding to investigate. Deep in the forest, a 5-man team was locked in battle with a massive silver-level bloodthirsty beast. This boss was worth 1,000 points. Killing it would catapult them past the current first-place player, Chen Feng, to the top of the leaderboard. Nan Feng, get in there and control it. Linzi, keep an eye on Xiaobei's health. Haoran, increase your output, and if you're out of mana, drink a potion. We need to finish this quickly before someone else shows up. Junlin calmly commanded the battle. This team was the Junlin 5, hailing from the same starter village as Wu Shaochen. Their strength was undeniable. Although they struggled against the level 30 silver boss, they managed to hold their ground. Junlin, we're barely managing this boss. If someone comes, we could get wiped out, Haoran said with a frown. Yeah, but since we're here, we have to try. If anyone shows up, we'll abandon the boss and retreat. Junlin responded calmly. Got it. Howren nodded and intensified his attacks. Howren's worries soon became reality. Just as their battle reached a critical point, a 50-man team appeared and charged at the Junlin 5 without a word. Abandon the boss and retreat, Junlin ordered decisively. The 5 of them quickly regrouped and retreated with practiced coordination. 10 of the 50 players took over the boss fight while the remaining 40 pursued the Junlin 5. Refill your health and mana. Prepare for battle, Junlin commanded. The two sides clashed, and despite the numerical disadvantage, the Junlin 5's seamless teamwork, top-notch skills, and decent gear kept them from being overwhelmed. In fact, Junlin and Howren's explosive damage took out 3 opponents right away. As the battle reached its peak, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the middle of the fray, a rogue and a healer, with a wolf following closely. Their arrival caused a brief pause in the fight, but it quickly resumed. At this point, a young man walked up to the 2 newcomers and arrogantly said, Aoshi Chuanxiong is clearing this area. Leave now if you don't want to die. Wu Shaochen rubbed his nose and thought, Aoshi Chuanxiong again. What a small world. He looked at the young man and mocked. Looks like you guys never learn. Didn't you just get a beating a few days ago? Insulting Aoshi Chuanxiong. You're dead. The young man shouted angrily. Team 1. Kill these 2 first. Boss, I think that's Chen Feng. One of the Aoshi Chuanxiong members stammered. He had faced Chen Feng before and recognized the unique mask and the wolf. I don't care who he is. Wait, Chen Feng? The young man finally realized and quickly backed away. The ongoing fight also came to an abrupt halt due to his shout. The field fell silent as everyone stared in astonishment at Wu Shaochen and Wu Ziyin. The leader of the Ao Shirkun Xiong Guild had a bitter expression, thinking to himself how unlucky he was to run into this troublemaker everywhere. Who has the most points? Wu Shaochen asked bluntly. The members of Ao Shirkun Xiong glanced at their leader in unison, making his face even more grim. Chen Feng, what do you want? The leader asked, trying to suppress his annoyance. Nothing much, just need your points, Wu Shaochen said. Without waiting for a response, he charged at the leader. Damn it, what are you all standing around for? Attack him, the leader shouted in desperation. However, the members hesitated, knowing full well that even thousands couldn't take Wu Shaochen down, let alone just 40 of them. In no time, the leader was subdued by Wu Shaochen, who gained 244 points. Seeing that no one else dared to make a move, Wu Shaochen decided not to push further. How come you guys are all together? Are you allowed to form teams illegally? He asked. One member explained. We get coordinates when we enter. Those who are close to each other group up to reduce casualties and move faster. Oh, quite clever. Ao Shi Tianxia, Wu Shaochen remarked. Actually, all the big guilds do this, the member added. Shut up and get lost, or none of you are leaving, Wu Shaochen said angrily, feeling like a fool. As soon as he finished speaking, the members of Ao Shirkun Xiong scattered. Junlin approached with Howren and a few others, cupping his hands in greeting. Chen Feng, I've heard a lot about you. Didn't expect to meet you here instead of the newbie village. Newbie village? You guys are from 8365 newbie village too? Wu Shaochen asked. Yeah, I'm Junlin. These are my friends Howren, Nanfeng, Xiaobei, and Linzi, Junlin introduced, and they all greeted Wu Shaochen. Junlin? Oh, I know you. You still owe me money, don't you? Wu Shaochen suddenly said. What? When did I owe you money? Junlin looked confused. Wu Shaochen explained, you were the first to change to an archer, right? If I hadn't killed the Silver Wolf King to repair the teleportation array, you wouldn't have been the first. Junlin realized and laughed. Haha, you're right. So, how much do I owe you? Haha, just kidding. No need for money. I've got my eye on that boss. Mind letting me have it? Wu Shaochen said. Junlin responded directly. It's not about letting you have it. The boss isn't mine. If you can take it, it's yours. Go ahead. We'll keep an eye out for you. If you need help, just ask. With that, he and his friends moved away from the boss and kept watch. Wu Shaochen nodded, thinking, this guy's not bad. He then turned to the silver-level bloodthirsty beast. With an attack power of 3,400 and 900,000 health, it was quite formidable for its tier. Zine, give me a shield, Wu Shaochen said, then charged forward. He needed to finish this quickly. With an 86 damage reduction, the boss couldn't fight back. Even when the shield's duration ended, the combined healing from the Nether Pearl and Wu Ziyin, along with the force field suppression and the boost from Silver Wolf, kept Wu Shaochen firmly in control. In just over a minute, the bloodthirsty beast fell, granting Wu Shaochen 1,000 points. Adding the points from the Ao Shirkun Xiong leader, he now led with 2,108 points. Junlin and his friends watched in awe. They knew Wu Shaochen was strong, but didn't expect him to be this overpowering. Over 800,000 damage in just over a minute was unimaginable. Wu Shaochen approached and said, thanks for keeping watch. Junlin smiled wryly with your speed. Who could take the boss from you? This made Wu Shaochen feel awkward, remembering how he had just had a boss stolen from him, though he had ultimately killed the thief. Junlin continued. All right, since the boss is down, let's part ways. Mind adding me as a friend? If not, just pretend I didn't ask. Sure. Wu Shaochen immediately sent a friend request. He respected Junlin. After adding each other, they went their separate ways. Despite knowing Wu Shaochen's strength, Junlin didn't want to tag along. He had his pride, and though his team wasn't as monstrous as Wu Shaochen, they were still formidable. Wu Shaochen thought, I need to pick up the pace. The big guilds moved quickly in large groups, likely concentrating points among a few members, which would make their scores rise rapidly later on. They walked for over half an hour, killing hundreds of ordinary bloodthirsty beasts, 5 iron level ones, 3 bronze level ones, and 2 silver level ones, finally emerging from the forest. They were now on a vast battlefield that was once a forest, now desolate due to a great battle. Wu Shaochen looked at the battlefield and the countless bloodthirsty beasts, feeling overwhelmed. The numbers were staggering. Checking the map, the central red was still far away, and they had to clear a path to get there. Reluctantly, Wu Shaochen continued clearing the way, careful not to rush and risk getting surrounded. He could handle it, but Wu Ziyin couldn't. The dense swarm of bloodthirsty beasts slowed their progress significantly. Soon, players emerged from all directions, also daunted by the endless beasts. As more arrived, they tacitly divided the area, advancing towards the center without attacking each other. Wu Shaochen led Wu Ziyin cautiously deeper into the cave. After a few minutes, a massive bloodthirsty beast suddenly blocked their path. Using his insight skill, Wu Shaochen was stunned to discover that it was a gold-tier bloodthirsty beast. Damn, a gold tier here? What level is the one in the center then? Wu Shaochen thought to himself in shock. He hadn't encountered any gold-tier bloodthirsty beasts along the way and assumed the red in the center was a gold-tier one. This meant that the red in the center was likely an even more terrifying boss. He carefully examined the attributes of the gold-tier boss in front of him. Bloodthirsty Beast Gold-tier boss. Level, 30. Health, 1,600,000. Physical attack, 5,200. Physical defense, 1,250. Magic defense, 1,100. Movement speed, 680. Skills, 1. Bloodlust increases attack power by 20 and lifesteal by 20. Lasts for 30 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes. 2. Ren deals 165 physical damage to the target and applies a bleeding effect, reducing health by 500 points per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. 3. Rapid Strikes delivers 5 consecutive attacks to the target, each dealing 120 physical damage. Cooldown 2 minutes. 4. Frenzied Bite bites the target, making it unable to escape, reducing health by 2,000 points per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown 3 minutes. Wu Shaochen quickly analyzed the situation. The boss's damage was quite high. Kiting would be a good strategy, but the area was full of bloodthirsty beasts, making it impossible to move around freely. Although he had cleared the immediate threats, he couldn't move too far without attracting more beasts. Fortunately, the boss's skills were all close range. As long as he dodged the critical skills, and with Wu Ziyin's healing, they might have a chance. Considering that others might arrive soon, Wu Shaochen didn't hesitate. He signaled Wu Ziyin to put a shield on him and then charged at the boss. With his speed and attack boosts activated, Wu Shaochen became a blur, slashing at the boss 4 times per second, poisoning it furiously. Despite the boss's close-range skills, Wu Shaochen's agility allowed him to dodge them at the last moment. When he couldn't dodge, his life-saving skills were enough to handle the damage. As Wu Shaochen battled the gold-tier bloodthirsty beast, a group of over 30 women appeared nearby. Qing Wu, could that bloodthirsty beast be gold-tier? A female archer asked the priestess beside her. Menghuan Qingwu looked in the direction indicated, a gleam of excitement in her eyes. It looks like it. Let's go check it out. Wait, someone's already fighting it, the archer said, using her eagle-eye skill to observe. Already? How many people can you see? Menghuan Qingwu asked. 2, just 2, the archer replied uncertainly. 2? Are you sure? Menghuan Qingwu found it hard to believe. I can only see 2 people and a wolf, the archer confirmed. Let's go see, Menghuan Qingwu ordered. Everyone knew how terrifying bloodthirsty beasts were. Even silver-deer ones were tough, and without her strong healing, they might not have one. The idea that 2 people were challenging a gold-tier beast intrigued her. Soon, the group reached Wu Shaochen and Wu Ziyin. They saw that only one person was fighting the boss, with the other acting as a healer. Wu Shaochen noticed the approaching group, frowning but not stopping the fight. He thought if they behaved, fine, but if they tried anything, he wouldn't hesitate to send them back to their spawn points. Wu Ziyin hid behind Yin Tai Lang, nervously watching the newcomers. Menghuan Qingwu observed Wu Shaochen's battle, and quickly made a judgment only one person could solo a gold-tier boss at this stage. Suddenly, she cast a healing spell, and a green 8750 appeared above Wu Shaochen, instantly restoring his lost health. Little sister, as a healer, you shouldn't lose focus. Meng Huan Qingwu smiled at Wu Ziyin, who had been distracted since their arrival. Ah, thank you, Wu Ziyin replied, a bit embarrassed. Wu Shaochen was puzzled. Why were these women here? Not to steal the boss, but to help him heal. Just as Wu Shaochen was wondering, Meng Huan Qingwu led her team away, leaving Wu Shaochen and Wu Ziyin confused. Qingwu, are we just leaving? The archer asked, puzzled. What else? Do you want to steal the boss? That's Chun Feng. Meng Huan Qingwu replied irritably. It really is him. I guessed as much. But we have so many people. Couldn't we try? The archer asked. His damage can one-shot you all. I can't heal fast enough, Meng Huan Qingwu explained, feeling helpless at the thought of his 12,000 true damage per second. No one had over 10,000 health at this stage. No one could survive a second against him. She didn't even know about Wu Shaochen's poison and healing block, which would make things worse. Really? His attack doesn't seem that high, just fast. With you healing, we should be fine, the archer doubted. You didn't notice the white true damage in his attacks, did you? It's 12,000 per second. Meng Huan Qingwu said seriously. What? Are you sure? The archer exclaimed. That much damage could instantly kill any of them, even with strong healing. Do I look like someone who makes things up? Meng Huan Qingwu shook her head. She led her team away to avoid misunderstandings. A group watching someone fight a boss could be annoying. Healing him was to show goodwill. After they left, Wu Shaochen quickly killed the gold-tier bloodthirsty beast. With his poison damage, it only took 2 or 3 minutes to kill the 1.6 million health boss. The gold-tier beast gave 10,000 points, split between Wu Shaochen and Wu Ziyin, giving them 5,000 each. This boosted Wu Ziyin to second place, while Wu Shaochen led with 9,860 points. The third place, Shen Wang, had only 4,320 points. As more and more people flocked to the battlefield, the number of bloodthirsty beasts was being cleared at an astonishing rate. Most of the extraordinary participants had gathered here, and although they coveted each other's points, no one had broken the rules and started fighting yet. Wu Shaochen led Wu Ziyin at the front, forming a tight, triangular formation with Silver Wolf. Wu Shaochen cleared the path, Silver Wolf covered the rear, and Wu Ziyin continually cast healing spells in the middle. Even Wu Shaochen felt the intense pressure, needing to clear dozens, if not hundreds, of bloodthirsty beasts with each step forward. After over 10 minutes of arduous trekking, they finally approached the center of the red dot. Wu Shaochen's eyes locked onto the bossa massive creature at least 5 meters tall, resembling the Hulk, wielding a gigantic axe that sent chills down one's spine. Wu Shaochen quietly cast his insight spell, and the boss's attributes appeared before him. Slayer Dark Gold Tier Boss. Level 40. HP 5 million. Physical attack 8,600. Physical defense 3,800. Magic defense 3,500. Movement speed 750. Skill 1. Stomp. Effect. Stomps the ground with immense force, causing a tremor that deals 170 physical damage and stuns all targets within a 5-meter radius for 3 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Skill 2. Charge. Effect. Charges forward at high speed, dealing 180 physical damage to all enemies in its path and knocking them back. Cooldown 1 minute. Skill 3. Cleave. Effect. Swings its massive axe downward, dealing 200 physical damage to all targets in a straight line. Cooldown 2 minutes. Skill 4. Groundquake. Effect. Slams the axe into the ground, causing a 10-meter radius earthquake that deals 120 physical damage per second to all targets within the area for 10 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. After weighing the pros and cons, Wu Shaochen decided to retreat for the time being. Although he was confident he could solo the boss, the environment was too complicated at the moment. The map was swarming with bloodthirsty beasts, making it difficult to maneuver effectively, and there were many players eyeing each other from behind. If he started clearing the surrounding beasts, others would quickly notice the boss. Acting rashly would leave him vulnerable to attacks from all sides. Half an hour later, 90 of the ordinary bloodthirsty beasts on the battlefield had been cleared, leaving only a few scattered ones that were ignored. By this time, most people had noticed the dark gold tier boss at the center and were too terrified to approach. Their attention shifted to the remaining 3 gold tier bloodthirsty beasts. Originally, there were 4 gold tier bloodthirsty beasts on the battlefield, and Wu Shaochen had already killed one. The remaining 3 soon attracted a large number of players, and the scene quickly became chaotic. Since they were from different factions, many people attacked the boss while simultaneously fighting each other, causing the battle to spread across the entire battlefield. Seeing this, Wu Shaochen led Wu Ziyin away from the chaos. He had Wu Ziyin wait in a safe area while he stealthily approached the massive boss, intending to use it to create even more chaos. However, when he got close to the boss again, he found that a group of fearless players was already trying to challenge it. Wu Shaochen activated stealth and curiously observed these brave players. He wondered, Could these 500 plus people not see the Dark Gold Tier boss label? Then he realized that perhaps only he could see the boss's specific attributes. While Wu Shaochen was pondering this, the group of players actually started attacking. Over 80 archers simultaneously launched piercing arrows, initiating a battle doomed to fail. The boss was enraged and charged into the crowd. Players hit by the charge were instantly vaporized into white light without even triggering the knockback effect. The boss then rampaged through the crowd, causing white lights to flash continuously. Holy crap, what is this? We can't fight it, retreat. The crowd scattered in all directions. But with the boss's movement speed of 750, there was no escape. Its two giant legs crossed several meters with each step, and eventually, nearly all 500 plus players were wiped out. However, their actions had successfully lured the boss to the center of the crowd. Wu Shaochen silently praised these helpful players. They had unintentionally accomplished what he had intended to do. When other players saw the suddenly appearing boss, they cursed loudly. Damn it, who brought the boss here? Whoever did this, I'll kill them back to the newbie village. But cursing was futile. Everyone was forced to fight. However, the boss's strength far exceeded their expectations, and each skill could take out a large group of players. Major guilds began organizing their members to combat the boss, and with their addition, the crowd finally stabilized and started counterattacking. However, since they couldn't see the boss's specific attributes, they didn't know that each of its skills was an area attack, and none of them were manageable at their current level. Even the major guilds were no exception. Each of the boss's moves could take out large numbers of players. While everyone was being mercilessly slaughtered by the boss, Wu Shaochen quietly approached a neglected gold tier boss. Due to the sudden appearance of the dark gold tier boss, the players who had been attacking this gold tier boss had been cleared out, leaving it unattended. The other two gold tier bosses still had large numbers of players attacking them due to their distance. Wu Shaochen reached the boss from behind, unleashed a series of skills, and began leading it away. Although most people were focused on the dark gold tier boss, some noticed the movement of this gold tier boss and quietly followed. However, they underestimated Wu Shaochen's strength. In just 2 minutes, the boss was near death, and those following hadn't yet caught up. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared behind the boss, dagger aimed at its vital point. Trying that again? Wu Shaochen snorted coldly. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. As the figure appeared, Wu Shaochen flashed in front of the boss, taking the hit meant for it. A second later, the boss fell. The timing of this ambush was impeccable, managing to slip through Wu Shaochen's poison damage of 12,000 per second and seize the last second opportunity. If that strike had hit the boss, the kill would have been stolen. The Reaper's face changed dramatically when he saw Wu Shaochen block his critical strike. He quickly retreated, but Wu Shaochen wasn't about to let him escape. In an instant, Wu Shaochen activated his Shadow 7 kill, and with a look of despair in the Reaper's eyes, he was instantly killed, netting Wu Shaochen 4,240 points. This brought his total score to 14,240 points, once again widening the gap between him and the others. This guy's score is increasing pretty fast, Wu Shaochen thought to himself, touching his nose. He had already killed the Reaper once before, but it was surprising to see him accumulate over 4,000 points so quickly again. The speed was truly astonishing. Meanwhile, at the edge of the forest, the resurrected Reaper's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. Wu Shaochen's unpredictable moves had left him no chance to escape. He regretted his actions, knowing full well that Wu Shaochen was not to be trifled with. Now, with his score reset to 0, earning rewards had become an uphill battle. On the battlefield, 2 other golden bosses had also been slain. Almost everyone was now attacking the dark gold boss, the Slayer, with only a few standing back to observe. Wu Shaochen glanced at the leaderboard. 1. Chun Feng, 27,675 points. 2. Shun Wang, 19,458 points. 3. Feng Yuwuqing, 18,524 points. 4. Shun Zhu, 8,695 points. 5. Yuan Qi, 8,423 points. 6. Meng Huan Qingwu, 8,216 points. 7. Ao Shi Tianxia, 8,024 points. 8. Yu Fei, 7,658 points. 9. Meng Hui Sangua, 7,468 points. 10. Shouhu Jia, 7,245 points. Except for Yu Fei, the top 10 were mostly leaders of the top 10 guilds. If Wu Shaochen hadn't killed 2 golden bosses, he might not have been able to maintain his position at the top. The remaining 2 golden beasts were likely killed by Shen Wang and Feng Yuwuqing, which explained their higher scores. Wu Shaochen thought to himself that these major guilds would likely see a significant score boost at the end. They probably hadn't yet consolidated all their members' points into one person, but they would definitely do so before the event ended to secure their rankings. Wu Shaochen couldn't guarantee that his current score would keep him in first place. The key lay in this big boss. If he could take it down, no one could challenge his top spot. He might even secure both first and second place if he shared the points with Wu Ziying. Wu Shaochen shook his head as he looked at the boss. The others were too weak. They had only managed to reduce its health by 10, less than what he could achieve alone. But there was no helping it. The Slayer had over 3,000 defense, and 90 of the players couldn't break through. Only skills with armor-piercing effects could inflict some damage. The player casualties were severe. The boss's area attacks caused widespread destruction. Fortunately, being killed by the boss didn't result in losing points, but it was difficult to return to the battlefield after dying. At first, many shield bearers and warriors tried to block the boss's attacks, but the chaotic battlefield, with mages and archers casting spells haphazardly, led to many melee fighters being killed by friendly fire rather than the boss. This made melee fighters reluctant to engage, and the boss rampaged unopposed. The battlefield was in chaos, dragging even distant observers into the fray. Thanks to his speed of over 1,000, Wu Shaochen avoided the melee. Whenever the boss came his way, he quickly retreated, easily outpacing it. But few others had his speed, leading to a sharp decline in the number of players on the battlefield. After more than half an hour, the boss's health had barely dropped to 50, and fewer than 10,000 players remained. With less than half an hour left, many guild leaders were considering withdrawing from the battlefield. At this moment, Meng Huanqing Wu noticed Wu Shaochen leaning casually against a tree. She gave a few instructions to her followers and then walked toward him. Wu Shaochen immediately recognized the beautiful priestess who had healed him earlier. Her impressive figure was hard to forget. How about we team up? With your damage and my healing, we should be able to take down this boss, Meng Huanqing Wu suggested straightforwardly. No need, I can kill it by myself, Wu Shaochen replied nonchalantly. Meng Huanqing Wu was taken aback and scrutinized Wu Shaochen, trying to discern if he was bragging. However, she saw only a casual demeanor, as if the boss, which had caused so many deaths, was no big deal. Finally, she nodded and left without saying more. After Meng Huanqing Wu left, everyone's attention shifted to Wu Shaochen. Meng Huanqing Wu was a well-known figure, not just because she was beautiful but also because she was the leader of one of the top 10 guilds, Dream Guild. Her sudden approach to a single man naturally attracted attention, making Wu Shaochen the focal point. Some familiar faces seemed to recognize him. That's Chen Feng. Ao Shi Tianxia suddenly shouted. All eyes turned to Wu Shaochen, and many people's expressions changed. Seeing this, Wu Shaochen's mouth twitched, thinking, I just want to be a quiet, invisible person. Why did you have to come over? Sigh. I guess I need to avoid women in the future. Chen Feng, as the top player in Divine Oracle, everyone is fighting the boss while you're just watching. What's the meaning of this? Someone questioned. Yeah, if you had helped earlier, the boss might already be dead, others chimed in. Wu Shaochen laughed coldly and said, what does it matter to you whether I fight or not? If you want to fight, keep fighting. If not, leave me alone. Chen Feng, you think you're something just because you're the top player? Do you really want to make enemies of all these guilds? Can you afford to? Ao Shi Tianxia said coldly, trying to turn everyone against Wu Shaochen. Heh, whether I can afford it, I don't know. But I don't care about you. Ao Shi Chuanxiao. It seems you've had it too easy lately. I might have to stir things up for you, Wu Shaochen retorted with a cold smile. You. Ao Shi Tianxia was at a loss for words. Chen Feng, regardless of everything, as the top player, shouldn't you contribute when everyone is fighting the boss? The leader of Paradise Myth, Shen Zhu, suddenly spoke up. Wu Shaochen rolled his eyes and walked deeper into the battlefield, saying, Contribute? Contribute what? Will I get the points for the boss? Don't be so sanctimonious. If you can kill it, it's your skill. If not, don't blame me. Damn, this guy is too arrogant, someone said angrily. As Wu Shaochen walked away, many people exchanged glances but ultimately didn't follow. Each guild had few members left, and they weren't confident about taking on Wu Shaochen. Plus, most guilds had no grudge against him, so there was no need to make an enemy unnecessarily. What now? People asked each other. Let's withdraw. With only 20 minutes left, we can't kill this boss. Soon, the crowd started to retreat. Many guild leaders needed to tally their members' points to push for the leaderboard at the last moment. The rampaging slayer didn't stop, chasing and killing players until they retreated into the forest. It then turned to the remaining players on the battlefield, continuing its slaughter. Everyone soon realized this and fled into the forest. The enraged slaughterer seemed to have a radar, effortlessly locking onto the remaining players on the battlefield and mercilessly eliminating them. Players fled in droves, and the battlefield quickly emptied. At this moment, Wu Shaochen did the opposite, striding onto the battlefield and luring the slaughterer deeper into its depths. Someone's entered the battlefield, someone exclaimed. Who would be so reckless? Couldn't see clearly, but never mind. Let's hide. The big guilds are clearing out everyone for points. Wu Shaochen led the slaughterer to the depths of the battlefield, charging at its massive frame without hesitation. He had intended to ask Wu Ziyin for help. Her damage reduction shield was invaluable. However, the boss's attack range was too wide, and a slight misstep could instantly kill her. Thus, he had to face it alone. Due to the level difference, stealth was ineffective, so Wu Shaochen abandoned concealment. As he rushed in, the slaughterer charged at him. He narrowly dodged, the massive size of the attack making it impossible to avoid without sufficient speed. After dodging, Wu Shaochen immediately dashed forward. Seeing the boss raise its foot to stomp, he quickly used a stun strike, dazing it. He then stacked 5 layers of poison before retreating. Not long after, the boss recovered from the stun and swung its giant axe. Wu Shaochen tried to dodge, but the attack range was too large, causing him to lose over 9,000 health. He didn't care, quickly running to a safe distance. With over 20,000 health, nearly 1,500 defense, and 40 damage reduction, coupled with continuous healing from the nether pearl, Wu Shaochen had little trouble dealing with the dark gold boss. His only concern was someone trying to steal the boss. However, given the current player's strength, it was nearly impossible to outdamage his 12,000 poison damage per second. Under Wu Shaochen's terrifying poison damage, the slaughterer's health rapidly declined. He messaged Wu Ziyin to come and share the points, aiming for the top 2 ranking rewards. Soon, Wu Ziyin arrived on her silver wolf. Seeing the slaughterer about to fall, Wu Shaochen smirked. He had Wu Ziyin shield him and actively drew the slaughterer's attacks. Suddenly, the slaughterer unleashed a massive attack, shaking the ground and revealing over a dozen hidden assassins, instantly turning them into white light. With the shield, Wu Shaochen took the full brunt of the attack without a scratch. 3 seconds later, the slaughterer's massive body collapsed with a thud. The system notification immediately sounded. Ding! Congratulations on killing the ultimate boss of the slaughter battlefield, the slaughterer, earning 50,000 points. Ding! Congratulations on killing the dark gold boss, the slaughterer. Poison stacking limit increased by 1. Current limit is 6 layers. A server-wide announcement followed. Congratulations to player Chunfeng for killing the dark gold boss, the slaughterer. As the first player in the server to kill a dark gold boss, the system rewards you with 5,000 prestige, 100 gold, 50 free attribute points. This is a special announcement. What? The slaughterer was killed? Impossible. Players across the server were stunned. The slaughterer was known for its immense strength, with tens of thousands failing to kill it, yet it was taken down in under 10 minutes. It was unbelievable. This can't be. We all spent so much time and lost so many lives to weaken the slaughterer. How can he get all the benefits? Someone voiced their extreme dissatisfaction. Yeah, everyone contributed. How can he take all the rewards? Let's go, find him. A wave of anger swept through the crowd, and many surged towards the depths of the battlefield to confront Wu Shaochen. They didn't know that the boss's health had fully regenerated when Wu Shaochen took over, and even if it hadn't, it was still at least 50, far from being weakened. Menghuan Qingwu watched the scene unfold and shook her head, leading her guild sisters away from the farce. Most major guild leaders were clear-headed, though shocked and jealous of Wu Shaochen's feat. They didn't blindly follow the crowd. They focused on gaining more points. However, some guilds, like Ao Shi Kunxiong, eyed Wu Shaochen's points and followed the crowd to the battlefield's depths. At this moment, Wu Shaochen was checking the leaderboard. With over 78,000 points, he held a solid first place. Wu Ziyin was in second with 55,000 points, and Shunwang was third with over 40,000 points. Below them were mostly major guild leaders, with even Yufei being pushed out of the top 10, highlighting the power of guilds in such events. Without killing the slaughterer, Wu Shaochen wouldn't have topped the list. Just then, Wu Shaochen noticed a group of players approaching, cursing as they came. He signaled Wu Ziyin to leave on her silver wolf, while he stayed behind to wait. Soon, a massive crowd of thousands arrived. One person stepped forward and demanded, Chunfeng, you snuck in and stole our boss after we weakened it. You owe us an explanation. Wu Shaochen was momentarily stunned, pointing at himself and then at them. Me? Steal your boss? How shameless can you be to say that? That's right, you didn't help when we were fighting the boss, but when it was weak, you swooped in. Is there anyone more shameless? Another chimed in. Wu Shaochen's mouth twitched, deeply understanding the phrase, shameless beyond compare. Unwilling to waste words, he simply said, get lost, or I won't hesitate to send you all back to town. Chunfeng, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're strong. If you don't give us an explanation today, we won't let you off. Someone in the crowd shouted. An explanation, huh? Fine, I'll give you one. Wu Shaochen didn't waste any more words. He flashed into the crowd, his dagger mercilessly striking those around him. Damn it, this Chunfeng is too arrogant. Brothers, kill him. If we kill him, we'll get his points. Ao Shi Tianxia incited from within the crowd. With only 400 or 500 members left, Ao Shi Tianxia didn't dare show himself, hoping to use the crowd to eliminate Wu Shaochen. These words indeed stirred many people's greed. Chunfeng held over 70,000 points. Killing him would make the first place easily attainable. It's a pity that while the idea was beautiful, reality turned out to be cruel. On the battlefield, Wu Shaochen no longer hid his strength, moving like a specter among the crowd. Each of his touches claimed a life, his speed dazzlingly fast. The makeshift team of players fell into chaos, unable to mount an effective counterattack. Seeing this, Aoshi Tianxia had no choice but to step up and command the battle. Spread out. Shield warriors, block the path. Mages and archers, fall back, he shouted. Although not particularly bright, as the leader of a guild with tens of thousands of members, he was adept at basic tactical commands. Unfortunately, these people were not members of his guild, Aoshikangshing. Most had come for the points on Wu Shaochen, ignoring the commands. Some even feared missing the chance to land the killing blow if they retreated. Aoshi Tianxia stomped his foot in frustration as he watched Wu Shaochen darting through the disorganized crowd, making it impossible to mount an effective attack. Damn it, these idiots, he cursed, then turned to his guild members. Shield warriors with control skills, get in there. If we can hold him down, he's as good as dead, no matter how strong he is. A group of shield warriors from Aoshikangshing pushed forward, but ended up scattering their own formation due to the crowd's density. Regretting his decision, Aoshi Tianxia thought it would have been better to come with just his own people. Wu Shaochen glanced at Aoshi Tianxia, thinking this guy was quite the troublemaker. Seeing his teleport skill had over a minute left on cooldown, he decided to wait and let the others struggle a bit longer. The battle raged on, with many players emboldened after being hit by Wu Shaochen and not losing much health, only to drop dead moments later. None could last more than 5 seconds against him. Though Wu Shaochen had taken some damage, with the nether pearl healing him, his potions, and over 900 points of nether force, their attacks were hardly a threat. When his teleport cooldown ended, Wu Shaochen smirked and teleported right in front of Aoshi Tianxia, who seemed prepared and crushed a scroll with a triumphant smile. Suddenly, Wu Shaochen found himself trapped in a dark space, losing 5,000 health points per second. Aoshi Tianxia gloated. I've been waiting for this. This Hell Cage scroll was made just for you. He eagerly awaited Wu Shaochen's health to drop to 0. However, 10 seconds later, the Hell Cage vanished, leaving Wu Shaochen unharmed. Aoshi Tianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. Nice scroll, but the damage is too low, Wu Shaochen sneered. Thanks to the nether pearl, he had only lost about 300 points of nether force. Control him. Aoshi Tianxia roared at his subordinates. To deal with Wu Shaochen, he had been stockpiling control skills, and most of his core members had learned them. Seeing Aoshikangshing members swarming with various control skills, Wu Shaochen let out a cold laugh. Lucky you. Before Aoshi Tianxia could react, Wu Shaochen activated his Shadow 7 slash. Though a bit overkill, it allowed him to dodge attacks while killing, perfect for this moment. As expected, Aoshi Tianxia fell after just 4 slashes, contributing over 30,000 points and pushing Wu Shaochen's total above 100,000. After killing Aoshi Tianxia, Wu Shaochen continued his rampage. As more players turned into white light, panic spread. Realizing they were no match for him, many tried to flee. But with Wu Shaochen's speed over 1,000, escape was futile. Do you really have to kill us all? Someone cried out in despair. Wu Shaochen ignored them, continuing his slaughter. In the end, only about 3,000 out of 4,000,5,000 players escaped. In just over 10 minutes, Wu Shaochen had killed nearly 2,000 people. The survivors vented their rage on public channels and forums, accusing him of boss hunting, indiscriminate killing, and being a maniac, calling for a collective hunt. Wu Shaochen paid no attention. A few minutes before the event ended, Wu Shaochen checked the points leaderboard. With 110,000 points, he was far ahead in first place. The second place was still Wu Ziyin, with 55,000 points. The third place, Shen Wang, was catching up with 51,240 points, closely trailing Wu Ziyin. Who is this Finginer with so many points? Someone wondered. Are you stupid? She must be with Dust. I saw her points skyrocket after Dust killed the Slayer. The name sounds like a girl. She's lucky to be with Dust, getting second place without effort, someone said enviously. Dust. Mind having another girlfriend? I can be sweet or salty. Meanwhile, in a corner of the forest, a woman stared at the leaderboard, muttering, Zine's brother is Dust? A few minutes later, the system announced, ding, the slaughter event has ended. Thank you for participating. Rewards will be distributed based on the points ranking. Everyone was teleported out of the battlefield. Back in Jinling City, Wu Shaochen heard the system notification. Ding, congratulations on achieving first place in the slaughter event. You have been awarded 3 draws. Just then, Wu Ziyin's voice came through, brother. I got 3rd place in 1 draw. 3rd place. Wu Shaochen was surprised and checked the leaderboard again. It turned out that at the last moment, Shen Wang had reached 55,210 points, surpassing Wu Ziyin. That guy is pretty sneaky, Wu Shaochen thought to himself. The rewards for this event are incredible, Wu Shaochen thought to himself, excitement bubbling up as he clicked on the lottery page. His eyes roamed over the myriad of prizes, his mouth almost watering. There were various equipment, pet eggs, skill books, and special scrolls, with even a slim chance to get diamond gear. Rubbing his hands together, Wu Shaochen was just about to start the lottery when a sudden scream from beside him made him jump, nearly hitting the start button by accident. What are you screaming about? Wu Shaochen looked at his sister, Wu Ziyin, in exasperation. Brother, look what I got. Wu Ziyin excitedly sent him a screenshot. Wu Shaochen's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, your luck is insane. The screenshot showed a diamond-quality staff radiant staff. Not only did it boast impressive attribute boosts, but it also came with two powerful skills, healing shield and goddess protection. Such an item was practically a divine artifact at this stage, enough to make countless players green with envy. Brother, is this worth a lot? Wu Ziyin asked innocently. Wu Shaochen nodded numbly. Yeah, probably worth millions. Should I sell it? Wu Ziyin asked, eyes wide. Wu Shaochen knocked her gently on the head. Do we need that kind of money? Of course, you should use it yourself. Wu Ziyin rubbed her head, pouting. Don't hit my head, it'll make me dumb. Ignoring her, Wu Shaochen quickly turned back to his own lottery page. He prayed silently. If Wu Ziyin could get a diamond item on her first try, surely I can get at least 2 in 3 attempts. On his first try, Wu Shaochen got an exceptional strength fruit. Though a bit disappointed, he used the item, which added 100 points to his strength. For his second attempt, he received a platinum-level weapon Shadow Blade. Though not as good as a diamond item, it was still top tier for the current stage. Wu Shaochen felt somewhat comforted, reminding himself to be grateful. For his final chance, Wu Shaochen held his breath. When the pointer finally stopped on a skill book, he exhaled. The skill, called Shadow Clone, was not only an excellent escape tool but also had unexpected combat applications. After the lottery, Wu Shaochen noticed the regional chat was in an uproar. Wu Ziyin's diamond item had caused quite a stir. While others were still chasing silver gear, a diamond item suddenly appearing was hard to accept. Checking the equipment rankings, Wu Shaochen saw that the landscape had changed. Wu Ziyin's radiant staff was unsurprisingly at the top, while his shadow blade was third, pushed down by a platinum weapon called Blood Soul Blade. He guessed that the player Shenwang might have also drawn a platinum item. Since Wu Ziyin had school the next day, she logged off to rest. Alone, Wu Shaochen decided to run a dungeon before bed to test his new shadow clone skill. He reviewed his status. Although the event didn't directly yield experience or gear, killing 2,480 bloodthirsty beasts and 1 slayer had increased his immortal bonus health by 2,481 points, bringing his total HP to 27,163. After consuming the strength fruit and equipping the shadow blade, his attack power soared to 4,630, making him nearly unbeatable at this stage. Finally, Wu Shaochen allocated all 50 free attribute points from the event to agility. Now, he could stack poison up to 6 layers, but his attack speed was still lacking. He resolved to reach 6 strikes per second soon, where his damage would truly explode. In the girls' dormitory at Ancient Economic College, Wu Ziyin had just taken off her gaming helmet when she was startled by a pair of eyes staring intently at her. Wei Wei, what are you doing? You scared me. Wu Ziyin exclaimed, clutching her chest. Wei Wei, unfazed, widened her eyes and asked, is your brother really Qinfeng? Wu Ziyin was taken aback and asked in surprise, huh? How did you know? Come on. Wei Wei rolled her eyes, you're second on the leaderboard. Who else but Qinfeng, who's first, could have helped you get there? Don't tell me you did it all by yourself. Wu Ziyin scratched her head awkwardly. Well, since you already know, why ask? Wei Wei became excited and almost incoherent. It really is him. Qinfeng, the one who can solo an entire guild. He's my idol. Ziyin, are we best friends? Wei Wei suddenly asked seriously. Of course, Wu Ziyin nodded. Then you have to help me get your brother to take me along. Wei Wei's eyes sparkled. Just imagine, being guided by the top player in Oracle. Wu Ziyin hesitated. I'll have to ask my brother first. Besides, even if he agrees, we'll have to wait until the city teleportation portals are open. Wei Wei suddenly remembered they weren't in the same main city and said in frustration, oh right, why didn't I choose Jinling City back then? Wu Ziyin comforted her, it's okay. Once the city teleportation portals are open, you can come to Jinling City. They'll ask my brother to help. He doesn't seem very focused on leveling up anyway. Wei Wei was skeptical. Not focused on leveling up? He's so high-leveled that no one can catch up, and you call that not focused? Anyway, you have to help me. Alright, don't worry. Wu Ziyin nodded, then added seriously, by the way, don't tell anyone that my brother is Qinfeng. Wei Wei was puzzled. Why not? I bet those classmates who think they're so good at gaming would be sucking up to you every day if they knew. Wu Ziyin explained. My brother specifically told me not to. I didn't even dare tell you before. If you spill the beans, he definitely won't help you. Fine, Fine. I won't say anything. Wei Wei agreed, then remembered something. Oh, by the way, that radiant staff on the leaderboard, is it yours? I heard that the gear from lottery draws and loot boxes is always for the players class. Only you three got the draw, and since your brother and the God King can't use staves, it must be yours, right? Wu Xin raised her chin proudly. Hee, that's right. I'm the only player in the entire server with a diamond grade item. Not even my brother has one. Wei Wei said enviously. Ugh, I'm so jealous. You have to treat me to a late night snack to heal my wounded heart. Sure, no problem. Wu Xin readily agreed, secretly thinking about how she was now a wealthy woman with hundreds of thousands in her account. Meanwhile, in Jinling City, Wu Shaochen headed straight towards the dungeon. Although running dungeons didn't give him much of a boost anymore, the earnings were worth it. He could at least get 1 gold item and 4 or 5 silvers, making him tens of thousands to over 1 million. At the dungeon entrance, there was a crowd. This event had given most players at least 1 level 40 bronze item, and the lucky ones might even get silver. This significantly boosted overall strength, making dungeon runs much easier. Just as Wu Shaocheng was about to enter the dungeon, he ran into Ao Shi Tianxia and his group coming out. Seeing his enemies, Ao Shi Tianxia's eyes almost shot fire. He had been in the top 10 on the leaderboard and could have gotten a gold chest, but after being killed by Wu Shaocheng, he only got a bronze one. His hatred for Wu Shaocheng was now beyond control. Wu Shaocheng saw Ao Shi Tianxia and smirked. Going back is such a hassle. How about I send you back? Ao Shi Juecheng, lacking confidence, said, Chen Feng, don't go too far. We haven't provoked you this time. Wu Shaocheng sneered. Who says I need you to provoke me to kill you? Can't I just not like you? Before he finished speaking, Wu Shaocheng charged at Ao Shi Tianxia. Ao Shi Tianxia roared, damn it, Chen Feng, do you think I'm afraid of you? He swung his weapon at Wu Shaocheng, who didn't dodge and only lost a bit over 1,000 health points. Is that all you've got? Wu Shaocheng taunted, delivering a basic attack. Despite Ao Shi Tianxia's efforts to dodge, he wasn't fast enough, and the dagger lightly cut him, taking nearly 4,000 health points. Unwilling to back down, Ao Shi Tianxia charged at Wu Shaocheng, and the rest of Ao Shi Kengxiang's group attacked as well. However, Wu Shaocheng easily dodged Ao Shi Tianxia's attack and turned to kill the others. In less than 5 minutes, Wu Shaocheng had taken down all 10 members of Ao Shi Kengxiang's group. He picked up all the gear they dropped. Their high-level gear included 1 gold, 7 silvers, and 5 bronzes. He listed these items along with his old soul devourer dagger on the auction house. Despite the significant drop in low-level gear prices after the event, these level 20 items still sold for 1.68 million, which Wu Shaocheng was quite satisfied with, considering it was easy money. After dealing with the gear, Wu Shaocheng entered the dungeon. Outside, the onlookers began to discuss fervently. Those were all top members of Ao Shi Chuanxiang, including the guild leader, and Chen Feng took them down so quickly. He's incredible. Huh, that's nothing. On the killing field, Chen Feng killed thousands. People online call him a killing demon, taking bosses and killing players. Everyone knows the situation with that boss on the killing field. Thousands of people couldn't kill it, but Chen Feng did it alone. And they still say he stole their boss? Ridiculous. Exactly. They're just jealous. They'll always support Chen Feng. Yeah, Ao Shi Chuanxiang is really unlucky to be in the same main city as Chen Feng. They're doomed to be suppressed by him. They're too arrogant. We could all just develop peacefully. At this moment, Ao Shi Tianxia, standing at the respawn point, logged off in frustration. In a luxurious villa in SH City, a handsome young man stepped out of his gaming pod with a grim expression, went downstairs, and sat on the living room sofa, lighting a cigarette. He picked up his phone and made a call. Shortly after, a middle-aged man walked in. Young Master Wang, what's so urgent this late? The middle-aged man asked. Wang went straight to the point. I need you to find someone for me. Who? Chen Feng. Wang gritted his teeth. I want you to find out Chen Feng's real identity. The middle-aged man hesitated. This? Young Master Wang, is it necessary to bring in game grudges into real life? It's not proper. I don't care about proper. Wang said coldly, 2 million. Just find him for me. You don't need to do anything else. The middle-aged man still hesitated. It's not easy. From what I know, Chen Feng has always worn a mask. No one has seen his true face, and even the game company can't access player information. 5 million. Wang narrowed his eyes. I don't care how you do it, just find him. I believe no one is flawless. As long as he exists, hell slip up eventually. The middle-aged man finally nodded. All right, leave it to me. Upon entering the dungeon, Wu Shaochen immediately unleashed his shadow clones and silver wolf. The 3 figures darted towards the tiger-headed man like arrows. Soon, Wu Shaochen's eyes lit up. His shadow clone could actually trigger full poison damage. This discovery thrilled him, realizing that this skill was on par with his Shadow 7 kill. The clone's control was as smooth as his own movements, exceptionally agile. While other assassins might use this skill merely for escape, in Wu Shaoqin's hands, it became a divine ability. It inherited his full poison damage, effectively adding another Wu Shaoqin to the battlefield. The only drawback was the 2-minute duration, but he was already planning to upgrade this ability with a skill scroll. In just over 6 minutes, Wu Shaoqin effortlessly cleared the dungeon. Upon exiting, he glanced at the stone tablet and noticed several team names, with the second rank belonging to the Shenhuang Pavilion team. With platinum gear, it was no surprise that Shenhuang could easily conquer this dungeon. This time, the dungeon guardian dropped a piece of gold-level leg armor for Wu Shaoqin Linlong leg guards. This piece was a perfect upgrade from his current silver-level leg armor. The Linlang leg guards had impressive stats: 1000 HP, 80 physical defense, 80 magic defense, and additional attributes of 25 constitution, 25 vitality, and 25 strength. More importantly, it came with a defense boost skill, which increased defense by 30 for 30 seconds with a 3-minute cooldown. Without hesitation, Wu Shaoqin equipped the Linlang leg guards and put his old tiger skin leg guards and other dungeon loot 6 silver and 9 bronze items up for auction. This move brought him another 760,000 in earnings. Faced with such abundant rewards, Wu Shaoqin had become somewhat numb. The game's progression had far exceeded his initial expectations. What started as a way to earn some living expenses now allowed him to make millions by simply killing a few enemies or clearing a dungeon. This drastic change also shifted his mindset, focusing less on money and more on improving his skills. Returning to Jinling City, Wu Shaoqin found himself not tired and decided to challenge the Dark Gold level War God Temple. Since he had already triggered the Dark Gold level talent, he saw no reason to hesitate. Upon arriving at the War God Temple, Wu Shaoqin went straight to the challenge. If he could defeat a level 40 Dark Gold boss, a level 30 War God Shadow should be no problem. To his surprise, the opponent this time was a female priest War God. The rules were simple: defeat her within 30 minutes to succeed. Do you underestimate my poison, mainframe? Wu Shaoqin couldn't help but quip. He activated his speed boost and charged at the target, rapidly applying poison. With over 4,000 attack power, his physical damage was also substantial. The poor priestess kept healing herself but couldn't counteract the steadily decreasing health. Thankfully, it was just a shadow. A real person would have been driven to tears. Despite having 3.5 million HP and over 3,000 defense, the priestess couldn't last 4 minutes before falling. She attempted a special purification once, but it only removed 1 layer of poison, quickly being overwhelmed again. Just as Wu Shaoqin was pondering if the War God would make another appearance, he was teleported out of the War God Temple. The sudden end left him somewhat unsatisfied, especially since the last time had yielded good rewards, making him hope for similar gains each time. Unfortunately, good things don't always come around. Regardless, he had now reached Dark Gold level, significantly boosting his strength. Wu Shaoqin allocated all his reward attribute points to agility and then carefully reviewed his latest stats. Here follows the character attribute list, which remains unchanged. These stats were far beyond what other players could achieve at this stage. Except for a Tiger King ring, all of Wu Shaoqin's gear was gold level or higher. Using his speed, attack speed boost, and shadow dash skills, his attack speed could reach an astounding 6 strikes per second. His 1284 agility was jaw-dropping. Wu Shaoqin noticed that movement speed wasn't impossible to increase, but required 100 agility points for a single point of speed after surpassing 1,000 points. However, he wasn't concerned with these details. His movement speed was already fast enough, and his attack speed had reached an ideal level. His attribute points were at least double that of other players, and he had fewer areas to allocate them. In reality, Wu Shaoqin only needed to focus on boosting agility. Previously, he had added points to vitality due to insufficient early-game resistance, but now with nearly 30,000 HP and a host of survival skills, he could handle most situations. Moving forward, he could continue increasing agility. While the impact on movement speed was minimal, the boost to attack speed was invaluable. The faster he struck, the harder it would be for enemies to dodge, and it would be easier for him to evade attacks. Satisfied with his stats, Wu Shaoqin logged off. Having had an early dinner, his stomach was already protesting. He went downstairs, found a barbecue place, and enjoyed his meal while browsing the forums. The forums were buzzing with various posts, some criticizing him, others discussing the killing grounds and the Slayer, and some speculating about the diamond gear on the leaderboard. Suddenly, a newly posted thread rocketed to the top, with its view count surging like a tidal wave. Wu Shaoqin glanced at the post and immediately became interested. It was published by an online gaming expert, titled Known Powerful Talents in Oracle. He eagerly clicked on it, his eyes swiftly scanning the text on the screen. The post began with a brief introduction about the significance of talents in Oracle, emphasizing that each person's talent is relatively hidden, and that only a few powerful individuals' talents have been collected so far. It then listed the talents of several well-known players. Chen Feng, with a talent for poison damage. As the undisputed top player in Oracle, his attacks inflict poison, dealing 2,400 true damage per second, stacking up to 12,000 per second. The poison damage also seems to scale. Shenwang, with the talent of extreme strength. Each point of strength increases physical attack by 4 points, double that of other players, making him stronger as the game progresses. Guardian, with the talent of tenfold reflect damage. Though not efficient in farming, he becomes invincible in unknown duels. Yuan Qi, with the talent of Fire God. All fire skills deal double damage and have their cooldowns reduced by 50. Xinju, with the talent of Light Force. The damage dealt is converted into Light Force, which can be used for healing or dealing true damage. Fengyi, with the talent of Control Immunity. This complements his flawless gameplay perfectly. Hell Envoy, with the talent of Ignore Defense. He is destined to become a nightmare in the late game. Fengyu Wuqing, with the talent of Crowd Control. All skills slow targets by 30, and control skills last twice as long. Yu Fei, with the talent of 100 critical hit. All attacks are critical hits, and the critical damage is exceptionally high. Ao Shi Tianxia, with the talent of Battle Will. The more he fights, the stronger he becomes, stacking up to 5 times the damage. Dreamlike Dance, with the talent of Double Healing Effect. This explains why she switched from a mage to a priest. After reading the post, Wu Shaochen let out a sigh of relief. He realized that Oracle indeed had many hidden talents, and these powerful players' abilities were not to be underestimated. He decided to keep a low profile but also believed that attributes were fundamental. As long as he could completely overpower his opponents, no talent could stand in his way. After a satisfying meal, Wu Shaochen paid the bill and headed home. As he walked down a dimly lit street, he suddenly heard someone shout from behind, "Help! Robbery!" Turning around, he saw a man in black running with a bag, followed by a heavily pregnant woman desperately chasing after him. Wu Shaochen initially didn't want to get involved, but seeing the pregnant woman so determined, he couldn't ignore it. He sprinted after the man and quickly caught up, kicking him in the back and knocking him to the ground. Just as Wu Shaochen retrieved the bag, the man suddenly pulled out a fruit knife and lunged at him. Wu Shaochen dodged frantically, narrowly avoiding the attacks. The man cursed, "Damn it, what bad luck," and fled. Wu Shaochen patted his chest, relieved that the attacker was slow. He thought to himself that he should avoid playing the hero in the future. He returned the bag to the panting woman, exchanged a few words, and then left. Back home, Wu Shaochen reflected on the incident and shook his head. That robber was so slow and clumsy with the knife. He was clearly a novice. Exhausted, Wu Shaochen washed up and went straight to bed. Meanwhile, the failed robber hid in an alley, nervously patting his chest, relieved that he hadn't been caught and astonished by Wu Shaochen's speed. When Wu Shaochen woke up, it was already 9 a.m. He opened his bleary eyes and realized he had forgotten to set an alarm the previous night, allowing himself to sleep in naturally. Rubbing his temples, he recalled the mental strain from his recent gaming marathons, sometimes even experiencing hallucinations. Deciding to give himself more rest was definitely the right call. After a quick stretch, Wu Shaochen went downstairs for a casual breakfast, then headed back to his room to log into the game. As soon as he entered the virtual world, a private message popped up. It was from Adam, "Brother Chunfeng. I got the nether spirit fruit." The message instantly ignited Wu Shaochen's excitement. He quickly replied, "Where are you? I'll come find you." Adam soon sent him a location. Wu Shaochen hurried to the designated spot, finding Adam in the player housing area, focused on alchemy. He walked up briskly, unable to hide his excitement. "Did you really get it?" Adam nodded and retrieved the nether spirit fruit from his backpack, handing it over to Wu Shaochen. After carefully inspecting it, Wu Shaochen confirmed it was genuine and immediately opened the trade interface, entering 100 gold coins as promised. "Brother Chunfeng, there's no need for that. It was just a small favor," Adam said, trying to decline the reward. Wu Shaochen insisted, "Take it. I promised you this. Not accepting it would make me seem untrustworthy. Besides, you need a lot of resources for alchemy in the early stages." After much persuasion, Adam finally accepted the reward. Wu Shaochen took the nether spirit fruit and curiously asked, "How did you manage to get this?" Adam looked puzzled. "It's strange. Didn't you say my master wouldn't give me the nether spirit fruit easily? So, I prepared a lot and even found a recipe that required it. But when I told my master I needed it for alchemy, he just handed it to me after a glance." Hearing this, Wu Shaochen frowned, feeling something was off but couldn't pinpoint what. He shook his head, thinking, "Whatever. I got what I needed. Let's focus on the task at hand." After parting ways with Adam, Wu Shaochen moved to a secluded spot. Once he confirmed he was alone, he crushed a teleportation scroll. In an instant, he appeared at a preset location. Suddenly, a figure materialized in front of him, startling him. "Geez, can you stop appearing out of nowhere? It's scary," he complained to the woman standing before him. "Tisa, scaredy cat." Ziyu scoffed. "Did you bring the item?" Wu Shaochen replied warily, "I did. But how can I be sure you won't just take it and run?" What if you don't give me the life spring water, or remove the mark on my forehead? Ziyu sneered. Relax, once a quest is issued, it's like a contract. The main system monitors everything. No one can back out. Really? Wu Shaochen was still doubtful. Then remove the mark on my forehead first. It's not part of the quest, and I don't trust you otherwise. Ziyu snorted. Fine. Cautious little thing. She made a hand sign and touched Wu Shaochen's forehead, then withdrew her hand. That's it. Wu Shaochen touched his forehead in disbelief. Doesn't feel very reliable. Yes, that's it. Now, can you give me the item? Ziyu said impatiently. Wu Shaochen hesitated, feeling something was wrong but knowing nothing about such mysterious powers. He could only hope she wasn't deceiving him. He took out the nether spirit fruit and handed it over. Ziyu took it excitedly and with a wave of her hand. A drop of milky white liquid appeared before Wu Shaochen. He quickly caught it, and a system notification sounded. Ding! Quest completed. You have obtained 1 drop of life spring water. Wu Shaochen breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the demon was indeed trustworthy. He had worried she might cheat him since he was no match for her. But she really gave him the life spring water. Since there's nothing else, I'll be going, Wu Shaochen said, eager to leave and distance himself from this terrifying woman. Just then, 4 figures appeared around them, surrounding Wu Shaochen and Ziyu. How dare you collude with demons, human? An elder shouted at Wu Shaochen. The sudden turn of events left Wu Shaochen stunned, his mind blank except for one thought. What's going on? I knew something was off about this guy from the start, Elder Son said coldly. He came to buy potions from me, and after I turned him away, he approached my apprentice. When my apprentice asked me for the nether spirit fruit, I knew it had to be his idea. Wu Shaochen realized it was Elder Son's doing all along. No wonder Adam got the nether spirit fruit so easily. He had been used as bait from the start. He couldn't help but marvel at how clever these NPCs were. You should know this guy is a master. Ziyu whispered to Wu Shaochen, sensing the situation. You didn't tell me. How was I supposed to know? Wu Shaochen replied, exasperated. He had assumed Elder Son was just a regular alchemist, not a hidden expert. He must have been under surveillance the whole time. Kid, colluding with demons is a serious crime, the first elder said sternly. We won't kill you since you're an adventurer, but after we deal with this demoness, you'll come with us to face justice. The 4 elders' attention shifted to Ziyu, who scoffed. Do you think you can take me down? You were nothing to me back then. Oomph. Demoness. You were nearly killed by the Thunder God and Radiant God. Another elder sneered. You barely escaped? And with no demonic energy on the Holy Light continent, it's a miracle you're still alive. How much of your power is left? Ziyu's expression turned cold, her tone menacing. Even with just 1% of my power. You old geezers are no match for me. You guys fight. I'll just leave, Wu Shaochen said, pulling out a random teleportation scroll. He didn't want to be caught in the crossfire and risk being obliterated. Seeing Wu Shaochen disappear, the elders frowned but couldn't stop him. They knew he'd return to Jinling City eventually. Their priority was dealing with the demoness. A fierce battle quickly erupted. Meanwhile, Wu Shaochen, in an unfamiliar environment, didn't dare move and used a return scroll immediately. If not for the 10-second cast time, he would have used it instead of the random teleportation scroll. Back in Jinling City, Wu Shaochen took out the life spring water. After some hesitation, he decided not to use it himself. He had an immortal body, and using it would be a waste. He decided to give it to Wu Ziyin, a healer with low health, making it more useful. Placing the life spring water back in his backpack, Wu Shaochen thought, this nether spirit fruit business must be exposed by now. I might face a citywide manhunt. Those elders seemed pretty serious. He sighed, praying silently. I hope that woman is strong enough to take out those elders. If she does, no one will know about this. Best case, they all perish, so she won't come after me. For some reason, Wu Shaochen felt there was unfinished business between him and the mysterious demoness. This thought made him uneasy, but he quickly suppressed it, focusing on his current situation. After a quick resupply in Jinling City, Wu Shaochen decided to leave temporarily to avoid any trouble. Just as he was about to head out, a private message popped up. Longyu, are you busy? Chinfeng, not really. What's up? Longyu, found a hidden map. Interested? Wu Shaochen's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, you found a hidden map and aren't exploring it yourselves? Why tell me? Longyu, we tried, but everyone died. The monsters inside are all level 30 elites, and we can't handle them. This piqued Wu Shaochen's interest. Hidden maps usually have bosses with high drop rates. He recalled his previous experience in the main hall. Although he was beaten badly, the rewards were exhilarating, especially the nether pearl, which had been incredibly useful to him. How do we split the loot? Wu Shaochen asked directly, one of the reasons he disliked teaming up. Longyu replied, 50-50 split, okay? We discovered the map, and will provide a priest and a shield knight. After a moment of thought, Wu Shaochen proposed, 50-50 for regular monsters is fine. If there's a boss, I get to pick 3 items first, and then we split the rest 50-50. Also, no more than 3 additional people besides you. Level 30 elite monsters wouldn't be much help to them, and he figured he'd have to do most of the work. However, since they had found the map, a 50-50 split was acceptable, but he insisted on picking the boss loot first. Meanwhile, in a secluded valley, Long Yu hesitated after seeing Wu Shaoqin's reply. The priestess next to her immediately objected. Long Yu, this isn't fair. We'd be losing out. We don't need him. We can take our time clearing it ourselves since only we know about this place. Long Yu calmly analyzed. We can't even break through the first wave of monsters. Who knows how long it will take to clear the entire map? And there's no guarantee that the information won't leak out. Lung Feng chimed in. Sis, I support bringing in Qin Feng. Everyone in the guild knows about this, and who knows if someone might spill the beans. If the word gets out, we might not even get a chance. Also, if there's a big boss, we can't handle it with our current strength. We'll need Qin Feng. If he can kill the boss, we'll just be picking up the pieces. What's there to hesitate about? Lung Yu nodded and sent a message to Wu Shaoqin. All right, let's do it your way. She then sent the location details. After checking the location, Wu Shaoqin saw it was in a valley to the west, about 10 kilometers away. He immediately set off. Upon reaching the valley, Wu Shaoqin noticed several Long Yu Pavilion members leveling up. A sunny and handsome young man excitedly approached. Qin Feng, you made it. I'm Lung Feng. My sister asked me to wait for you here. Yeah, lead the way. Wu Shaoqin replied curtly. Lung Feng enthusiastically guided Wu Shaoqin deeper into the valley. They reached the innermost part, where Long Yu stood by a stone wall, accompanied by 2 girls, a priest and a mage. Is the hidden map here? Wu Shaoqin asked directly. Lung Yu nodded and explained. Our guild has been leveling here. This morning, a member accidentally touched this stone wall and disappeared, only to reappear dead back in Jinling City. After he told me about the situation inside, we organized several groups to enter, but none lasted long before dying. The monsters inside are at least level 30 elites, and there are many of them. Wu Shaoqin scrutinized the stone wall, noting how seamlessly it blended with the mountain, discovering it was a stroke of luck. What's the situation inside? Wu Shaoqin continued to inquire. It's beautiful, like a peach blossom forest, with level 30 butterfly demons, Long Yu replied. Can't too many people enter at once? Right, a maximum of 20 people. Exceeding that number won't allow entry. If someone dies inside, they can re-enter. Wu Shaoqin nodded. All right, let's go in. Have you chosen the team? Lung Yu pointed to the 3 beside her. It's just us 4. Are you sure you don't want more people? More people to act as cannon fodder? Wu Shaoqin said bluntly. If not for the potential awkwardness of being alone with Lung Yu, he wouldn't have wanted anyone else. Why are you so rude? The priestess couldn't help but complain. Lung Yu quickly pulled her back and said to Wu Shaoqin. Fine, as you said. They quickly formed a party. Wu Shaoqin glanced at the team composition. Lung Yu, a level 24 archer, Lung Feng, a level 24 shield knight. The other 2 girls, a level 23 mage and a level 23 priest. In the current rankings, Wu Shaoqin was at the top at level 30, with the next 4 being level 26, and the rest at level 25. Level 24 was definitely among the top players, and the 2 level 23s were stronger than most. Once the team was set, Lung Yu led the way towards the stone wall, with the others following closely behind, soon disappearing from sight. Wu Shaoqin thought to himself, an illusion, and followed them in. The scene changed instantly, and Wu Shaoqin found himself in a peach blossom forest. Everywhere he looked, there were blooming pink peach blossoms, with petals carpeting the ground, a mesmerizing sight. Beautiful scenery, Wu Shaoqin couldn't help but admire. Yeah, it's pretty, but it's a death trap, Lung Yu responded matter-of-factly. Wu Shaoqin inwardly thought, this woman has no sense of romance. The group cautiously advanced. Before long, a swarm of giant butterflies flew toward them, at least 20 of them. Watch out. Lung Feng, tank them. Ting Ting, keep an eye on Lung Feng's health. Stao Yu, use Ice Burst to slow them down. Lung Yu commanded efficiently, drawing a silverdeer bow in preparation for battle. Wu Shaoqin shrugged, feeling like he had nothing to do. He observed the butterflies closely and found that they were actually small, girl-like creatures with butterfly wings, roughly the size of 8 or 9-year-old girls. Wu Shaoqin used his insight skill. Butterfly Demon Elite. Level 30. Health 180,000. Magic Attack 2,100. Physical Defense 750. Magic Defense 800. Movement Speed 650. Skill 1. Wind Blade. Flaps its wings to create a wind blade that flies forward, dealing 120 magic damage to the target. Cooldown 3 seconds. Skill 2. Group Wind Blade. Summons a large number of wind blades, dealing damage to all targets in front. Each wind blade deals 120 magic damage. Cooldown 1 minute. Skill 3, Whirling Gale. Summons a gust of wind, dealing 170 magic damage to targets in its path and knocking them back. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Seeing the attributes of the butterfly demon, Wu Shaochen finally understood why their team was always wiped out. These monsters were far stronger than they had imagined, completely beyond their ability to handle. He shook his head and said to the group, "Step back. You can't handle these monsters. Don't look down on us." The priestess, Ting Ting, retorted indignantly. Wu Shaochen rolled his eyes, his tone tinged with exasperation. "Don't you check the attributes? Each of these monsters can wipe you out with one group attack. We've been wiped out multiple times. Haven't you learned anything?" Ting Ting wanted to argue, but Long Yu pulled her back and asked worriedly, "Can you handle them alone? These monsters do a lot of damage. If I can't handle them, we might as well give up now." "This is just the first wave," Wu Shaochen replied. Then he turned to the priestess and asked, "Do you have a holy light shield? Or any buff skills?" Ting Ting huffed but still cast 2 spells on Wu Shaochen. The system notifications rang out. Ding. Defense increased by 20. Attack increased by 20. Duration 1 minute. Ding. Damage reduction increased by 10. Duration 1 minute. "Not bad," Wu Shaochen commented. Of course, Ting Ting was about to boast, but Wu Shaochen had already charged forward. For Wu Shaochen, these butterfly demons posed no threat. With the priest's buffs, his magic defense exceeded 1900, and with 50 damage reduction, the butterfly demon's attacks were like tickles to him. In contrast, his poison damage was lethal to them. With various speed-boosting skills, he slashed 6 times per second, instantly stacking 6 layers of poison on each butterfly demon, which died within 10 seconds. He wiped out 20 butterfly demons in under a minute. The scene left the group behind him stunned. They had entered twice before and had been wiped out each time by this swarm of butterfly demons, not managing to kill even one. Yet, these terrifying monsters were like lambs to the slaughter in front of Wu Shaochen, who dispatched them effortlessly. "Brother Chunfeng, you're amazing." Lung Feng ran up to him excitedly. Ting Ting, too, looked as if she'd seen a ghost and murmured, "Is he really that strong?" "All right, tidy up and let's keep moving," Wu Shaochen said calmly. "Got it." Lung Feng happily ran to collect the loot. Soon, he shouted in surprise, "Wow, it's a silver piece of equipment." The others were immediately drawn to him. Wu Shaochen wasn't surprised. The Tomb Guardians in the main hall were also level 30 elite monsters and dropped silver equipment. It made sense for the butterfly demons to drop silver equipment as well. Lung Feng quickly picked up all the loot, not leaving even a single copper coin. From 20 butterfly demons, they got 1 silver item, 2 bronze items, and over 60 silver coins, a pretty good drop rate. Each butterfly demon provided 5,000 experience points, split among 5 people, giving each 1,000 experience points. 20 monsters meant a total of 20,000 experience points, making the group very excited. "Brother Chinfeng, how should we distribute the equipment?" Lung Feng asked Wu Shaochen. "You keep it for now. Use whatever you need, and we'll divide the rest when we get out," Wu Shaochen replied indifferently. These items no longer interested him much, and since he couldn't access the auction house here, his backpack would soon fill up. It was better to let them hold on to the items. "Okay," Lung Feng responded excitedly. These items might not mean much to Wu Shaochen, but they were top tier for the rest of the group. Level 30 silver equipment was rare even in their guild. Lung Yu felt somewhat awkward. They hadn't contributed at all but had taken half of the loot, which made her feel uneasy. After distributing the equipment, Wu Shaochen led the way forward. Every so often, they encountered another group of butterfly demons, which he easily crushed. For the entire journey, Long Yu's group's only role was to pick up loot, with the priest occasionally casting buffs and healing. This made Long Yu even more embarrassed, and she hesitated several times before speaking. "Sis, you seem off." Lung Feng noticed her discomfort and asked quietly. Lung Yu sighed. "Don't you think we're just dead weight? We haven't been any help at all, and it feels unfair to take half the loot." "True, but at least we discovered the map. Besides, he doesn't seem to care about the loot from these small monsters. We can skip taking anything from the bosses later," Lung Feng reassured her. Lung Yu nodded, "All right." After over half an hour, Wu Shaochen had killed 20 waves of butterfly demons. The 400,000 experience points nearly leveled up everyone in the group. Wu Shaochen himself had leveled up to 31 after the 3rd wave, so the subsequent monsters didn't trigger his immortal body. Each level after 30 increased his health by 120, mana by 60, and gave 30 free attribute points and 8 agility points, which he decided to save for now. Finally, they reached the deepest part of the peach blossom forest, where they encountered a butterfly demon several times larger than the others. The earlier ones looked like little girls, but this one was a young woman, around 18 or 19, with a slender figure barely covered by a leaf, making the 2 men in the group blush. "Ugh, shameless," Ting Ting muttered in disdain. Wu Shaochen glanced at her and teased, "Jealous? Are we? Jealous? With my natural gifts, Why would I be jealous of a butterfly demon? Tingting retorted, puffing out her chest. Wu Shaochen looked at her chest, then at the approaching butterfly demon, and shook his head. No comparison. You. Tingting almost lost her temper, but Xiao Yu quickly held her back. Wu Shaochen didn't bother teasing her further as the butterfly demon was already upon them. He quickly cast an insight spell. Butterfly Fairy. Gold Boss. Level 30. HP 1,700,000. Magic Attack 5,000. Physical Defense 1,600. Magic Defense 1,800. Movement Speed 800. Skills: Wind Blade, Group Blade, Howling Gale. Skill 4. Tornado. Creates a tornado with her wings, dealing 120 magic damage per second and slowing targets by 30 in a 10 by 10 area in front of her for 10 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Step back, priest. Buff me, Wu Shaochen said briefly before charging in. A gold boss was no longer a significant threat to him. The butterfly fairy immediately cast Tornado in front of Wu Shaochen, but he teleported behind her and began attacking mercilessly. He had once spent a day or two preparing to fight a tiger, but now he could face gold bosses Heaton without needing to kite them. The butterfly fairy's skills, except for Wind Blade, were not homing. With over 1,000 agility, Wu Shaochen easily dodged them, and if he couldn't, he had his void and evasion skills. Even if he took a hit, it didn't matter. With the priest healing him and the healing effect from his nether pearl, he had no fear of dying. The poor butterfly fairy was defeated in under 2 minutes, leaving the group behind him in shock. If I saw correctly, that was a gold boss, right? Lung Feng swallowed hard, unable to believe his eyes. You saw right. It was a gold boss, and it went down in less than 2 minutes. Tingting was equally stunned. Lung Yu was at a loss for words. Their guild had never taken down a gold boss, and yet one had just been defeated before her eyes in less than 2 minutes. The disparity was overwhelming. Wu Shaochen carefully inspected the loot dropped by the boss and selected a skill scroll, a spirit fruit, and a golden ring. Turning to Lung Feng, he said, "You take care of the rest. We'll divide it later." He planned to keep the spirit fruit and golden ring for Wu Ziyin, while the skill scroll was for his own use. In addition, there was a piece of golden equipment, 3 silver items, 5 bronze items, and a wind blade skill book. The boss had dropped 200,000 experience points, which were evenly split among the 5 players, giving each 40,000. At that moment, Long Feng approached with a hesitant expression. "Brother Chun Feng, to be honest, we didn't really contribute much in this fight. My sister and I discussed it, and we've decided that we'll only take the gear from regular monsters. You can have all the boss drops. We won't take any part of it." Wu Shaochen was surprised by Lung Feng's words. He hadn't expected the siblings to resist such temptation. The loot distribution was something they had agreed upon beforehand, and even if nothing was said, Wu Shaochen wouldn't have blamed them. He had anticipated this outcome, knowing that his abilities far surpassed those of other players, making it difficult for anyone to contribute significantly in a team with him. He could single-handedly serve multiple roles: tank, damage dealer, and healer. Lung Feng and his sisters offer to forego the boss loot increased Wu Shaochen's respect for them. The boss drops were the most valuable, and maintaining a guild was no easy task. Their ability to resist such temptation was truly commendable. After a moment's thought, Wu Shaochen said, "Let's stick to our original agreement for the earlier boss fights. If we encounter any dark gold boss in the future, I'll get first pick of the loot, and the rest will be evenly distributed." How does that sound? Lung Feng seemed a bit embarrassed and wanted to say something, but Wu Shaochen cut him off, saying, "It's settled then?" With that, he continued to move forward. "Thank you, Brother Chun Feng." Lung Feng choked out from behind. He and his sister were not well off, and running the guild was a struggle. His sister was determined to make a name for herself in the game, and as her brother, he could only do his best to support her. Lung Yu, too, looked at Wu Shaochen's retreating figure and silently whispered, "Thank you." After passing through a peach blossom forest, they emerged into a stunning sea of flowers. Various colorful blooms were in full bloom, creating a breathtaking scene. The girls were instantly excited. Even the usually reserved Lung Yu smiled. Wu Shaochen led the group cautiously into the flower field. Suddenly, a scream came from behind. Wu Shaochen quickly turned around to see the mage Xiao Yu entangled by a thick vine, her health dropping by 2,000 points per second. Tingting immediately began healing her, and everyone realized that a giant flower had appeared among the blossoms. The flower resembled a massive sunflower, but its center was a human face. 2 vines, like arms, tightly wrapped around Xiao Yu. Lung Yu and Lung Feng reacted quickly. Lung Yu stunned the giant flower with an arrow, freeing Xiao Yu, while Lung Feng used a taunt skill to draw the flower's aggro. Wu Shaochen quickly used his insight skill and shouted, "Fall back! Why are you attacking without checking its stats?" Flower Demon Elite. Level 35. HP 300,000. Magic Attack 2,800. Physical Defense 1,000. Magic Defense 1,100. Movement speed, 10. Skill 1. Toxic pollen. Releases pollen, dealing 120 magic damage per second to all targets in contact for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Skill 2. Entangle. Uses vines to entangle a target, dealing 2000 fixed damage per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. The three quickly retreated, but it was too late. Lung Feng and Xiaoyu, being closer, were hit by the pollen and lost over 2000 health per second. Tingting couldn't keep up with the healing, and despite their continuous potion use, it was futile. Especially for Xiaoyu. As Tingting focused on healing her, she couldn't spare attention for Lung Feng. Healing skills had cooldowns, and as the two were about to fall, Wu Shaochen sighed and restored their health instantly. Lung Feng had 10,000 HP and Xiaoyu over 6,000, but this cost Wu Shaochen over 100 points of nether power. He felt a pang of regret. He had accumulated only around 800 points of this power, having used over 300 in the killing fields and slowly regaining it through monster hunting. Using over 100 points in one go was painful. The others were stunned. High damage and strong defense were one thing, but a rogue who could also heal better than a priest was excessive. Stop daydreaming and use potions to heal up, Wu Shaochen reminded them. Fortunately, the pollen effect only lasted for 10 seconds. If it lasted as long as his poison, they would have been forced to return to town. Thanks to Wu Shaochen's intervention, their levels were saved. He then killed the flower demon, though he was concerned about the pollen. It was invisible and hard to avoid, and he wondered if multiple pollen effects would stack. If they did, even he couldn't withstand it. After some thought, Wu Shaochen said to the group, "I'll take the lead. Stay back. These flower demons are hidden among the blossoms, and we don't know when they'll appear." "Got it," the group replied, understanding they were more of a burden in this situation. As they moved forward, Wu Shaochen led the way, deliberately trampling the flowers to create a wide path for his companions, minimizing their risk. Bringing along these tag-alongs is such a hassle, Wu Shaochen muttered to himself. Lung Feng, watching him, couldn't help but say to his sister, "Sis, who's the tank here, me or him? A rogue tanking better than a shield bearer?" Lung Yu shook her head. "His stats are just too strong. It's incomparable." "Exactly," Tingting added. "He's a freak, healing better than me." As Wu Shaochen progressed, he quickly dispatched the flower demons he encountered. The further they went, the more flower demons appeared. Fortunately, the pollen damage didn't stack. It only refreshed the duration. This meant Wu Shaochen faced no pressure, as his magic defense and damage reduction lowered the pollen damage to around 1,000 points, which balanced with his nether orb's healing. He only needed to avoid the entangle skill. Wu Shaochen continued clearing the way without pause, while Lung Yu and the others collected gear and coins. Thanks to Wu Shaochen's thorough clearing, the group faced no significant danger. After half an hour, Wu Shaochen had killed 200 flower demons and reached the end of the flower field. The level 35 flower demons could have helped Wu Shaochen grind talents, but after his level up, they only added to his immortal body. This increased by 200 points. Each flower demon gave 10,000 experience, split among the 5, so each got 2,000. The 200 flower demons brought 40,000 experience each, pushing everyone except Wu Shaochen halfway to their next level. Ahead, an unusual sight greeted them. A woman was rooted to the ground, her body resembling a normal woman's, but extraordinarily beautiful. Flower vines grew from her back, and colorful flowers adorned her head. Her long, slender legs ended in roots embedded in the ground, and she wore only leaves to cover her modesty. She looked around 20, with a fuller figure than the previous butterfly spirit, making Wu Shaochen feel a bit flustered. Lung Feng blushed, and the girls had mixed expressions. "What's with this design? How did it pass approval?" Tingting remarked. "It's a perk, to make fighting more enjoyable." "You wouldn't understand," Wu Shaochen explained. "Humph, man." Tingting snorted, saying no more. Wu Shaochen quickly used insight to check the creature's stats. Flower Fairy Gold Boss. Level, 35. HP, 2,500,000. Magic Attack, 5,600. Physical Defense, 2,000. Magic Defense, 2,200. Movement Speed, 50. Skills, 1. Toxic Pollen. 2. Entangle. 3. Charm. Charms a target, making them lose control and become subject to the Flower Fairy's will. Lasts 5 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. 4. Evade. When HP drops below 30, the Flower Fairy burrows underground, becoming invulnerable and regenerating 5 HP per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Wu Shaochen scrutinized the Flower Fairy's abilities, then turned to his companions with a serious expression. "You'd better keep your distance. If I get controlled, you'll all be in danger." He frowned and explained. "The Flower Fairy's charm ability is quite troublesome. It's invisible and hard to evade. If I get controlled, I can only counter it with Void, but Void's cooldown is much longer than the charm. If I get controlled when Void is on cooldown, I might end up attacking you. Lung Yu and Long Feng, both level 25 players who could see the boss's attributes, immediately realized the severity of the situation. They quickly led the others to retreat, fully aware that Qin Feng was more fearsome than the boss. After ensuring his companions were at a safe distance, Wu Shaochen activated stealth and approached the flower fairy. However, he was exposed by the pollen as soon as he got close. With no other option, he activated speed burst to continue advancing, but he was controlled just before reaching the target. Wu Shaochen didn't immediately use void. Instead, he observed the situation. Thankfully, while the flower fairy used her charm, she couldn't simultaneously use her entangling vines, giving him some relief. During the 5 seconds of control, Wu Shaochen was forced to circle around the flower fairy, absorbing pollen. Once the charm wore off, he swiftly approached, deftly dodged the entangling vines, and launched a fierce attack on the flower fairy's voluptuous form. After stacking 6 layers of poison, he quickly retreated. Despite the high magic defense and damage reduction, the flower fairy's toxic pollen still inflicted over 3,000 damage per second on Wu Shaochen. Fortunately, the nether pearl regenerated over 1,000 health per second, allowing him to barely hold on. After 3 rounds of poison attacks, the flower fairy finally fell. Lung Yu and the others approached, sharing 50,000 experience points each. Wu Shaochen examined the loot: a pair of golden greaves, a bottle of refinement potion, and a charm scroll. He carefully inspected the attributes of the 100 flowers greaves and found them significantly better than his current Linlang greaves, so he immediately equipped them. The charm scroll's effects impressed him, and he stashed it in his backpack. The remaining items were handed to Long Feng for safekeeping and future distribution. Long Feng couldn't hide his excitement. In just over an hour, they had amassed more loot than in several previous days combined, filling their backpacks to the brim. Such a bounty was almost unimaginable in the realm of Shunyu. After dealing with the flower fairy, the group left the flower field and entered a tranquil grove. Not far in, a pack of large, two-tailed foxes suddenly charged out of the woods, blocking their path. Wu Shaochen immediately used insight to check their attributes. Retreat. Wu Shaochen ordered decisively. These twin-tailed foxes could inflict damage that ignored defense and had a stun effect lasting up to 3 seconds, posing a significant threat even to him. However, with a speed of 800, the foxes were far faster than Long Yu and the others, making escape impossible. Reluctantly, Wu Shaochen positioned himself in front of his companions. Status. Wu Shaochen called out to Ting Ting while activating his shield skill, adding a shield with over 8,000 health to himself. He decisively used a skill scroll to enhance the void skill to its highest level. At that moment, the twin-tailed foxes were upon them, launching various attacks at Wu Shaochen. He activated void just in time, evading all damage and charging into the midst of the foxes. 3 seconds later, as the void state ended, Wu Shaochen immediately began his frenzied poisoning mode, poisoning all 20 foxes within a little over 10 seconds. During this time, he endured numerous soul impacts, barely holding on thanks to the life regeneration from his greaves and the nether pearl. After poisoning the foxes, Wu Shaochen blinked away to create distance and entered stealth mode. Watching the foxes suffer from the poison, he messaged Lung Yu and the others to come and share the experience. Although they couldn't help in the fight, Wu Shaochen was true to his word, ensuring they gained the experience. When the foxes finally fell, each person received 80,000 experience points, and Wu Shaochen's talent increased by 20 points. After directing his companions to collect the gear, Wu Shaochen proceeded alone, instructing them to follow at a slower pace. After fending off 5 waves of twin-tailed foxes, they finally reached a picturesque valley at the end of a narrow path. The valley was lush with flowers and plants, and a bubbling brook added to its serene beauty. Stay alert, Wu Shaochen cautioned as he led the group into the valley. Soon, they spotted a beautiful woman standing ahead, staring at them with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Despite her graceful attire and stunning appearance, the 3 tails on her back revealed her true identity. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Shaochen quickly used insight to check her attributes. Qin Feng faced the dark gold boss, and Long Yu couldn't help but show a worried expression. She knew all too well that each boss had different attributes. Even though Qin Feng had defeated dark gold bosses before, it didn't guarantee he could handle this unknown formidable enemy. Wu Shaochen said in a deep voice, "You all should step back. This boss is much tougher than the ones in the killing field. Its attacks ignore defense entirely, and that illusion skillet's something I've never encountered before, so I'm not confident." As Long Yu and the others prepared to retreat, the 3-tailed fox demon suddenly smirked evilly. With a wave of her hand, the scenery before their eyes changed instantly, making it seem as though they had left the valley. Each person saw a different scene. Wu Shaochen found himself in an antique room draped with festive red silk. In the center was a large red bed, and a seductive woman lay on it, scantily clad, beckoning him with a flirtatious smile. Damn, who can resist this? Wu Shaochen quickly covered his nose, fearing something might start dripping out. He muttered to himself, "Is this the illusion? Mainframe, you really know how to play." Looking at the woman's stunning beauty, graceful figure, and alluring posture, Wu Shaochen felt an urge to pounce on her like a werewolf. He sighed internally. If only this weren't an illusion. Fortunately, he remembered he was in a game and managed to keep a sliver of clarity. Suddenly, Wu Shaochen felt a sharp pain, and a damage number over 10,000 floated above his head. Despite being attacked, he remained trapped in the illusion. Shit, this is tricky, Wu Shaochen thought. If this keeps up, she can hit me, but I can't hit her. There must be a way to break this illusion, or I'll be down in no time. He looked around but found no flaws in the room. The only possible breakthrough was the woman on the bed. Picking up his dagger, he resolutely walked toward her. Just then, the fox demon attacked again. Wu Shaochen lost over 9,000 health and was stunned for 3 seconds. Soul capture, he thought, then activated his void state to continue his advance. With a cooldown of just 2 minutes, matching the enemy's soul capture, there was no need to hold back. When he reached the woman, his void state hadn't ended yet, preventing him from attacking. The close-up view of her perfect face and glimpses of her fair skin made his blood boil. As the void state ended, Wu Shaochen found himself unable to strike. His hand, holding the dagger, seemed paralyzed by an invisible force. Damn it, it's not that I'm a pervert. This illusion must have some mental suggestion. Wu Shaochen tried to justify himself. Another attack hit him, taking over 5,000 health, and he steeled himself, finally stabbing the woman in the chest. The moment the dagger pierced her, the scene before Wu Shaochen changed abruptly. He was back in the valley, and the fox demon stood not far away, while Lung Yu and the others lay defeated on the ground. Well, there's nothing I can do. I can barely protect myself, Wu Shaochen muttered. At least they leveled up twice and only lost 1 level. Plus, we collected so much gear. He quickly gathered the fallen equipment. Seeing the fox demon preparing to attack again, Wu Shaochen used his blink skill to teleport behind her. A quick strike stunned her, followed by relentless poisoning. The most annoying thing about her is that illusion skill. Other than that, I'm not afraid of her, Wu Shaochen thought. Luckily, it has a 5-minute cooldown. To avoid that wicked illusion again, I need to finish her off within 5 minutes. Wu Shaochen began his frenzied assault on the dark gold boss. His poison dealt 2,500 damage per second, and with 6 layers of poison, he could inflict 900,000 damage per minute. Adding his attack damage, defeating her in 5 minutes was feasible. The only tricky part was the fox demon's soul impact, an unavoidable and invisible attack that dealt over 5,000 damage each time. Fortunately, the skill had a 3-second cooldown, and Wu Shaochen's current health was 29,491. His nether pearl restored 1,474 health per second, recovering over 4,400 health every 3 seconds, just enough to withstand the hits. When the fox demon used soul capture again, Wu Shaochen dodged with Shadow 7 slash. Her soul capture was countered by his void state. After more than 4 minutes of intense battle, Wu Shaochen finally defeated the beautiful fox demon. The system notification sounded. Ding, congratulations on killing the dark gold boss 3-tailed fox demon, earning 2,000 reputation points and 500,000 experience points. As the fox demon fell, a pile of equipment and items scattered around. Wu Shaochen rubbed his hands excitedly. This was his first time defeating a dark gold boss that dropped equipment. He quickly collected everything and began examining the loot. The spoils included 2 dark gold items, 3 gold items, 5 silver items, 1 skill scroll, 1 illusion scroll, 1 intelligence fruit, 1 skill book, 1 special potion, and a familiar-looking crystal. Wu Shaochen first checked the 2 dark gold items, a bracelet for mages and priests, and a universal helmet. Good, at least 1 piece I can use, Wu Shaochen sighed in relief. Considering it was a magic-based monster, getting gear he could use was fortunate. Fox helmet level 40 dark gold. Health 2,500, mana 2,000. Physical defense 120, magic defense 130. Critical resistance 20. Bonus attributes: Constitution 40, Spirit 40, Root Bone 40, Intelligence 40. Bonus skill: reduces mana consumption by 30 when using skills. Requirement: all classes. Honestly, this gear is more suited for Wu Ziyin, Wu Shaochen thought. But since it's universal, he'll use it first. The bonus skill is a bit underwhelming and might conflict with Wu Ziyin's talents. After equipping the fox helmet, Wu Shaochen's health finally broke the 30,000 mark, reaching 31,608. His physical defense increased to 1,855, and magic defense to 1,745. Of the 3 gold items, Wu Shaochen couldn't use any, but Wu Ziyin could use 2. He planned to auction off the remaining 1. As for the silver items, he decided to distribute them to the others later, not wanting to be too selfish. Next, Wu Shaochen focused on the skill scroll. Since his void skill couldn't be upgraded further, he was most interested in the shadow clone skill. Without hesitation, he used the scroll. System notification. Ding. Skill Shadow Clone upgraded successfully. Shadow Clone upgraded. Consumes 300 mana. Summons an indistinguishable clone. Clone has 60 of the caster's attributes, can attack, but cannot use skills. Caster and clone can swap positions, with a 10-second cooldown between swaps. Clone disappears if killed or after 3 minutes, with a 5-minute cooldown. Not bad. Wu Shaochen nodded in satisfaction. The attributes increased by 10, and the duration extended by a minute. At this rate, reaching the top level should allow it to last for 5 minutes, matching the cooldown time. Then, he could keep it summoned continuously. The remaining illusion scroll had a similar effect to the three-tailed fox's skill, creating an illusion that lasted for 10 minutes. Wu Shaochen recalled the nauseating feeling the illusions caused, but he still found the scroll quite appealing. He casually put away a skill book named Soul Hook, a top-tier mage skill that ignored defenses and had strong crowd control. He planned to ask Xuer about its price later, as she came from a wealthy family. If the price was right, selling it to her directly would save him the transaction fee. Next, Wu Shaochen picked up a special potion, his face showing a strange expression. Foxblood could enhance charm and delay aging. He muttered to himself, charm points do exist in the game, and higher charm makes it easier to gain NPC favor. But delaying aging? That sounds like a scam. Shaking his head, he put the potion away, thinking it might fetch a good price. Finally, there was a crystal stone left. Wu Shaochen had a hunch about it. As expected, when he took it out, it was labeled as damaged source crystal, unknown item. He examined it closely for a while but couldn't figure it out, so he took out another similar crystal from his backpack. Suddenly, the two crystals emitted a white light, flew out of his hands, and merged before falling back into his palm. Upon inspection, he found that aside from being slightly larger and shinier, it was still labeled as a damaged source crystal. He thought to himself, I'll keep it for now. Its use will become clear eventually. After handling all the items, Wu Shaochen looked around. After defeating the three-tailed fox, a light circle appeared in the valley, indicating the exit and confirming that the fox was the final boss of the map. He walked around the valley but found nothing else of interest, so he stepped into the light circle and left. As soon as Wu Shaochen left, the scenery within the map quickly changed. The peach forest, flower fields, and valley vanished in an instant, leaving the entire map in a void. He found himself back at the stone wall where he had entered the map and noticed that his private messages were flashing. Opening them, he saw messages from Long Yu and Chen Feng. Sorry, we all died. This boss is too strong. Can we even defeat it? If not, let's give up. Wu Shaochen replied directly, I'm at the map entrance. Come over here. Half an hour later, Long Yu and her group finally arrived. Long Yu, looking a bit embarrassed, said, Sorry for holding you back. Long Feng, looking frustrated, added, That boss was too annoying. I died before I could even figure out what was happening. The other two nodded in agreement, having been instantly killed by the boss's illusions. Curious? Long Feng asked. Chen Feng, did you manage to kill the boss? Wu Shaochen nodded and took out the equipment they had dropped upon death, as well as a few silver items dropped by the boss. I kept the other items from the boss. Let's divide these. Long Feng quickly refused. Chen Feng, we can't take the boss's equipment. We've already gotten enough. Wu Shaochen shrugged. No worries. I took the good stuff. These are just some silver items. Let's just split them. Long Feng was speechless, thinking, what do you mean just silver items? Don't you know any one of these pieces is better than what we have? Seeing Wu Shaochen's nonchalant attitude, Long Feng finally accepted the items. The group took out all the equipment from their backpacks and were shocked by the haul. Besides what Wu Shaochen had taken, there were still 2 pieces of gold equipment, 36 pieces of silver, and 72 pieces of bronze, ranging from level 30 to 40. Wu Shaochen mentally calculated and found that they hadn't kept anything to themselves. They had brought out everything. Although he hadn't picked up any equipment himself, he had a rough idea of the quantity. He thought to himself, these people are quite honest. It was worth bringing them along to clear the map. While they knew they had picked up a lot of equipment, seeing it all laid out was still eye-opening. Long Feng asked in disbelief, Chen Feng, do you have high luck? The drop rate is insane. Ting Ting added, yeah, even with a hidden map's drop rate bonus, this is a lot. Wu Shaochen, puzzled, replied, about 10 points. Isn't this drop rate normal? Long Feng retorted, definitely not. Otherwise, why would equipment be so expensive? We usually have to kill hundreds of mobs to get one black iron item. Ting Ting cut in. Alright, stop complaining. He has over 10 luck points. You only have 3. Let's focus on dividing the equipment. Hearing about dividing the loot, everyone became excited. Long Yu stepped forward. Chen Feng, to be honest, we were more of a burden and didn't help much. A 50-50 split isn't fair to you. You should pick first. Just leave us a bit. Wu Shaochen waved her off. No need. Let's just split it randomly. He casually divided the items into two piles, picked one for himself, and started listing them in the auction house since his backpack was full. Ting Ting was exasperated. That's so casual. Lung Yu looked at Wu Shaochen, her voice unusually soft. Chen Feng, thank you. Wu Shaochen replied calmly. No need to thank me. We agreed on this. After about 10 minutes, they finally sorted out all the equipment, netting 2.68 million. This run was definitely profitable. Besides the money from selling equipment, he had also gained a bunch of good items. Without Lung Yu and her group, he wouldn't have gotten all these. So even though they hadn't been much help in the map, he wouldn't shortchange them on their share of the loot. After finishing with the equipment, Wu Shaochen saw Lung Yu and the others still excitedly dividing the loot. He said to Lung Yu, I'm heading out. You guys take your time. Lung Feng, a bit reluctant, asked, Chen Feng, are you leaving? Wu Shaochen nodded. Yeah, we're done here. Call me if something like this comes up again. He thought to himself, these people are decent. Lung Yu replied, all right, thank you, Chen Feng. Wu Shaochen smiled. You've thanked me enough. There's no need. It's just cooperation. Without your map, I wouldn't have gotten all this stuff. With that, he bid them farewell and left the valley. Watching Chen Feng leave, Lung Feng said to Lung Yu, Sis, Chen Feng is a really good guy. Lung Yu nodded, yeah. Lung Feng joked, so, sis, have you thought about it? Lung Yu, puzzled, asked, thought about what? Lung Feng laughed, getting me a brother-in-law. Lung Yu smacked Lung Feng on the head. You looking for a beating? Lung Feng laughed and dodged, haha, just kidding. After leaving the valley, Wu Shaochen found a safe spot and logged off. It was already noon. He took off his helmet and hurried downstairs for lunch. Just as he was about to log back in, his phone rang. It was a call from Song Qingya, the sales representative. Mr. Wu, your house paperwork is all set. When would you like to move in? Song Qingya's voice came through the phone. The news instantly excited Wu Shaochen. Finally, he could move into his own villa. He quickly replied, I'll head over right away. Please wait for me there. After hanging up, Wu Shaochen began packing his belongings. There wasn't much in his rental apartment, mostly the landlord's stuff. He just needed to pack some clothes, toiletries, and his gaming helmet. Soon, he had everything he owned packed into a single suitcase. Before leaving, Wu Shaochen called the landlord to settle the utility bills. When the landlord mentioned cleaning the place to get his deposit back, Wu Shaochen generously replied, keep the deposit as a cleaning fee. With that, he pulled his suitcase and left. After all, for someone who had just become a millionaire, the deposit was nothing. He took a taxi to the villa community gate, where Song Qingya was already waiting. She held a folder and, seeing Wu Shaochen get out of the taxi with just a shabby suitcase, was a bit puzzled. But as a professional sales consultant, she knew better than to ask unnecessary questions. After handing over all the documents and keys, Song Qingya left. Wu Shaochen excitedly walked into his new home. The small villa, although only 160 square meters, was a dramatic upgrade for him. The ground floor had a spacious living room with a comfortable sofa and a big screen TV. To the left was the dining room and kitchen, and to the right, a study and bathroom. Beyond the living room was a large balcony with a great view. The second floor had 4 bedrooms, with the master bedroom being bright and spacious. Moving from a cheap rental to a villa was a monumental change for Wu Shaochen. Standing in the master bedroom, Wu Shaochen nodded in satisfaction. He immediately called the official Oracle hotline and ordered a top-tier gaming pod for 1,000,000 yuan. The bedroom was more than large enough to accommodate it. While waiting for the gaming pod to be delivered, Wu Shaochen took a walk around the community to familiarize himself with the surroundings and bought some daily necessities. An hour later, the gaming pod arrived and was installed. Eager to try it out, Wu Shaochen reclined in the gaming pod, finally free from the discomfort of the helmet. Switching devices was straightforward. The system automatically recognized his information, requiring only a confirmation to rebind. Re-entering the game, Wu Shaochen found himself in the same spot he had logged off. He studied the map and decided to head west. Suddenly, a shadow blocked his path. Looking closely, Wu Shaochen was horrified. Standing before him was Zio, the one who had haunted his nightmares. How are you still alive? Zio asked coldly, her voice sounding unusually weak. Wu Shaochen stammered, I thought we were even? Why are you looking for me again? No, you still owe me a favor, Zio said calmly. When did I owe you a favor? Wu Shaochen asked in surprise. Zio explained playfully. Those 4 old guys you were worried about? I killed them. You don't have to worry about being hunted for collaborating with the demon clan anymore. So, don't you think you owe me? Wu Shaochen couldn't help but retort, come on. I was being hunted because of you. No, because of the life spring. By the way, did you really kill those 4 old guys? Just ants, Zio replied dismissively. Wu Shaochen mocked, anyone can boast. Look at you now, you're barely holding on. This time, Zio uncharacteristically didn't retort. She seriously asked, how did the Yuming Pearl of the Yuming clan end up with you? Wu Shaochen became wary. That's my business. Why should I tell you? He was secretly astonished that she knew about it. How about a deal? Zio suddenly proposed. Wu Shaochen shook his head without thinking. He didn't want any more entanglements with this woman. It'll benefit you. Are you sure you don't want to hear it? Zio tempted. Fine, let's hear it. Wu Shaochen said, half skeptical. I'll stay by your side from now on, Zio stated bluntly. No way. Wu Shaochen jumped in fright. Last time, helping her get the Yuming fruit almost got him hunted by the entire city. Having her by his side would get him hunted by the entire server. Do you think I can't kill you in my current state? Zio threatened coldly. Wu Shaochen retorted, if you kill me, I'll just lose a level. But if I keep you by my side, I won't be able to play this game anymore. Zio frowned, realizing that her identity indeed made it inconvenient to stay with an adventurer. But her current state wouldn't hold for much longer. Ever since being severely injured by two god-level warriors 300 years ago, she had been barely sustaining herself with the life spring. This recent battle had pushed her injuries to the brink. She should have died, but she sensed the Yuming pearl when this human brought the Yuming fruit. With the Yuming pearl, she could not only avoid death but also return to her peak state. Unfortunately, the Yuming pearl had already recognized its master, and this human happened to be an adventurer, making it impossible for her to simply take it by force. After much thought, Zio suddenly asked, do you adventurers have a pet space? Yes, why? Wu Shaochen asked, puzzled. Can I hide in the pet space? Zio suggested. Wu Shaochen shot down the idea immediately. No way. Only my pet can go in there. Besides, I already have a pet. You should just find somewhere else to go. With that, he tried to leave. Zio blocked him again and, after a moment's hesitation, said, release your pet, and I'll sign an equal contract with you. Wu Shaochen was speechless. Are you out of your mind? My silver wolf is so powerful. Why would I release it? And why should I sign an equal contract with you? I can make you stronger quickly. Zio continued to tempt him. Ha, I don't need you. I'm already the strongest among players, Wu Shaochen scoffed. Seeing the unyielding man before her, Zio wanted to tear him apart, but she needed his help and had to swallow her pride. All right, I'm leaving. Goodbye, Wu Shaochen said, trying to walk past her again. I have a divine artifact. Are you sure you don't want it? Zio suddenly said in a seductive voice. Really? Wu Shaochen, who had walked quite a distance, ran back, eyes gleaming with excitement. It's real. As Zio spoke, a mysterious ring appeared in her hand, shimmering with a strange light, and she waved it in front of Wu Shaochen. He was instantly captivated, and took the opportunity to examine the ring's attributes closely. Qingkuan Ring Special Artifact. Effect 1. Storage. Contains 10,000 slots of storage space. Items never drop. Effect 2. Teleportation. Can teleport to known coordinates. Must be out of combat to use. 10-minute cooldown. Effect 3. Attribute Conversion. Each point of agility additionally increases 1 point of strength. Requirement. Does not occupy an equipment slot. Must be bound to the owner. Once bound, it cannot be traded or dropped. Wu Shaochen's pupils dilated, and his heartbeat quickened. This was a special artifact on par with the Yuming Pearl. Although it didn't provide attribute bonuses, its effects were enough to make anyone drool with desire. Zio's enchanting voice echoed again. So, what do you think? If you agree to my conditions, this ring is yours. Wu Shaochen swallowed hard, trying to maintain his composure. The ring is indeed impressive, but my silver wolf is of SS grade aptitude and can aid me in battle. Trading it for this ring seems a bit unfair. Though he wasn't sure if the silver wolf was truly SS grade, he had no choice but to bluff. Zio chuckled softly. SS grade? That's just an ordinary pet. Do you know there are celestial pets, sacred pets, and divine pets above that? Even the weakest celestial pet can annihilate a group of SS grade pets with a sneeze. And I am a divine grade. Wu Shaochen's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? I always thought SS grade was the highest. So, is there something beyond divine pets? Zio rolled her eyes. Transcendent pets are extremely rare throughout history. You have quite the imagination. Wu Shaochen scratched his head awkwardly. I was just asking. So, you're the strongest pet? I'm not a pet. Zio snapped. The contract we sign would be an equal contract, not a master-servant one. Wu Shaochen frowned. An equal contract doesn't seem to benefit me much. Why should I sign it? Zio took a deep breath, suppressing her anger. Do you even know what it means to sign an equal contract with me? Seeing Wu Shaochen shake his head, she sighed. You'll understand eventually. It only brings you benefits, no drawbacks. An equal contract means equal status, but the contract's power still exists. I can assist you greatly. Between a divine grade ally and an SS grade pet, which do you think is better? Wu Shaochen was tempted but hesitated at the thought of giving up his silver wolf. He cautiously asked, is there a way to transfer pets? Like giving my pet to someone else? Zio pondered for a moment. As long as neither of you resists, I can convert the contract's power into a contract scroll, allowing you to gift the pet to someone else. Wu Shaoqin's eyes lit up. This was the perfect solution. The silver wolf, being an offensive pet, had limited usefulness for him but would be perfect for his sister, Wu Ziyin. He immediately summoned the silver wolf and gently stroked its head. Little wolf, you'll be with my sister from now on. She needs you more and can heal you. Be good, don't resist. The silver wolf seemed to understand its owner's intention and nuzzled Wu Shaoqin reluctantly. Seeing the pair ready, Zio began casting a spell. She placed her fingers on Wu Shaoqin's and the silver wolf's foreheads, two beams of light converging into a scroll. Zio handed the scroll to Wu Shaoqin. This scroll won't last long. Find it a new owner quickly. Got it. Wu Shaoqin nodded. Now, let's handle our matter, Zio said. Just stay still. She started forming hand seals, placing one hand on her forehead and the other on Wu Shaoqin's. A pentagram of light appeared beneath them both. A system prompt sounded. Ding. Zio requests to form an equal contract with you. Do you accept? Note. This is an equal contract. Zio will gain 50 of your monster-killing experience to restore her strength. The contract cannot be broken once signed, and both parties will share life. If one dies, the other will too. Zio is currently in a weakened state. Please choose carefully. What does life-sharing mean? Wu Shaoqin asked in surprise. Zio glanced at the sky and explained. It means if I lose a level, so do you. So don't let me die. I see. Wu Shaoqin nodded. Don't worry, I don't let my companions die. I accept. He mentally confirmed acceptance. Having come this far, there was no point in regretting it. As for the 50 experience share, he welcomed it. Someone sharing his experience would allow him to level up his talents and immortal body more quickly. Ding. The contract is complete. Both parties will share life. If one dies, the other will too. Hearing the prompt, Wu Shaoqin breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this woman wouldn't harm him now, as his death would mean hers too. Even though it was just a game, as an NPC, she should value her life, right? Zio looked thoughtfully at Wu Shaoqin, not expecting to form an equal contract with a human. She sighed inwardly. Lucky him. Then she said, I'm tired, going to rest. Before finishing her sentence, she disappeared. Wu Shaoqin, bewildered, quickly opened his pet space and found Zio meditating inside. What the? I didn't summon you in here. How did you get in? Equal contract. I can enter and exit the pet space at will without your command. Zio replied calmly. Wow, really? And you can talk to me from inside the pet space? Wu Shaoqin exclaimed. Anyone can. The wolf just couldn't talk, Zio explained, then frowned. Your Yuming energy is this low? Wu Shaoqin panicked and checked the Yuming Pearl's attributes, discovering that the hundreds of Yuming energy points he painstakingly collected were all gone. You thief! Give me back my Yuming energy, he cried. He had been hoarding those points, and this woman used them all up in an instant. Before Wu Shaoqin could continue his complaints, a ring flew out of the pet space and landed in his hand. He looked at it and immediately beamed. Never mind. Use as much as you want. I'll just collect more. Staring at the Qinkuan ring in his hand, Wu Shaoqin couldn't contain his excitement. He carefully slipped the ring onto his finger, and immediately, a system notification sounded. Ding! This special artifact requires a binding to the user. Do you wish to bind it? Yes, Wu Shaoqin responded without hesitation. Instantly, he felt his life force rapidly draining. However, having experienced this before, he remained calm. Soon, after losing 10,000 points of life, the system chimed again. Ding! Qinkuan ring successfully bound. A flash of light emanated from the ring, transforming into a mark on his finger. Wu Shaoqin quickly checked his attribute panel. As expected, his strength skyrocketed to over 2,200 points, and his agility increased by more than 1,400 points. Most astonishingly, his attack power surged to 7,731 points, transforming him from a poison-reliant assassin into a powerful burst damage assassin. Artifacts really live up to their reputation. This effect is incredible, Wu Shaoqin marveled to himself. He swiftly transferred important items from his backpack into the Qinkuan ring. With its 10,000 slots, he no longer had to worry about running out of space. In retrospect, spending 20 gold coins to expand his backpack seemed like a waste. Just as Wu Shaoqin was about to contact Wu Ziyin, he received a private message from her. Feng Yiner, brother, I'm online. Where are you? Chen Feng, don't you have classes this afternoon? Feng Yiner, I do, but I only need to attend the last 2 periods. I have 2 hours to play. Chen Feng, all right, wait for me at home in Jinling City. I have something for you. Wu Shaoqin decided to explain the Silver Wolf contract to Wu Ziyin in person. He had some reservations about the contract scroll and wanted to see the Silver Wolf become her pet with his own eyes. It was also a good opportunity to test the Qinkuan ring's teleportation function. He opened the map, confirmed the coordinates of his house, and used the ring's teleportation feature. In a flash of light, Wu Shaochen appeared at his doorstep. This is so convenient. Think of all the return scrolls I'll save, he muttered excitedly. Brother, how did you get here so fast? Wu Ziyi's voice came from behind him. Seeing his sister, Wu Shaochen lowered his voice and said, "Come inside. I have something good for you." Once inside, Wu Shaochen handed over the equipment and items he had prepared for Wu Ziyi. Wow, dark gold equipment. Wu Ziyi exclaimed, quickly donning her new gear, which significantly boosted her power. Although she joined the game later, having a skilled brother meant her equipment was the best, second only to Wu Shaochen's. Excluding the nether pearl and Shinkoan ring, her gear was even better than his, especially with a diamond weapon in hand. Wu Shaochen then gave her a life spring water. Seeing its effects, Wu Ziyi's eyes widened. It adds 10,000 life points? Yes, drink it quickly. It'll make it harder for others to kill you, Wu Shaochen said. But brother, why don't you use it? Wu Ziyi asked, puzzled. It doesn't benefit me much, Wu Shaochen explained. Though skeptical, Wu Ziyi drank the life spring water under Wu Shaochen's insistence. Her life points instantly soared to over 18,000, higher than 90 of shield warriors. Coupled with her impressive healing abilities, any assassin trying to kill her would be in for a shock. Next, Wu Shaochen handed her a contract scroll. This is a contract scroll. The silver wolf inside will be your pet from now on. Brother, why are you giving me the silver wolf? Wu Ziyi asked, confused. Because I have an even better pet now. The silver wolf is powerful and will help you level up quickly, Wu Shaochen explained. Can I see your new pet? Wu Ziyi asked curiously. Wu Shaochen's mouth twitched. It's not convenient right now. Just use the scroll. I'm not sure how reliable it is. Nodding, Wu Ziyi used the contract scroll. A flash of light later, the silver wolf appeared beside her. Brother, it worked. The wolf is my pet now. Wu Ziyi exclaimed excitedly. Good, that's a relief, Wu Shaochen sighed. Can I rename it? Silver wolf sounds weird. Wu Ziyi asked. Sure, if the system allows it, Wu Shaochen replied. After fiddling with it for a while, Wu Ziyi frowned. I can't change it. No big deal. Silver wolf isn't so bad, Wu Shaochen reassured her. I'll be heading to a more dangerous area to level up. You have classes later, so just practice nearby with the silver wolf. Okay, Wu Ziyi nodded. Then she said hesitantly, brother. Wei Wei knows you're my brother. She does? Didn't she always know? Wu Shaochen asked casually. No, she knows you're Qin Feng. Did you tell her? Wu Shaochen asked. No, she guessed it. My score in the killing field was too high, and she figured it out, Wu Ziyi explained. Realizing his oversight, Wu Shaochen mentally berated himself. He had been so focused on securing 2 spots that he hadn't considered exposing Wu Ziyi. Do any of your other classmates know? Wu Shaochen asked. No, only Wei Wei knows my game ID. I haven't added my other classmates. I told her not to tell anyone, Wu Ziyi assured. All right, Wu Shaochen said, resigned. There was nothing he could do now but be more cautious in the future. Brother, why can't we tell others you're my brother? Wu Ziyi asked, puzzled. Wu Shaochen patted her head and explained. I've made a lot of enemies in the game, many of whom are powerful and wealthy. In the game, I don't fear them, but if they find out our real identities, they might retaliate in real life. In reality, we're just ordinary people, and if they seek revenge, our lives could be in danger. Wu Ziyi was shocked, having never realized the severity of the situation. What should we do, brother? Should we hide? Don't worry, it's just a precaution. Just make sure Wei Wei doesn't tell anyone. We always wear masks in the game, so they can't trace us, Wu Shaochen comforted her. Okay, I won't let her say anything, Wu Ziyi promised seriously. All right, I'm off to level up. Stay here and practice with the silver wolf, Wu Shaochen said. They left the house, and with the teleportation cooldown reset, Wu Shaochen teleported back to his previous location and continued heading west. Wu Ziyi, meanwhile, stayed nearby to level up with the silver wolf. Wu Shaochen's target this time was monsters above level 36. He still needed to max out his talents, which required higher level monsters. Heading west and circling the mountains, he walked for over 10 minutes before finding a suitable leveling and talent farming spot. It was a massive mountain, with level 35 monsters at its base and higher level ones as he climbed. Wu Shaochen chose this place not only for the appropriate monster levels, but also because the mountain had stone steps leading up, disappearing into the distance. He suspected there must be something special at the summit. Wu Shaochen deftly dodged the level 35 monsters at the foot of the mountain, steadily making his way up to the mid-slope. There, he finally encountered the level 36 Iron Arm apes. These creatures, with their enormous arms, were formidable opponents boasting 2,000 attack power and 240,000 health points, all equipped with high damage skills. For Wu Shaochen, they were the perfect targets for mass farming. The mid-slope had a flat area teeming with Iron Arm apes. Wu Shaochen decided to clear them out. Swinging his weapon, he could take down a 240,000 HP ape in just 2 strikes. As he advanced, he poisoned the apes, creating a spectacular scene of a horde of poisoned apes trailing behind him. At that moment, Zio silently emerged from the pet space, frowning as she observed Wu Shaoqin's farming method. As Wu Shaoqin circled back to pick up loot, he noticed Zio's presence and couldn't help but comment, "Do you really treat the pet space like your own home? Coming and going as you please?" Zio responded calmly, "Why not?" Wu Shaoqin shrugged off further conversation and continued gathering loot and silver coins. Zio then asked, "Why don't you dodge their attacks? Why bother? Their attacks don't hurt me. The damage they deal is less than what my nether orb heals." Wu Shaoqin replied nonchalantly. With nearly 2,000 defense and damage reduction effects, the Iron Arm Ape's attacks were nothing more than a tickle to him. Zio pointed out seriously, "But you're an assassin, not a tank. Does it matter?" "I'm tougher than a tank right now," Wu Shaoqin said dismissively. Zio insisted, "It does matter. As an assassin, you should leverage your strengths, not play like a tank." Wu Shaoqin grew impatient. "Why so serious? They can't kill me anyway." Zio's tone turned stern. "You need to take every battle seriously, or you'll get us both killed eventually. It's just a game. Why so serious?" "It's exhausting," Wu Shaoqin replied indifferently. Zio's voice became even more severe. "I hope you don't treat it as just a game. From now on, I'll be training you until I'm satisfied." "What kind of training? Can I opt out?" Wu Shaoqin tried to negotiate. "No." Zio coldly refused. Wu Shaoqin couldn't help but grumble. "Who's the master here, you or me?" Zio explained. "We have an equal contract. There's no master. If it's equal, why should I listen to you?" Wu Shaoqin rolled his eyes. Zio flashed an evil smile. "Because I'm stronger than you. While I can't kill you, I can make you suffer. Wanna try?" Seeing Zio's expression, Wu Shaoqin shivered and thought to himself, "Fine. It's not worth arguing. What's a little training?" "What kind of training?" Wu Shaoqin asked. Zio commanded, "Go lure 3 monsters over." Wu Shaoqin complied, quickly attracting 3 Iron Arm Apes. "Now what?" Zio continued. "No counterattacks, no running out of their attack range. The training ends when they can't hit you anymore." "What? 3 at once? I can barely dodge one," Wu Shaoqin complained. Zio scoffed. "They don't have lock-on or control skills. If you can't dodge, it means you're too slow. Figure it out." With that, she sat down nearby. Gritting his teeth, Wu Shaoqin jumped around to dodge the attacks of the 3 Iron Arm Apes. He often dodged one attack only to get hit by another. After half an hour with no progress, Wu Shaoqin couldn't help but complain, "Are you kidding me? This is impossible unless my agility is off the charts." Zio sighed. "You're really bad at this. Why don't you try if you're so good?" Wu Shaoqin retorted. "Step aside," Zio ordered before taking his place. What happened next left Wu Shaoqin in awe. Zio, with her hands behind her back, moved effortlessly among the attacks of the 3 Iron Arm Apes, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Her graceful movements and relaxed expression were a stark contrast to Wu Shaoqin's struggle. Despite moving slower than him, she easily dodged all the attacks. "Wow, that's true skill. She could outshine those so-called pro players," Wu Shaoqin thought in amazement. A few minutes later, Zio appeared in front of Wu Shaoqin again. "Did you see clearly?" Wu Shaoqin nodded and then shook his head. He saw Zio's prowess but couldn't grasp the technique. Zio knocked on her forehead in frustration, thinking how she ended up with such a slow learner. "Go," she instructed Wu Shaoqin. This time, Wu Shaoqin was much more obedient. Seeing Zio's elegant movements had inspired him. If he could reach that level, he could easily take on multiple opponents. However, as soon as Wu Shaoqin took Zio's place, the scene changed drastically. While Zio's battle against 3 Iron Arm Apes looked like a graceful dance, Wu Shaoqin's attempt was chaotic and embarrassing. Don't focus on their attacks. Watch their initial movements. Learn to predict the basics first. Zio's voice guided Wu Shaoqin. Following her advice, Wu Shaoqin began to carefully observe the apes' movements, trying to predict their attack directions. Over the following period, Wu Shaoqin trained hard under Zio's guidance, practicing his dodging, prediction, positioning, and awareness. According to Zio, Wu Shaoqin was useless in every aspect and needed thorough training. Meanwhile, other players were also diligently leveling up. In a forest east of Jinling City, Wu Ziyin and her pet, Silver Wolf, were farming level 25 red-tailed monkeys. Silver Wolf weaved through the group of monkeys, fighting with great enthusiasm. Its innate strength, combined with a 30 lifesteal talent and Wu Ziyin's constant healing, gave it an unprecedented sense of power. Silver Wolf felt fortunate to have a new master. With its previous master, it barely had any presence, but now it was the star of the show. As Wu Ziyin and Silver Wolf enjoyed their farming, a group of players passed by and noticed the unique duo. The level 25 monster zones were quite populated. "Brother Tao, that pet is really strong. one young man said enviously, watching Silver Wolf. Brother Tao nodded in agreement. Yeah, a priest with a pet that can farm level 25 monsters is impressive. It's a shame pets can't be looted. Otherwise, I'd love to take it. Another man said regretfully. Brother Tao admonished, don't think about that. Our guild's motto is to develop quietly and make a fortune in silence. As they prepared to leave, one of their members exclaimed, Brother Tao, look at her weapon. Following his gaze, Brother Tao's eyes widened. Different quality equipment emitted distinct glows that couldn't be hidden. While armor could be covered with outfits, weapons and shoes couldn't. Seeing the diamond glow of Wu Ziyi's staff, Brother Tao's breath quickened, and his eyes filled with greed. Pets couldn't be traded or looted, but equipment could. The allure of diamond gear was enough to drive anyone mad. At that moment, Brother Tao discarded his earlier words. If they could loot that diamond gear and sell it, it would be worth at least millions. To hell with keeping a low profile. Tao, this weapon must be the radiant staff from the leaderboard. A young man said in a low voice, his eyes gleaming with greed. Do you even need to say that? Even an idiot could guess. Another young man replied disdainfully. So, it means this woman might be with Chen Feng. The first young man analyzed cautiously. If we take her down, Chen Feng will definitely come after us. Who cares if he comes after us? The man called Leopard said dismissively. It's just a game. Once we get our hands on that weapon, we can sell it for millions instantly. If he comes looking for trouble, we can just avoid him. Leopard's right. Let's do it. Tao decided, his gaze fixed on the woman not far away. She looks inexperienced. Leopard, you and Mouse go stealth and circle around the back. The rest of us will distract her from the front. Tao, she's just a priest. Do we need to be this cautious? Someone questioned. Tao glared at him impatiently. You don't get it. She's with Chen Feng. Her gear must be top-notch. If we don't take her down quickly, she'll call Chen Feng, and we're done for. You're wise, Tao. Everyone chimed in. With their roles assigned, the two assassins silently slipped away, and Tao led the remaining 6 towards Wu Ziyin. This 10-man team was perfectly balanced. 2 assassins, 2 shield bearers, 1 warrior, 2 archers, 2 mages, and a priest. Wu Ziyin, who was focused on monitoring Silver Wolf's health, noticed the group approaching her and became nervous, quickly summoning Silver Wolf back to her side. With a fake smile, Tao spoke, Hey there, little sister, leveling up alone is too slow. Why not join our team? We can help you level up much faster. No, thank you. Wu Ziyin politely declined. Tao persisted, You're just a priest, and priests level up too slowly. Join us, and we can take you to fight bosses. Wu Ziyin frowned and declined again. No, really, thank you. She turned to leave. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared behind her. One struck swiftly, stunning Wu Ziyin, and the other followed up with a barrage of skills. However, after exhausting their skills, they were shocked to see that Wu Ziyin's health had only dropped by half. What the hell? 18,000 HP? Leopard exclaimed in disbelief. How does a squishy priest have 18,000 HP? It turned out that Wu Ziyin had consumed a life spring water, boosting her health to an impressive level. Silver Wolf reacted instantly, letting out a deafening howl that drained over 2,000 HP from the 2 assassins and silenced them. It then activated its speed boost and charged at them, biting furiously. Tao was astonished. He hadn't expected the 2 assassins to fail to take down the target immediately, but now was not the time to dwell on it. He waved his hand decisively, and the 4 ranged attackers unleashed a fierce assault on Wu Ziyin. Wu Ziyin finally snapped out of her daze, instantly restoring her health and summoning a shield with over 15,000 HP. She also cast a holy light shield, reducing incoming damage by 24, depleting all her mana. Despite her strong abilities, Wu Ziyin's skills were mana-intensive. She couldn't manage the consumption well yet. Without her weapon shield effect, using 6,000 mana for a healing spell would be wasteful. Still, her seemingly clumsy actions struck fear into her opponents. A single heal for over 9,000 HP? That's better than Dreamy Light Dance. And that shield, it's almost as strong as her health, at least 15,000 HP. Tao muttered under his breath. Damn. Anyone with Chen Feng is a monster. Despite his shock, Tao knew there was no turning back. Mages, archers, full power, shield bearers with me. He charged at Wu Ziyin with the melee fighters. Facing her first in-game PK, Wu Ziyin was flustered, forgetting to use potions or dodge. With her mana exhausted, she stood there, waiting for her magic orb to regenerate mana. The mages and archers kept attacking, but each hit only took about 1,000 HP from Wu Ziyin. Her high-level dark gold and gold gear provided excellent defense, and the holy light shield reduced damage further. Tao and the shield bearers soon reached Wu Ziyin. Seeing that their mages and archers hadn't even broken her shield, Tao's face darkened. He slashed at her with a cleave, and the shield bearers followed with taunts and shield bashes, trying to control her. Just then, Silver Wolf, having dealt with the assassins, charged at them. Damn it! Tao shouted. Shield bearers, hold off the pet. Priest, keep an eye on their health. Everyone else, focus fire. He couldn't believe how tough this priest was. Wu Xian's shield eventually broke, and her health plummeted. Her attackers were thrilled, but then Wu Xian waved her hand again, restoring her health and summoning another shield. Their faces fell in despair. With over 5,000 spell power and 8,000 mana, Wu Xian's magic orb regenerated over 400 mana per second. Her healing spell had a 5-second cooldown, during which the magic orb restored over 2,000 mana. She could use those 2,000 mana to heal over 12,000 HP instantly. The attacker's hard-earned damage was undone in a moment, and she added a 5,000 HP shield. What the hell? Tao cursed, gritting his teeth. Keep attacking. Just then, another group arrived. Seeing the situation, they frowned. A bunch of people ganging up on a priest? That's low, someone said. Let's help her out. Remember what Mr. Su said? No fighting, focus on leveling, the leader reminded. A priestess in the group noticed Wu Xian's staff and lit up with excitement. Ahui, Ahui, hurry, get that staff for me. The leader, Ahui, examined the staff and his eyes narrowed. That's a radiant staff. It's related to that person. We should stay out of this. The priestess pouted. I don't care who she's with. I want that staff. Go kill her now. We should at least check with Mr. Su and the young miss. Ahui hesitated. Don't worry, the priestess said impatiently. I'll talk to my uncle and cousin. They won't blame you. If you wait, it'll be too late. See, she's almost dead. Hurry, or I'll have my uncle fire you. Well, Ahui wavered. Come on, Ahui, another person urged. We just work for money. Mr. Su pays well. Losing this job would suck. Ahui gritted his teeth and finally decided. All right, but miss, even if we kill her, the staff might not drop. That's not on us. Relax, if it doesn't drop, I won't blame you, the priestess reassured. She knew loot drops were random, but she thought, even if the staff didn't drop, the woman's other gear looked valuable. Anything would be a win. Soon, Ahui led over 20 people onto the battlefield. At this moment, Wu Xian's health was critically low. Despite her continuous healing spells, facing the attack of 4 or 5 people, her holy light shield vanished, and her health plummeted rapidly. The men attacking Wu Xian noticed the large group approaching, and their expressions turned grim. Brother Tao, seeing the unfavorable situation, quickly backed down. Hey, let's talk this out. How about we split her gear after killing her? With only 6 of them left, they had no chance against a group of over 20. However, Ahui had no intention of negotiating once he decided to act. With a wave of his hand, his men launched an attack without hesitation. The disparity in numbers and gear was evident, and Brother Tao's group was annihilated in less than a minute. Wu Xian, catching her breath, thanked Ahui. Ahui's face twitched as he avoided her pure gaze and ordered his men, take care of it. In Wu Xian's shocked expression, a barrage of attacks came her way. Despite her high healing power, she only lasted a few seconds before being killed by the concentrated fire of over 20 people. As Wu Xian died, a staff emitting a diamond-like glow dropped to the ground, leaving everyone around in disbelief. It really dropped? A young boy stammered. Ahui's face soured, realizing the gravity of the situation. A female priest rushed forward, excitedly picking up the staff and shouting, "It really dropped! This is amazing, a diamond gear! Now I'll be the top priest in the whole server." Standing at the respawn point, Wu Xian was at a loss. Suddenly, panic set in, and she quickly checked her equipment. Seeing that the radiant staff had dropped, tears welled up in her eyes. She immediately sent a private message to her brother. Bro, I got killed and the radiant staff dropped. Wu Shaochen, undergoing brutal training from Zio, saw the private message notification and opened it. His face instantly darkened. He stopped, letting 3 iron-arm monkeys attack him, and replied, "Go home. I'm coming back right away." Noticing Wu Shaochen's unusual behavior, Zio was about to speak, but held back upon seeing his grim expression. Enter the pet space. Return to the city. Wu Shaochen ordered. You dare order me? Zio responded coldly. Up to you. I'm going back, Wu Shaochen said, teleporting home without waiting for a response. Zio also vanished from the spot. As soon as Wu Shaochen returned home, Wu Xian rushed in and cried in his arms. Wu Shaochen gently patted her back, comforting her. All right, don't cry. Tell me what happened. After listening to Wu Xian's account, Wu Shaochen's face grew even darker. He asked Wu Xian to check the combat log and send him the IDs of everyone who attacked her. After recording these IDs, Wu Shaochen patted Wu Xian's head and said, "All right, they'll get the radiant staff back for you. Now, be a good girl and log off for your classes." Really? Can you really get it back? Wu Xian asked, her eyes filled with hope. Yes. Wu Shaochen nodded firmly. After Wu Xian logged off, Wu Shaochen's expression turned terrifyingly grim. He sent a message to Long Yu. Can you do me a favor? Lung Yu quickly replied. What do you need? I'll help if I can. Help me check these people. Wu Shaochen sent the recorded IDs to Lung Yu. No problem. Lung Yu replied. As one of the three major guilds in Jinling City, Lung Yu Pavilion could easily investigate a few people. Meanwhile, in the forest east of Jinling City, Su Muxue was leading the core players of the Su group in monster hunting and leveling up. As Ahui's group approached, Su Muxue smiled. You guys are fast. By the time Uncle Lu arrives, the boss should be almost ready to fight. Xiaoqi excitedly ran over, hugging Su Mushue's arm and acting coquettishly. Cousin, we came as soon as we got your message. See how cooperative I am. It's good enough if you don't cause me trouble. Su Muxue shook her head. By the way, cousin, I have something great to show you. Xiaoqi said excitedly. What is it? Su Muxue asked curiously. Hehe, it's my new gear. Xiaoqi proudly took out the radiant staff and showed it off in front of Su Muxue. How about it? The only diamond gear on the leaderboard, isn't it awesome? However, Su Mushue's face changed dramatically upon seeing the gear. She asked in a low voice, where did you get this gear? Of course, it dropped from killing someone, Xiaoqi said nonchalantly, not noticing Su Mushue's change in expression. Was the person you killed named Fenginer? Su Muxue asked, her face darkening. I don't know, it was a woman. Do you know her? But even if you do, don't think about getting the staff back. It's mine now, Xiaoqi said nervously. Su Muxue turned to Ahui and asked sternly, was the person you killed Fenginer? Ahui nodded and truthfully recounted the events, not daring to hide anything. After hearing the story, Su Muxue felt dizzy. Recently, with her father's increased investment, the Su group had been developing rapidly, poised to surpass the three major guilds and dominate. But now, this incident could lead to unimaginable disaster if not handled properly, given that man's temper. Realizing the severity, Su Muxue quickly opened her friend list, about to message Chun Feng, but received a message from him first. Su group. Very well. Su Muxue hurriedly replied. Chun Feng, calm down. I just found out about this. Don't worry, I'll give you an explanation. Alright, you have half an hour. Bring the radiant staff and everyone involved to the south gate of Jinling City. Chun Feng replied. Su Muxue hesitated. If she did this, it would cause a huge upheaval within the guild. Ahui and his group acted on Xiaoqi's orders. Handing them over would definitely dishearten the guild members. What's wrong, cousin? Xiaoqi finally noticed Su Mushue's unusual behavior. Without a word, Su Muxue slapped Xiaoqi. It was the first time she had been so furious. The Su group in the game was almost entirely her creation, her labor of love. Now, it faced potential ruin. From Qinfeng's tone, she could feel his immense anger. You hit me? How dare you hit me? I'm telling my dad. Xiaoqi cried as she ran away. Leave the radiant staff. This time, Su Muxue seemed genuinely angry, ignoring Xiaoqi's tears. No way, the radiant staff is mine. You hit me just because you want my staff. Su Muxue. Wait until my dad scolds you. Xiaoqi said, logging off immediately. Seeing Qi log off, Su Muxue rubbed her temples, her brows tightly knit. If this matter wasn't handled properly, the Su group's position in the game might be jeopardized. Just as she was lost in thought, Uncle Lu hurried over and, seeing her troubled expression, asked, Miss, what's the matter? Su Muxue replied wearily. Qi killed Fenginer and dropped the radiant staff. Uncle Lu was shocked and quickly asked, Fenginer? The one with Qinfeng? Su Muxue nodded, then added, yes, and worse. Qinfeng knows it was us. He wants me to bring the radiant staff and everyone involved to meet him. Uncle Lu frowned. Doing that might dishearten the team. Su Muxue sighed. I'm worried about that too. From Qinfeng's tone, he won't let this go easily. After a moment of thought, Uncle Lu suggested, let's return the radiant staff to him first. Since Qi caused this trouble, she should apologize and compensate for the loss. We can't afford to make an enemy of Qunfeng and the Su group. Su Muxue nodded in agreement. Yes, the radiant staff is still with Qi. Let's log off first. When Su Muxue and Uncle Lu entered the living room, Qi was crying in front of Su Zhangfeng. Seeing Su Muxue, Qi immediately hid behind Su Zhangfeng, pretending to be wronged. Uncle, cousin wants to hit me again. Su Zhangfeng, with a stern face, said to Su Muxue, Schwer, you've gone too far this time. She rarely visits. How could you hit her? Su Muxue retorted angrily, Dad, do you know how much trouble she's caused me? If this isn't handled well, all our investments in the game will be wasted. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Su Zhangfeng asked, what happened? Su Muxue explained. She killed someone close to Qunfeng and dropped their equipment. Now Qunfeng is holding the Su group accountable. Su Zhangfeng frowned. Qunfeng again? Since things have come to this, hitting her won't help. What do you plan to do now? Su Muxue revealed her plan. Return the radiant staff, have Qi apologize and compensate for the losses. Su Zhangfeng asked emotionlessly, is this your solution? Su Muxue nodded. Su Zhengfeng sighed in disappointment. Swear, you've let me down. I didn't expect you to choose to compromise. This is tantamount to telling everyone that the Su group is bowing to Chunfeng. How will others see us then? The Su group's reputation will plummet. Su Muxue, puzzled, asked, Dad, then what do you suggest? Su Zhengfeng sneered. He wants to settle scores with the Su group? Let him come. If we kill Chunfeng, the Su group's reputation will soar. Becoming the top guild in Jinling City will be a breeze. Su Muxue was incredulous. Dad, are you crazy? Starting a war with Chunfeng? The Su group can't even match Aoshi Chuanxiang. How can we fight him? Uncle Lu also advised, Sir, please reconsider. Su Zhengfeng confidently said, You're all just scared of him. I've had a professional gaming team analyze Qinfeng's past battle videos. His skills aren't that great. He relies on superior stats. But now that everyone's gear has improved, his stat advantage isn't as significant. It's estimated that a few hundred well-equipped level 20 experts can easily take him down. Su Muxue firmly opposed. Dad, I disagree. I built the Su group in the game from scratch. I can't watch it be destroyed. Su Zhengfeng impatiently said. Destroyed? You overestimate him. Leave this to me. I've just acquired a large gaming studio full of experts. I'll have them handle this. With that, he left. Su Muxue anxiously asked Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu, what should we do? Uncle Lu sighed. Sigh, Sir still knows too little about this game. Miss, log in and contact Chunfeng. See if we can pay to settle this. Su Muxue nodded in agreement, then told Qi, log in and give me the radiant staff. Qi defiantly refused. No, the radiant staff is mine. Uncle said I don't have to give it. Su Muxue, helpless, could only log in herself. At that moment, Wu Shaochen stood alone at the southern gate of Jinling City, waiting for Su Muxue to bring her people. Suddenly, his private chat channel lit up. Su Muxue cautiously asked, Chunfeng, how much do you think the staff is worth? And the loss from her level drop, can I compensate you with money? Wu Shaochen replied with a sneer. So you're not planning to hand it over? Su Muxue hurriedly explained. No, Chunfeng, name a price, and I'll convert it to money and pay you. Wu Shaochen firmly refused. No need. Since you're not handing it over, I'll take it my way. With that, he blacklisted her. He had given them a chance, but since they didn't cherish it, they couldn't blame him for being ruthless. Wu Shaochen then messaged Long Yu. Can you do me another favor? Have your guild members report the coordinates of any Su group members they find. Long Yu readily agreed. No problem. Long Yu's efficiency was impressive. She not only mobilized Long Yu Pavilion members, but also called on members of Chaos and Storm. The leaders of both guilds were happy to help Chunfeng. After all, it was just providing coordinates, and the Su group's rapid growth had begun to threaten them. They were more than happy to see someone suppress the Su group. On a vast plain, over 30 Su group members formed 6 small teams, leisurely leveling up and chatting. Suddenly, a figure appeared nearby. Are you from the Su group? The figure asked. Yeah, where did you come from? A Su group member asked, puzzled. Good. The figure then dashed into the crowd like lightning. The dagger in his hand gleamed coldly, leaving no one alive. Even the healer's desperate efforts couldn't save their teammates from falling one by one. He's Chunfeng. Someone recognized the intruder. But isn't Chunfeng on good terms with our young lady? Why is he killing us? Another asked in confusion. Who knows? Run. But escaping was futile in front of Wu Shaochen. In just over 2 minutes, all 30-odd people were wiped out. In a lush forest, a team of over 20 was besieging a bronze-level boss. Just as the boss was about to fall, a figure suddenly appeared and, without a word, took down both the team and the boss. Similar scenes played out repeatedly. The Su group's teams were continuously ambushed, whether they were leveling up or fighting bosses. Wu Shaochen always appeared suddenly, followed by a massacre. When these reports reached Su Muxue, she had no choice but to order all Su group members to return to the city. At that moment, a citywide announcement echoed, Chunfeng, attacking leveling teams is nothing. If you have the guts, come to the Southgate Plaza. The Su group will face you heathen. This announcement caused a stir throughout Jinling City, with players buzzing about it. Hey, what's going on between the Su group and Chunfeng? No idea. I heard Su group's top mage, Shuer, had something going on with Chunfeng. How did it turn sour? Maybe Chunfeng dumped her? Don't speculate. I know the inside story. Su group members killed Feng Ener, who was with Chunfeng, and dropped the radiant staff. That's why Chunfeng is so angry. Really? The Su group has some nerve. Who cares? As long as there's a good show. Aoshi Tianxia sneered. The Su group? Looks like their recent success has gone to their heads. Aoshi Jueqing asked, Boss, should we join forces with them? Aoshi Tianxia shook his head. No, no, no. Let's just enjoy the show. Damn, they used to laugh at us. Now it's our turn to laugh at them. Su Muxue looked at the situation and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Is this Dad's so-called expert solution? Honestly, she had no confidence in her guild's future. At the Southgate Square of Jinling City, the place was packed with people. A crowd of onlookers surrounded the square so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. In the middle, a space was cleared where over 200 players from the Su clan group stood silently, waiting for the arrival of Chen Feng. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Aren't those the people from the Chasing Dreams studio? They've actually joined the Su clan group. I thought they always stayed independent and never joined any guild. Well, money talks. The ideals of youth can't withstand the reality of life. I heard even the Shenwang Pavilion invited them. They must be strong. That means there's going to be a good show. They won't be taken down by Chen Feng in just 2 hits, right? Suddenly, the crowd stirred. Chen Feng is here. The sea of people parted like waves, revealing a path. A man wearing a mask walked slowly towards the center, his dark red ID above his head causing everyone's heart to race. Attacking other players increases one's crime value, and a red name cannot be hidden. Chen Feng had killed hundreds, making his name as red as it could get. Many eyes in the crowd gleamed with excitement. The death penalty for red-named players is severe, with all their equipment and inventory items dropping. Chen Feng's gear was extremely tempting, but everyone held back their impulses for now. The members of Chasing Dreams Studio saw the dark red ID, and their eyes sparkled with joy. The captain, Exine Zhong Yuming, suppressed his excitement and taunted. Didn't expect you'd have the guts to show up like a real man. Wu Shaochen frowned. Is this all? Should I wait while you call for more? Honestly, this isn't enough for me to kill. The onlookers gasped. Exine Zhong Yuming snorted. This is more than enough to kill you. Wu Shaochen shrugged. Don't complain about being outnumbered later. Ignoring the taunt, Exine Zhong Yuming ordered. Archers, use shock arrows. Mages, freeze him. Skills rained down like a storm. Wu Shaochen sneered and teleported into the crowd, his dagger aimed at a mage. Unexpectedly, the mage also teleported away. Exine Zhong Yuming commanded smoothly, ranged, fall back. Shield bearers, taunt. Warriors, stun him. The team adjusted instantly. Dozens of shield bearers surrounded Wu Shaochen. He sneered again and teleported next to the mages and archers, his dagger dripping with poison. The onlookers exclaimed, that's too much. How is his teleport cooldown so fast? Exine Zhong Yuming was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained composure. Ranged, spread out. Assassins, control him. After killing a few ranged players, Wu Shaochen found himself surrounded by a group of assassins, all using various control skills. He activated Shadow's 7 Strike, dodging attacks while instantly killing one, then broke through the encirclement, taking down 2 more assassins before charging at the ranged players again. Exine Zhong Yuming remained calm. Those being chased, don't run. 30 of you, surround him and cast area spells. The rest, keep your distance. Shield bearers, close in. 30 ranged players encircled Wu Shaochen, bombarding him with area spells. Wu Shaochen killed them one by one. By the time he finished, the shield bearers and warriors had closed in, with the remaining ranged players attacking from behind. Wu Shaochen smiled and charged at the melee fighters. Exine Zhong Yuming signaled the ranged players to increase their output. Suddenly, an identical figure to Wu Shaochen appeared among the ranged players, slaughtering them mercilessly. How are there 2 of him? It must be a clone skill. The one behind should be the clone. Exine Zhong Yuming quickly judged. Ignore the clone. Focus on killing the original. However, this judgment was completely wrong. The one crazily applying poison was just a clone. The real Wu Shaochen was the one reaping lives among the ranged players. The clone couldn't use skills but was exceptionally effective at applying poison, infecting nearly all the melee fighters before being killed. Captain, that's the real one. Captain, his clone can also trigger talents. Melee fighters fell one by one, and the ranged players were soon decimated. Out of over 200 players, only a few dozen remained. Exine Zhong Yuming sighed, realizing they had been too naive. Wu Shaochen didn't stop, continuing his assault on the remaining assassins, warriors, and priests. They posed little threat to him, and he barely needed to use any defensive skills. Soon, the battlefield was left with only Exine Zhong Yuming standing. Wu Shaochen had deliberately spared him. Otherwise, he would have been the first to be eliminated. Exine Zhong Yuming's face turned red, his lips trembled, but no words came out. This was the worst defeat their studio had ever suffered. Wu Shaochen walked slowly toward Exine Zhong Yuming, looking down at him with a cold expression. Go back and tell Su Zhengfeng that my things aren't so easy to take. If you dare to take them, make sure you hold on tight and don't give them up easily. With that, he delivered a light blow to send Exine Zhong Yuming away, and then leisurely picked up the equipment scattered on the ground. The crowd around them was restless, but no one dared to make a move. They had witnessed the entire battle, and knew they couldn't perform better than Dream Chaser Studio. The overwhelming power of Chen Feng suppressed their greed. Amid the crowd, Su Muxue sighed and quietly retreated. She wanted to step forward and explain, but didn't know how to start. The Su Corporation was no longer under her control. Wu Shaochen collected all the equipment on the ground and walked away gracefully. Despite the presence of thousands of onlookers, no one dared to act, not even Ao Shirtianxia, who hated him to the core. He knew he couldn't defeat Qinfeng in the game and could only hope to find Wu Shaochen in real life. In a luxurious office, Su Zhangfeng glared at the young man in front of him. What? You failed? Didn't you guarantee that you could take him down? He had spent a fortune acquiring Dream Chaser Studio because they promised to subdue Qinfeng. But reality was harsh. The young man tried to explain but was cut off by Su Zhangfeng. I don't want excuses. I want results. Is there any way to kill him? The young man thought for a moment, then shook his head. He has almost no weaknesses now. High damage, fast speed, over 30,000 health points, and a variety of skills. Even if we try again, the result won't change. Useless. Su Zhangfeng fumed. What's the point of spending so much money on you then? The young man turned pale but didn't dare to retort. He regretted abandoning his principles for money. After the young man left, Su Zhangfeng lit a cigarette, and soon Uncle Lu walked in. Uncle Lu, you always have ideas. Is there any way to deal with Qinfeng? Su Zhangfeng asked. Uncle Lu hesitated and advised, Sir, why do you have to go against Qinfeng? Our relationship was good before. Isn't Mrs. Approach the best? Do you also think the Su Corporation should bow to a kid? Su Zhangfeng replied coldly. But it's just a game, Uncle Lu tried to reason. As long as they operate under the Su Corporation's name in the game, it represents our brand. We can't back down, Su Zhangfeng insisted. Uncle Lu sighed. Qinfeng is already recognized as invincible in the game. To defeat him, we need a large-scale attack, but that would cause significant losses to the guild. And if he has any hidden cards, even that might fail. Ignoring Uncle Lu's concerns, Su Zhangfeng decided, then we'll use a large-scale attack. He's marked as a red player now. If we kill him once, he'll lose all his equipment and be finished. His gear alone will cover the losses. Uncle Lu left with a sigh, knowing he couldn't change Su Zhangfeng's mind. After logging in, Su Muxue urgently asked, Uncle Lu, what did my dad say? Uncle Lu shook his head. The boss still wants to take down Qinfeng using a large-scale attack. What? What is Dad thinking? Doesn't he see that Qinfeng is practically invincible right now? Fighting him heathen will only ruin the Su Corporation. Su Muxue fumed. Uncle Lu could only follow Su Zhangfeng's orders and began organizing the personnel. Meanwhile, Wu Shaochen continued hunting down the Su Corporation's teams, but they seemed to have retreated. Just then, he received a message. Long Yu found the group that attacked your sister. At a swamp in the south, Brother Tao and 10 of his men were cautiously farming monsters. They regretted provoking someone close to Qinfeng and now had to move in secret. Leopard, did anyone see us when we came out? Brother Tao asked. Should be fine, Leopard replied uncertainly, given the presence of tens of thousands from the 3 major guilds. Suddenly, a voice echoed beside them. Are you talking about me? A man with an ominously red ID appeared. Qinfeng. Brother Tao stuttered. Heh, you remember me. You're brave to mess with my people. Wu Shaochen said coldly. It was a misunderstanding. I won't do it again, I swear. Brother Tao pleaded. Ignoring him, Wu Shaochen asked his pet Zio in the pet space. Can you mark him so I can track his location? Easy, just place a mark. Zio replied nonchalantly. Mark him for me, Wu Shaochen instructed. 1 kill isn't enough. He dared to touch my sister. I'll kill them until they lose all their gear. Zio waved a hand, sending a black light into Brother Tao's forehead, unnoticed by him and his men. Qinfeng, I can compensate you. Brother Tao tried again. No need, Wu Shaochen replied coldly, drawing his dagger and swiftly killing all 10 men, leaving their equipment behind. At the respawn point, Brother Tao and his men wore bitter expressions, changing into new outfits and masks before heading out in groups. As soon as they regrouped, Qinfeng appeared again and killed them without a word. What happened this time? Who gave us away? Brother Tao demanded angrily. His men could only shake their heads in confusion. After several repeats, Brother Tao was utterly broken and didn't dare leave the city. His gaming life seemed bleak, filled with regret and remorse. Tao and his crew no longer dare to leave the city, and the people from the Su group are also holed up inside. This boredom frustrates Wu Shaochen. He wanders aimlessly outside the city, sneering to himself, let's see how long you can hide. A guild with 20,000 members staying inside the city is a massive loss every minute. Just as Wu Shaochen is about to start hunting monsters, Long Yu's message arrives again. The entire Su group is mobilizing. Oh, planning to use a human wave tactic? Wu Shaochen muses, fine, let's cripple them all at once. Save me the trouble of picking them off one by one. At the south gate of Jinling City, 20,000 members of the Su group march out, catching the attention of other players who start to discuss. Is the Su group going for a human wave tactic? Seems like it. I heard they've been too scared to leave Jinling City because of Chunfeng. Now they're all out. Must be planning a showdown. The Su group is shameless, deploying their entire guild to deal with just one person. As soon as the 20,000 members exit the city gate, the entire group comes to a sudden halt. A lone figure blocks their path, standing casually but causing everyone to stop instinctively. Uncle Lu sighs deeply, thinking, why must we be enemies with someone like this? He says to Wu Shaochen, Chunfeng, honestly, I don't want to be your enemy. Wu Shaochen responds coolly, and? I've given you chances. You just didn't cherish them. Standing next to Uncle Lu, Shaoqi can't help but interject. Why are you so arrogant? Our Su group has 20,000 people. You think we're afraid of you? Shaoqi. Uncle Lu snaps, feeling regretful. He had hoped to ease the tension, but this woman's words pushed it to the breaking point. Unfazed, Shaoqi retorts, how dare you shout at me? Know your place, you're just a servant. Wu Shaoqin's gaze turns cold as he focuses on the radiant staff in Shaoqi's hand, thinking, you're asking for it? He secretly signals to Zio, mark this woman for me. Though Zio rolls her eyes, she waves her hand, sending a dark beam into Shaoqi's forehead. Wu Shaoqin sneers, 20,000 people? Looks like my shadow blade will get a good taste of blood. With that, he lunges at Shaoqi, swiftly taking her down with 2 strikes. The radiant staff doesn't drop, but he doesn't mind. He knows there will be more opportunities. With Wu Shaoqin's attack, the battle officially begins. Uncle Lu sighs helplessly and turns to Dreamer, saying, I'll leave the battle command to you. He then steps aside. Dreamer nods and quickly assesses the situation. Seeing Chunfeng rampaging through the crowd, he immediately orders, surround him. Don't let him escape. Those with control skills, use them. Everyone else, keep attacking without retreating. Block him in. He has no area effect skills. No matter how high his damage, he can only kill one at a time. Everyone else, attack from a distance. If someone dies, the next in line steps up. Dreamer's command proves effective. Wu Shaochen, lacking area effect skills, finds it tough to break through. If the enemies were to panic and flee, he could dodge most attacks with his speed. But standing still and letting him hack away turns him into a target. Wu Shaochen teleports twice, but each time he finds himself surrounded. He kills one, and another immediately steps up, leaving him nowhere to run. Meanwhile, the attacks from others quickly land on him. Even though only a few hundred can hit him at a time, each can deal hundreds to thousands of damage, making it hard to withstand. Out of options, Wu Shaochen uses a long-kept mist scroll. He had thought to save it for dealing with Aoshi Chuanxiao, not expecting to use it on the Su group. As the scroll activates, mist spreads from Wu Shaochen, quickly enveloping the battlefield and obscuring visibility. The growing mist soon covers the entire battleground, throwing the Su group into chaos. Unable to see anything, they can't attack. Dreamer shouts, don't panic. Stay still. Moving around will only cause friendly fire. Stand your ground. This scroll's effect won't last more than 10 minutes. Even if he kills us while we stand, he can't kill too many. Dreamer's words have a calming effect. The previously panicking crowd quiets down, realizing that their earlier chaos had caused significant losses. They now stand still, waiting for the mist to dissipate. This guy's got some skills, Wu Shaochen silently praises. The mist scroll doesn't affect its user, allowing Wu Shaochen to see clearly within the mist. Watching the once chaotic crowd quickly regain composure, Wu Shaochen can't help but admire Dreamer's talent. Calling forth his shadow clone, Wu Shaochen begins a frenzied slaughter. His main body, boasting over 7,000 attack power, can kill most with just 2 normal strikes. With his speed boost, he can land 6 hits per second, taking down 2 to 3 people each second. The shadow clone focuses on poisoning, moving just as swiftly. However, Wu Shaochen frowns. The mist scroll only lasts 10 minutes, and even with the shadow clone, he can only kill up to 5 people per second. That's at most 3,010 minutes, a small dent in a 20,000 strong group. You're too slow, Zio suddenly says. I know it's slow, but what can I do? My hand's about to fall off, Wu Shaochen replies helplessly. Too bad I can't help, or I'd finish them off in no time, Zio says disdainfully. Why mention it if you can't help? Wu Shaochen is exasperated. But I do have a pretty good skill book, Zio teases. Really? Let me see. Wu Shaochen's interest is piqued. Zio produces a golden skill book, waving it in front of Wu Shaochen. How about it? Want it? Golden. Wu Shaochen's eyes widen. This woman has so many treasures. So far, he only has the immortal body that's golden, and she casually pulls out a golden skill book. Name your terms, Wu Shaochen says, knowing she won't give such a valuable book for free. Smart. The terms are simple. Collect 1,000 points of nether power for me daily until my injuries fully heal. Zio smiles charmingly. Though staying near Wu Shaochen allows the nether orb to slowly heal her, the recovery is too slow since she isn't its owner. With nether power, her recovery would be much faster. Her top priority is to heal quickly. 1,000 points? Why don't you just go rob someone? Wu Shaochen couldn't help but complain, furrowing his brows. He did some quick calculations. Collecting these points is painfully slow. To get 1,000 points, I'd have to kill 3 to 4,000 monsters every day. Ziyu chuckled lightly. Don't you normally have to kill monsters to level up? This just means you'll need to work a bit harder. Besides, you don't need to kill that many. The higher the level of the monsters, the faster you'll collect nether force. From now on, just make sure you kill over 2,000 monsters a day. Wu Shaochen thought for a moment, seemingly convinced. He looked up at Ziyu. Show me the attributes of this skill book first. Sure, Ziyu said, tossing the skill book to Wu Shaochen. Catching the skill book, Wu Shaochen muttered to himself, isn't she afraid I'll take the book and not do the work? He shook his head and looked down at the skill book attributes, his eyes widening in shock. Body of Thunder Golden Unique. Effect. Transform into a thunderous body, increasing health and defense by 50, and becoming immune to control effects. All attacks convert to thunder damage that ignores defense, and the thunder force will penetrate all targets within a 5-meter radius, dealing equal damage. Duration. 5 minutes. Cooldown. 1 hour. Usage requirements. None. So powerful. Wu Shaochen gasped. This skill not only boosts health and defense, but also ignores control effects, converts attacks to true damage, and even basic attacks become AoE. He couldn't help but grumble. Why didn't you give me this skill earlier? If I had this, it wouldn't have been so hard. Ziyu laughed. You never asked. Besides, you haven't agreed to the trade yet. You've seen the attributes. If you don't want it, I'll take it back. Of course, I'll trade. Wu Shaochen quickly replied. Just 2,000 monsters a day, no big deal. With this skill, he was confident he could kill even 20,000 monsters. Alright, then the skill book is yours, Ziyu said casually, as if she wasn't worried Wu Shaochen would back out. Excitedly, Wu Shaochen learned the skill immediately. Soon, a golden skill icon appeared in his skill bar. Feel the storm of thunder, he shouted in his mind, activating Body of Thunder. Instantly, a layer of flickering thunder enveloped his entire body, making him look extremely intimidating. Feeling the surging thunder within him, Wu Shaochen clenched his fist, thrilled by the sensation. He picked up his dagger and slashed at a nearby member of the Su group. A burst of thunder force instantly penetrated the surrounding area, and all enemies within 5 meters dropped to the ground, leaving an empty space. This is awesome! Wu Shaochen shouted excitedly, beginning his true killing spree. He activated his speed boost, weaving through dense crowds, casually swinging his dagger to clear large areas. Equipment littered the ground. When his shadow clone disappeared, Wu Shaochen summoned it again, delighted to find that the clone also had the Body of Thunder effect. 2 thunderous clones rampaged through the crowd, creating a spectacular scene. Meanwhile, Xian Zhongyu Ming, after calming his members, walked out of the mist. As he exited the misty area, he noticed occasional flashes of thunder within the mist. He frowned but didn't pay much attention. He believed that even if everyone stood still, Qin Feng, without group attack skills, could at most kill 2,000 to 3,000 people in 10 minutes. The remaining thousands would be enough to wear him down. However, he quickly became unsettled. News from the respawn point indicated that in just a few minutes, over 10,000 Su group members had been killed and were respawning at an alarming rate. How is that possible? Xian Zhongyu Meng shouted in shock. Even if Qin Feng had group attack skills, he couldn't be that fast. Don't skills have cooldowns? Regardless of how unreasonable it seemed, the reality was undeniable. The respawn point was packed with Su group members, and even other players in Jinling City noticed the unusual situation. When the mist finally dissipated, everyone gasped, their legs feeling weak. The once crowded square now had only a few hundred Su group members standing. The rest had vanished, leaving equipment strewn all over the ground. How is this possible? The onlookers in the distance were in disbelief. That was 20,000 people, wiped out in 10 minutes? How terrifying is this Qin Feng, and what happened in there? Who knows? But one thing's for sure, the Su group is done for this time. Someone whispered. At this moment, the leaders of various guilds standing in the distance were all stunned. They had always known Qin Feng was strong, but he was just one person. They believed there were ways to deal with him. But now, seeing him kill 20,000 people in 10 minutes, their fear of Qin Feng reached new heights. Each one secretly planned to warn their guild members not to provoke this disaster. Even Ao Shi Tianxia was frightened, thinking, has Qin Feng become this terrifying? Looks like we need to lay low for a while. Wu Shaochen calmly picked up the equipment, as if he had just done something insignificant. The remaining few hundred survivors stood frozen, clearly scared out of their wits. Everyone watched him silently, not daring to make a sound. Those who had previously thought about taking Qin Feng's equipment now didn't even dare to entertain the idea. Killing 20,000 people in 10 minutes, Just the thought of it was terrifying. Wu Shaochen picked up some silver and above equipment, leaving the rest. He shouted to the surrounding people, "Come get the equipment if you want it, and clean up these stragglers for me." The equipment would soon be refreshed by the system, so he might as well do a good deed. As soon as Wu Shaochen finished speaking, the onlookers rushed in, scrambling to grab the equipment. The remaining Su group survivors were quickly beaten down. Wu Shaochen then walked up to Xi and Zhong Yuming and asked calmly, "Want to continue? Those people should have respawned by now. You can call them back." Xi and Zhong Yuming, still in disbelief, asked shakily, "How did you do it?" Wu Shaochen sneered, "Just a bunch of standing targets. Is it that hard to cut them down? You think your strategy is so great?" You. Xi and Zhong Yuming's face turned livid with anger. Wu Shaochen laughed coldly. Go back and tell Su Zhangfeng that the fight has just begun. Don't give up too soon." With that, he sent Xi and Zhong Yuming back to the city for free. At this moment, the Su group was in complete chaos. The losses were unprecedented, and many members were scared, considering quitting the guild. Then, an announcement across the city became the final straw that broke the camel's back, plunging the Su group into panic. Chunfeng, attention all players in Jinling City. If you find any Su group members, post their coordinates. I'll kill them, and you can have their equipment. With Wu Shaochen's announcement, the entire city went wild. Who wouldn't love such a deal? Countless people eagerly posted in the regional channel, with many more declaring they would camp at the city gates. Su group members, on the other hand, announced their departure from the guild, promising in the regional channel that they had nothing to do with the Su group anymore, hoping for mercy. Meanwhile, in a private room of a tavern in Jinling City, the Su group's higher-ups gathered, with only Su Zhangfeng absent. The room was filled with a heavy atmosphere, and everyone kept their heads down, not daring to speak. The Su group is finished. Su Mushua's voice was filled with sorrow. All the effort, all the hard work, gone. She suddenly pointed at Xiaoqi, screaming, "It's all because of you. You've ruined the entire Su group." With that, Su Mushua collapsed on the table, sobbing uncontrollably. It was the first time anyone had seen the young lady so broken, but everyone understood her feelings. The Su group had all her heart and soul, only to be destroyed by one person. Not long after, Su Zhangfeng stepped into the private room, his face dark with anger. He glanced around, seeing the grim faces of the executives and Su Mushua sobbing uncontrollably on the table. It was the first time he had seen his daughter so distraught, and he began to question the wisdom of his decisions. "What's the situation now?" Su Zhangfeng asked wearily. One of the executives reported heavily, "In this latest battle, every member of the Su group dropped a level, and the equipment losses are incalculable. Worse still, after Chun Feng's broadcast across the city, our outer members and some unstable elements have all left. Our Toothless strong team has dwindled to less than 800. The most troublesome issue is that we can't leave the city. Almost everyone in Jinling City is watching us. Unless Qinfeng backs off, the Su group is finished." Su Zhangfeng fell silent, stunned by the severity of the consequences. After a moment, he asked, "What about the other guilds? Qin Feng's power is a threat to the major guilds. Are they just going to let someone like him exist?" Another person replied, "Most guild leaders in Jinling City have ordered their members not to provoke Qin Feng or anyone associated with him. No guild, not even Aoshi Chuanxiang, has any intention of going against him." "Fools!" Su Zhangfeng snapped. "Are they just going to let the entire city be dictated by Qin Feng? What about their pride?" Su Mushua suddenly stood up, tears streaming down her face as she shouted, "Pride? All you care about is pride. Dad, why are you still thinking about how to fight Qin Feng? Haven't you realized yet? With the current player strength, how can you be confident in fighting him? It's your pride that has led the Su group to this point. Do you know how much effort I've put in? And now it's all gone." Faced with his daughter's accusations, Su Zhangfeng opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. It was indeed his decision to target Qin Feng, but he had failed to consider that the Su group in the game was almost entirely built by his daughter. He had, in effect, destroyed her hard work with his own hands. After a long silence, Su Zhangfeng sighed and said, "Find a way to contact Qin Feng." "That's easy," someone said. "Just leave the city, and Qin Feng will show up quickly." Meanwhile, Wu Shaochen was on a mountain, killing iron arm monkeys. With his crime value exceeding 20,000, he couldn't return to the city for a while, and since the Su group members weren't leaving the city, he saw no need to wait around. Each monster he killed reduced his crime value by 1 point, meaning he had to spend a long time among the monsters. As Wu Shaochen killed monsters, he also underwent training from Zio. The training felt more like real combat than typical game operations, which puzzled him since he was used to thinking within the confines of the game. But given Zio's firm attitude, he didn't argue. Just as Wu Shaochen was getting into the rhythm, he received a message from Leng Yu. Several Su group executives have left the city. At the same time, many people in the regional channel were updating the coordinates in real time. Executives leaving the city? Are they looking to negotiate? Wu Shaochen wondered, then teleported over. Su Zhangfeng, Uncle Liu, Xinzhong Yuming, and other Su Group executives were already waiting outside the city gates. Seeing Wu Shaochen appear, Su Zhangfeng felt a wave of emotions. The last time they met, he had offered advice from a position of power, only for his own warning to fail while Wu Shaochen's had come true. Wu Shaochen smiled and said, Mr. Su, you've come in person? Su Zhangfeng said gravely, Chen Feng, this time we admit defeat. Tell us, what will it take for you to spare the Su Group? Wu Shaochen replied coldly, sorry, but I never intended to spare the Su Group. From the moment you targeted her, the Su Group's downfall was inevitable. And I did give you a chance, which you didn't take. Suppressing his anger, Su Zhangfeng said, I apologize for what happened earlier. I wasn't aware of it beforehand. I'm willing to return the Radiant staff and compensate for her lost levels. What do you say? Wu Shaochen sneered. Unaware? I think you just wanted to take advantage of the situation. As for compensation? Sure, given the Su Group's wealth, how about 10 billion or 8 billion? Su Zhangfeng took a few deep breaths. Do you really want to push things this far? Wu Shaochen responded bluntly. If you make a move, don't blame others for being ruthless. Apologies should come with sincerity. This is a game, yet you still act like a chairman. Sorry, but I don't have to indulge you. I said it before, if you dare take my things, you better be able to hold on to them. Su Zhangfeng looked seriously at Wu Shaochen. Dragging this out benefits neither of us. State your conditions. Wu Shaochen smiled. I can afford to wait. But if you really want to settle this, here are my 3 conditions. First, all Su Group executives, including you, must publicly apologize on the citywide broadcast. Second, identify everyone who attacked her and let me kill them back to the newbie village. Third, compensate 1 million in damages. You're dreaming. Su Zhangfeng fumed. Each of the 3 conditions was unacceptable to him. Then there's nothing to discuss. Wu Shaochen shrugged, then swiftly took out a dagger and sent the executives back to the city. After killing them, Wu Shaochen called out to the onlookers, the equipment is yours. Next time you see Su Group members, let me know immediately. The onlookers were thrilled, shouting, Chen Feng, you're amazing. Don't worry, Chen Feng. I promise not even a mosquito from the Su Group will leave Jinling City. Chen Feng's actions set Jinling City ablaze with excitement. People initially thought he was just talking, or would keep the best items for himself. But he gave everything away, which was a huge boon for many. The Su Group executives' equipment was top-notch. Those who got the gear were ecstatic, making the players in Jinling City eye the Su Group members like wolves, ensuring they truly had nowhere to hide. Zhangfeng Su was fuming as he stormed back to the private room. As the chairman of Su Group, he had never been subjected to such humiliation. His face was ashen, and his fists were clenched tightly. Inside the room, everyone was anxiously awaiting the outcome. The moment Zhangfeng Su entered, he couldn't hold back his rage. This Chen Feng is too much. Someone cautiously asked, Mr. Su, did he refuse to accept the apology and compensation? Uncle Liu explained. Chen Feng gave 3 conditions, but the master refused. He then detailed Chen Feng's demands. Hearing this, everyone frowned. The conditions were indeed excessive. Xiaoqi scoffed. Who does he think he is? A petty man who got lucky. And he wants Uncle to apologize publicly? Uncle is the chairman of Su Group. There's no way he would apologize to him. In reality, he isn't even worthy to carry Uncle's shoes. Suddenly, Mushu Su snapped. Shut up. None of this would have happened if it weren't for you. She turned to Zhangfeng Su, her tone serious. Dad, do you really want to continue developing an oracle? What do you mean? Zhangfeng Su frowned. If you truly want to continue an oracle, then you need to agree to his terms, Mushu Su said bluntly. Zhangfeng Su sneered. Impossible. Does he really think Chen Feng alone can stop us from developing an oracle? He can. Mushu Su replied firmly. Zhangfeng Su waved his hand impatiently. Enough? We won't discuss this further. I won't agree to such demands. If I do, Su Group will be finished. Instead, let's figure out how to take him down. Mushu Su shook her head in disappointment. Fine. You all discuss it. I'm leaving. And from now on, don't involve me in any Su Group matters. She then turned and left the room. Zhangfeng Su watched his daughter leave with a frown but quickly redirected his attention to Xinyo Yuming. Do we have any other options? Xinyo Yuming thought for a moment and replied, unless we double our numbers. No matter how he manages to kill 20,000 people in 10 minutes, there must be a limit. He even used a fog scroll to obscure vision, which suggests he doesn't want others to know his method. This proves his conditions are very strict. If we double our numbers, we can definitely wear him out. But right now, we don't have enough people. Zhangfeng Su turned to Uncle Liu. Old Liu, try to contact Aoshi Tianxia and see if they would join us against Chen Feng. Uncle Liu shook his head. Aoshi Chuanxiong has made it clear they won't get involved. Besides, we don't have the leverage to collaborate with them anymore. Then offer them more money, Zhangfeng Su insisted. Aoshi Chuanxiong's grudge against Chen Feng is no less than ours. If we fall, Chen Feng's next target will surely be them. I'm sure Aoshi Tianxia understands this. Uncle Lu reluctantly agreed. All right, I'll give it a try. He then left the room. Zhang Feng Su asked Xinyo Yuming again. Besides overwhelming him with numbers, do we have any other strategies? Xinyo Yuming replied. If we can acquire high-damage scrolls, we might be able to take him down. But he has many life-saving skills, so it's not guaranteed. And these scrolls are rare. Most of the current scrolls are support types, not damage types. Even if we get one, its damage might not be enough. He has 30,000 health and high defense and damage reduction. Few scrolls can one-shot him. Zhang Fengsu nodded. We have to try anyway. You handle this. Understood. Meanwhile, Shaochen Wu continued clearing his way up the mountain. The people of Su Group in Jinling City didn't dare to leave the city, and the turmoil had spread to other major cities. Opinions on Su Group's plight varied. Some sympathized, some mocked, and others took pleasure in their misfortune. However, the fact that Chen Feng could kill 20,000 people in 10 minutes made every guild wary. On the forums, debates raged about the battle. Most believed Chen Feng used multiple area effect magic scrolls. Some doubted this, arguing such scrolls didn't exist in the current stage, let alone many of them. Regardless of the theories, the fact remained that Chen Feng had killed 20,000 people in 10 minutes, solidifying his status as the top player in Oracle. In Aoshi Chuanxiang, Fangyu Aoshi approached Tianxia Aoshi. Boss, the butler from Su Group wants to talk to you. Tianxia Aoshi sneered. Ha, they must be desperate, looking to team up with us? Should we meet him? After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. No way. Them? They no longer qualify to work with us. But they said they are willing to pay us to take action. Fangyu Aoshi persisted. Tianxia Aoshi scoffed. Money? Do I look like I need their money? Chen Feng is a bomb. Whoever touches him gets blown up. Now that the bomb isn't aimed at us, you want to go get blown up? Got it. I'll go tell them. Fangyu Aoshi nodded and left. When Uncle Lu relayed the situation to Zhang Fengsu was so furious he slammed the table. It seems Aoshi Tianxia isn't very smart. Uncle Lu hesitated, but held back his words. To be honest, he disagreed with most of the master's recent decisions. But what could he do? Even Miss Su couldn't persuade him. Outside Jinling City, seeing that Su Group members were too scared to leave the city, some waiting players grew impatient. I'm waiting to loot their gear, and they're too scared to come out. Am I wasting my time? These players started mocking them, and the situation escalated, causing many of Su Group's hired players to consider leaving. Screw this, I'd rather play on my own than take this abuse for a paycheck, one Su Group member complained. With someone leading the way, Su Group faced another wave of defections, worsening their already depleted numbers. A senior member approached Zhang Fengsu. Mr. Su, at this rate, Su Group will be finished. We only have 4,000 or 5,000 people left, and they're too scared to go out. If this continues, even they won't stay. Zhang Fengsu frowned. Then have them go out separately. I don't believe Chen Feng can be everywhere at once. But, no buts. Just do it. Zhang Fengsu snapped. All right. The person quickly left. After he left, Zhang Fengsu called Xinyo Yuming. Do you have confidence? It's hard to say, but this scroll does a fixed 50,000 damage. If we catch him off guard, it might work, Xinyo Yuming replied. Good. This task is yours. As long as he dies once, he's done for, Zhang Fengsu instructed. Soon, Su Group members started venturing out of the city in batches, each one wary, fearing the sudden appearance of a red-named player. Wow, Su Group members actually dare to come out. Impressive. Brave indeed, haha. Good news for us, more loot? Hearing the comments, Su Group members felt like crying, thinking, are we just delivery guys now? Coordinates quickly spread in the regional channel, and Shaochen Wu received a private message from Leng Yu. Shaochen Wu smirked. Does Zhang Fengsu really think I won't kill them? He then opened the regional channel and teleported to the latest coordinates. Before the dozen Su Group members could react, Shaochen Wu sent them back to the city and fulfilled his promise by leaving the gear for nearby players to loot. Almost every team from the Su Group had a group of players tailing them, broadcasting their coordinates in real time. Wu Shaochen, like a hunter, would take down a team every 10 minutes, consecutively eliminating over a dozen Su Group players. When Wu Shaochen appeared near another Su Group team, he noticed it was a small squad from the Dream Studio, with only about 10 members. Without hesitation, he launched his attack as usual. Just as he had killed 4 or 5 of them, Ziyu suddenly exclaimed, "Watch out!" Before Wu Shaochen could react, a sharp pain struck him, and a massive damage number appeared above his head. In an instant, his figure dissipated into white light. Did we get him? Dream Studios vice captain, Meng Xiangqing, shouted in surprise. All the members trembled with excitement. However, their joy lasted less than 2 seconds before Wu Shaochen's figure reappeared where he had vanished. A resurrection item? Meng Xiangqing stared in disbelief. How can such an item exist at this stage of the game? Wu Shaochen silently thanked his luck. If it weren't for the nether pearl, his red name status would have caused all his equipment to drop upon death, resulting in an immeasurable loss. Ziyu coldly reprimanded. Do you have no sense of danger at all? Wu Shaochen rolled his eyes. This is a game, not some fantasy world. You're talking about danger like it's something mystical. You. Ziyu was furious but then smiled. Humph. I'll make sure you develop that sense. Ignoring her, Wu Shaochen turned his attention to the stunned Dream Studio members, coldly asking, nice scroll. Got any more? Meng Xiangqing numbly shook his head. Soon, their group was also taken down. After eliminating a few more teams, the Su group players retreated back to the city, too scared to come out. In the chairman's office, Su Zhengfeng frowned and asked, failed again? Xian Zhongyo replied helplessly, yes, we used the scroll and killed him once, but he had a resurrection item and wasn't affected. This Wu Shaochen has too many cards up his sleeve. Resurrection item? Such items are usually at least immortal grade. How could it appear at this stage? There's no immortal grade equipment on the rankings, Su Zhengfeng pondered. Xian Zhongyo shook his head. Maybe it was a resurrection scroll. Whatever it was, we've used our only trump card. Even if we get another scroll, he will be on guard, making success nearly impossible. Su Zhengfeng looked weary. Is there really nothing we can do against him? Xian Zhongyo sighed. He's too far ahead. His early game advantage allows him to easily take on higher level monsters and bosses. Plus, he has many unknown cards, perhaps more frightening than his talent. So for now, we can't do anything. Su Zhengfeng sighed and waved Xian Zhongyo away. Alone, he lit a cigarette and stood by the large floor-to-ceiling window. As the headquarters of HZ's largest conglomerate, the Su Group building was the tallest in the city. From his top-floor office, Su Zhengfeng looked down at the bustling streets below. Maybe that Wu Shaochen is just one of the people down there in real life, Su Zhengfeng muttered to himself. But in the game, he looks down on others, just like me. And quitting this game isn't an option. The game Oracle had rapidly and severely impacted various industries. Many people would rather spend a fortune on game gear than buy clothes or jewelry. This caused most brick-and-mortar stores to suffer losses, and the Su Group was no exception. However, Su Zhengfeng knew the immense business potential within Oracle and couldn't give up on it. Taking a deep drag, Su Zhengfeng extinguished his cigarette and left the office. At home, Su Zhengfeng unexpectedly saw his daughter, Su Muxue, staring blankly in the garden. He approached and asked, why are you offline at this time? Su Muxue coldly replied, what's the point of staying in the game when we can't even leave the city gates? Su Zhengfeng sighed, Shuer, I know you're upset with me, but you must understand that if I publicly apologize, the Su Group's reputation would be severely damaged. You should understand my predicament. Do you understand mine? Su Mushue's emotions flared. You told me to develop the Su Group in Oracle. Do you know how much effort I've put into it? Seeing the tears welling up in his daughter's eyes again, Su Zhengfeng felt a deep ache in his heart. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment before finally saying, all right, Shuer, I agree to his demands. From now on, you will have full control over our operations in the game, and I will no longer interfere. If you need funds, I will fully support you. Really? Su Muxue asked incredulously. Yes, go and tell him in the game, Su Zhengfeng nodded. Excited, Su Muxue turned and headed to her room. Su Zhengfeng suddenly asked, Shuer, have you seen Wu Shaochen's real face? Dad, why are you asking that? Su Muxue asked, puzzled. Su Zhengfeng chuckled, just curious if he's handsome enough to be a match for my daughter. Dad, this is no time for jokes. Su Muxue shook her head and went back to her room. Watching her leave, Su Zhengfeng's smile faded, and he murmured, Wu Shaochen, I won't be under your thumb forever. After logging back into the game, Su Muxue and Lu Shu headed outside the city, the quickest way to contact Wu Shaochen. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Wu Shaochen appeared before them. Seeing the man in front of her, Su Muxue felt conflicted. Though they were indeed at fault initially, it was also true that this man had destroyed the Su Group's efforts. She smiled bitterly, Wu Shaochen, I didn't expect our reunion to be like this. Wu Shaochen responded coldly, you brought this on yourselves. If you're here to play the sympathy card, forget it. I won't hesitate to send you back. We agree to your terms, Su Muxue said directly. Those were my previous terms. Since you didn't agree then, the terms have changed. Name them, Su Muxue said, not surprised. The first two conditions remain. The compensation increases from 10 million to 50 million. Wu Shaochen stated his new demand. Su Muxue frowned but eventually nodded, all right. Oh, so agreeable? Are you sure your father will approve? Wu Shaochen asked, surprised. From now on, I have full control over the Su Group's game operations, Su Muxue replied. Fine then, Wu Shaochen said, arrange it. I want to see everyone who attacked her within half an hour, and they stay until I kill them back to the newbie village. Deal, Su Muxue agreed. Su Muxue and Uncle Lu hurried back, gathering everyone who had attacked Wu Ziyin and Shao Qi. She turned to Ahui with a hint of apology in her voice. Ahui, I'm sorry, but I've already agreed to Chinfeng's demands. Ahui interrupted with a bitter smile. Miss, you don't need to explain. Honestly, from the moment we made our move, I knew this day would come. After all, Chinfeng's people are not to be trifled with. Su Mushue solemnly promised. Don't worry, as long as you still recognize the Su group, even if you're sent back to the beginner's village, I'll make sure you have the best equipment to quickly regain your levels. Thank you, miss. Ahui murmured in gratitude. Shaoqi suddenly screamed. What? Cousin, you're sending us to Chinfeng to be killed? Su Mushu shot her a cold glance. Humph, you'd better behave. This whole mess is your responsibility. Do you have any idea how much damage you've caused the Su group? Just the compensation to Chinfeng alone is 50 million, which you can barely afford. If you try any tricks, I won't hesitate to make uncle and aunt pay for it. Shaoqi retorted unwillingly. Does uncle know about this? He wouldn't agree. My father has already agreed, and from now on, I will be in charge of all in-game matters, Su Mushue said firmly. Shaoqi turned to run, but Su Mushue's words stopped her in her tracks. Think carefully. If you refuse, I'll make sure my father cuts off all cooperation and supplies to your family. You're willing to abandon your family for a game. Shaoqi looked at Su Mushue in shock. This is your own doing. Su Mushue responded coldly. Half an hour later, Su Mushue led the senior members of the Su group, Shaoqi, and Ahui to the south gate of Jinling City. Wu Shaochen was already waiting there. I've brought everyone, no one is missing. You can check, Su Mushue said. Wu Shaochen glanced over them casually, noting Shaoqi's angry expression, and sneered before sending them all back to the city. Su Mushue quickly initiated a face-to-face trade, handing over the radiant staff and 50 million to Wu Shaochen. Her swift efficiency earned his silent approval. Then, Su Mushue sent a citywide announcement. Schwer, on behalf of the Su group, apologizes to Chinfeng and Fenginer for the attack by guild members, and promises that such incidents will not happen again. Please, all players, bear witness. Following her lead, the senior members of the Su group also sent citywide announcements, causing an uproar in Jinling City. Wow, a public apology. The Su group must be really afraid of Chinfeng this time. So tragic. A top-tier guild being almost wiped out. I heard they not only had to apologize publicly, but also those who attacked were sent back to the beginner's village and had to compensate a huge amount. Yeah, better stay away from Chinfeng and his people. No guild can protect you if you cross him. Su Mushue looked at Wu Shaochen. Is that enough? What about Su Zhengfeng? He won't be logging in much anymore. Does he have to apologize too? Yes. Wu Shaochen insisted. Su Mushue nodded and logged off. Shortly after, another citywide announcement appeared. Ziqiang Buxi, on behalf of the Su group, apologizes to Chinfeng and Fenginer for the attack by guild members, and promises that such incidents will not happen again. Please, all players, bear witness. Wu Shaochen smirked. Damn, I forgot to make the old guy use his real name. Oh well, doesn't matter. He then sent his own citywide announcement. Chinfeng, thanks everyone for your help. The hunt for the Su group ends here. Many players in Jinling City sighed, but understood. After all, the Su group had already apologized and compensated. Continuing the hunt would reflect poorly on Chenfeng's character. Wu Shaochen proceeded to kill Shaoqi, Ahui, and the others repeatedly. Each time they were killed, the Su group members brought them back. These individuals seemed resigned, accepting the relentless torment. Even Shaoqi stopped resisting, although the hatred in her eyes remained clear. Soon, the entire group was sent back to the beginner's village. Wu Shaochen moved on to continue grinding, while Su Mushue began organizing the remaining Su group members to level up. Although Chenfeng had stopped the hunt, the Su group's reputation had plummeted, making future development extremely challenging. Meanwhile, at HN University of Economics, Wu Ziyin and Wei Wei had just finished their club activities and were heading to the cafeteria, exhausted. It was nearly 8 p.m., and both were starving. Wei Wei complained, honestly, we should skip these club activities in the future. We barely have enough time to play games as it is. Wu Ziyin nodded numbly. Yeah, Ziyin, you seem off today. What's wrong? Wei Wei asked with concern. Nothing. Wu Ziyin forced a smile. They entered the bustling cafeteria, which was still crowded despite the late hour. After getting their food, they found a vacant spot to sit down. Nearby, a conversation caught their attention. Did you hear what happened in Jinling City? Man, it was intense. Yeah, the forums are blowing up. Everyone knows about it. Chenfeng is a beast, wiping out a guild of 20,000. Who is Fenginer to him anyway? Must be his girlfriend. I'd be willing to kneel on durians every day if I had a boyfriend like that. Ha, as if Chenfeng would ever look at you. Hearing this, Wu Ziyin's eyes welled up with tears, and she whispered, brother. Wei Wei, now even more curious, quickly opened the forums and immediately saw a pinned post. Fenginer killed, radiant staff dropped, Chenfeng enraged. Wei Wei gasped. Ziyin, your radiant staff was dropped? Startled, Wu Ziyin quickly covered Wei Wei's mouth, making a shoot gesture. Seeing Wei Wei nod, she let go. However, someone nearby overheard their conversation. A young man glanced at Wu Ziyin, then quietly left the cafeteria. Once outside, he pulled out his phone and made a call. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.